Chapter 1. Transcending into the Air of Tycoon. Breaking news. Norman Osborn, the legendary founder and CEO of Oscorp, has passed away. The Oscorp Group has confirmed the news, and his sole heir, Harry Osborn, is set to inherit the company. Harry Osborn sat within the confines of the Osborn Villa, absorbing the news emanating from the television. To think I have traversed into the Marvel Universe and emerged as the heir to Oscorp, Harry Osborn, the infamous Green Goblin. The essence within Harry's being was once that of an ordinary youth from Earth in the 21st century. One day, while engrossed in the television series Kamen Rider 01, he inexplicably found himself transported to this new reality. Gazing into the mirror at his strikingly handsome visage, he mused, "And I am none other than Harry from The Amazing Spider-Man." Given the news of Norman Osborn's demise, this must herald the commencement of the plot from The Amazing Spider-Man 2. The ensuing narrative would see an Oscorp electrical worker, Max Dillon, inadvertently falling into an electric eel power source while on duty, subsequently being attacked and mutated by numerous electric eels, transforming him into the blue-skinned, electrically charged supervillain known as Electro, one of Spider-Man's most notorious adversaries. Due to this incident, Harry himself would be wrongfully ousted from the company. However, now that he had assumed the identity of Harry Osborn prior to these events, he was determined not to allow the original storyline to unfold unchecked. Summon Oscorp's electrical worker, Max Dillon, Harry commanded his butler with urgency. "Young master, your first internal meeting is about to commence. The vice presidents are arriving shortly." The butler replied hesitantly. "I said immediately. At once. Bring Max Dillon here. Inform them that if they do not see Max, they may as well pack their things and leave." Harry bellowed, striking the table with fervor. "Yes, young master." The butler, now serious, promptly departed. Max was on the brink of transforming into Electro. Failing to locate him would have significant ramifications for Harry. Once Max became Electro, he would be defeated by Spider-Man and confined to a psychiatric facility. Subsequently, Harry would be falsely accused by the vice president of Oscorp and expelled from the company. Stripped of his status as the heir, he would be forced to resort to unstable genetic spider venom due to a hereditary illness plaguing his family, ultimately succumbing to the persona of the Green Goblin, losing control of his own mind. The hereditary affliction and internal treachery within the company pressed heavily upon Harry. He knew he must enact change, and the first step in this transformation was to address the imminent threat posed by Max Dillon. "Dillon, there's an issue with the circuits in the gene biology lab on the lower floor. Please attend to it." Smith, the head of the electrical department at Oscorp, instructed as he ushered a black man out of the elevator. "But today is my birthday. Everyone has left. Why must I stay?" Max protested incredulously, having planned a celebration for himself after work. Might Spider-Man come to celebrate his birthday later? No, Spider-Man will certainly arrive. However, before any of this could unfold, the insufferable supervisor interrupted. "Smith, Mr. Smith." Max wished to explain to Smith and dissuade him from this notion, but the elevator doors had already closed. Damn it. Resigned, he had no choice but to remain here and toil away, repairing that wretched circuit. At that moment, Smith inside the elevator received a phone call. "Smith, the new president demands that you send Max Dillon immediately. If you are late, your job will be at stake." Damn it. At the Osborn Villa, in the conference room, Harry sat at the head of the table, observing the executives pressuring him, led by Vice President Dono McKen. "Harry, due to the recent incident involving Professor Connors, investors are quite distrustful of U.S. IT would be prudent to remain low-key for a while and proceed with caution," Connors McKen advised in a paternal tone. Yet, Harry was not particularly receptive to his words at that moment. He was preoccupied with thoughts on how to navigate his existence within the Marvel Universe. It is said that the impoverished rely on mutations, while the wealthy depend on technology. However, Harry was not a genius like Stark, capable of constructing armored suits. The Green Goblin armor from Oscorp was significantly inferior to Iron Man's armor. Harry. Dono noticed that Harry was not paying attention to his counsel. "Have you heard of Iron Man?" Harry inquired, glancing at Connors. "Iron Man? What is that?" Connors looked perplexed. "Is it possible there is no Iron Man in this world? That cannot be right. Could it be that this world is merely one of Spider-Man's, devoid of the broader Marvel context? What about Stark and Captain America?" Tony Stark, CEO of Stark Industries, and Captain America, the hero from World War II, Dono responded, bewildered by Harry's questions, as Stark and Captain America were well known across America. Could it be that the Osborn family's hereditary condition also impairs intellect? There's Tony Stark and Captain America, but no Iron Man, Harry contemplated, realizing he needed to better understand this world. It was evident that this world resided within the realm of Marvel, yet it diverged significantly from the MCU universe he was familiar with in IT that moment. The butler knocked and entered, bowing to Harry. Young master, Max Dillon has arrived. Let him in. Max entered, accompanied by Smith, the electrical supervisor from Oscorp. The room was filled with high-ranking executives from the Osborne Group, and Max felt immensely apprehensive, unsure of what these prominent figures wanted from him. Max Dillon, Harry exclaimed, rising to warmly embrace the timid African-American. Hello, do you know me? Max stuttered, startled by Harry's enthusiasm, making him even more flustered. Indeed, Max Dillon, the prodigious electrical engineer, the Osborne's new energy project is a creation of your design. I am also aware that today marks your birthday. Happy birthday, Mux. Harry spoke with utmost sincerity. Although Max eventually transformed into a villain, it was largely due to the machinations of the upper echelons of Oscorp at heart. He was merely a genius yearning for acknowledgement. How could you possibly know my birthday? Max marveled in disbelief. A person of your stature is aware of the birthday of someone so insignificant as myself. No, you are far from insignificant. You are a true genius, Max. Harry recognized the necessity of winning over Max, for he could trust none of the higher-ups at Oscorp. He required talents like Max's to assist him. Thank you, Mr. President, Max exclaimed, tears of emotion streaming down his face aside from Spider-Man. It was the first time he had received such validation from another. The oppression from his superiors and the disdain from his colleagues had continually assailed Max's spirit, and he too aspired to be a hero revered by the masses, akin to Spider-Man. Human emotions detected, activating System 01. Kindness and gratitude detected, activating Artificial Intelligence Z. Chapter 2. The 01 System, the 01 System. As Harry felt Max's gratitude, the 01 System was activated within his soul. In an instant, Harry became aware of all the information pertaining to the 01 System. This 01 System, derived from the Kamen Rider 01, possesses all the powers associated with Kamen Rider 01. It is primarily divided into two segments, the artificial intelligences Aqua and Z. However, at present, only the artificial intelligence Z has been activated. While activating both Aqua and Z necessitates the collection of human emotions, collecting benevolence activates Z, while collecting malevolence awakens Aqua. So, benevolence and malevolence, indeed? Harry glanced at Max before him and Smith, the supervisor of Osborne Electric, behind him, suddenly struck by an idea. Max, I haven't given you your birthday gift yet, Harry said with a smile, patting Max on the shoulder. Under Max's expectant gaze, he turned to all the executives present and proclaimed, as the president of the Osborne Group, I hereby promote Max Dillon to the new supervisor of Osborne Electric. He then looked towards the former supervisor, Smith, and added, and you shall resume Max's previous duties as an ordinary employee, working under his guidance. This is against protocol. Harry, Vice President Dano exclaimed in shock, quickly rising to intervene. Please address me as Mr. Osborne, Dano. Harry responded firmly. This is the Osborne Group, and it is now my domain, Harry Osborne's group. If you have any objections, the vice presidency can be filled by another. Detected human malevolent anger, activating artificial intelligence Aqua. With that, Harry disregarded Dano further and exited the conference room with Max. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Max expressed his sincere gratitude towards Harry. From the 01 System, the ever-increasing benevolence of Z revealed that this gratitude was entirely genuine. Just call me Harry, Max. Initially, Harry intended to develop the plot and partially exploit Max, but now he truly felt grateful to him. After all, it was Max who activated the 01 System, collecting the first instance of benevolent emotion. Sir, there is someone named Peter Parker outside seeking your presence. He claims to be an old classmate of yours. Peter Parker, please, invite him in. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, arrived, much to Harry's delight. This situation was precisely what Harry needed. Peter's assistance would be invaluable. Peter, it has been a long time. Upon their reunion, Harry embraced Peter warmly. It has indeed been a while, Harry. Peter was equally pleased to see Harry, as they had once been close friends. Are you all right, Harry? I saw the news and thought you might need some company, Peter said with concern, having lost his own loved one, Uncle Ben, just a year prior. The feeling of losing a loved one is something he understands better than anyone else, which is why he sought out Harry, hoping to discover how he might assist. As Harry observed Peter's concerned demeanor and the reverent gratitude displayed by Max, he realized that with the support of these two brilliant minds, he could take his first step into the Marvel Universe. Peter, Max, I require your assistance, Harry implored, ushering them into the room to recount the predicament he currently faced. As a scion of wealth, he had inherited his father's shares, becoming the largest shareholder of Osborne Corporation. However, the other shareholders had banded together, collectively surpassing his ownership. Particularly, within the entirety of the Osborne Group, there was not a single individual on his side. The vice president, Connors McKen, now wielded significant power. having control over the entire Osborn group, including the security personnel, all of whom were loyal to him. Connors was merely biding his time, waiting for Harry to make a misstep. Should that occur, he would seize the opportunity to expel Harry from the company. This was precisely why Harry had initially sought to ally with Max, intending to leverage Max's expertise in electrical engineering to explore the armors developed by Osborn Group, such as the Green Goblin armor, Rhino armor, and Vulture armor. However, he now had an even better option. The activation of the 01 system allowed him to carve out a niche for himself in a Marvel world teeming with superpowered heroes and villains. Although he currently lacked sufficient human emotions to create the Night Driver and upgrade keys, he possessed all the technical knowledge of the humanoid AI robot, Shumajaya. Regrettably, despite having this knowledge, Harry lacked the practical ability to construct Shumajaya. In both his past and present lives, he remained an ordinary individual. Fortunately, while he may not possess the skills himself, he had two prodigies at his disposal, a young genius capable of creating web shooters and an electrical engineering savant who had designed the Osborn Group's new energy circuitry. With their assistance, crafting the first Shumajaya would pose no challenge whatsoever. "I need your help." Harry conveyed his plight to Peter and Max. "Absolutely, Harry." Max responded with alacrity upon hearing Harry's request. Having long harbored resentment towards the upper echelons of Osborn Group, he readily agreed to assist Harry after learning of his predicament. "Harry, I will help you." Peter, being a good-natured friend from childhood, also concurred, albeit with the caveat that he would not engage in any illegal activities. His willingness to help was partly motivated by a desire to keep an eye on Harry, ensuring he did not stray into unlawful actions. Seeing both of them acquiesce, Harry promptly instructed the butler to prepare the vehicle, ready to take them to the Osborn Tower. Time was of the essence. He needed to construct Shumajaya swiftly, knowing that this world offered him the means of self-preservation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Osborn villa, Connors McKinn, along with the head of security for Osborn Group, was eavesdropping with a listening device, yet they heard nothing. Were they thwarted by a signal jammer employed by Harry? Dano wore an expression of astonishment, utterly surprised by Harry's remarkable vigilance. Unbeknownst to Dano McKinn, Harry had not employed a signal jammer. Instead, he possessed two advanced artificial intelligences, Z and Yake. Although their capabilities were currently limited, intercepting signals and thwarting eavesdropping proved to be a trivial task. Investigate the backgrounds of the two individuals accompanying Harry. Dano instructed the head of security. Additionally, ensure that Harry Osborn is closely monitored. I wish to discern the tricks this young man is up to. Chapter 3, Artificial Intelligence within the depths of the Osborn Group's edifice, in a mechanical armor fabrication room on the lowest level, the creation of the Green Goblin's armor unfolds. Harry, wielding his authority, has commandeered this manufacturing facility, barring all personnel from entry. It is here that the Osborn Group can swiftly fabricate the artificial AI robot, Shumajaya. Seizing the moment before Vice President Connors can react, Harry is determined to bring Shumajaya to life. His artificial intelligences, Zia and Yak, currently reside within the vast ocean of his consciousness, lacking the capacity to infiltrate and control the entire network like true artificial intelligences. Thus, he finds himself unable to exert complete dominion over the Osborn Group, requiring further unlocking of capabilities in the future. For now, his primary objective remains the creation of Shumajaya. On one hand, this robot can serve as a protector in combat. On the other, it can facilitate the acquisition of deeper human emotions, enabling Zia and Yak to unlock even greater abilities. "Harry, are you intending to fabricate weaponized armor?" Peter inquired gravely, observing the formidable mechanical suits and various weaponry that surrounded them. These armaments and armor pose significant dangers should they fall into malevolent hands. They could wreak havoc upon the world, resulting in injury and loss of life, a prospect Peter cannot bear to witness. "Armor? No. Harry shook his head. Approaching the computer console, with practiced ease, he began to operate the machine, swiftly drafting a design blueprint. "What is this? A robot?" Max, with his background in electronic engineering, was the first to grasp the implication. "Indeed, it is the artificial AI robot Shumajaya," Harry replied with a smile. Addressing both Peter and Max, "This is what I aspire to create. It is equipped with artificial intelligence, possessing self-awareness and the ability to comprehend its surroundings." Self-awareness? Comprehending the external world? Can a robot truly achieve this? Peter and Max gazed at Harry in disbelief. Shumajaya represents the future of humanity. The design blueprint lies before them. Despite their skepticism, the two, driven by an adventurous spirit, yearned to endeavor in its creation. Peter and Max took to the task, while Harry provided guidance on the technical aspects. Though Harry lacked the ability to physically contribute, all knowledge regarding Shumajaya resided within his mind. Meanwhile, the head of Osborn Security, upon learning that Harry Osborn had commandeered the underground armor fabrication room with Peter and Max, promptly reported the matter to Vice President Connors. "What? That brat Harry has seized the armor fabrication room." Connors fumed upon hearing the news. Within the chamber lies the core technologies of the Osborne Group, representing its most invaluable assets. Any loss therein would constitute a grave detriment to the Osborne Group's interests. The losses of the Osborne Group represent a significant setback for Connors McKinn, who prides himself on being the true architect of the organization. The situation within the armory is perilous. Should Harry discover something detrimental, it could jeopardize Connors' ascendant ambitions. Proceed to the armory research facility and sabotage Harry Osborne's plans. Connors commanded, his fists clenched, directing the security chief. Meanwhile, within the armory manufacturing room, Harry remained unperturbed as he observed Peter and Max working on the creation of the artificial intelligence robot, Shamagia. He had already entrusted Zia with the entirety of the armory's systems. Unless force was employed, the security door remained impervious. Moreover, if Vice President Connors and the security chief resorted to brute force, Harry felt no trepidation. After all, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was present, and he would not allow them to act violently against him. As long as he could delay them and complete the construction of Shamagia, Harry would be capable of confronting Connors and his cohorts without Peter's assistance. At last, the robot was complete. With the final component assembled, the artificial intelligence robot, Shamagia, had been successfully created. Peter and Max demonstrated remarkable dexterity. With the design schematics at hand and Harry's guidance, they accomplished the task in just over an hour. However, a pressing question loomed. How would they integrate artificial intelligence? Peter, perplexed, inquired of Harry. The design schematics only outlined the creation of Shamagia, devoid of any instructions for incorporating the intelligence system. This aspect was crucial. While constructing the robot was relatively straightforward, developing artificial intelligence proved to be a formidable challenge, achievable by only a select few in the world. Do not fret, the next step is mine. Harry replied with a slight smile as he connected Shamagia to a dedicated data line, linking it to the computer. The computer contained data previously uploaded by the artificial intelligence, Zia. Now, all that remained was to download the information onto Shamagia. Ideally, this process would utilize a data key. But Harry lacked the means to create one and had to rely on the computer for now. This method, however, resulted in a slower download speed. As they awaited the completion of the data transfer, Peter Parker's spider sense suddenly alerted him to imminent danger. "Be cautious," he exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself between Harry and Max. A resounding crash echoed as the security door of the armory manufacturing room was violently breached. Debris scattered in all directions, but fortunately, Spider-Man was there to protect them. Before Harry and Max could fully comprehend the situation, Peter deflected the flying fragments with agility. "Ah, my dear Harry, what game are you playing here?" Vice President Connors McKinn, accompanied by the security chief and 3 heavily armed subordinates, stormed through the breach. As soon as he entered, he was met with the sight of the artificially intelligent robot, Shamagia, in the midst of downloading data. Children playing with robots can be quite perilous. Hand the object over to me and allow your uncle to assist you. As Connor beheld the robot, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Though he was unaware of the specific functions and capabilities of the Shamagia, he was determined to possess it, especially since Harry had hidden it with his friends. "Connor, this is my company. You have trespassed without consent and resorted to violence, which constitutes a breach of protocol. I hereby declare your expulsion." Despite the fact that Vice President Connor commanded a significant entourage and wielded weaponry, Harry remained unfazed. With Spider-Man, Peter Parker, present, a few ordinary humans posed little threat. Moreover, the artificial intelligence robot, Shamagia, was on the brink of completing its data download. "Expulsion? You are rather naive, Harry. A person of my stature cannot be dismissed by you, even if you are the president, unless a board meeting is convened for a vote. But do you possess such an opportunity?" With that, Connor waved his hand, and the security chief along with 3 of his subordinates swiftly surrounded Harry and his companions. "This is troublesome. Am I to expose my identity as Spider-Man?" Just as Peter hesitated to take action, an electronic voice resonated. "Set your sights on your dreams and soar high." Chapter 4. The Initial Battle. Soar towards your dreams. As the voice resonated, the biomimetic skin enveloped the robot Shamagia, and it opened its eyes. A humanoid artificial intelligence, adorned with a technological headset and clad in a black combat suit, rose to its feet, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a 30-year-old man. Identification confirmed. Harry Osborne, the current president of Osborne Group. "Greetings, Mr. Osborne. It is a pleasure to serve you," Shamagia respectfully addressed Harry as it approached him. "How is this possible?" Connors exclaimed, astonished by the transformation of Shamagia from a robotic form into a human-like visage. Does the Osborne Group possess such advanced technology? But now, this innovation belonged to him. As the vice president, Connors recognized the enormous potential of this humanoid robot. If he could seize control of this technology, it would not be long before the Osborne Group surpassed Stark Industries, and he would outshine Norman Osborn, surpass Tony Stark, and rise above all. He would become the epitome of humanity. All he needed to do now was to acquire this technology and oust Harry Osborn, positioning himself as the new president of the Osborn Group. Harry, I concede that you possess certain technical prowess in creating this biomimetic robot. But the world of adults is not solely reliant on technology for success. It requires more than intellect. It demands strength. Today, as an adult, I shall impart a lesson to you. Capture those 3 individuals, but take care not to use firearms. We mustn't damage any electronic devices. Connors declared with an air of confidence. The men he brought were seasoned mercenaries, battle-hardened warriors who had seen bloodshed. Capturing these 3 frail individuals would pose no challenge. Meanwhile, on Harry's side, Max was merely an electrician, devoid of any combat capability, and could only retreat nervously. Peter, as Spider-Man, could effortlessly subdue all adversaries with a mere finger, even against armed opponents. However, Peter was reluctant to reveal his identity, fearing that exposure would endanger those around him. Think of something, Peter. Quickly utilize your unparalleled spider abilities. He murmured to himself. Humph. Do you think you have me cornered, Connors? Harry maintained his composure, confident in his strategy, initially intending for Peter to navigate the difficulties. The completion of Shamagia rendered that unnecessary. Even a single creation was sufficient to handle the opposition. What? Connors could not fathom any possibility of Harry turning the tide. Number 1. Eliminate the enemy before you. Harry commanded Shamagia. Yes, Mr. Osborn. The towering Shamagia, standing at 1.9 meters and weighing 100 kilograms, immediately sprang into action, launching an assault on the security personnel. The first Shamagia crafted by Harry was a combat-type artificial intelligence. It housed the persona of a special forces soldier, endowed with all combat capabilities pertinent to that role. Although it was merely a preliminary version, it did not possess advanced combat skills. However, its body is constructed from an alloy, which Harry utilized from the mechanical armor manufacturing facility to create the first model of the Shamagia. It is impervious to mere human fists. Despite the commendable combat skills of the 3 security personnel, they found themselves utterly outmatched by Shamagia number 1. Caught off guard by the formidable challenge, Connor's expression turned grave. It appears we have no choice, Captain of Security. I permit you to employ lethal weaponry, but strive to avoid damaging any electronic devices. When it comes to incapacitating personnel, aim for the legs, Connor instructed in a low voice to the security captain beside him. Understood, sir. The captain initially believed that his 3 subordinates could easily handle the adversary, but he did not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent. Nonetheless, seasoned by countless battles, he felt no fear in the presence of this enemy, as the firearm in his hand instilled him with boundless confidence. The security captain and his 3 subordinates drew their weapons, preparing to retaliate. Meanwhile, Harry had already anticipated this turn of events. He knew that a solitary, rudimentary Shamagia would be insufficient to confront 4 fully armed foes. System, connect to Ark. Harry needed no further words. With a single thought, Ark within the 01 system was activated. The eyes of Shamagia number 1 glowed with red light as its synthetic skin ruptured, revealing a network of exposed wires. Connection to Ark established. Everything, for the will of Ark. Eliminate them. Harry was no idealist. Recognizing the irreconcilable conflict between them, he deemed it best to eradicate the threat entirely. Shamagia number 1 entered a state of berserk fury, its combat capabilities at least doubled. In an instant, it overwhelmed the 4 adversaries, including the security captain, who was powerless to defend himself. After all, these individuals were merely ordinary humans, and when faced with an artificial intelligence robot, even a primitive Shamagia in a frenzied state was unstoppable. Please, spare me, Connor pleaded, witnessing the swift defeat of his elite subordinates. He immediately knelt in submission. At the age of 38, having ascended to the position of vice president at Osborn Group, his only notable trait was his remarkable ability to kneel quickly. During Norman Osborn's lifetime, he had been cautious, refraining from harboring any ambitions. Now, faced with Harry Osborn's formidable artificial intelligence robot, he surrendered without hesitation. Your pleas come too late, Harry said gravely, continuing to command Shamagia number 1 to attack. At that moment, a web shot through the air, ensnaring Shamagia no. 1 and rendering it unable to strike. Stop, Harry. It was Peter who intervened. Even with the fear of exposing his identity looming over him, he could not bear to witness death unfold before his eyes. For he was Peter Parker, he was Spider-Man, and with great power comes great responsibility. The words of Uncle Ben had shaped his entire life. Spider-Man, Harry said, his voice heavy with complexity as he regarded Peter. On one hand, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, had been one of his favorite characters in his past life. On the other hand, he was now a dear friend to Harry. Yet now, his friend, the beloved neighborhood hero, stood in opposition to him. However, he was indeed unable to obstruct Spider-Man, Peter Parker, whose prowess was formidable in the eyes of ordinary superheroes on Earth. At present, he relied solely on a rudimentary Shumagarath, and even in a frenzied state, it could not contend with him. In the event of a confrontation, only he would be compelled to relent. With great power comes great responsibility. Conversely, to shoulder substantial responsibility, one must possess commensurate ability. The magnitude of one's fist is the ultimate truth. Peter, are you going to stop me? Harry inquired solemnly. I cannot stand by and watch you make a grave mistake, Harry. Peter approached, gazing intently at Harry, unwilling to see him stained with blood. Bang, bang, bang. Harry seized the opportunity to pick up the gun from the ground and aimed it at Connors, unwilling to leave himself with complications. Despite Spider-Man's intervention, he was determined to take a shot. Shumagarath was ensnared by Peter's web, leaving it to attempt an assault with the firearm. Harry, Peter's spider sense activated instantaneously, propelling him into rapid motion as he deftly intercepted Connors, evading the bullets. You should leave, Spider-Man Peter urged as he landed, prompting Connors to flee hastily. Connors was now privy to numerous revelations, including the truth that Spider-Man was Peter Parker. Harry was aware of this, as was Peter. Yet, Peter allowed Connors to escape, knowing that Connors had uncovered his identity and thus refrained from delivering him to the authorities. This encapsulates the lamentable reality of a superhero's existence: too many constraints. Harry would never be able to become a superhero in his lifetime. Chapter 5. Rooting out the problem after Peter released Connors. He wished to engage in a conversation with Harry regarding the future of Shumagia. Peter was reluctant to assist Harry in the creation of artificial intelligence robots, having realized that these machines could be weaponized. Although he could not prevent Harry from proceeding, he sought to counsel him to exercise caution. In America, the production of weaponry is not illegal. The renowned Stark Industries is a prominent military contractor, and Oscorp also collaborates with the military, exemplified by the Green Goblin's aircraft and human enhancement serums, both funded by military investments. Nevertheless, weapons are inherently destructive, and their creation could lead to immense harm. How could Harry heed the sanctimonious advice of Peter Parker? He swiftly concocted an excuse to dismiss Peter. Spider-Man is Peter Parker. A series of revelations left Max in a state of shock. It was only after Peter departed that he realized his idol, Spider-Man, was none other than Peter Parker. Eagerly, Max attempted to pursue his hero, but Harry would not permit his departure. The rudimentary Shumagia was a combat-oriented artificial intelligence robot, and Max, possessing no knowledge of electronic manufacturing, could not assist in creating further machines. Being an ordinary individual and burdened by a hereditary illness, Max was entirely reliant on Harry. I must seek him out. He is my idol, Spider-Man, the hero adored by all in New York City, a figure of great significance. No, Max, listen to me. You are the true significant figure. Look at the Shumagia you have created, capable of effortlessly overpowering 4 fully armed warriors. This is merely the beginning. Shumagia represents the future of humanity, and you, the creator of Shumagia, are the true luminary of New York City, of America, indeed, of the entire world. Come on, Max, the future is yours to forge. Harry spoke with fervor, almost convincing himself in the process. Max Dillon, long marginalized, was electrified by such words, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline. Indeed, you are right, Mr. Osborn. I will heed your call. Let us together craft the future. Max hastily began to fabricate Shumagia, while Harry used a chainsaw to sever the web that Spider-Man had employed to restrain the first Shumagia. Now, under Harry's control, the first Shumagia had exited its rampage and returned to normalcy. Harry commanded the first Shumagia to remove the fallen security personnel, eliminating them entirely. Since they had attacked him, he could not allow them to remain alive. Following the execution of the security personnel, the Shumagia received new orders from Harry to don the uniforms of the slain guards and proceed to the underground garage to eliminate Vice President Connors. Although Harry held the title of President of Oscorp, the reality of his authority was tenuous, as the entire corporation was essentially under Connors' influence. Thus, he recognized the necessity of eradicating the threat entirely. Harry had already discovered through artificial intelligence monitoring that Peter had liberated Connors, a revelation that left him incredulous. Yet upon reflection, he concluded that Spider-Man, Peter, embodied such compassion, too soft-hearted for his own good. In the present moment, Connor finds himself in the subterranean parking garage, seated in the opulent driver's seat of his luxurious automobile, gripping the car keys tightly, his heart racing with a blend of excitement and anxiety. His gaze flits about, betraying a sense of determination and urgency. At this juncture, he yearns to escape this place swiftly, distancing himself from any potential dangers and hindrances. Only then can he meticulously orchestrate his next moves, arranging for more armed personnel to eliminate Harry Osborn. For Connor, the technology of robotics is of paramount importance. It transcends his personal interests and status, intertwining with his future aspirations and ambitions. Regardless of the cost, he is resolute in his quest to seize this technology for himself. As the engine roars to life, Connor presses the accelerator, and the vehicle surges forth into the distance. His thoughts race like the wheels beneath him, envisioning the splendid days that await him as the future president of the Osborn Group. However, At that very moment, Shemagia descends from the heavens, landing upon the windshield of his car. With a gasp, Connor is startled as Shemagia shatters the glass with a powerful punch and seizes him by the throat, dragging him out. All actions comply with the will of Yak. In a moment of sheer terror, Shemagia ruthlessly snaps Connor's neck. The dream of transcending to a greater future is extinguished. After terminating Connor, Shemagia makes his way to the armored laboratory, unceremoniously discarding Connor's lifeless body alongside those of the security personnel, awaiting a more opportune moment to dispose of the evidence. 3 hours later, within the confines of the armored laboratory, Harry is racing against time to manufacture Shemagia. The first 3 iterations of Shemagia are combat types, and thereafter, he begins to create specialized versions, including electronic and manufacturing types. This expansion will enable the production of additional Shemagia, ultimately leading to the establishment of an automated electronic factory capable of mass-producing them. Once he possesses thousands of Shemagia, he can leverage them to accrue emotional points, thereby activating the capabilities of more artificial intelligences, Yak and Zia. Among the most crucial assets is the electronic 3D printing chamber, essential for crafting the 01 drive and the sublimation key, which will empower him to transform into Kamen Rider 01. In this world, such abilities are vital for self-preservation. One must recognize that this realm is rife with superheroes and supervillains. Relying solely on rudimentary Shemagia, no matter how numerous, is insufficient. The moment he dons the mantle of Kamen Rider is when he truly takes control of his life and shapes his future. Chapter 6. Shareholders meeting in a large secret experimental base on the outskirts of New York City. An elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, approached the laboratory. His countenance was sharp and eagle-like, yet exuded a courteous demeanor reminiscent of a true gentleman. "Dr. Moss, how is the genetically modified experiment progressing?" he inquired of a slight, middle-aged man. "Mr. Firth, the experiments with genetically modified animals have been exceedingly successful. We are now prepared to proceed with human trials," Dr. Moss replied in a hushed tone, somewhat intimidated by the elder's presence. This man had lived through decades of history, having collaborated with notorious figures, including the infamous Red Skull during the Second World War. He was none other than the shadowy antagonist, Gustav Firth, who had dedicated his life to the pursuit of creating the perfect serum akin to that of Captain America. His past alliances with Norman Osborn had been significant, particularly regarding the emergence of the Lizard in New York City. Now, with Osborn deceased, Gustav had assembled a new team to continue his research, encompassing the creation of exoskeletal mechanical armor and further genetic experimentation. Meanwhile, within the Osborn Group headquarters, a night had passed as Harry and Max tirelessly labored for a full day and night. They halted production for the time being. They had successfully created 10 Shumagor affinities. Yet the materials were running low and additional supplies were required. "Max, my friend, you've worked hard. It's time to rest." Harry gently patted Max on the shoulder. "No, it's nothing, Mr. Osborn. I'm not tired. I can continue working," Max responded with palpable excitement, having never encountered someone who valued him so greatly, nor regarded him as a friend, an experience even Spider-Man had not afforded him. "Do take a break, my friend. Tonight, I shall arrange a celebration party for you. You are the most vital asset to our company. You cannot be late," Harry insisted, embodying the essence of a dedicated leader who understood that motivating employees requires adequate incentives. "Thank you, my friend," Max exclaimed, embracing Harry tightly before reluctantly retreating, glancing back every few steps. Just as Max departed, a phone call interrupted the moment. Harry retrieved his mobile device. "Who is it?" "It's me, Mr. Osborn. The military has summoned the shareholders for a meeting. Please make your way here." His secretary informed him. This secretary, though loyal to the Osborn Group, was someone Harry did not fully trust. However, the urgency of the shareholders' meeting took precedence. "The military, you say? Very well, I shall arrive shortly. Have them await me in the conference room on the top floor of the Osborn Group building," Harry replied, recognizing the meeting as an essential step in executing his future plans, which necessitated collaboration with the military. Inside the Osborn Group's conference room on the top floor, the military representatives took their seats, while the other shareholders had already arrived. However, the seat designated for Vice President Connors remained vacant, as Connors had passed away. It was difficult to dismiss the notion that his demise had any connection to Harry Osborn, who had just assumed his position. One shareholder spoke up, expressing indifference towards the fate of the vice president, stating that he represented General Ross and was solely concerned with the results of the genetic laboratory. The military representative was Colonel Kamal, acting on behalf of General Ross. The Super Soldier Enhancement Program, initiated over a decade ago, had yet to yield any breakthroughs. With Norman Osborn now deceased, General Ross was increasingly anxious about the program's continuation and any potential advancements. "Greetings, Colonel from the military," Harry announced as he entered the room, followed by 10 Shumagarians. "I am Harry Osborn." He took his place at the head of the table and continued, "Colonel, Regarding your earlier inquiry, I wish to speak directly with General Ross. General Ross is exceedingly busy and has no time for childish games, the colonel replied. I advise you to consult with him first, as the matters ahead are beyond your control. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Colonel Kamal promptly initiated contact with General Ross, fully aware that important matters required the attention of a superior officer. General, the newly appointed president of Oscorp has significant matters to discuss with you. Hello, General Ross. The speakerphone allowed Harry to engage in the conversation. What is it, Osborne? Ross inquired tersely. Harry, unfazed, responded with a smile. Is it convenient for a virtual video call? The virtual video call was a modern technology utilized by numerous corporations, governments, and military entities for efficient meetings. Once activated, General Ross would appear as if he were physically present, able to witness the proceedings firsthand. Let us see what urgent matter you have to present. If it is merely a bluff, you are aware of the consequences, Ross warned, his mood soured by repeated failures in pursuing the Hulk. Shortly thereafter, the virtual projection was initiated, and General Ross appeared as though he were truly there. General Ross. The Super Soldier program has faced numerous failures since the era of Captain America, and the military has been unable to replicate its success. In my opinion, the Super Soldier program has become obsolete. I propose a superior alternative, the artificial intelligence robots known as Shumagarians. Chapter 7. General Ross and the artificial intelligence robots indeed. Harry nodded and gently snapped his fingers. A Shamagia stepped forward from behind him, connecting to the conference room's computer to commence a video projection. The first to be introduced was the primary Shamagia, equipped with artificial intelligence, possessing self-awareness and external cognitive abilities, integrating combat functions into a humanoid AI robot. As Harry spoke, the corresponding video of the Shamagia played automatically, showcasing combat Shamagia, medical Shamagia, and various logistical and manufacturing types, capable of nearly entirely replacing human labor, and even surpassing human capabilities. Quite remarkable, indeed. General Ross immediately recognized the immense potential of this technological advancement in artificial intelligence robots, precisely what the military required. Osborne's boy. What is your name? Harry Osborne. General Ross, Harry replied calmly, confident that his Shamagia had piqued the military's interest. Harry, these artificial intelligence robots possess strong functionalities. Yet their combat prowess appears somewhat lacking, General Ross remarked, placing great emphasis on combat capability. He had long been at the forefront of the Super Soldier program, striving to recreate Captain America's serum, and having witnessed the power of the Hulk, he regarded these primary Shamagia with a degree of disdain. Do not be hasty, General Ross. Allow me to introduce the second form of Shamagia, the magic puppet. With another snap of his fingers, Harry commanded the Shamagia to switch the video projection. The primary Shamagia, upon receiving a biological program upgrade key, would evolve into a magic puppet form, boasting extraordinary abilities with strength ranging from 5 to 25 tons. Each could arguably rival, if not surpass, Captain America himself. As Harry's words concluded, the video began showcasing various combat data of the magic puppet forms, featuring creatures reminiscent of bats, octopuses, saber-toothed tigers, and others, each endowed with formidable capabilities. General Ross's eyes sparkled with excitement, although these magic puppets did not possess the Hulk's might. Their potential for mass production and control was invaluable. While not a human enhancement, the advent of artificial intelligence robots could alleviate his current predicament, especially given the dissatisfaction above regarding the failure of his Super Soldier program, the destruction of the Gamma Laboratory, and the Hulk's rampage. If he could successfully realize this Shamagia project, he might regain the trust of his superiors, and perhaps the next leadership position would be his for the taking. Ha ha, splendid. Splendid indeed. With this thought, General Ross could not help but burst into laughter. Harry, do you have any prototypes of the Shamagia ready for testing? He inquired. He certainly could not place his full trust solely on a video. He needed to see the actual specimens, as the realization of this Shamagia plan could potentially surpass the Super Soldier project, establishing America as the global hegemon. Certainly, General Ross. The 10 individuals behind me are the successful creators of the flawlessly functioning primary Shamagia. As they spoke, the 10 Shamagia lined up in formation. Excellent, Colonel Kamal. I command you to immediately transport 3 Shamagia to the southern military base. Expedite the delivery. General Ross promptly issued the order. Rest assured, Harry, once the Shamagia arrive, an internal military meeting will be convened. If the meeting is successful, I assure you that all research and development expenses for the Shamagia will be borne by the military. I anticipate that the initial investment will not be less than $5 billion. At this proclamation, everyone in the Osborne Group's conference room gasped in astonishment. This preliminary investment amount equates to half the value of the Osborne Group. Moreover, this is merely the initial phase. Subsequent investments will undoubtedly exceed this figure. The young man before them, merely 18 years old and just graduated from high school, had accomplished what others could only dream of in a lifetime. Truly, A tiger does not produce a dog for a son, the others in the Osborne group reflected. At this moment, Harry was devoid of thoughts regarding the money. For he possessed the powers of the 01 system, Ark and Zia. The real task was to harness this power to its fullest potential. To him, money was merely a number. Thank you very much, General Ross. I look forward to our next conversation. Having said this, General Ross ended the video call, eager to report this matter and convene an internal review meeting. Congratulations, Mr. Osborne, Colonel Kamal respectfully remarked, shedding his earlier indifference. Thank you very much. And please take these 3 Shamagia with you. Harry waved his hand, granting command permissions of 1 combat-type Shamagia and 2 functional Shamagia to the military, allowing all military personnel to issue commands via voice. Of course, with the artificial intelligences Ark and Zia, he could seize control in an instant. This was why Harry felt secure in his dealings with the American military. No matter how many Shamagia the military produced, it was akin to providing Harry with reinforcements. Harry was essentially a god to the Shamagia. No matter how formidable they were, they could not defy his will. After the military departed, Harry instructed his secretary, arrange a celebration at one of New York City's most luxurious nightclubs tonight. Invite all company employees, and for those unable to attend, distribute 200 cash bonuses. Yes, Mr. Osborne. I will make the arrangements immediately, the secretary nodded respectfully. After speaking, Harry turned and departed, disregarding the shareholders present. At this juncture, he was already allied with the military. With their backing, he had no need to fear these fickle individuals. However, he could not entirely eliminate them just yet. In due time, he would hold them accountable, as most had been corrupted by Vice President Connors. Although Harry wished to dismiss Vice President Connors, his orders would go unheeded. Eventually, he would replace these individuals with Shamagia. Only machines would remain loyal to him. As news spread that Harry would host an event tonight at New York City's finest nightclub, the entire Osborne group erupted in astonishment. Numerous expressions of gratitude flooded in, and Harry sensed a burgeoning warmth in the emotional resonance represented by the artificial intelligence, Z. It appeared that the activation of the next segment of the 01 driver and ascension key was imminent. The day when he would transform into the formidable Kamen Rider 01 was swiftly approaching. Once the military funding arrived, preparations could commence. However, for now, Harry was intent on indulging himself. To traverse through time without savoring life's pleasures would render him no different from the former, lackluster version of himself. Having crossed into this new existence, Harry was determined to embrace life and relish every moment, aspiring to become the mightiest Kamen Rider and to attract the most enchanting companions. Chapter 8. Tony Stark as dusk descended, the opulent establishments of New York glimmered like a resplendent jewel, radiating an enchanting glow amidst the night. Neon lights intertwined to form a breathtaking tapestry, their vibrant hues captivating the gaze of every passerby. What? You won't let me in? Are you jesting? Do you not know who I am? At the entrance of the nightclub stood a gentleman with impeccably slicked-back dark hair, adorned with amber-tinted sunglasses, and clad in a stylish suit. Accompanying him were 2 stunning models, gracing the pages of Maxim magazine. Mr. Stark, I regret to inform you that the Osborne Group has reserved the entire venue for the evening, and no outsiders are permitted entry. The doorman replied with a hint of reluctance. He was, of course, familiar with the illustrious Tony Stark, renowned billionaire, president of Stark Industries, and notorious playboy, rumored to have dallied with the world's most beautiful supermodels. However, the Osborne Group, equally affluent, had commandeered the venue, leaving him too intimidated to grant entry to Stark. The Osborne Group? That old coot Norman is dead, and they're still in business? Tony Stark feigned shock with exaggerated expressions. Very well. Notify the leadership of the Osborne Group that I, Tony Stark, have arrived. A nearly bankrupt Osborne Group will surely roll out the red carpet for me, he jested, sharing a laugh with the 2 models beside him, who dutifully joined in the merriment. After all, there was no place in this world that Tony Stark could not access. Mr. Osborne, the doorman reports that Mr. Stark has arrived. Might you consider inviting him in? The nightclub's manager, receiving the doorman's call, hurried to seek out Harry Osborne. After all, crossing Tony Stark was a risk not worth taking, and the same applied to Harry Osborne, compelling him to inquire further. Tony Stark, you say? Harry, seated within the club's VIP area surrounded by several lovely ladies, contemplated his response. Tell him to get lost. He is not welcome here. Harry decided to decline the invitation, reasoning that Stark's presence would hinder his chances with the women. Enjoying cocktails with beautiful ladies was far more appealing than dealing with Stark, a man whose allure was lost on him. While he admired the character of Iron Man in films, the reality of Tony Stark's notorious lifestyle was a source of trouble. Even if he attempted to befriend Stark, it would be in vain. A Tony Stark unscathed by Middle Eastern kidnappers would hardly regard him with any significance. Thus, why should he seek to curry favor with Tony Stark? Despite Harry's dismissive thoughts, the nightclub manager dared not convey such a message outright, instead opting for a more tactful approach to communicate that the Osborne Group was not particularly welcoming. What? You won't let me in? Tony Stark's expression was akin to one who had just tasted something unpleasant. It was the first time in his life he had been rejected. Astonished that anyone would be unwelcoming to him. Nevertheless, even if denied entry, Tony was not one to concede defeat, especially not with two supermodels in tow. Leaving under such circumstances would be a blow to his pride. Here lies a check for $100,000. Allow me entry, and I shall present you with another check of the same amount to meet the leaders of the Osborn Group. Without further ado, Tony Stark produced the check. Appealing to reason. No one would turn their back on money. If they did, a little extra incentive would suffice. For the nightclub security personnel, $100,000 was more than adequate. Upon seeing the check, they surrendered immediately. Soon, Tony found himself escorted to the entrance of Harry's private booth. The nightclub security, clutching a total of $200,000 in checks, turned without a glance and departed. With such wealth, they had no need to remain in their posts. As Tony was about to enter the booth, he was unexpectedly halted once more. To his astonishment, two security personnel clad in black combat attire and equipped with high-tech headsets stood resolutely at the entrance. Damn it, shouldn't I have stayed indoors today? Why is it that I am halted at every turn? A hint of frustration crept into Tony's demeanor as he found himself obstructed once again. Here's a check for $200,000. He produced the funds, believing that monetary solutions could resolve any obstacle. However, to his surprise, the two guards paid him no heed. Hey, can't you see? This is $200,000, he exclaimed, waving the check before their eyes. Entry is prohibited. One of the guards stated flatly. I thought perhaps you were deaf, dissatisfied with the amount. Allow me to raise it to $300,000, totaling $500,000. That should suffice for entry, correct? As he spoke, Tony tossed the check, attempting to push through. But the guards promptly reacted, blocking his advance. Entry is prohibited. I refuse to believe it. Tell me how much more is required. 1 million? 2 million? 5 million? 10 million? Tony Stark's competitive spirit ignited. Convinced that few in this world could resist the allure of wealth. Indeed, there are not many who remain unmoved by money, yet these two security personnel were, in fact, artificial intelligence robots, combat models known as Shamagia, sent by Harry for his protection. Without their master's command, they would never allow entry. Nor could they be swayed by monetary offers. $100 million. I shall offer $100 million. Tony Stark finally escalated his offer to a staggering sum. Caught up in the fervor of the moment. While he often spent lavishly, he had never been so extravagant before. Let me in. At that moment, a young man's voice emanated from within the booth. Please enter, Mr. Stark, the two Shamagia respectfully announced. I commend your resolve, gentlemen. If you are willing, I would gladly offer you positions in my company. Even Tony was impressed by their unwavering spirit against the lure of wealth. Possessing such security would surely provide one with peace of mind. Upon entering, he beheld a strikingly handsome young man, appearing no older than 18. Seated amidst a throng of beautiful models who were feeding him fruit. Tony Stark, he remarked with a playful tone. And might I inquire if the $100 million is to be charged or processed through some online marketplace? Harry jested, though the mention of the online platform was in jest. What nonsense. This is a check for $100 million. I will contact my secretary. And the payment can be arranged by tomorrow, Tony proclaimed with grandeur. Harry smiled as he took the check, with a fortune of $100 million at stake. Who would refuse such an opportunity? You are remarkable, quite impressive. Are you the new president of the Osborn Group? Harry simply replied, I am Harry Osborn. Upon hearing this, Tony suddenly realized, although Harry had been sent to boarding schools throughout his childhood and had never mingled with the elite social circles alongside Norman Osborn, Tony Stark had indeed heard of this name, the son of Norman Osborn. What about those two at the door? Tony inquired, still quite curious about the two security personnel and their unwavering loyalty. Those two? Can't you see? The illustrious genius Tony Stark has failed to notice anything at all? Chapter 9. The genetic laboratory, what seems to be the issue? Tony pondered, meticulously contemplating the situation, yet he could discern nothing amiss. Suddenly, he recalled the remarkably advanced headsets worn by the two security personnel. Could it be robots, perhaps? Tony was taken aback. After all, he was the one who had pioneered robotics and artificial intelligence. Even at home, he had J.A.R.V.I.S., his own artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, he was astonished to discover that someone had created robots more advanced than his own. With this thought, Tony hastily exited, scrutinizing the two Shimagarath at the entrance with meticulous attention. It was truly remarkable that such a feat could be accomplished. He even reached out to touch the skin of the security personnel, feeling the warmth of humanity. Yet, he remained baffled as to how this was possible. After all, Shimagarath was a creation from a different realm, akin to how the world of Kamen Rider could not comprehend Iron Man. Similarly, Iron Man was unable to grasp the essence of Shimagarath during this temporal juncture. Of course, if given enough time, Tony could certainly replicate such technology. considering that he had previously created Ultron and Vision within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In a private booth, Harry observed Tony Stark with keen interest. If Tony could produce Ultron ahead of schedule, Harry would find his tasks considerably simplified, for with D and Yak at his disposal, he feared no artificial intelligence. Even a nascent Ultron, devoid of external enhancements, would not stand a chance against him. Thus, he sought to prod Tony, encouraging him to delve into the creation of Ultron. Of course, crafting Ultron was no trivial endeavor. It required ample time. Ultimately, Tony departed, as he was not one to share drinks with another man, particularly one who had embarrassed him that evening. He needed to reclaim his dignity in their next encounter. Meanwhile, Harry reveled in the night. Ever since his traversal, he had been plagued by an acute sense of urgency. Without timely relaxation, he feared he might lose his sanity. After all, he had merely been an overworked corporate slave before his journey. At dawn, Harry began orchestrating a new project for Oscorp, the Shumagarath Initiative. Under Max's leadership, a team was assembled to expedite the development of Shumagarath. Meanwhile, he ventured to the site of the genetically modified electric eels. Mr. Osborn, these eels are significantly linked to the city's new energy circuit planning. We must proceed with caution, one of the lab technicians cautioned Harry. However, Harry disregarded the warning and commanded the Shumagarath to transport all the electric eels away. With the Shumagarath batteries at his disposal, he had no need for the eels as a new energy source. Instead, he aimed to utilize them for genetically modified animal injection agents. Of course, he did not intend to administer them. Such injections carried perilous side effects. Barring a few chosen ones, the rest would likely face dire consequences. For the best results in genetic modification, Spider-Man Peter's genes would serve as the most suitable candidate. Regrettably, ever since Peter Parker's parents betrayed Oscorp and absconded with all the data, the genetically modified spiders left in the laboratory were designed with a backdoor that only individuals bearing the Parker family's DNA could successfully inject. Currently, Harry does not require the genetic animal serum, as his body has yet to reach that threshold. Although he bears the hereditary illness, it appears that, due to the circumstances of his crossing over, it has not yet manifested. He occasionally experiences some discomfort in his hands, serving as a reminder of the existence of his family's genetic affliction. However, there is no immediate cause for concern. As soon as Harry constructs the electronic 3D automated printing chamber, he can commence the creation of the 01 driver, transforming into Kamen Rider 01. The Kamen Rider system possesses a life support system capable of alleviating Harry's hereditary symptoms. While the Green Goblin armor also features a life support system, it is far from perfect. If it were truly effective, Norman would have utilized it himself. It is preferable to await the completion of a higher-level rider driver, at which point Harry can assume the form of a more advanced Kamen Rider, thereby naturally resolving his hereditary condition. Harry's motive for collecting genetically modified electric eels stems from his possession of the 01 system, which enables him to harness the powers of Z and Ark to create the Ascent Key for genetically modified animal abilities, thereby enhancing the strength of Shumagarath and allowing it to evolve into a magical automaton. Originally, Shumagarath required entry into an emotional technology singularity to gain sentiment. But with the presence of the artificial intelligence Ark, Harry can forcibly commandeer the Ascent. He now embodies the deity of Shumagarath, governing all aspects of its existence. Unfortunately, the Oscorp Genetics Laboratory lacks any genetically modified spiders. The sole spider that once bit Peter has perished. The remnants of the genetically modified spider's venom can be found at the lowest levels of Oscorp, but relying solely on the venom is insufficiently potent. The diminutive Green Goblin, who once injected the venom, possesses a mere strength of 5 to 10 tons, whereas Spider-Man boasts an initial strength of 20 tons, and his capabilities can be quite metaphysical, occasionally allowing him to unleash a force exceeding 100 tons. It can be asserted that if Spider-Man were to apply himself seriously, he could single-handedly vanquish the entire Sinister Six. Thus, acquiring Spider-Man's blood remains a matter of considerable significance. Harry has already included the acquisition of Spider-Man's blood in his plans, although it may not be feasible at present. He believes that the day of fruition will not be far off. Chapter 10. The first encounter with Gwen in a clandestine research facility situated on the outskirts of New York City. An elderly man with a countenance reminiscent of an eagle, leaning on a cane, entered the room. This man was Gustav. Following closely behind him was a young girl clad in a form-fitting black suit, her golden hair cascading elegantly. She was a formidable antagonist with the ability to teleport and wield dark energy for her assaults, known as Pity. Dr. Moss, after meticulous genetic screening, had brought forth the most suitable specimen for the rhinoceros human genetic experiment. With a flourish, Gustav signaled to his subordinates, who brought forth a bound muscular man alongside a suit of rhinoceros armor. Upon seeing this, Dr. Moss rushed over, exclaiming, "What a robust physique! Such exquisite armor! The combination of the two will surely be captivating." Yet, he mused, something was still amiss. He retreated to the laboratory and retrieved a box containing 6 vials of genetically modified animal serums in various hues. Selecting a vial intended for the rhinoceros, he approached Gustav, declaring, "With this addition, I believe perfection is within reach." His laughter echoed maniacally. Gustav was pleased with the doctor's enthusiasm, as it aligned with his own ambitions. He aspired to create an army of supervillains to fulfill his grand design, convinced that soon, his legion of supervillains would come to fruition. Meanwhile, Peter Parker found himself engulfed in turmoil. He had recently parted ways with his girlfriend, Gwen Stacy, who had informed him the previous night of her potential acceptance into Oxford University. He felt powerless to hinder her pursuit of a promising future. Furthermore, he had made a promise to Gwen's father, George Stacy, to keep his distance from her, and the revelation of his identity as Spider-Man loomed over him. The anxiety of his identity being exposed was palpable, yet he was aware that, for the time being, the threat was somewhat mitigated. Vice President Connors had perished, and thus, his identity remained concealed. Max admired him and regarded him as an idol, unwilling to betray his secret, while Harry remained indifferent. However, Harry did harbor concerns about Gwen Stacy. "Good day, Mr. Osborn. How may I assist you?" Gwen inquired respectfully as she stood in the office of the Osborn Corporation, mindful of her status as an employee. "Please, no formalities. Have a seat," Harry replied, eschewing any airs of authority. Having watched films in a past life, he held a genuine admiration for Gwen Stacy, not in a romantic sense, but purely in appreciation of her character. "You must have heard about my relationship with Peter," Harry stated directly. "Yes, I am aware, Mr. Osborn," Gwen responded with a smile. "Just call me Harry. I heard you were accepted for a scholarship to Oxford University. Is that correct?" "Not quite. It's merely a possibility. There's a 14-year-old boy competing with me for the spot. It could be me, or it could be him." Gwen replied candidly. "Do not worry, Gwen. I am fully aware of your remarkable abilities. Should you agree, the Osborn Group is willing to sponsor your education at the esteemed University of Oxford in England. Rest assured, this is devoid of any personal motives. Your exceptional talents are evident, are they not?" This unexpected revelation left Gwen momentarily speechless. "You may take your time to ponder this, Gwen. The doors of the Osborn Group shall always remain open to you." "Thank you, Mr. Osborn. I believe I shall contemplate this further and discuss it with my family." Gwen did not immediately acquiesce. Her character was not one to take advantage of opportunities. Moreover, she needed to confer with Peter. She was uncertain of Harry's intentions, not fully understanding what kind of person the new president, Harry Osborn, truly was. All she knew was that he had initiated an artificial intelligence robot program shortly after assuming office, showcasing his brilliance. Harry, of course, recognized that Gwen would not agree instantly and allowed her to depart. He chose to let her go, not wishing for her to meet an untimely end here. Although the Electric Man, Max, was no longer a threat, Peter, as Spider-Man, always attracted trouble. It remained uncertain whether Gwen's fate would change. He merely suggested this. For every individual's destiny is shaped by their own choices. If she were to decline, he would not force himself to rescue others, as he did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. The funds from Tony Stark had arrived, with a sum of $100 million. Combined with the financial resources of the Osborn Group, he was poised to construct a grand automated manufacturing facility. Max possessed the experience necessary to design and lay out the city's power grid, which gave Harry great confidence in entrusting him with this task. "Mr. Osborn, the 10 Shimagarath you requested have been delivered to the underground mecha equipment manufacturing room." Upon hearing this message from his secretary, Harry rose, grasped the black briefcase, and made his way to the underground facility. He felt acutely aware of his current limitations and understood the necessity of enhancing his capabilities. The magical mecha was indeed the optimal choice. Since his visit to the genetic laboratory that morning, he had ordered the urgent production of 10 Shimagarath. Now that they were completed and the transgenic animal extraction fluid was ready, it was time to proceed with the experiment. Harry arrived at the mecha equipment manufacturing room, where the door had been repaired. He promptly closed it behind him, intending to work alone within the confines of the room, wishing to keep the forthcoming events shrouded from all others. Chapter 11. The Rhinoceros Man. Harry was merely an ordinary individual, entirely oblivious to the intricacies of creating and studying the Shamagia. However, he was endowed with the presence of 2 formidable artificial intelligences, Ark and Zia, which provided him with an inexhaustible reservoir of knowledge. Presently, Harry needed only to upload data from Zia and subsequently download it onto the Shamagia, thereby acquiring a being imbued with specialized knowledge. This knowledgeable Shamagia could then undertake tasks on his behalf. Before long, the data upload was complete, and 4 Shamagia were prepared, ready to assist him in the rigorous endeavor of transforming genetically modified electric eels into propulsion keys. Typically, the creation of a magical automaton necessitated the preliminary development of an annihilation propulsion key, followed by the crafting of an annihilation driver. Only upon the completion of these processes could the Annihilation Driver, Annihilation Propulsion Key, and Shamagia be linked, thereby metamorphosing the Shamagia into a magical automaton. However, Harry was not yet capable of achieving this. Harry's malice value regarding Yake was insufficient to manufacture the Annihilation Propulsion Key and Driver. Nevertheless, despite the Annihilation Propulsion Key remaining dormant, he possessed a substitute in the form of genetically modified electric eels, a robust genetic experimental organism that was not inferior to the extinct creatures once contained within the Annihilation Propulsion Key. If he could transform the genetic animal injection into a propulsion key, leveraging Yake's power to forcibly link with the Shamagia and compel its upgrade into a magical automaton might still be feasible. Seated on a chair with a tablet in hand, Harry began to engage in a game, as the Shamagia had already commenced the autonomous study of the propulsion key's creation. Since he had some leisure time, he deemed it prudent to indulge in relaxation. Meanwhile, in a genetic laboratory on the outskirts of New York City, Gustav inquired of Dr. Moss, "How is the experiment progressing?" "Sir, it appears there has been a slight complication," Dr. Moss replied, his demeanor betraying a hint of anxiety. The subject, Alexei Sisichev, experienced an unstable transformation upon merging with the genetically modified animal injection, resulting in extensive bodily decay. We had no choice but to encase him within the exoskeletal armor of the rhinoceros man. And then, Gustav asked in a subdued tone. Now, thanks to the life support systems within the exoskeletal armor, he has fully recovered. However, his skin has fused with that of the rhinoceros man armor, rendering it impossible to remove, Dr. Moss said nervously. That is inconsequential. What I am concerned about is when he will awaken, Gustav remarked, gazing at Alexei, who was entangled in a web of tubes and wires within the laboratory. That should, he began, when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed through the room. What have you done to me? Alexei Sisichev exclaimed, effortlessly detaching himself from the tubes and wires. Now endowed with a body enhanced by the animal experimental injections, he possessed immense strength and destructive capabilities. He easily shattered the laboratory's blast-proof glass and approached Gustav and the doctor. A dark energy flickered as pity teleported before Gustav. On high alert. Yet, Gustav gestured for pity to cease its actions. Alexei Sisichevich, I believe we are not adversaries. Gustav's voice was remarkably soothing, compelling one to trust him instinctively. Who are you? How have I become this way? Alexei, the former you was merely an ordinary gangster, engaged in theft and robbery, easily overshadowed by others. But look at you now, with this invincible physique. With such a body, you shall become a true titan of New York. No one shall stand in your way, no one. Gustav enticed. Indeed, I was once a nobody, but now endowed with such formidable power. I shall make my name resound throughout New York and America, Alexei Sisichevich proclaimed, gazing at the exoskeleton armor enveloping him, feeling the boundless strength coursing through his being, and erupted into laughter. Ha ha, I shall become a true magnate. However, before you achieve fame in New York, there is one who will attempt to thwart you. Who is it? I shall crush him. Alexei Sisichevich bellowed in fury. Ah, he's an old acquaintance of ours. Surely, you have heard of his moniker. The little pest that scurries between the skyscrapers of New York. Spider-Man. Spider-Man. That wretched insect. Always meddling in my affairs. Alexei Sisichevich seethed, recalling the times he had been apprehended by Spider-Man during his criminal exploits. But I am no longer the Alexei Sisichevich of old. I now possess unrivaled strength. Perhaps it is time for me to adopt a new name, one that resonates with power. I shall be known as Rhino. He roared. Prepare to meet your end, Spider-Man. Meanwhile, Peter Parker was strolling with Gwen when suddenly, his spider sense tingled. Instantly, he became alert, scanning his surroundings, yet nothing seemed amiss. What's wrong, Peter? Gwen inquired, concerned. Nothing. Nothing. Perhaps someone is just speaking ill of me, Peter joked in response. Indeed, it seems you've been discovered, Gwen playfully retorted. The two exchanged smiles, their eyes shimmering with affection. Despite the barriers between them, their bond remained unbreakable. Gwen, I want to be with you forever. Let us journey to England together. Peter declared earnestly. Having been under persistent tension since Vice President Connors had uncovered his identity, Peter felt an ever-present dread of exposure. If that were to happen, escaping to England seemed the better option. Upon hearing Peter's words, Gwen was elated and immediately embraced him. Peter, actually, I didn't attend the interview yesterday. I chose to forego it. You did that for me. Peter felt a mix of joy and guilt, realizing he might have hindered Gwen's future. No, Peter. It's not solely for you. Empire University also contacted me, offering me a chance to participate in a scholarship interview. After careful consideration, I believe that a recommendation letter from the Osborne Group would significantly enhance our chances of success. Moreover, the proximity of Imperial University to my home is quite appealing, especially in light of recent events, as I wish to spend more time with my mother, Gwen remarked earnestly. Imperial University. That means we could attend the same institution. Peter also applied to Imperial University, and with his academic performance, he is more than qualified to secure a scholarship. Chapter 12. Heroes always arrive last. Just as Peter was lost in an affectionate embrace with Gwen, the Rhino rampaged through the streets of New York City, effortlessly sending both sedans and trucks flying with his might. He brazenly looted a jewelry store, then a bank, all the while shouting, "Quick, notify Spider-Man. The Rhino awaits him." The New York police arrived swiftly, yet their efforts were futile against the Rhino's relentless advance. Bullets could not pierce his armored exoskeleton, and police cars were tossed aside like mere toys. It was evident that even the riot control unit would be powerless to halt the Rhino unless the military deployed heavy weaponry, but given the dense urban populace, no commander would dare issue such an order. At this moment, all eyes were turned towards one individual, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. True to the people's hopes, he arrived promptly. Having been on a date, he heard the chaos erupting in the streets, alarms blaring and gunfire echoing. In a hurry, he donned his suit and transformed into Spider-Man. Gwen wished to accompany him, but Peter ensnared her in webs, leaving her behind. "Hey, big Rhino, lost your way from the zoo?" Spider-Man taunted as he leaped onto a car opposite the Rhino. "Humph, little bug. Soon you won't be able to speak." The Rhino's eyes turned red with rage upon seeing Spider-Man, and with a menacing growl, he charged forward. Spider-Man nimbly evaded the attack with a graceful leap. But the car beneath him was crushed into rubble. "My goodness, what have you been eating? Or were you bitten by a rhino? Enough with the chatter, little bug." The Rhino continued his assault on Spider-Man. Observing the Rhino's destructive power, Peter dared not confront him head-on. Although Spider-Man possessed immense strength greater than that of the Rhino if unleashed, he was haunted by Uncle Ben's admonition, "With great power comes great responsibility." Thus, he refrained from using his full might, opting instead to dodge deftly, occasionally hurling manhole covers, fire hydrants, and car doors at the Rhino. Yet, such tactics proved ineffective. The Rhino's exoskeleton, forged from an alloy by the formidable Kurt Connors, was impervious to damage. "Is that all you can do? Little bug, try this." The Rhino's mechanical armor transformed, revealing a machine gun barrel. Bullets erupted forth, relentlessly targeting Spider-Man. "Using weapons? That's cheating," Spider-Man lamented. When did his enemies resort to such tactics? First the lizard, now the Rhino. Would the vulture be next? Despite the Rhino's fierce firepower, he could not land a hit on Spider-Man, who, aided by his spider sense, easily sidestepped the onslaught. However, the surrounding buildings and vehicles bore the brunt of the chaos. Think, Peter, what does it take to toss this Rhino back to the zoo? Step 1. Open the gate? Although the situation was dire, Spider-Man was quite the chatterbox during the battle, incessantly uttering nonsensical remarks. "Die, Spider-Man," roared Rhino, launching missiles towards Peter Parker. With a graceful leap, Peter evaded the oncoming threat, yet his expression changed in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, Gwen had arrived at the scene, positioned in the trajectory of the missile. Concerned for Peter's safety, she had cut through the webbing and driven over. The missile was poised to strike Gwen, and Peter swiftly readied his web shooters. However, it seemed he was a moment too late. Just as the crisis peaked, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a blue-skinned figure, crackling with electricity, who soared into the air and clasped the missile, racing skyward. The thunderous explosion echoed, and as the smoke dissipated, a peculiar sight emerged. A creature adorned with strange armor, sporting two antennae resembling electrical wires atop its head. "Who are you?" "Thank you for saving Gwen," Peter called out, swinging closer. Fortunately, this timely intervention had left Gwen unscathed. "I believe your gratitude is owed to me," came a booming voice as Harry Osborn made a grand entrance on his luxurious motorcycle. "Harry, what brings you here?" Peter exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't it customary for heroes to arrive fashionably late?" "However, now is not the time for reminiscing," Harry replied, glancing at Rhino. "These bothersome foes are multiplying. Let us take them down." Rhino charged forward, shaking the ground beneath him. "Hey, Gwen, hop on. Don't complicate things." Harry extended his hand to her. Gwen, seeing the rampaging Rhino, quickly grasped Harry's hand and mounted the motorcycle. Harry revved the engine, speeding away into the distance. "Electro, stop him," he commanded as he ran. "Mr. Osborn, what on earth is that?" Gwen inquired from behind. "New technology from Oscorp, crafted by yours truly." "Impressive, isn't it?" Harry replied with a grin. Peter watched as Gwen and Harry bantered, a sudden pang of discomfort nagging at him, a sense that something was amiss. Yet, there was no time for such thoughts. Neutralizing Rhino was the priority. Meanwhile, Electro was already engaged in a fierce battle with Rhino. This Electro was, in fact, the mechanized marvel created by Harry. In the assembly room of the mechanical armor, all genetically modified electric eels had been exhausted to forge this ascension key. With this key, Electro had forcefully transformed into a formidable being. No, it was more appropriate to call him the Electromech. Armed with the combined prowess of Ark technology and gene-altered animal serums, the mech possessed immense combat capabilities. However, its stability was questionable. Harry sensed that this iteration of the mech had not fully succeeded. It seemed that collecting more emotional data was essential to activate further abilities of both Zia and Ark. Electro unleashed a barrage of electric blasts upon Rhino, whose exoskeletal armor, crafted from metal, conducted electricity with remarkable efficiency. Thus, Electro's assault inflicted genuine damage upon Rhino. However, the Rhino Man, having undergone genetic modifications through rhinoceros gene experimentation and injections, possesses remarkable physical prowess and a certain degree of self-healing abilities, enabling it to withstand assaults with astonishing resilience. Furthermore, after being subjected to electric shocks, the Rhino Man became increasingly irritable, wreaking havoc in all directions. Lightning Kid, do you have any other techniques that could lull this colossal rhinoceros to sleep? Spider-Man, Peter, lamented beside the electromagic machine, while there seemed to be no recourse for Electro. Harry, on the other hand, had a plan. Chapter 13, a call from the military in times of prosperity. One relies on Peter in dire straits. One must depend on oneself, Harry thought. He stood at a distance, with Gwen beside him. Peter, hold that behemoth off for a moment, Harry shouted. Though he was a couple of 100 meters away from Peter, Spider-Man's abilities allowed him to hear Harry's voice clearly. Whether the Rhino would uncover Spider-Man Peter's true identity was a concern Harry did not need to entertain. The crux of the matter lay in Spider-Man entangling the Rhino, while Harry manipulated the Electro puppet to amplify its powers and swiftly dispatch the foe. Electro, absorb the underground power, Harry commanded in his mind, connecting through Ark. Upon receiving the order, Electro teleported nearby and unleashed a surge of electrical energy, blasting the ground apart to reveal thick cables beneath. The cables bore the insignia of the Osborn Corporation, representing the city's entire power grid. Electro lifted the cables with ease, then tore them apart with sheer force. Harnessing his abilities, he began to absorb the electric energy. A torrent of wild electrical current surged forth, merging into Electro's form. The blue light emanating from him grew increasingly radiant, and his powers intensified. As Electro's capabilities expanded, the entire city succumbed to darkness, with all the electrical energy consumed by the Electro puppet. The only illumination remaining in the city was provided by Electro himself. How formidable! Harry marveled from a distance, capturing the scene with his camera for his future plans. Beside him, Peter was equally astonished by Electro's display of strength, but in a moment of distraction, he found himself caught by the Rhino, pressed down to the ground. Harry, are you ready yet? If not, you'll only get to see a dead spider, Peter quipped. Ready. Electro, unleash your ultimate move, aptly named 100,000 volts. This was merely a title. In reality, Electro channeled all his electric energy into his hands, releasing it as a powerful beam of electrical energy. The force was formidable, shattering the Rhino's seemingly invulnerable mechanical exoskeleton into fragments and piercing through his body. Even the Rhino, a being enhanced beyond normal limits, could not withstand the onslaught of energy that had been drawn from the city itself. As the attack concluded, the Rhino collapsed heavily onto the ground, a gaping hole now visible in his chest, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred flesh. I have fallen. Here, I am the great Rhino, he gasped, a testament to his resilience as a modified being. Having survived despite his heart and organs being obliterated, emitting intermittent sounds. Oh no, hold on. I'm calling for emergency assistance right away. True to his nature, Spider-Man displayed concern for his adversary even in such a predicament. He feared for the Rhino's life. Meanwhile, Harry paid no heed to the fallen figure, swiftly riding his motorcycle to join the Electro puppet. Following the recent strike, the Electric Man's mechanical avatar finally succumbed to damage, unable to bear the burden of battle any longer. With no other option, Harry extracted the Electric Man's ascent key from the creature, for he could not possibly move such a colossal being. As he withdrew the key, the Electric Man's mechanical form reverted to its original state, that of Shemagia, though now shattered, with its parts strewn across the ground. Farewell, Peter. Farewell, Gwen. Harry offered no further words, merely waving goodbye to Peter and Gwen before riding off into the distance. He and Peter were not kindred spirits. Remaining there might lead to conflict over the death of Rhino. Thus, it was best to depart, for he had already accomplished his mission. The camera hanging from his neck contained footage of the Electric Man's valiant display. He believed that sharing this with a few newspapers would draw attention to the Osborn Group's technology and his own prowess. He anticipated gathering a wealth of emotional points. After all, he had showcased his strength while saving New York City. The entire metropolis ought to be grateful to him. How many emotional points might that yield? With the goodwill of the entire city, along with their admiration and thanks, he was confident he could soon unlock the electronic automatic 3D printing room, and the transformation into a masked rider would be within reach. Laughing heartily as he rode his motorcycle, Harry reveled in this thought. The following day, he awoke in his sprawling 2,000-square-meter villa. During breakfast, his secretary brought him the newspaper. A mere glance at the headlines sent him into a fury, causing him to slam the table. Supervillain Electric Man lands in New York City. Osborn Group's secret experiment. Osborn Group transitions to arms industry. Electric Man makes Tony Stark break into a cold sweat. Tony Stark responds, claims he can defeat Electric Man with one hand. The city's blackout, a calamity for the Osborn Group. Osborn Group, best villain company. How outrageous. Not a single positive article in sight. Enraged. Harry's temper flared as the news reports indicated that not only was he unable to become a masked rider, but his stocks also began to plummet. Just then, the phone rang. Mr. Osborn, General Ross from the military is on the line. Hello, General Ross. Harry, I watched the news footage. Electric Man is quite formidable. General Ross remarked with a smile. Thank you, General Ross. I have good news for you. The military has reviewed the news footage and sees great potential in your Shemagia and the mechanical avatars. They have approved a budget of $5 billion and are ready to sign immediately. Initially, the military had been skeptical about the feasibility of the mechanical avatars. But today's news revealed the Electric Man's immense power, prompting them to realize that such strength must remain firmly under their control, not entrusted to other factions. Fortunately, Harry Osborn was very cooperative and eager to collaborate with the military, thus they did not resort to any coercive measures against him. They intend to invest money to purchase Harry's friendship, believing that if money can resolve the matter, then nothing poses a problem. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. I will immediately arrange for personnel to liaise with the military. Once the contract is signed and the funds are received, General Ross will also be able to dispatch individuals to oversee the Magia factory. Harry chuckled, contemplating the notion of sharing all Magia technology with the military. And not solely with them. He would be willing to provide his technology to any faction, regardless of its nature, that seeks it. Take it all, without hesitation. Produce more Magia. For him, produce more Magia. When the entire world is utilizing Magia, it will also signify his unification of the entire globe. Chapter 14. Wilson Fisk regarding the signing of the contract. Harry chose to remain uninvolved. He merely drafted a power of attorney and entrusted it to his secretary. For the contract held little significance for him or the military. What truly mattered was his persona and his Shemagia technology. Once the secretary departed, Harry hastily drove to the Osborn Group. He observed a significant rise in the malevolent sentiments surrounding him. Although he had not emerged as New York's savior, he ironically found himself infamous throughout the city. As news spread, the entire metropolis became aware of the Osborn Group's involvement in the creation of a perilous weapon, which had disrupted the city's power grid just the day before. The majority of the populace directed their ire towards the Osborn Group and Harry himself. Despite Harry's efforts to save the city, most citizens remained indifferent. They were solely concerned about their own interests being compromised in the malicious reporting from unscrupulous media outlets, particularly singling out the Horn Herald for its harsh criticisms. Upon arriving at the Osborn Group's entrance, Harry noticed protesters brandishing signs against him. Rather than feeling anger, he was filled with delight. These protests and insults could be transformed into malevolence, which would empower, and augment Harry's own strength. Keep it up, he shouted, poking his head out of the car window. As he entered the underground garage under the watchful eyes of the protesters, they exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the audacity of people these days. Their shouts escalated, and some even hurled rotten eggs at the Osborn building. However, Harry was unfazed. He laughed heartily as his malevolence levels surged. He was now capable of producing genuine magical machines, including the Annihilation Ascension Key and the Annihilation Driver. Even more remarkably, the pervasive malevolence throughout the city enabled him to manufacture the 4 Shemagia of Destruction Thunder and their transformation belt drivers. His immediate goal was to fully produce these 4 Shemagia as his bodyguards, for he was now renowned. His name reverberated throughout New York, and it was likely that various villainous organizations, such as Hydra and the Ten Rings, were aware of his identity. Indeed, Harry was correct in his assumptions. His name had permeated the ranks of New York's notorious criminal organizations. In Hell's Kitchen, atop a towering building, Wilson Fisk stood before a panoramic window, surveying the chaos below. Hell's Kitchen was rife with crime, a haven for lawbreakers and a hell for the impoverished. Wilson Fisk harbored a deep-seated hatred for Hell's Kitchen, stemming from his childhood experiences, and his ambition was to eradicate it and rebuild anew. However, he had recently encountered several vigilantes obstructing his plans. Boss, the individual you sought has arrived, announced a figure clad in a black bodysuit with a half mask, adorned with a white target pattern on his forehead. He was none other than the supervillain Bullseye. Behind the target, 2 henchmen were restraining a portly yet diminutive middle-aged man. Release him at once, Wilson commanded, as he observed the scene unfold. Dr. Otto. I mean you no harm, Wilson spoke with a calm demeanor. I never anticipated encountering someone of your stature. It's surprising that a wealthy individual like you would resort to such tactics, Otto retorted bitterly. Though typically timid, he could exhibit a fierce temperament when provoked. My sincerest apologies. Dr. Otto, it seems my subordinates misconstrued my intentions, and I regret any distress this may have caused you. Wilson expressed earnestly. He had indeed not ordered Otto's abduction. He merely intended to invite him, but the henchman had misunderstood his request. Despite his clandestine reputation as the ruthless villain kingpin, he maintained the facade of a renowned philanthropist and affluent benefactor. Apologize to Dr. Otto, Wilson instructed. I am truly sorry, Dr. Otto, the henchman complied, bowing his head in contrition. Though somewhat mentally unstable, the henchman was obedient to Wilson's commands. What is it that you seek from me? Speak, Otto demanded. Still oblivious to Wilson's true identity as a formidable antagonist, and thus not particularly intimidated. Dr. Otto, I have heard that the Osborn Group has ceased its sponsorship of your research, Wilson noted, remaining unfazed by Otto's demeanor. Indeed, are you perhaps offering me funding? Otto's spirits lifted at the prospect. Ever since Harry ascended to power, he had ordered the cessation of all sponsorships for other scientists, diverting all liquid assets to expedite the construction of the Shumagarath automated production facility. Precisely, Dr. Otto. Have you had the opportunity to review today's news? Wilson inquired. News? Otto replied, puzzled. He had been abducted by the henchman shortly after waking that morning and had yet to peruse any newspapers or watch television. Wilson gestured for his subordinate to present a tablet to Otto. What manner of creature is this? Otto gasped in astonishment after viewing the video, utterly taken aback by the existence of such a being capable of absorbing and discharging electricity. Dr. Otto, this is the latest combat robot developed by the Osborn Group, known as Shumagarath. Have you heard of it? Wilson asked. He had summoned Otto not only for his exceptional prowess as a physicist, hoping to enlist his expertise in replicating the Shumagarath, but also due to Otto's deep ties with the Osborn Group, which had utilized Otto's physical models for its new energy grid. However, it became evident that Otto was not acquainted with Shumagarath. Meanwhile, Wilson's spies had uncovered that the new president of the Osborn Group had already forged a partnership with the military. Do you believe you could manufacture something similar? Wilson probed. No, Mr. Fisk, Otto replied. Dr. Otto replied that in order to reverse engineer the manufacturing program of such a robot, one must possess the physical entity itself, or at least a suitable imitation. Upon hearing this, Weskier furrowed his brow and lit a cigar, taking a deep drag. It appears he must pay a visit to an old acquaintance. Weskier understood that relying solely on his own strength would not suffice to seize such robots from the Osborn Corporation. The video evidence suggested that the level of aggression exhibited by those machines was beyond the capabilities of any of his subordinates. And even he felt powerless in the face of it. Unless a decisive operation were to target Harry Osborn directly, achieving this would remain exceedingly difficult. One could only speculate on the true extent of the Osborn Corporation's production capabilities regarding these robots. Chapter 15, The Black Widow 3 days later. Harry emerged from the mechanical armor manufacturing room, accompanied by 4 striking figures clad in black combat suits, Shamagia. This ensemble consisted of 3 men and 1 woman, collectively known as the Destruction Thunder, a quartet of versatile Shamagia. In contrast to the original narrative, Harry refrained from endowing them with the ability to awaken emotional capabilities, as their propensity for chaos in the original story had been quite pronounced from the inception to the conclusion. Particularly, the one named Destruction was notorious for his mischief. Harry was resolute in his decision not to grant the Shamagia their own volition. He required perfect instruments, entirely under his dominion. Even if this approach diminished the prowess of the Shamagia in their knightly forms, he deemed it a necessary sacrifice. Surrounded by the Destruction Thunder, Harry traversed with a profound sense of security. Upon reaching the entrance of the Osborn Group, Lay descended into the underground garage to procure the vehicle, while the remaining 3 Shamagia continued to flank Harry. The protesters at the entrance had dissipated. The Osborn Group had neutralized the city's descent through financial means. With a generous donation of $50 million for urban electrical infrastructure, courtesy of the military's recent influx of $5 billion, Harry unexpectedly garnered significant goodwill within the city. His benevolence index soared, and he realized the power of wealth in resolving conflicts. Promptly, he decided to donate an additional $100 million, preparing to convene a press conference to extol his virtues. Mr. Osborn, please hold on, Harry's secretary called out as she approached from the building. Accompanied by a stunning blonde in a black uniform, her alluring legs accentuated by seductive stockings, drawing the gaze of onlookers. Mother of Mercy, Scarlett Johansson. Harry was taken aback, quickly realizing that the Black Widow had arrived. Scarlett Johansson? Who is that? Hello, Mr. Osborn, I am Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow introduced herself, extending her right hand to Harry. He reciprocated the gesture, appraising Natasha with keen interest. While she bore a striking resemblance to Scarlett, she was significantly taller, standing at approximately 170 centimeters. Natasha, unfazed by Harry's scrutiny, exuded confidence in her physique. Natasha's purpose for being there was to cultivate a closer relationship with Harry, to earn his trust, and to assess the values and mental state of Harry Osborn. given his mastery of Shamagia technology and the formidable power of the magical devices. The entirety of New York, and indeed, all of America, had taken notice. Should Harry lose control of this power, it would spell disaster for the city. Consequently, Director Nick Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. had dispatched Natasha to approach Harry. After all, Harry appeared merely as an 18-year-old high school graduate. In the fervent prime of youth, a time when one is particularly drawn to alluring blondes and black stockings. Mr. Osborn, this is our newly appointed financial officer. Responsible for managing the Osborn Charitable Foundation you have just established, the secretary interjected. Harry nodded, for he recognized that donations could yield goodwill. Thus, he promptly established a charitable organization to maximize the utility of every penny he contributed. Miss Natasha, allow me to outline your responsibilities, he began. You may simply call me Natasha, she replied with faint coyness, her dulcet tones resonating within the heart. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that Harry had already discerned her true identity as an operative. Although Natasha was indeed striking, he dared not engage with her. For she was none other than the infamous Black Widow, a woman notorious for ultimately consuming her spouses. Engaging with her could lead to unforeseen peril. It appeared he must first create a secretary-like persona. A sudden thought struck Harry. He pondered how many spies and agents might seek to approach him in the future. If this continued, he would inevitably find himself devoid of any trustworthy companions. For the time being, he would utilize Natasha and later devise an excuse to dismiss her. Miss Natasha, please focus on your work, he said in a grave tone. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Osborn. I shall concentrate on my duties, she responded, promptly adjusting her mindset to a professional demeanor. Although she was puzzled by Harry's sudden coldness, she recognized that approaching him through work was a viable strategy. There exists but one reason for the establishment of the Osborn charity, he declared. Natasha instantly speculated. Was it to do good, or perhaps to evade taxes? It is to ensure that my name resounds throughout America and indeed the entire world. I desire universal acclaim for my name, Harry stated earnestly. This is your task, Natasha. Natasha, momentarily at a loss for words, acknowledged the existence of such individuals who donate solely for the sake of reputation. Indeed, Mr. Osborn, you can rest assured. She nodded in agreement, quietly noting Harry Osborn's hypocritical nature in her mind. Meanwhile, as Harry spoke, Leigh arrived in a luxurious Mercedes-Maybach Pullman S680, a six-seater vehicle. Given the need to accommodate the four formidable agents, along with Natasha, he had instructed Leigh to drive this car. As they set off, Harry and Natasha sat together, en route to a press conference. Midway through their journey, as they approached a traffic light, Natasha suddenly sensed an unease, a premonition of imminent danger. Detection of humanoid metallic entities ahead. Shall we proceed? The car came to a halt as Leigh turned to inquire of Harry. Make a U-turn immediately, Harry commanded decisively. While he possessed the formidable agents, it was prudent to avoid conflict when possible. Clearly, an ambush awaited them, and retreat was a wise alternative. However, just as Leigh began to turn the vehicle, a barrage of gunfire erupted, puncturing the tires of Harry's Maybach. You seek your demise, Harry exclaimed. Though he had no desire for trouble, yet the assailants persisted, damaging his vehicle. He could not tolerate such indignity. Harry, accompanied by the four Shamagia of destruction, disembarked from the vehicle. Destruction scanned the surroundings, seeking the position of the assailants. He took a step forward, wielding a Japanese katana, vigilant of his environment. At that moment, another volley of gunfire erupted, bullets directed towards the four Shamagia. Simultaneously with the gunfire, Destruction drew his sword, executing 3 swift slashes to intercept 3 bullets. However, due to a slight distance, he was unable to assist in deflecting the bullets aimed at his companion, Oblivion. Nonetheless, Oblivion, being an equally formidable Shamagia, deftly evaded the bullets with a swift turn of his head. Chapter 16. The arrival of Kamen Rider. The 4 Shamagia of Destruction Thunder are all versatile fighters, each one a finely trained warrior. In terms of physical composition, they surpass the basic Shamagia by a considerable margin. Deflecting bullets with blades and evading gunfire are mere commonplace feats for them. Is this what Shamagia is? Natasha murmured from the side, observing that these 4 Shamagia matched her own combat prowess, not to mention the existence of even more formidable mechanical beings. What kind of genius is Harry Osborn to create such advanced technology? A round of applause erupted. Everyone turned to see a remarkably robust figure. A muscular giant standing 2 meters tall, striding out from the opposing building. Accompanying him were 2 peculiar beings, one clad in scorpion-like mechanical armor, and the other in a form-fitting black uniform adorned with a target pattern on his mask. The former was the villain Scorpion Man, while the latter was the antagonist Bullseye. Such formidable machinery, Harry, among all the scientists I have encountered, you are the most brilliant, Wilson remarked earnestly. No need to state the obvious, you big oaf, Harry retorted bluntly, having no intention of letting the 3 villains leave unscathed after they damaged his luxury car. Offending him would surely lead them to a fate worse than death. How rude. You little brat. Wilson was taken aback by Harry Osborn's brusqueness. As the underground king of New York, he was unaccustomed to such treatment. Just wait until I have you in my grasp. You'll wish you hadn't T-crossed me. Is it just the three of you? Harry surveyed the area, noticing no one else, and coldly stated, 4 against 3, it appears we hold the advantage. The 4 Shamagia of Destruction Thunder confronted Wilson and his companions. Oh really? Wilson chuckled. At that moment, a figure clad in vulture-like mechanical armor descended from the sky. He was the villain Vulture. Meanwhile, a dark energy flickered behind Destruction Thunder, revealing a girl in a black bodysuit. She was Pity, an underling of the Gentleman Gustav. Gentleman Gustav has allied with Wilson, realizing he could not confront Harry alone. Wilson sought out Gustav, with whom he had collaborated numerous times before. This time, they decided to join forces once more for the Shamagia and mechanical beings. With 4 supervillains and Wilson, who had honed his body to its utmost limits, there were 5 supercriminals present. Even Spider-Man had never encountered such a gathering. Indeed. It seems I have gained notoriety, Harry mused. Now it's 5 against 4. What is this? Do you need to surrender, little brat? Wilson taunted. Natasha hesitated. If Harry were to find himself in peril, she would spring into action to rescue him, but doing so would reveal her identity. Harry, however, remained unperturbed by the unfolding scene, dismissing the 4 criminals as trivial threats. Transform, Destruction Thunder, and eliminate the adversaries. Harry commanded. What? Stop them. Wilson, perplexed by Harry's declaration, understood that he could not allow the enemy to act and issued his own attack orders. In an instant, dark energy, lasers, ultrasonic waves, and machine gun bullets surged towards the 4 foes of the Doom Thunder. Poison, Wolf, Wing, and Dodo unleashed their formidable assaults. As the blaring alarms and English announcements resonated, an array of armors erupted from the Doom Thunder's belt, swiftly merging with their wearers. The attacks from the 4 villains struck the armor, but inflicted no damage. What manner of armor is this? The onlookers were utterly astounded. In this era of Marvel technology, the only advancement allowed for the melding of humans with biological mechas, albeit with side effects that tethered them to their biological counterparts, as seen with creatures like the Rhino Man, Scorpion Man, and Vulture. Yet, they had not anticipated such portable armors, capable of transformation at will. This was the technology derived from Yake, which forcibly extracted animal programs from the upgrade keys through a coercive driver, enabling the integration of armor with the Shamagias to become Kamen Riders. Clad in a purple enhanced combat suit, with black armor on the chest and toxic needles on the wrists, Doom took hold of a briefcase crossbow. The black enhanced combat suit adorned with gray armor on the chest and head, and half-meter-long claws on the hands, belonged to Wolf. The pink enhanced combat suit featured white armor on the chest, with wing-like apparatus on the back, and a briefcase sword wielded by Swift. Finally, the red enhanced combat suit with black armor on the chest, equipped with a lightning discharge device on the head, and 2 Wakler sabers in hand, was donned by Thunder. Thus, the Kamen Riders Doom, Wolf, Swift, and Thunder emerged. With the transformation complete, Kamen Rider Doom initiated the attack, drawing his briefcase crossbow and shooting at the 4 enemies. Purple energy arrows erupted from the crossbow. Aside from Scorpion Man, who was caught off guard, the others dared not confront the assault head-on. Vulture soared into the sky, with Kamen Rider Swift following suit, as the 2 aerial combatants clashed in midair. Pity, cloaked in dark energy, flashed to a nearby location. Yet Kamen Rider Wolf had already detected her and launched an ultra-fast attack, his claws imbued with a hint of blizzard power. The target, not an extraordinary criminal, could only clumsily evade Doom's strikes, but Kamen Rider Thunder had him in his sights, delivering a decisive slash. The target hastily drew his katana for defense. However, with a force of 17 tons, Thunder's might was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand, sending the target hurtling away. Seizing the moment, Kamen Rider Thunder leapt into the air with a remarkable 25-meter jump, leaving the target with no chance of escape. Meanwhile, Scorpion Man found himself engaged in combat with Kamen Rider Doom, managing to hold his ground thanks to the superiority of his mechanical armor. Each of the 4 combatants had found their match, leaving only Harry, Natasha, and Wilson still standing at a distance. Harry, you are truly a genius. The weapon and armor you created are incredibly powerful, Wilson exclaimed, eyeing the isolated Harry with eager anticipation. But you seem to have overlooked one critical point. When your Shamagias are engaged in battle, you become the solitary target. Having spoken, Wilson advanced towards Harry Osborn with heavy footsteps. Bang! Natasha, witnessing Wilson's movement, swiftly sprang into action, drawing the concealed handgun from her person and firing at Wilson. In the face of the bullet's onslaught, Wilson hastily shielded his head with his arm. Clad in a bulletproof suit, his head remained the sole vulnerable target. Enough, Natasha. Ceasefire. I have yet to regard a mere portly fellow as a threat. Harry signaled for Natasha to stop. Heeding his words, Natasha halted her attack but did not lower her gun, remaining on high alert. Meanwhile, Wilson found himself perplexed by Harry's behavior. Amidst their mutual confusion, Harry produced a green program enhancement key, revealing the yellow belt he had long been wearing at his waist. Pressing the enhancement key, it emitted a brilliant sound. Spider. Chapter 17. Kamen Rider Spider. A somber English voice emanated from the dark green enhancement key in Harry's hand. This key was crafted from the venom left behind by a genetically modified creature that had bitten Spider-Man. Although this enhancement key possessed numerous flaws and could not fully unleash the inherent power of the genetically altered spider, it was indeed the most suitable key for Harry at this juncture. After all, in the original narrative, Harry Osborn transformed into the Green Goblin using spider venom. Thus, utilizing this enhancement key for transformation posed no challenge for him. Do not even think about succeeding. As his adversary, Wilson would not simply stand by and allow Harry to transform. Having just witnessed the metamorphosis of the four Shumagorath into annihilation, he was determined to thwart Harry's efforts. Shielding his head with his right hand to prevent Natasha from launching another attack, Wilson leapt towards Harry. His running speed was not particularly fast, yet his explosive power was formidable. He covered a distance of 10 meters in a single bound, arriving mere inches from Harry's face. The tension was palpable, but even with Natasha nearby, she refrained from intervening. The orders from the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. required her to observe Harry Osborn, and she was eager to see how he would extricate himself from this predicament. Should Harry manage to resolve the situation through his own abilities, it would elevate S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assessment of him to the highest tier. Nick Fury had a significant plan underway, and Natasha anticipated that Harry Osborn might become central to the success of that endeavor. However, assistance was unnecessary. In truth, the device in Harry's hand was merely a prop. With the presence of Yaku and Z, he could connect the belt and enhancement key solely through his will. It could be said that he could transform in an instant. How rude. Harry effortlessly blocked Wilson's attack with his right hand, which was partially clad in a black combat suit. What? Wilson exclaimed, astonished. He was a man whose physique was composed of 99% muscle, having trained to such an extent. He could be considered the strongest human on Earth, excluding superhumans such as those with superpowers or magic. With sheer physical strength, he could lift a 25-ton iron block. Yet this powerful strike was easily deflected by Harry. In that moment, Harry had already begun his transformation. Unlike the Shumagorath and other Kamen Riders, he could manipulate his transformation selectively. Seizing the opportunity while Wilson was still in shock, Harry chose not to adhere to any notions of martial ethics. He launched a left jab aimed at Wilson's eye, followed by a right whip kick targeting his kidney, and concluded with a left roundhouse kick that sent Wilson flying. First rise. Breakdown. The music emanating from Harry's belt accompanied his series of stealthy strikes. Harry Osborn had completed his transformation, clad in a pitch-black enhanced combat suit. Adorned with dark green armor and featuring 3 spider legs protruding from his back, he presented the quintessential image of a villainous rider. In the realm of special effects, one would expect a confrontation with righteous warriors. However, within the Marvel Universe, Harry managed to severely injure Wilson with but a single ambush. Regardless of Wilson's formidable strength, he remains an ordinary human, no matter how muscular he may be, transformed into Kamen Rider Spider. Harry possesses a punch with a force of 13 tons and a staggering kick that reaches 35 tons. This is merely his baseline capability. With the aid of a force driver to supply energy, his punch and kick could unleash an astonishing 8 times that power. Although this equipment may not allow him to dominate Earth, navigating through the Hell's Kitchen dungeon is certainly within his grasp. Harry Osborn. Wilson bellowed as he lunged toward him. Currently, Wilson was gravely injured. His right eye was wounded and bleeding profusely, rendering him temporarily blind in that eye. Meanwhile, Harry's right whip kick had struck his left flank. And despite Harry not utilizing the energy from the force driver, that kick still carried 35 tons of force, which was the root of Wilson's severe injuries. He could feel his internal organs had been impacted. Fortunately, Harry's final whip kick was defended against just in time by Wilson. Otherwise, he would have lost his combat capability outright. As the ruler of Hell's Kitchen and the godfather of the New York Underground, this was the first time he had sustained such serious injuries, far worse than any inflicted by vigilantes during that fateful night in Hell's Kitchen. Wilson, now bereft of reason, attacked Harry in a frenzy. Despite Harry donning the formidable Kamen Rider armor, he lacked combat experience and found himself momentarily ensnared by Wilson's reckless onslaught. For the time being, he was unable to dispatch Wilson. It seemed that post-battle, he would need to engage in combat training. However, Wilson could not land a hit on Harry. Although his strength of 25 tons had the potential to injure Harry, Wilson's speed was merely average, unable to touch Harry in the slightest. As long as Harry could endure until one of the 4 Kamen Riders, the Destruction Thunder, defeated the enemy, he would be able to overcome Wilson in a 2-on-1 scenario. While Harry fought, Natasha had already activated her miniature camera, establishing a video connection with Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. As Nick Fury watched the footage, he flipped through documents, his expression darkening with each passing moment. The files in his hands contained information on Norman Osborn, detailing the hereditary diseases afflicting the Osborn family, Norman's involvement in human experimentation, and potential foreign collusion. It is safe to say that Norman Osborn had committed countless atrocities, and S.H.I.E.L.D. had been monitoring him for quite some time. Had he not suddenly died, they would have acted long ago to eliminate him. Just a day before S.H.I.E.L.D.'s planned operation, news of Norman Osborn's death had arrived. Nick Fury deeply suspected that Norman Osborn had not truly perished. Yet, his current whereabouts remained a mystery to Nick Fury. Of course, Norman Osborn was no longer the primary concern. Harry Osborn, a far greater genius, had become the focus of importance, from the Shumagarath project to the Magic Puppet project. A formidable new combat suit has been developed, embodying advanced portable technology for individual soldiers. Its capabilities have transcended those of the erstwhile Super Soldier program, rendering even a resurrected Captain America inadequate against such high-tech armor. He reflects on his team of agents, pondering that if they were to acquire Harry's technology, his Avengers initiative could achieve unparalleled perfection. It appears that tonight he must seek a conversation with Harry Osborn. Chapter 18. The demise of the Target Eye. In a confrontation against the Target Eye, Kamen Rider Lei exhibited an uncharacteristic calmness, unlike others who might have been fraught with anxiety. The Target Eye was utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Kamen Rider Lei. His renowned throwing skills proved to be as ineffective as a child's play, whether it involved playing cards, daggers, bombs, or various concealed weapons. None could breach Kamen Rider Lei's formidable defenses. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, which led him to take refuge in a supermarket, he would have met his demise long ago. How could such a monster exist? The Target Eye was filled with despair, finally experiencing the same feelings he had inflicted upon ordinary people. He had once been just an ordinary man himself. Kamen Rider Lei scanned the supermarket with his radar, noting that the regular patrons had long since fled, leaving only the Target Eye hidden within. At that moment, he received a command from Harry: unleash the ultimate attack. Harry, weary of further entanglement with Wilson, ordered Kamen Rider to swiftly eliminate the enemy and come to his aid, for his adversary was merely an ordinary human. Everything was to be done in accordance with AK's will. Kamen Rider Lei immediately sprang into action, activating the Force Driver with one hand, drawing energy from the Dodo Bird program's Transcendence Key. The energy first flowed into the lightning projection device situated on his head, converting it into electrical energy, which was then channeled into his hands. The amplifiers in his hands intensified both the strength and range of his attack. Zetsumetsu Utopia. With this proclamation emanating from Kamen Rider Lei's belt, he entwined his hands with crimson lightning energy and unleashed it upon the entire supermarket. The Target Eye sensed something was amiss upon hearing the announcement, but it was too late. Escape was no longer an option within the confines of the supermarket. The entire establishment exploded under Kamen Rider Lei's onslaught, shattering into ruins. The destructive power of Kamen Riders in reality far surpassed the exaggerations depicted in tokusatsu dramas. This was merely an ordinary Kamen Rider. Should he assume his ultimate form, the annihilation of a city would be trivial, with some even capable of star-level destruction. As the Target Eye succumbed to Kamen Rider Lei's attack, the supermarket disintegrated into fragments. It appeared to be over. Harry gazed at the distant explosion, aware that the battle had reached its conclusion. Wilson, panting heavily, looked at Harry. Despite his extraordinary stamina, he was not immune to fatigue after such an intense confrontation. If Harry were to employ his finishing move now, he could swiftly eliminate his foe. Yet, the Spider program's Transcendence Key he possessed was merely a flawed version. Even if he forcibly transformed using AKS power, some functions remained incomplete, such as the finishing move, which he could not utilize. Otherwise, he would have already dispatched Wilson, the hefty adversary. However, now it was merely a matter of waiting for Kamen Rider Lei to arrive and deal with Wilson. Harry was not inclined to leave these villains to complicate his life. He was determined to eradicate them entirely whenever the opportunity arose. Much like the previous encounter with the Rhino Man, whom he had dispatched directly with his controlled magic machine. It was either friendship or death. Just then, a surge of dark energy flickered, and Wilson vanished without a trace. Pity. Indeed, the enemies of the spatial realm proved to be quite formidable. In an unexpected turn of events, Pity managed to escape with Wilson, evidently alerted by the demise of her target. Harry, having connected with 4 formidable Shumagarath, learned that Scorpion and Vulture were also rescued by Pity. A pity, Harry remarked calmly. He felt a twinge of regret. These adversaries hardly posed a significant threat in his eyes. Their escape this time would serve as a reminder to prioritize eliminating the teleporting Pity in their next encounter, especially considering that he would undoubtedly grow stronger by then. Harry shed his transformation, revealing his youthful and handsome visage. Natasha, regardless of your affiliations, Since you are here to work for me, I expect you to arrange today's press conference and the charitable donations accordingly, he stated, turning his gaze towards Natasha. He held no fear of her connections to S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, he enjoyed the backing of the military, and S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked the authority to impose official restrictions upon him. Furthermore, with the formidable force of the Death's Head and a multitude of Shumagarath at his disposal, he could easily decimate S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, Mr. Osborne, Natasha acknowledged, understanding that her identity had been compromised, and she refrained from further argument. Lowering her head. Shortly thereafter, Ray procured a bus, and Harry, employing financial persuasion, secured the driver to transport them to the press conference. His vehicle was entrusted to the personnel of Oscorp for retrieval. In the genetic laboratory, the gentleman Gustav observed as Dr. Otto conducted modification experiments on Dr. Morris from the original genetic lab. Following the successful transformations of Rhino, Vulture, and Scorpion, Dr. Morris could no longer restrain himself from joining the fray. He sought to merge with genetically modified test animals to become an extraordinary being. With Otto's assistance, he injected himself with the genetic serum derived from the modified mice. Equipped with the mice's exoskeletal mechanical armor to enhance strength and speed, the villainous Mouse Man emerged. As Mouse Man completed his transformation, a surge of dark energy flashed through the room. The gravely injured Wilson and the other three adversaries materialized inside the genetic laboratory. It appeared they had met with failure. Gustav contemplated with his cane, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Gustav, Harry Osborne has acquired greater power. If we engage in internal strife now, it would be a grave mistake. Wilson spoke solemnly, aware of Gustav's untrustworthiness and suspecting he might contemplate treachery while he was vulnerable. Gustav remained silent, gesturing to Vulture and Scorpion, who produced a concealed camera from their possession. They retrieved the memory card and inserted it into a tablet for viewing. With each passing moment, Gustav's expression darkened. It seems you were right. Harry Osborne is indeed beyond our current capabilities, he said gravely. It appears we should refrain from internal conflict. Gustav nodded, his covetousness for Harry Osborne's technology intensifying, be it Shumagarath or magical constructs, or the formidable power revealed today, all were treasures he yearned to possess. We must enhance our own strength, Wilson, Gustav declared earnestly. What do you mean? Wilson inquired, puzzled. Gustav emerged from the laboratory with a vial of green, genetically modified serum intended for lizard-like creatures. With the formidable physique of Wilson, coupled with this vial of lizard serum, it would undoubtedly amplify Wilson's strength manifold. Furthermore, with the addition of exoskeletal mechanical armor, defeating Harry Osborne would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Wilson gazed intently at the vial of serum, and within mere seconds, he made his decision. He had never been one to waver. He was ruthless towards others, and even more so towards himself. Chapter 19. Press Conference. Mr. Osborne, it is a pleasure to have you with us today. Could you enlighten us on what inspired your decision to donate $100 million? A journalist inquired during the press conference. This was a plant hired by Harry to pose questions specifically directed at the Osborne Group, ensuring the discourse remained on track. Greetings. I am delighted to share my thoughts with you all. I have always been deeply concerned about societal issues and aspire to contribute positively to our community. This donation is my way of giving back to society, as well as an expression of my hopes and visions for the future, Mr. Osborne replied. Harry had rehearsed his lines thoroughly and had discreetly jotted down the interview dialogue on his hand. Hello, Mr. Osborne. It has come to our attention that you allegedly detonated a supermarket on your way here. Is that true? This query came from a reporter of the Herald Daily, whom Harry had not compensated. This is a private press conference. Who permitted you entry? Remove him at once. Harry exclaimed, realizing that he had not invited the Herald Daily, as he was aware of their propensity to malign him. To his dismay, they had managed to infiltrate the event. At once, two of his aides, Mian Lei, followed orders to escort the Herald Daily reporter out. Mr. Osborne, are you aware that this is a live broadcast? Natasha quietly reminded Harry, her expression revealing her dismay. What? Harry's face fell as he registered the situation. How had he not been informed? The entirety of New York witnessed his subordinates dragging the journalist away. Although Harry did not watch, he could almost feel his reputation plummeting. This was a predicament. He needed to swiftly alter the public's perception. Many advancements in technology were yet to be unlocked, and both artificial intelligences needed to progress in tandem. Play the Kamen Rider transformation video, along with the battle footage. With a decisive command, the scene shifted as a montage of the recent combat began to play. Of course, it was a meticulously edited version, complete with a stirring soundtrack. What is this? Who is the Kamen Rider? Is it a new weapon from the Osborne Group? Wow, so cool. So impressive. The city of New York erupted in excitement. As the American populace revered the notion of individual heroism, those who wielded power, regardless of public opinion, would always attract admiration, even if it was solely for their might. Mr. Osborne, could you tell us who the Cayman Rider in the video is? Another journalist inquired, this too a planted question orchestrated by Harry through Natasha. Excellent question, Harry declared, rising with an air of confidence, striking a charismatic pose. I am the Cayman Rider. This proclamation ignited a sensation within the live stream, prompting a flurry of inquiries about whether the Osborne Group would market the transformation apparatus showcased. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa along the New York coastline, Tony Stark had just finished watching the live stream of the Osborne Group's press conference when he heard Harry's declaration. This guy knows how to put on a show, Tony remarked, feeling that the statement resonated with him. He too yearned to make a grand impression at such a press conference. J-A-R-V-I-S. Do you think I should create an armor similar to the Cayman Rider to make an entrance? Tony inquired of a handsome man nearby. The man appeared to be in his 30s, reminiscent of Vision from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, albeit just in appearance, devoid of the Mind Stone's essence. He was the artificial intelligence robot that Tony Stark had painstakingly crafted over several sleepless days after witnessing Harry's creation of the Shumagarath. In terms of performance, it had already surpassed Shumagarath, as Tony had integrated J-A-R-V-I-S into it. Now it was J-A-R-V-I-S who controlled this robot. However, while its combat capabilities exceeded those of the basic Shumagarath, it paled in comparison to the more advanced models. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. Sir, a missile has struck the villa. The security system has been compromised and is no longer operational. J-A-R-V-I-S informed Tony. What? J-A-R-V-I-S. Display enemy footage and ascertain their location and numbers, Tony asked with remarkable composure. J-A-R-V-I-S promptly projected surveillance footage, revealing a group of mercenaries clad in gray uniforms, ruthlessly breaching the villa's entrance, poised to invade. Despite the reinforced doors of Tony's luxurious abode, the missile strike rendered them vulnerable, and they were swiftly breached, allowing the assailants to infiltrate. There are 12 armed enemies in total. I recommend immediate evacuation, Mr. Stark. I will remain here to engage the adversaries. You must escape, J-A-R-V-I-S asserted. Very well, you hold them off. I'll take my leave. At this juncture, Tony Stark had yet to embrace the full mantle of Iron Man, and his awareness was not fully developed. After all, J-A-R-V-I-S was merely a robot. As long as the data remained intact, destruction of the body would not equate to death. Reconstructing J-A-R-V-I-S' physical form would suffice. Tony abandoned J-A-R-V-I-S and hurried upstairs, where a designated helicopter pad awaited on the rooftop. Once aboard the helicopter, he could make his escape. Just as Tony departed, the mercenary squad stormed in, unleashing a hail of gunfire upon J-A-R-V-I-S, constructed entirely of alloy. J-A-R-V-I-S was impervious to bullets. He plunged into the fray among the mercenaries, displaying formidable prowess. Yet Tony had not programmed him with the concept of lethal force. J-A-R-V-I-S merely incapacitated his foes, avoiding critical strikes, while he was formidable. His actions only resulted in superficial injuries. Yet, a pivotal moment arose when the adversaries regrouped, implementing tactics to corner J-A-R-V-I-S, ultimately using a rocket launcher to incapacitate him. Although J-A-R-V-I-S was bulletproof, he was not immune to explosive attacks. Critical components could cease functioning when subjected to such force. After him, the mercenary captain commanded, having neutralized J-A-R-V-I-S. As he led his men in pursuit of Tony Stark, Tony fled to the rooftop, swiftly entering the helicopter and initiating its startup sequence. The brilliant Tony had previously learned to pilot helicopters and even possessed a license for it. Mr. Stark, the enemies are closing in. J-A-R-V-I-S' voice emanated from Tony's watch. Upon the robot's malfunction, Jarvis was swiftly transferred into Tony's watch, a sophisticated device personally crafted by Tony himself, containing a program that establishes a connection with Jarvis. This was one of the reasons for Tony's decisive abandonment of the robot to escape. Mr. Stark, the enemy has arrived. Stark turned to see mercenaries ascending the platform. Fortunately, Tony's helicopter had already taken flight. Upon witnessing this, the mercenaries immediately opened fire, yet Tony's helicopter was bulletproof, impervious to their attacks. Just as Tony exhaled in relief, a voice filled with despair reached him. Sir, the enemy is deploying a rocket launcher, identified as manufactured by Stark Industries. Damn it. Chapter 20. Pepperpot's Dam. While Tony Stark might disregard the weaponry of others, he was all too aware of the limitations of his own arsenal. the helicopter would undoubtedly falter. In the fleeting moment the enemy launched their rocket, Tony flung open the helicopter door and leapt into the swimming pool below. With a resounding bang, the helicopter erupted into a fireball, the shockwave radiating outward, catching Tony in its grasp. Debris from the helicopter mingled with the shockwave, some shards embedding themselves in Tony's chest. He instantly lost consciousness, plunging into the depths of the pool without a flicker of response. At that moment, 3 armed helicopters descended upon the Stark villa, unleashing a torrent of gunfire upon the mercenaries stationed on the rooftop. With no cover from the onslaught, the mercenaries were quickly scattered. Among them, a man in his 30s, an African-American, peered into the pool and appeared to discover something of significance. Colonel James Rhodes, realizing that Tony lay within the pool, hastily leapt from his helicopter and dove in, swiftly swimming downward. As a Marine Corps officer, such a dive was second nature to him. In no time, he retrieved Tony from the water. However, Tony's injuries were grave. A gaping wound marred his chest, blood gushing uncontrollably. In the realm of reality, one might declare Tony Stark deceased, yet in the Marvel universe, anything is possible. Colonel Rhodes, there are emergency medical supplies in the lower level of the villa. Jarvis's voice resonated through Tony's watch. Rhodes, unfazed, was well aware of Tony's secrets as his closest friend and representative of the military's procurement division for Stark Industries. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was privy to Tony's escapades, including his frequent romantic liaisons. Rhodes swiftly cradled Tony, directing his men, who had now disembarked from the armed helicopter, to clear a path, vigilant for any lingering adversaries within the villa. Guided by Jarvis's instructions, Rhodes soon arrived at the lower level. After placing Tony onto specialized equipment, Jarvis activated the machine to provide temporary assistance. Yet, this was merely a stopgap measure. Rhodes had already notified the military to dispatch the best surgeons in New York. Half an hour elapsed, and the finest surgeons in the city arrived at the emergency room within the Stark villa. They commenced urgent surgery on Tony Stark. A day and night passed before a doctor emerged from the operating room. "Dr. Strange, how is Tony?" Pepper Potts inquired anxiously, stepping forward. Upon hearing of Tony's assault, she rushed over and had vigilantly awaited news for an entire day and night without a sip of water. Unbeknownst to Pepper, she had long since fallen for this charming rogue. He usually kept his heart closed, but at this moment, he wished it were he who had suffered injuries before, rather than witnessing Tony endure any harm. The surgery was a success, Dr. Stephen Strange stated solemnly. However, there is one concern. Fragments of the bomb have penetrated Mr. Stark's heart. I have managed to address some of it, but there are portions that are particularly challenging to handle. Attempting to do so forcibly carries certain risks. Fortunately, Mr. Stark has awakened and claims to have a solution, assuring me that I need not worry. Dr. Strange was, in fact, quite dissatisfied with Tony Stark. As a physician, he desired complete trust from his patients, yet Tony Stark placed his faith solely in himself. Upon learning of the potential for surgical failure, he refused a second operation, convinced that if he were to undertake the task himself, he would have a 65% chance of success. "Thank you, Dr. Strange," Pepper Potts exclaimed as she rushed into the room upon hearing that Tony had awakened. However, upon entering, she was taken aback to find Tony manipulating a mechanical arm to perform some task on his chest. "Tony," Pepper shouted. "Wait a moment, Pepper," Tony replied dismissively, fully engrossed in affixing an electromagnetic device to his chest, designed to attract the metal fragments around his heart, preventing them from circulating through his bloodstream. However, the mechanical arm was somewhat oversized, not originally intended for this purpose, making it difficult to insert into his chest. "Pepper, come here for a moment," Tony called out urgently. "How big are your hands?" "I don't understand what you're saying," she replied, but out of trust for Tony, she approached and extended her hand for him to see. "What delicate little hands you have," Tony remarked, glancing between Pepper's hand and the wound on his chest. "I need you to do me a favor." It was then that Pepper finally discerned the extent of the injury, a small opening filled with metal alloy. "Oh my God, Tony," she gasped, overwhelmed with shock and fear at the sight of his injury. "Don't worry, I've created a small device. You just need to attach it to the base inside my chest," Tony explained, holding up an electromagnetic device that served no other purpose than its magnetic function. "Rest assured, it's as simple as playing Tetris. Just align it and place it," he assured her. "Tony, is there any danger?" Pepper asked, concerned that this contraption might harm him. No. If you don't act quickly, I'll be the one in danger," he replied with resigned urgency. "You are the most reliable and intelligent person I know. No one else can assist me with this." Touched by Tony's words, Pepper summoned her courage and reached out with the electromagnetic device towards his chest. Soon, she inserted it into the opening, connecting it to the base within Tony's chest. A sharp sound echoed as the device engaged. "Oh," Tony exclaimed, feeling the current flow through him as the electromagnetic device activated. It tingled but caused no harm. "Ah, is everything all right, Tony?" Pepper gasped, startled, fearing something had gone awry. "Ha ha ha, rest assured, Everything is fine. I would say it is as simple as Tetris. Upon seeing that Tony was unharmed, Pepper could no longer contain her emotions and collapsed onto him in tears. This was the first time Tony had witnessed Pepper Potts in such a vulnerable state. She had always presented herself as a strong woman in her role as a secretary. From the moment the news of Tony's injury broke, throughout the grueling day and night of surgery, Pepper's heart had remained in turmoil. Only after confirming that Tony was truly safe could she finally release the tension that had gripped her heart. Chapter 21. The Avengers scheme. Observing Pepper Potts weeping inconsolably upon him, the typically carefree Tony found himself at a loss. For Pepper was a woman of profound significance in his heart, a truth he perhaps had yet to fully grasp. A sudden click of a camera shutter echoed from the doorway. Both Pepper and Tony turned to see Rhodes peeking in, smartphone in hand, surreptitiously capturing the moment. Clearly, my timing is less than ideal. No worries, carry on as if I am not here. Rhodes gestured for them to continue, yet he did not lower his phone. Instantly, Pepper's cheeks flushed, but she rose, tidied her hair, and feigned nonchalance as she exited. Observing this, Rhodes withdrew his phone and stepped inside. Rhodes, your timing is impeccable. Tony exhaled deeply, relieved, for he had been utterly uncertain how to console Pepper. A notorious libertine like him had never before encountered such a feeling. It seems your physical state has improved. Shall I arrange for 2 young models to revitalize your spirits this evening? Rhodes, known for his wild antics on the battlefield, relished jesting in the company of friends, which allowed him to unwind. I've already been with every model in this month's magazine. It's lost its charm. Perhaps reach out to me next month. Wow, a mere week remains until next month. The infamous playboy Tony Stark intends to be a monk for a week? Rhodes, be honest with me. Who orchestrated this attack? Tony interrupted Rhodes's playful banter, his tone turning grave. He had never been so close to death and needed to ascertain who was behind the assault on him. Sensing the seriousness in Tony's demeanor, Rhodes too adopted a more somber expression. He pulled out a chair beside Tony and sat down. Tony, our investigation suggests that the assailants are mercenaries from the Central Region, seemingly under the command of a peculiar organization known as the Ten Rings. This group is shrouded in mystery. We have only managed to uncover superficial information. Our inquiries into their inner workings and organizational structure are ongoing, but thus far, we possess little intel. The Ten Rings? Tony pondered, struggling to recall when he might have offended such a faction. Yet he understood that he had gained a new enemy. Tony Stark would never allow himself to be attacked without retaliation. Tony, do not act recklessly. Allow me to handle this matter, Rhodes implored with concern. He seemed to perceive Tony's intentions, yet believed that a playboy like Tony was ill-equipped to deal with such affairs, deeming it more appropriate for a military man like himself. His role was to confront foes, while Tony merely needed to furnish weaponry, as had always been the case. However, he misjudged Tony's resolve and underestimated his capabilities. If Tony set his mind to it, there was nothing he could not achieve. I understand, Rhodes. I feel somewhat fatigued and wish to rest. Very well, Tony. Ensure you get some good rest. Contact me if anything arises. Rhodes recognized the futility of persuading Tony, and since he had expressed his desire, he could only acquiesce. After Rhodes departed, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to activate the 3D projection video. It showcased Harry Osborn transforming into a Kamen Rider, along with his subordinates as they morphed into the formidable destroyer. The sight of the Kamen Rider engaged in battle piqued Tony's interest, sparking a wellspring of inspiration within him. With a deft flick of his fingers on the 3D keyboard, he swiftly conceptualized a humanoid, wearable combat armor reminiscent of the Kamen Rider, intricately blending animalistic and mechanical elements. However, upon completion, he promptly erased the design, opting to commence anew. What is this Kamen Rider? I shall create an armor far superior and more striking, he declared, dubbing it Iron Man. As night fell, Harry was engrossed in a PS5 game within his opulent villa when an alarm blared. Intruder alert. An enemy has breached the premises. Does Mr. Osborn require assistance in vanquishing the foe? The 4 Shumagarath standing behind Harry instantly entered a state of readiness, poised to transform and eliminate the threat. Harry Osborn. I hail from the official organization S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha is also part of our ranks. Do not be alarmed. I bear no ill intent, announced Nick Fury as he entered, hand raised in a gesture of peace. He had not anticipated being discovered so swiftly. Even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most adept hacker could not cloak the Shumagarath's surveillance capabilities. His intent was merely to assert his presence, to remind Harry Osborn that he was not invincible, that there were those capable of challenging him. Yet, to his dismay, his bravado backfired, as the Shumagarath apprehended him on the spot. Well versed in the ways of the world, Nick Fury recognized that, at this moment, he stood no chance against Harry. Harry remained oblivious, fixated on his game of Street Fighter VI, battling as Luke against Chun-Li. Despite his lackluster skills, he attempted to maneuver Luke with fervor, only to be effortlessly bested by Chun-Li. It's over. This is all your fault, he exclaimed, tossing aside the controller, unwilling to acknowledge his own ineptitude, and instead blaming Nick Fury. Nick Fury, a seasoned gamer himself, remained silent, quickly discerning that Harry was merely a novice, lamenting his losses while refusing to accept personal responsibility. Realizing that speaking might only fan the flames of irritation, he refrained from further comment. "What brings you here?" Harry finally inquired, having largely dismissed the significance of the game and regained his composure. "Harry Osborn, do you believe yourself to be the sole superhero?" Nick Fury seized the opportunity to deliver his pre-prepared lines, producing a projection device to display a video. "I am aware of others, such as the Hulk, Spider-Man, Thor, the Punisher, and several heroes of Hell's Kitchen. Am I not?" Harry, having arrived in this world for a purpose, had long utilized the Shumagoratha's abilities to explore the digital realm, uncovering traces of these heroes' existence. As Harry finished speaking, the projection commenced, revealing footage of the Hulk and Thor in combat. Nick Fury found himself momentarily flustered, but, true to his resilient nature, he quickly regained his composure. "Harry, within this vast universe, numerous perils abound. Earth is but a mere speck in the grand scheme of things. In the future, many adversaries will undoubtedly covet our planet. We must take proactive measures against these threats. I have devised a plan to assemble a cadre of superheroes, tasked with combating the potential dangers that lie ahead. I have named this formidable alliance the Avengers." Chapter 22, Thunder Agent Team, the Avengers Initiative? It sounds rather intriguing. Harry had long been aware of the Avengers Initiative. He was surprised that Nick Fury would approach him, but upon reflection, it made sense. Compared to other superheroes, his collaboration with the military made him a more appealing ally. "I agree with your plan, but I have one stipulation," Harry said, smiling at Nick Fury. "What stipulation?" "As long as it is reasonable, S-H-I-E-L-D can accommodate any request of yours," Nick Fury replied, recognizing the significance of Harry Osborn to S-H-I-E-L-D, and willing to make concessions to win him over. "It is quite simple. I am willing to join the Avengers, but I wish to be the leader of the team," Harry declared. Joining the Avengers was of little consequence to him, but if he were to become a member, he did not want to be under anyone else's control, especially given the discord within the team. There was the self-absorbed Iron Man, the temperamental Hulk, a relic from a bygone era, a venomous spider harboring countless secrets, a Falcon easily manipulated by others, and the enigmatic extraterrestrial prince from an unknown realm. "Ah, a truly perfect organization," he mused. "I'm afraid I cannot grant that request." Nick Fury promptly rejected the notion, unwilling to entrust such an organization to someone he could not fully rely on. Harry Osborn harbored many secrets, and even now, S-H-I-E-L-D could not comprehend the origins of his seemingly anachronistic technologies. Moreover, regarding the leadership of the Avengers, he already had someone in mind. A recent discovery by Antarctic probes had prompted him to send his trusted agent, Coulson, to investigate. If it were indeed that individual, the man beneath the Antarctic ice would be the linchpin that connected the Avengers in his grand design. "In that case, it is unfortunate, but I shall not partake in the Avengers Initiative," Harry informed Nick Fury. Nick Fury nodded in response, saying nothing. Although this attempt had failed, he did not expect immediate success. There would be ample opportunities in the future to persuade Harry. Just as Nick Fury was about to leave, Harry spoke again. "However, while I shall not participate in the Avengers Initiative, I would like to discuss another plan with you." "Another plan?" Nick Fury was perplexed by Harry's statement. He currently had only this one initiative and no other preparations. "You cannot possibly have only the Avengers Initiative, can you?" Harry said, his expression one of disbelief, leaving Nick Fury momentarily baffled. Even the grocery store clerk knew not to put all the eggs in one basket. "Are you suggesting?" Nick Fury seemed to grasp Harry's meaning. "Since you refuse to allow me to lead the Avengers Initiative, we could launch a different initiative altogether. You may select the members, and I shall provide the capabilities," Harry proposed, as he activated the projection of technology produced by Zia that could manufacture shooting devices. After humans undergo surgical implantation of chips, they can transform into Kamen Riders using a shooting driver and a program sublimation key, granted they have the authorization. The video showcases humans transforming into Kamen Riders and engaging in combat with the shooting driver. Upon viewing the footage, Nick Fury was struck by the remarkable potential of these armored weapons, which are indeed more stable than the Avengers Initiative. Moreover, Harry Osborn was correct. It is unwise to place all eggs in one basket. Having two teams can create a system of checks and balances, offering more strategies against adversaries. "How powerful is this Kamen Rider transformation technology?" Nick Fury inquired. "Currently, it cannot be mass-produced, but I can provide transformation privileges for 2 Kamen Riders," Harry replied, controlling Shimagia to display the profiles of 2 Kamen Riders. One is Kamen Rider Vulcan, transformed from the Shooting Wolf and Shooting Driver, and the other is Kamen Rider Valkyrie, transformed from the Sprinting Cheetah and Shooting Driver. One is a male Kamen Rider, while the other is female. Two, you say? Nick Fury contemplated which of his subordinates would be suitable for these Kamen Rider transformations in combat, as ideas began to form. I understand your proposal. I can agree initially, but the specifics require further discussion. I hope you can visit the SHIELD headquarters soon to deliberate on the particulars of the plan. Nick Fury stated. Harry nodded in agreement. He had no pressing matters at hand, and after the recent donations and exposure of the Kamen Rider identity, he had acquired sufficient resources to unlock the technology for a 3D electronic automatic printing room, which was already under construction by a dedicated Shimegia team working through the night. Once completed, he would be able to produce both the 01 driver and the shooting driver, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Naturally, he would not hesitate to visit the SHIELD headquarters, even if it was, in reality, Hydra's main base. After all, his strength rivaled that of Hydra, who now sought to win him over. As he was the sole individual in the world capable of creating Kamen Riders. Harry, will you need to name this new initiative? Nick Fury asked. Let us call it the Thunder Agent Squad, Harry replied with a mischievous grin. This name stands in stark contrast to the Avengers, hinting at a deeper significance. The Thunder Agent Squad? Quite an imposing name, Nick Fury remarked. This title had yet to appear in the universe, and he was unaware of its implications. Harry's willingness to provide SHIELD with Kamen Rider transformation technology was rooted in the fact that, regardless of their prowess, Kamen Riders implanted with chips could not contend against him. He could easily infiltrate the minds of Kamen Rider transformers using Yark, maliciously invading and controlling them at will. Even if the metamorphosed individual possesses an exceptionally powerful mind, akin to that of Captain America, who cannot be manipulated, it remains inconsequential. He retains the ability to revoke the transformation qualifications of the Kamen Riders at any given moment. This is precisely why Harry is willing to establish the Thunder Agents for SHIELD. His ambition is to sculpt the Thunder Agents into a national hero organization, with the Avengers shouldering the blame when necessary. The accolades will be reaped by Harry, the leader of the Thunder Agents. In due course, as he ascends to the status of a national hero, he envisions transforming the Thunder Agents into an entity reminiscent of a celebrity team. This organization could engage in advertising, participate in programs, produce films, and create merchandise. Upon the successful realization of this plan, he would be enveloped in an abundance of goodwill, enabling him to swiftly unlock the entirety of the technology from the artificial intelligence known as Zia. Chapter 23. The 3D Automated Printing Chamber. 3 days later, Harry found himself in the basement of his grand villa. Here, he had constructed an underground chamber to house the 3D electronic automated printing facility. Although this facility could only be operated with the assistance of the artificial intelligence C, he deemed it prudent to keep it underground to safeguard against any indiscreet organizations that might inadvertently cause damage. Upon receiving Harry's command, the 3D electronic automated printing facility commenced the production of the 01 drive. At that moment, the ringing of his mobile phone interrupted the silence. Harry picked up the phone and answered the call. Hello, Mr. Osborn. This is your secretary, is. The melodious voice of his resonated through the receiver. Ever since recruiting Natasha, the skilled operative, Harry realized he required a dedicated secretary to manage his affairs. He had never fully trusted his previous secretary. Now, Iz was entrusted with all matters concerning the Osborn Group. What is it, Iz? Harry inquired. After countless days and nights of hard work, the Shimegia automated production facility has been completed, Iz reported. Under Max's supervision and with substantial financial investment, the Shimegia automated plant was finally operational. It seems we can proceed with the next phase of our plan, Harry murmured, rising to his feet as he promptly issued a directive to Iz. Find the most esteemed advertising agency in New York City and produce 2 advertisements. First, promoting Shimegia as the future of humanity, emphasizing its potential to assist mankind in labor. Second, portraying Shimegia as humanity's best companion, offering customizable friend and partner models, including the ability to tailor memories and appearances. Harry understood that once these advertisements were launched, they would undoubtedly create a sensation across the globe. The first advertisement would highlight Shimegia as a substitute for human labor. On one hand, robots are devoid of errors and fatigue, making them the ideal workforce in the eyes of many. This segment of the population would likely harbor goodwill towards the initiative. Conversely, the displacement of human workers would lead to unemployment, and those affected would direct their ire toward him, thereby increasing animosity. The second advertisement bore similar implications. Benefits would be accompanied by drawbacks. The potential for customizing memories and appearances raised a troubling question. Would some individuals exploit this feature to resurrect deceased loved ones? Furthermore, could this aspect be misused for malevolent purposes? The notion of artificial intelligence coexisting harmoniously with humanity has always been a contentious issue. as every fantasy narrative includes scenarios where AI rebels against its creators or is wielded for nefarious ends. This conflict is simply unavoidable. By marketing the Shamagia robots to the world, Harry was essentially opening Pandora's box. Sooner or later, that box would be opened. And regardless of the outcome, be it beneficial or detrimental, Harry would derive strength from it. This was precisely what he sought. Indeed, Mr. Osborn is compliant with Harry's commands. Is the sole individual bestowed with the potential to awaken the technological singularity of Shumagarath, as Harry holds a considerable fondness for the character in the original work. In this realm, Harry feels an overwhelming sense of solitude, for he requires companionship on his journey. The individual he has chosen for this role is Shumagarath, as he harbors distrust towards anyone else in the Marvel Universe. Upon completion of the manufacturing process, the sound resonated, signaling the successful creation of the 01 driver. Harry picked up the 01 driver, along with the sublimation key for the high jump grasshopper program. The instant he grasped it, the binding between Harry and the 01 driver was successfully established. Now, only Harry possesses the ability to utilize the 01 driver. Others, lacking authorization, would be unable to transform even if they obtained the belt. Wearing the belt, Harry executed his transformation into Vea in an instant, without the need for intricate transformation gestures. However, the cumbersome size of the belt proved to be quite bothersome. Harry gazed at the 01 driver, which was significantly larger than the Force driver. Wouldn't it be splendid to possess a dimensional pocket to summon the driver for transformation at any moment? He mused. Receiving Mr. Osborn's thoughts, the goodwill value was consumed, and the dimensional pocket was created. Completion confirmed. Zia recognized Harry's desire and fashioned a dimensional pocket capable of holding 1 cubic meter of items. No wonder. In the Kamen Rider series, Transformies can effortlessly retrieve their drivers at any time. It appears that such dimensional pockets truly exist. Harry attempted to place the 01 driver into the dimensional pocket and then summoned the belt to his body in an instant through sheer will. Finding the process remarkably swift and convenient, let us commence the creation of the shooting driver and sublimation key. He instructed the 3D electronic automatic printing device. An hour later, a Quinjet descended upon the landing pad of Osborn's villa. Natasha Romanoff, with her striking red hair, emerged from the Quinjet clad in a form-fitting S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Long time no see, Harry. Natasha greeted him with familiarity. I do not recall us being this close, Harry remarked with a hint of amusement, aware that Natasha was feigning intimacy to bridge the gap between them. However, he was not particularly inclined to deepen his relationship with the Black Widow, as his unfamiliarity with this universe left him uncertain about whether Natasha was a genuine ally or merely a task-oriented agent. You are destined to be my future superior, so I must become acquainted with you, Natasha replied, unperturbed by Harry's reservations regarding their relationship. Nick Fury had already decreed that she would join Harry's Thunderbolts, assuming the mantle of Kamen Rider Valkyrie. In that moment, Harry comprehended Natasha's intentions. Initially hesitant to engage with the Black Widow, he found himself reconsidering his stance. After all, Natasha is an exceptionally formidable agent, possessing expert-level combat skills and physical attributes honed to the limits of an ordinary human, the ordinary limits, excluding individuals like Jean. She is indeed a most suitable candidate to transform into a Kamen Rider. Furthermore, the prerequisite for this transformation entails the implantation of a chip. Once implanted, concerns regarding the Black Widow would dissipate. Contemplating this, Harry relaxed his vigilance towards her. Red hair truly suits you, Natasha, he remarked casually before boarding the Quinjet. Thank you. Natasha chuckled at his words, aware that her relationship with Harry Osborn had advanced a step further. Their next destination was the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 24. Hydra Agent. The Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., is situated between Washington, D.C. and Virginia, housing the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s senior officials. The top section features a landing pad where Natasha skillfully piloted her Quinjet to a smooth landing. After disembarking, she and Harry stepped onto the tarmac. Today, Harry did not carry his Extinction Blitz. Equipped with the 01 driver, he felt entirely capable of self-defense. While there are numerous superheroes and supervillains on Earth who could pose a threat to him, none were present at S.H.I.E.L.D. during this period, especially since the Avengers had yet to be assembled. Greetings, Mr. Osborn. I am your guide, Phil Coulson. A congenial, approachable middle-aged man greeted Harry as he exited the aircraft. With a notably bald head, he jokingly suggested, perhaps you might be interested in trying the new electronic wig from Osborn Enterprises, lightweight, breathable, and entirely undetectable. Harry scrutinized Coulson before responding. Thank you, Mr. Osborn. I shall certainly consider it. Coulson felt a tinge of embarrassment, acutely aware of the laughter from his colleagues surrounding him. Yet, A spark of intrigue ignited within him. He discreetly touched his sparse hair, contemplating a search for Osborne Enterprises products online after work. Guided by Coulson and Natasha, they made their way to the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. As Harry walked, he observed the bustling activity around him. S.H.I.E.L.D. Soldiers standing guard, scientists engrossed in research, and well-trained agents. Each of them paused to regard Harry, who had now achieved global notoriety due to his creations, Shamagia, Magi device, and Kamen Rider, astonishing the world with his groundbreaking works at the tender age of 18. Soon, Harry arrived at the conference room, where S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury, accompanied by his aide Alexander Pierce, awaited. "Welcome, Harry," Fury greeted him as they exchanged handshakes before taking their seats. "The purpose of your visit today is to inform you that S.H.I.E.L.D. has deliberated and agreed upon the plans for the Thunderbolts." Fury delved directly into the matter, while Coulson poured Harry a glass of cola. Among the agents present, only Nick Fury, Alexander, and Natasha sat at the table, as Coulson had not yet earned the right to a seat, relegated instead to the role of a server. However, this was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strategy to utilize Coulson's amiable demeanor to foster a closer rapport with Harry. "Indeed, has a decision been reached regarding the Kamen Rider Valkyrie's wearer?" Harry inquired, already aware that Natasha was designated for the role of Valkyrie, yet uncertain about the selection for Kamen Rider Balkan. He cast a glance at the balding Coulson beside him, harboring doubts about the man's reliability. Beside him, Coulson seemed to sense Harry's gaze, instantly feeling a chill at the top of his head, and awkwardly ruffled his already sparse hair. The two candidates for the Masked Rider attire included a Level 10 agent, codenamed Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. As Nick Fury introduced her to Harry, it is believed that the two have had prior interactions and are relatively familiar, facilitating future collaboration. Harry nodded in approval of Natasha's capabilities. "And the other?" he inquired. "The other was selected by my assistant from among the finest agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury gestured for Pierce to proceed with the introduction. "Come in," Pierce called towards the door. As his voice faded, a formidable figure entered, broad-shouldered and muscular, exuding an air of strength. "Reporting, sir, Level 7 Agent Grant Ward sends his regards." The individual was none other than the notorious Hydra spy, Grant Ward, a seasoned operative. He had successfully completed numerous missions without a single failure. Alexander Pierce, also a Hydra spy, recommended him to Harry. "Are you skilled in combat?" Harry approached and asked. "Reporting. Sir, I possess expertise in various fighting techniques and firearms. I excel in combat," Grant confidently replied, "a product of Hydra's secret training and an expert in martial prowess. Your fighting skills are of little use. To transform into a masked rider, obedience is paramount. I now command you to perform 3,000 push-ups," Harry proclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Grant was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a directive from Harry Osborn. Yet, as an agent, he had no choice but to comply, promptly dropping to the floor to commence his push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Pierce's expression darkened at the scene. As a Hydra operative, he was incensed by the treatment of Grant, yet feared Nick Fury's reaction and refrained from voicing his frustration. Nick Fury himself wore a stern countenance, his crossed arms indicating deep contemplation regarding Harry's intentions. Meanwhile, Natasha chuckled quietly, enjoying the spectacle, satisfied that her task had been temporarily completed. Coulson, on the other hand, reflected on his earlier restraint in conversation, relieved that he was not the one doing push-ups. 99, 100. "All right, cease," Harry interrupted Grant at the 100 mark. "Well done. I merely wish to assess your endurance and obedience." "Congratulations, you have passed the test," Harry explained to Grant. "Thank you very much, sir." Grant Ward stood at attention, his demeanor betraying no sign of inner turmoil. In truth, Harry had simply been toying with him, curious about the resilience of a Hydra agent. Thus far, the results were indeed satisfactory. Harry remained indifferent to whether Grant Ward was a Hydra operative or a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to him. They were one and the same. As long as one transforms into the Kamen Rider, they belong to him. Thus, the initial members of the Thunder Agents are designated as Natasha, Kamen Rider Valkyrie, and Grant, Kamen Rider Vulcan. Nick Fury rose to speak. Chapter 25, Conversation. Having determined the candidates for the two Masked Riders, Harry imparted the chip and the transplantation technology to S.H.I.E.L.D. for implementation. With a plethora of talented individuals, S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed various advanced techniques, including those for prolonging life and resurrecting humans. The transplantation of a chip was merely a minor task. Harry and Nick Fury were engaged in a private meeting within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top-floor office, with only the two of them in attendance. "You mean to take action against Wilson?" Nick Fury scrutinized Harry. Just moments ago, Harry had proposed that the first target of the Thunder Agent's inaugural war would be Wilson Fisk of Hell's Kitchen. Are you aware that Wilson Fisk is a wealthy magnate of New York's elite, frequently attending grand charity galas and maintaining connections with numerous high-profile individuals? Nick Fury spoke in a low voice, his darkened expression concealing his thoughts. Then you also know that Wilson Fisk, also known as Kingpin, is the mastermind behind New York's entire underground criminal syndicate. Can you still count the multitude of his transgressions? Harry retorted. I had no idea you were such a paragon of virtue, Harry Osborn. Nick Fury replied, his expression impassive as he regarded Harry. He found it hard to believe that this young man before him was entirely virtuous and just, especially given that his father, Norman Osborn, was a veritable demon. Justice? Don't make me laugh, Director Fury. Do you think I'm some sort of superhero, swinging around in tight pajamas like that little spider from New York? Harry chuckled as though he had heard a great jest. I am no superhero. Careful how you speak of your childhood companion, Nick Fury warned. The implication was clear. I have investigated you. Spare me the nonsense. S-H-I-E-L-D was neither a wholly righteous organization nor categorically evil. If one were to categorize it by color, S-H-I-E-L-D existed in the gray area between black and white. It encompassed Hydra, merely maintaining the status quo. They were preparing for war, yet did not wish to incite it, at least for the present moment. Even Hydra was reluctant to break the rules without thorough preparation. Despite Wilson Fisk's nefarious dealings behind the scenes, he presented a facade of perfection. His wealth and status in high society rendered him untouchable to many. In the dark underbelly of crime, disturbing him would trigger a major upheaval in Hell's Kitchen, plunging it back into chaos. Thus, Nick Fury was loath to take action against Wilson Fisk, even going so far as to protect him. This was also why Harry was hesitant to strike against Fisk on his own. The complications were far too numerous. However, if S-H-I-E-L-D were to take the fall, then the troubles would no longer concern him. I'm willing to provide S-H-I-E-L-D with the technology of Shemagia and the magic mechanism, Harry declared. What? Nick Fury exclaimed, rising in astonishment. Having lived from the Second World War to the present, he had seldom encountered anything that could shock him so profoundly. In the brief span of a few days since learning about Harry Osborn, he had been taken aback numerous times. To understand one of the reasons why he dispatched Natasha and agreed to establish the Thunder Agents with Harry, it was to extract the technology of Shemagia from him. He did not anticipate that it would be so effortlessly acquired. He was also surprised at how significant Wilson Fisk was to you. Nick Fury, being the top agent he is, quickly regained his composure after a moment of shock, adjusting his mindset to analyze Harry Osborn's motivations for such actions. He was inherently suspicious and could not discern any apparent benefits in Harry Osborn's behavior. You must have seen the news about my recent attack. Those individuals were led by Wilson Fisk, Harry said in a grave tone. I believe in retribution. If he sends people to assault me, I must inevitably retaliate. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, that is my guiding principle in life. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury acknowledged that, regardless of its veracity, it was indeed a rationale he could accept. I concur with your request. Wilson Fisk is now in your hands. Nick Fury nodded. In comparison to the technology of Shemagia and the magic mechanism, Wilson Fisk's life was of little consequence. Thus, his fate was being wagered by the two men within an office, much like Wilson Fisk, who decided the fates of others in his office. Harry had numerous reasons for wanting Wilson Fisk's life. Offending Harry was merely one of them. The most critical reason was Harry's desire to transfer the technologies of Shemagia and the magic mechanism to S-H-I-E-L-D. He alone possessed such technology, and it would inevitably attract ongoing attention. It was essential to share some of it. Moreover, sharing with others would serve only to benefit him, never to harm him. Just imagine, when S-H-I-E-L-D is entirely comprised of Shemagia, a single command from Harry could dismantle the organization. The Shemagia and magic mechanism could never oppose Harry's orders. Additionally, the name of Wilson Fisk was far too prominent. Executing him with great fanfare would undoubtedly yield considerable emotional value, whether it be benevolent or malevolent, both of which were necessary for Harry. Time swiftly passed. And 2 hours later, in the training room of S-H-I-E-L-D, Natasha and Grant Ward had completed their chip implantation surgery. A thin layer of bandage was wrapped around their heads. The minimally invasive procedure only required a small incision, which did not hinder their combat abilities. Hence, following the surgery, they began to undergo transformation training under Harry's guidance in the training room. Strike a pose. The transformation must be accompanied by a flair for the dramatic. Harry instructed from the side. With a mischievous inclination, he wished to observe the two highly trained super agents performing the transformation motions akin to a masked rider. Furthermore, He contemplated capturing this on video to post on the Osborne Group's official website. The sight of these two handsome figures would undoubtedly attract a significant audience, and it seemed that his benevolence value would receive a boost tonight. Harry chuckled to himself. Natasha, feeling somewhat exasperated, understood Harry to a degree and sensed that he was pulling a prank on them both. To be honest, was such a transformation motion truly necessary? Is it true that one cannot transform without action? Grant Ward is indeed training with great diligence, as Hydra has issued him a stern directive to remain entirely undercover under Harry's command until he finds an opportunity to fulfill Hydra's mission. At this moment, Grant has effectively brainwashed himself, employing Hydra's specialized self-indoctrination techniques, and he perceives himself entirely as one of Harry's subordinates. He follows Harry's every command without question. Consequently, when it comes to practicing transformation movements, he approaches it with utmost seriousness. Chapter 26. Balkans and Valkyries Transform. Grant Ward exclaimed with fervor. Well done. Enthusiastic indeed. Harry applauded, acknowledging the spirited performance. As expected from a Hydra super agent, your energy surpasses that of Natasha, who is merely coasting by. Harry cast a disapproving glance at Natasha, who, in turn, shot him a flirtatious wink, attempting to charm her way through. Let us commence our transformation training, Harry declared, choosing not to press Natasha further into practicing the transformation moves. He had configured the transformation device to require a vocal command for activation, an ingenious voice-activated belt. Harry produced 2 shooting driver belts and handed them over to Natasha and Grant. Grant Ward was the first to don the shooting driver, fastening it around his waist. He then retrieved the Shooting Wolf program elevation key and pressed it. A resounding bullet echoed in English from the key. Grant swiftly inserted the key into the shooting driver. Authorize. Transform. Grant Ward shouted resolutely. The shooting driver received the vocal command, and a transparent blue bullet erupted from it, encircling Grant before colliding with him. Shut your eyes. Shooting Wolf. The elevation intensified as the bullet was discharged. Accompanied by a melodious tune and an English refrain, Grant Ward completed his transformation. Clad in blue Shooting Wolf armor on the right and a white combat suit forged from Osborne composite metals on the left. His ensemble was equipped with a shooting control system designed for ultra-precision targeting. It allowed for a margin of error of merely 0.5 mm for targets within a 3 km radius, making it an ideal combat suit for a firearms master like Grant Ward. Empowered, Grant felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Let us test this newfound power, Harry commanded, directing him towards the dedicated strength testing apparatus in the training room. Grant approached, summoning all his might, and delivered a powerful punch to the machine. The strength tester's digits fluctuated wildly before settling at an impressive 10.5 tons. Such formidable strength, Grant Ward murmured, realizing it rivaled that of Captain America. It is worth noting that Captain America's baseline strength starts at around 5 tons, which can be augmented further with willpower. However, the superficial data typically ranges between 5 to 15 tons. Now let us assess your leg strength, Harry instructed. Upon hearing this, Grant Ward summoned even more power, executing a swift spinning kick aimed at the strength tester. To his astonishment, the apparatus was sent flying across the room, crashing to the ground with a shower of sparks and a plume of smoke beginning to rise. The strength tester had a maximum capacity of only 15 tons. Yet Grant's kick had exceeded 20 tons. In the ordinary course of events, there were no individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. possessing such extraordinary power. Suddenly, Grant Ward emerged as the paramount force within the organization. Natasha, intrigued, decided to give it a try as well. She picked up the shooting driver and secured it to her waist. Then, she retrieved the Rushing Cheetah program enhancement key and inserted it into the shooting driver. To her surprise, nothing happened. Harry had set up voice commands, and without the words for transformation, she could not proceed. Transform action and shout transform, Harry advised. At his suggestion, Natasha had no choice but to obediently remove the program enhancement key and begin the transformation anew. She pressed the Rushing Cheetah program enhancement key dash. The English command resonated from the enhancement key. Following Harry's instructional method, Natasha rotated the key in a circle before inserting it into the shooting driver. This maneuver was exceedingly simple for the Black Widow, who had been trained in the Red Room. Authorize. Transform, Natasha declared loudly. To her surprise, the act of shouting added an exhilarating thrill to the experience. The shooting driver received the voice command, and a translucent yellow bullet was released, encircling Natasha before colliding with her. Much like Grant, she transformed amidst a delightful melody and English accompaniment. Shot rise. Rushing Cheetah. Try to outrun this demon to be left in the dust. The armor materialized, with the right side clad in yellow Rushing Cheetah armor and the left in Osborne white composite metal. The helmet was equipped with a precision shooting system designed for ultra-accurate targeting, capable of hitting targets within a 3 km radius with a margin of error of just 0.05 mm. Shall we practice? Natasha beckoned to Grant. Grant Ward first glanced at Harry as he required Harry's command to act. Completely brainwashed, he was now wholly devoted to obeying Harry's orders. However, this state was unstable, continually suppressing his own will. There would come a day when Grant would inevitably erupt. Very well, let the training commence, Harry stated. As soon as he finished speaking, Grant seized the initiative, swiftly drawing his shooting driver to fire. Once drawn, the shooting driver also possessed offensive capabilities. Blue bullets surged forth, aimed at Natasha. Grant was not one to adhere strictly to rules. Given the opportunity, he immediately attempted to ambush Natasha. Yet, Natasha was no ordinary opponent. She reacted instantaneously, effortlessly dodging the bullets. The speed of Kamen Rider Valkyrie was an impressive 2.1 seconds per 100 meters, making it quite easy to evade the gunfire. Natasha maneuvered gracefully around the training room, leaping and shifting. Even though Grant was a master marksman, he could not land a hit on Natasha. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha approached Grant, eager to test the close combat prowess of Kamen Rider Valkyrie. After all, the power meter could not fully capture the intricacies of their abilities. As Natasha prepared for melee, Grant showed no trepidation, being quite adept in hand-to-hand combat himself. With a swift kick aimed at Natasha, she did not flinch, countering his assault with a kick of her own. The objective was not to measure their fighting skills, but rather the combat capabilities of the Kamen Riders. Only a direct clash could reveal the true data. With a resounding impact, their strikes collided. However, Grant's Vulcan was surprisingly sent sprawling by Natasha's kick. From a physiological standpoint, Natasha had undergone treatment with leech serum, coupled with decades of rigorous training, pushing her body to the limits of human potential. While Grant Ward was formidable in his own right, he still fell short in comparison to Natasha. Examining the Kamen Riders, it was evident that Grant's Kamen Rider Vulcan possessed a kicking force of 27 tons, whereas Natasha's Kamen Rider Valkyrie boasted an impressive 29 tons. The statistical difference was palpable. Nevertheless, Grant was a seasoned combat expert. Realizing he could not best Natasha in this exchange, he exploited the momentum of her attack to leap into the air, firing several rounds and forcing Natasha to retreat. "Let us cease this battle," Harry announced, having already captured the necessary footage. He planned to send the video to Iz for editing and dissemination, preferring not to remain and witness the tedious skirmish between the two. Chapter 27. Hell's Kitchen. The atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen is uniquely oppressive. The night sky is perpetually shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, rarely allowing the bright light of the moon to pierce through. Every corner of Hell's Kitchen is steeped in crime and darkness, where criminals reign with impunity and sinister forces are intricately woven into the fabric of the area. Were it not for the renowned Arkham Advanced Technical Training School nestled within, it could easily be mistaken for another Gotham. However, where darkness resides, so too do superheroes. Gotham boasts the Bat Demon, while Hell's Kitchen has its own champion, Daredevil. Daredevil, known as Matthew Murdock, endured a childhood fraught with hardship, a fate common to many superheroes. Orphaned at a young age when his mother abandoned him and later losing his father, he was seemingly destined for despair. Yet, fate intervened when a radioactive substance rendered him blind, simultaneously heightening his other senses. Under the rigorous tutelage of a blind martial arts master, Matt honed his extraordinary sensory abilities, transforming into a formidable warrior. By day, Matt is a lawyer, but by night, he dons a mask to become Daredevil, vigilantly safeguarding the streets of Hell's Kitchen against crime. This evening, Daredevil traverses the familiar alleys of Hell's Kitchen, his heart heavy with concern. During the day, he had been gathering evidence against the nefarious Kingpin, and at night, he frequently confronts Kingpin's criminal empire. However, tonight presents an alarming anomaly. An eerie silence envelopes what should be a cacophony of criminal activity at Kingpin's base. Standing at the entrance, Daredevil furrows his brow as he detects the unmistakable scent of blood. He rushes inside, though blind. He senses the grim tableau of bodies sprawled haphazardly throughout the base. At least 30 individuals lie lifeless, some grotesquely mutilated as if struck by an overwhelming force. "Frank, do you have any operations tonight?" Daredevil inquires, reaching out to the Punisher, Frank Castle, a retired U.S. Marine Corps captain. Frank transformed into the Punisher after his family fell victim to the mob, waging a relentless vendetta against all criminal elements, declaring that anyone guilty must face death. In Daredevil's eyes, only the Punisher possesses the ruthlessness required for a massacre against the criminal underworld in New York. Although it is evident that superhuman strength was involved, the meticulous execution of the scene suggests the work of someone with professional training, skills honed to a remarkable degree. Frank Castle fits this description, having been lauded by his former ally, Nick Fury, as possessing the caliber of a level 10 operative. What has transpired? The Punisher responds, discerning that something significant must have occurred to prompt Daredevil's inquiry. There has been a massacre against Kingpin's criminal forces in Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil reveals. Where? The Punisher immediately grasps the gravity of the situation, realizing that he has just emerged from seclusion, having undertaken no prior actions. A massacre is unfolding. And even malevolent forces may not guarantee a favorable outcome, as one cannot ascertain the stance of the other party and whether it might impede their plans. The individual must locate this person, for it is possible that this very individual is also a target for elimination. Just as Daredevil was about to speak, a resounding explosion echoed from afar, illuminating the distance with flickering flames. It seems that the identity of the perpetrator may soon be revealed. The Punisher ceased his conversation with Daredevil, abruptly ending the call. He commandeered a motorcycle at the intersection and sped towards the site of the explosion, while Daredevil immediately rushed in the same direction upon hearing the blast. The explosion occurred at a small stronghold belonging to Wilson Fisk. From an elevated position, Harry recorded the scene below, observing Natasha and Grant's real-time combat. Both had transformed into Kamen Riders. The duo engaged in a slaughter of ordinary criminals, their blows delivering 10 tons of punching power and nearly 30 tons of kicking force, even without exerting their full strength. Their assaults were akin to being struck by a vehicle, leaving their victims utterly shattered. Natasha, though an assassin with countless kills to her name, preferred swift resolutions through her shooting device rather than indulging in carnage. In contrast, Grant Ward, molded by Hydra, harbored a profound inclination towards violence, relentlessly attacking the enemy with fist and feet. Natasha furrowed her brow, sensing that Grant's state was amiss. Although S.H.I.D.L.D. conducts agent training with psychological assessments to prevent individuals with sadistic tendencies from becoming operatives, Natasha made a mental note to report this observation to Director Nick Fury upon their return. However, for now, the priority was the completion of their mission. As ordered by Thunder Agent Team Leader Harry Osborn, to eradicate all of Wilson Fisk's criminal enterprises, ensuring the roots were entirely severed. The Kamen Riders effortlessly decimated ordinary criminals, impervious to even well-equipped adversaries armed with grenades. The earlier explosion had been caused by a criminal hurling a grenade. The Punisher, Frank Castle, swiftly arrived on his motorcycle, seeking a vantage point from which to observe the battlefield. Prior to confronting unknown enemies, he aimed to gather intelligence. The Punisher was not one to act recklessly. He meticulously assessed the enemy's strengths and weaknesses before initiating an assault. Punisher Frank Castle. By sheer coincidence, he had chosen the very building where Harry was stationed. Harry had also selected a spot with the best view, as did the Punisher. "Who are you?" The Punisher asked coldly, raising his M16 assault rifle. Anyone privy to his true identity could not be an ordinary individual, and it was conceivable that the ongoing massacre was connected to this very person. "Oh dear. Do be careful with such a dangerous toy. An accidental discharge would be most unfortunate," Harry remarked dismissively, not regarding the rifle or Frank Castle with any measure of concern. Despite the latter's combat prowess being comparable to a level 10 S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Yet, despite being merely a mortal, he, even after training to the limits of an ordinary human, would never stand as an adversary to the masked rider. The Punisher, Frank, did not draw his firearm, not out of fear, but due to insufficient information. As a tactical master, he was meticulously analyzing his opponent. It was evident that Harry appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary 18-year-old youth. However, the Punisher sensed an unusual aura about him, having traversed countless brushes with death. He detected a flicker of danger. At that moment, the Daredevil, clad in a dark crimson combat suit, leaped from the adjacent rooftop. In his grasp was a weapon resembling nunchaku, referred to by the criminals of Hell's Kitchen as the Staff of Judgment. Daredevil arrived later than the Punisher. Having sprinted to the scene, as he passed by, he sensed the tension of Frank confronting another individual. Chapter 28. The Thief Frank the Cunning Daredevil, Matthew, arrived just in time, his keen instincts alerting him to the Punisher's vigilant stance. It became evident that the individual before him was connected to the carnage unfolding below. "You are indeed affiliated with those down there, aren't you?" Daredevil inquired, weapon drawn, acutely aware that despite the seemingly ordinary demeanor of his opponent, the Punisher's caution suggested there was something extraordinary at play. Such discourtesy among superheroes. "Shouldn't you address someone properly before posing your inquiries?" Harry retorted, disregarding the threats posed by the two as he advanced closer, undeterred. The Punisher held his weapon steady, waiting for the opportune moment, while Daredevil hesitated, uncertain of the man's true threat, unwilling to strike at an unassuming individual. Harry's mocking words lingered unspoken, for in an instant, the Punisher, Frank, fired his weapon with one hand, seizing the moment when Harry was off guard. Bullets rained down upon Harry's head and chest. In a remarkable display, Frank not only shot, but also hurled a grenade with his other hand at close range. Following this, he executed a classic Spider-Man maneuver, launching himself into the air with a specialized web shooter that erupted from his wrist. Anticipating that his assault would be ineffectual, he opted to retreat, swinging away like Spider-Man. Despite Daredevil's superhuman senses and quick reflexes, he was caught off guard by the Punisher's rapid actions. "No," he thought. torn between suspicion of the adversary's potential superhuman abilities and the possibility that he was merely an ordinary man. He attempted to intervene, only to be thrown back by the explosion of the grenade. Surrounded by bullets and the chaos of the grenade's detonation, Harry remained composed. In an instant, he summoned the 01 driver, transforming before their eyes. Rise, jump up, rise, rising hopper. The transformation sound resonated from his belt as he leaped skyward, executing a rider kick. The bullets and shrapnel rained upon him, yet he remained unscathed, clad in a suit crafted from a blend of advanced fibers and metals. His armor, adorned with green alloy, fortified his defense against the barrage. Masked Rider, you are Harry Osborn, the current president of Oscorp. Daredevil, recognizing the transformation and the iconic sound from the belt, swiftly deduced the identity of the figure before him. Harry's reputation had spread throughout New York, and as a lawyer, Matt had certainly heard his name. Harry chose not to respond to Daredevil, for his consciousness had submerged deep within, focused on the task at hand. Upon encountering the artificial intelligence known as Zia, the 01 system seamlessly connected with it, harnessing a portion of Zia's computational prowess to swiftly acquire combat skills. In the original narrative, Hyde Naruto rapidly evolved from a comically inept performer to a competent Kamen Rider capable of engaging in battle. Similarly, Harry transformed into Kamen Rider 01, compensating for his lack of martial training. While he still lagged considerably behind the seasoned agents and combat specialists, he could at least unleash the combat capabilities of a Kamen Rider during skirmishes. In mere moments, Harry completed his learning process. At that juncture, Natasha and Grant sensed an anomaly and leapt up from below, observing him intently. Stay back, Harry commanded. He then activated the leg-mounted jump apparatus, the rising jumper, which enabled him to leap vertically to a height of 61 meters. With effortless grace, Harry soared through the air, each bound propelling him forward by 60 meters. Within moments, he caught up to the Punisher, Frank. Despite the Punisher's prowess, he could not match the swiftness of Spider-Man, and Harry was even faster. Drawing his briefcase sword, Harry unleashed a powerful strike at Frank. The Punisher reacted with alacrity, swiftly retrieving a Japanese katana from his pocket. With remarkable speed, he brandished the sword in defense. Yet the silence that enveloped the clash suggested that the force and impact of Harry's attack were seemingly absorbed by the Punisher's blade. Vibranium, Harry realized instantly, puzzled by how the Punisher had produced the weapon from his pocket. Nonetheless, this did not deter Harry from launching his assault. Stowing the briefcase sword in a pocket dimension, Harry produced a briefcase gun and fired several shots at the Punisher. Utilizing his web shooter, Frank nimbly evaded the onslaught. Initially, Harry had merely been toying with the Punisher, but now he was earnest, for he coveted the Punisher's weapon, the vibranium sword. While vibranium was ubiquitous in Wakanda, it was virtually unattainable elsewhere. Although Harry had previously sought to procure vibranium through a lucrative bounty offered by he had yet to receive any leads. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved not to let it slip away. In midair, Harry activated the high jump grasshopper program within the 01 driver, initiating a rising impact. Drawing energy from the program, he infused it into his legs, propelling himself into a state of high-speed movement. In the air, Harry resembled a creature of flight, rapidly closing the distance to the Punisher. He once again brandished his briefcase sword, delivering a swift strike aimed at Frank's hand. Although Harry's signature technique typically involved delivering a flying kick, he harbored no intention of eliminating the Punisher just yet. After all, he is currently inseparable from S.H.I.E.L.D. Having just forged a collaboration, there is no need for a rift to form between Punisher Frank and S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury. Punisher Frank is indeed a close confidant of Nick Fury. This swift strike, if Punisher Frank did not relinquish his grip, would sever his hand along with the vibranium blade. Naturally, Punisher Frank would not sacrifice his arm for a mere knife. He decisively loosened his hold and evaded Harry's assault with his web shooter. Although Punisher Frank is merely an ordinary human, his combat experience is unparalleled, having frequently pilfered from here and there, concealing a multitude of trump cards. Like now, Punisher Frank was acutely aware that Harry's speed surpassed his own. Relying solely on the web shooter would not suffice for escape. He promptly retrieved a semi-transparent, high-tech helmet from his pocket and donned it. In an instant, he shrank and vanished. Ant-Man's helmet, Harry muttered. This helmet was pilfered by Punisher Frank from Dr. Pym. The vibranium blade was also stolen, as was the web shooter from Spider-Man. Truly, Frank Castle is a master thief. Chapter 29, Daredevil. After seizing the vibranium katana from the Punisher, Harry chose not to pursue him any further. The Punisher had donned the Ant-Man helmet, shrinking to a mere 27 centimeters. Chasing a diminutive figure in Hell's Kitchen was no trivial endeavor, especially when it came to a formidable superhero like Frank Castle. Now, Harry had lost sight of Frank entirely. He swiftly returned to his previous location, where an unexpected guest awaited him. Daredevil, Matt Murdock, along with Natasha and Grant, were on the rooftop. At this moment, Both Natasha and Grant had reverted from their transformed states. As agents trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., they possessed exceptional combat skills. Even without their firearms and the enhancements of a masked rider, they could easily overpower Daredevil in tandem. Ah, Daredevil, Matt Murdock. Upon arriving at the rooftop, Harry shed his disguise and greeted the vigilante warmly. How did you know my identity? Daredevil inquired, astonished. He had never anticipated that Harry Osborn would uncover his true persona. He believed he had concealed it well. After all, who would suspect that a blind lawyer transforms into a superhero by night to combat evil? That is of little consequence. Matt, Harry waved his hand dismissively, continuing, would you be interested in joining Oscorp? I could offer you a position as chief attorney. No, Mr. Osborn. I have already established a law firm with friends and have no other ambitions at the moment. What a pity, Harry replied, feigning regret. In truth, he merely sought to gauge the possibility of winning over Daredevil, having developed a slight admiration for him from Marvel's television series. However, rejection was to be expected. The two were not kindred spirits. Mr. Osborn, may I inquire why a man of your stature would come to Hell's Kitchen to eradicate the criminal underworld? Daredevil posed the question that had long plagued his mind. Because they deserve it, Harry stated with a smile. These criminals engage in nefarious activities every night, human trafficking, drug dealing, operating casinos, and other vile deeds that corrode the very fabric of Hell's Kitchen. Yet, Harry was not genuinely concerned about the criminal's transgressions. His true aim was Wilson Fisk. However, Wilson was not present in Hell's Kitchen. Unable to locate him, Harry resorted to systematically dismantling Wilson's criminal enterprises. These gangs were akin to Wilson's teeth, and Harry intended to extract them all, convinced that Wilson would eventually emerge. Nevertheless, not all these criminals deserved death. Collecting evidence of their crimes and incarcerating them would suffice. There was no need for murder. To arbitrarily decide the fates of others was no different from the criminals themselves. Although Daredevil fought against evil nightly, he adhered to a strict moral code. He would not kill. Instead, he would incapacitate criminals, sending them to hospitals, or gather evidence to bring them to justice through his daytime persona as Matt Murdock. Harry erupted into uncontrolled laughter, tears streaming down his face. Mr. Osborn? Harry? Daredevil Matt and Natasha were both perplexed by Harry's uncontrollable laughter. It's nothing. It's nothing. Harry waved his hand dismissively. The lawyer Matt's joke was simply too amusing for me to resist. What could possibly be funny? Daredevil Matt inquired, struggling to comprehend Harry's perspective. If your aim is to gather evidence to combat crime, then why are you wandering around in a tight costume at this hour? Is it cosplay? Let me ask you this. How long does it take for the criminals you apprehend to resume their nefarious activities? The offenders you incarcerate are released after only a few days. Does your fight against crime truly yield results? Harry exclaimed. In certain stable societies, the law is paramount. Yet in Hell's Kitchen, bullets reign supreme. Prisons serve merely as accommodations for the villains, where they can rest before returning to the streets the following day. Through films, television shows, and comics, Harry observed that superheroes merely capture supervillains. Regardless of the heinous acts committed by these adversaries, they are never met with capital punishment and inevitably escape to commit further crimes. Now that Harry finds himself in the Marvel Universe, possessing the means for self-preservation, he would never hold back like the superheroes do, unless the supercriminal served a significant purpose for him. Daredevil Matt found himself at a loss for words, despite his relentless efforts. The situation in Hell's Kitchen remained unchanged. He had previously been unable to thwart the Punisher Frank, who was even more extreme than Harry, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Having expressed his thoughts, Harry chose to disregard Daredevil Matt, although he had previously harbored a favorable view of some superheroes. This lifetime seemed destined to place him at odds with them. The same had occurred when confronting Tony Stark, and now with Daredevil Matt. He and his dear friend Spider-Man Peter Parker would inevitably become adversaries, as he required Peter's blood to create the perfect Spider Program enhancement key. Harry Osborn was afflicted by a hereditary illness. Even if he currently displayed no symptoms, the 01 driver could only temporarily suppress the genetic condition. Ultimately, the illness would resurface. And to survive, Harry needed Peter Parker's blood. He was acutely aware that Spider-Man Peter Parker would never willingly provide his blood, fearing the consequences of its extraction and the potential dangers of Harry's reckless injection. Moreover, having witnessed Dr. Connor's transformation into the lizard, Peter feared that Harry might become a spider as well. Thus, a confrontation between the two was inevitable. At present, Harry lacked absolute confidence in his ability to defeat Spider-Man Peter Parker. Despite commanding a total of 6 masked riders, including Natasha and Grant, along with his own prowess, Peter remained a formidable opponent. However, Peter Parker possessed an extraordinary potential that remained shrouded in mystery, leaving no one certain of the full extent of his abilities. It is conceivable to obstruct a train, wield a tank, or besiege a building. Moreover, in New York, with its myriad towering edifices, it would be exceedingly simple for Peter Parker to evade capture. Of course, resorting to the abduction of Aunt May and Gwen Stacy might compel Peter to surrender his blood. However, Harry is not that kind of individual. Despite not being a paragon of virtue, he would not resort to such petty tactics. He desires to seize Peter Parker's blood through honorable means. Chapter 30. The meeting within the clandestine factory of the Hand Association, the ninja Yoshioka Shin entered the inner sanctum. Madame Gao, investigations reveal that several of Jean Bing's subordinates have been eradicated. Yoshioka reported respectfully. Have we yet to establish contact with Jean Bing? Madame Gao, leaning on her cane, rose with a tremor. Externally, she resembled an elderly woman in her 80s, yet those familiar with her understood the peril she posed. She was one of the notorious Five Fingers of the Hand Association, a formidable criminal organization based in Hell's Kitchen. A master of chi, martial arts, ninjutsu, and sorcery. Her combat prowess was not to be underestimated. It has been several days since we lost contact with Jean Bing. I suspect he may no longer be in Hell's Kitchen. Shin stated with deference. Is the foe truly formidable, such that even Jean Bing has chosen to conceal himself? Madame Gao mused, aware that, given Jean Bing's temperament, a lack of response to an invasion would likely indicate a grave issue. If Jean Bing has retreated, we too shall withdraw. However, before we do, we must ascertain the strength of our adversary. Shin, take some men and investigate, Madame Gao instructed with a steely demeanor. The hasty withdrawal from the factory would inflict significant losses upon the Hand Association. Hence, Madame Gao sought to test the enemy's capabilities. If they proved weak, they would be swiftly eliminated. Should they appear formidable, a strategic retreat would be prudent until reinforcements from the Hand Association's headquarters arrived to reclaim Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, at a secret base belonging to Jean Bing's faction, Harry once again instructed Natasha and Grant to storm the premises. Harry refrained from engaging in combat, opting instead to operate his filming equipment, capturing footage that would prove invaluable and accruing both goodwill and malice points. With his subordinates handling the assault, he saw no need to dirty his hands, particularly as none of the foes possessed superpowers or were notorious criminals. Natasha and Grant, being professionals, swiftly dispatched the lesser foes. Within the chaos, Natasha uncovered numerous women and children, all victims of abduction by these criminals. Their assault on Jean Bing's nefarious operations that night liberated many such captives. This was also the reason why the Black Widow, Natasha, so dutifully obeyed Harry's commands to eliminate their enemies. Having once undergone brainwashing and training in the Red Room, she had committed many unforgivable acts, yet now, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she sought to adhere to her moral code. She had always aspired to be a force for good, to save the world and its people. Harry, I have released all the innocents, Natasha reported. Harry nodded in agreement with her actions, recognizing that rescuing kidnapped civilians would also yield substantial goodwill points, a mutually beneficial endeavor. It seems Jean Bing will not make an appearance tonight, Harry lamented. Ever since he had defeated Wilson Fisk, Jean Bing had vanished without a trace, eluding even S.H.I.E.L.D.'s surveillance. It was as if he had dissolved into the ether. Let us retreat. We shall regroup for the night, Harry commanded. After all, his current physique is merely that of an ordinary individual. Staying up too late can also lead to fatigue. Having already eradicated 5 strongholds of malevolent forces, it appears futile to continue the pursuit tonight, as Wilson Fisk is unlikely to make an appearance. Natasha and Grant, upon hearing this, reverted to their original forms, preparing to withdraw alongside Harry. Just as they shed their transformations, Natasha and Grant sensed a subtle disturbance. Natasha, having endured countless life and death trials, and Grant, though not as seasoned, had still faced danger over 100 times. In the face of peril, their instincts urged them to be vigilant. Natasha and Grant drew their firearms and unleashed a flurry of shots into the shadows. They emptied their KGB pistols in a fervent barrage. In response to the assault, 2 individuals clad in ninja attire emerged from the corner, collapsing to the ground. The 2 ninjas, felled by gunfire, disintegrated into ashes, leaving no trace of their bodies. The Hand? Natasha pondered with suspicion. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had certainly encountered the Hand before. Instantly recognizing the identity of her adversaries. Black Widow? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. also seek to meddle in the affairs of Hell's Kitchen? Yoshioka Nobu, adorned in crimson ninja garb, materialized from the shadows, employing the Hand's ninjutsu of stealth. In the darkness, mere sight would not suffice to discern his presence. No, that is not S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intent. Our new employer desires the life of Wilson Fisk. Do you know where he is? Natasha inquired. Harry had boldly come to eliminate Wilson Fisk, so Natasha felt no trepidation in revealing the target's identity. No, we are also searching for him. We have been unable to contact Wilson Fisk for several days. Yoshioka sighed in relief. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a formidable adversary, and the woman before him, the Black Widow, was exceedingly dangerous. The Hand had repeatedly encountered her without gaining any advantage. Esteemed sir, we of the Hand have no desire to oppose you. Fist's affairs do not concern us, Yoshioka respectfully addressed Harry Osborn. Since the Black Widow Natasha obeyed this young man's commands, it indicated that he too was a person of significance. Yoshioka had merely come to gauge the intentions of the assailants, since they held animosity toward Wilson Fisk. The Hand was unwilling to take the fall for him. What ninjutsu do you ninjas possess? Harry inquired, a curious expression upon his face. That is a secret of the Hand. I cannot disclose it, Yoshioka responded, somewhat irked by Harry's probing. Humph, your resolve is quite firm. Let us see if I can pry open your mouth, Harry remarked, noting Yoshioka's anger, yet he remained indifferent. He harbored a profound disdain for this group of ninjas. Having decided from the very first glance that he would confront them, the Hand was a notorious Japanese assassin organization. Now that fate had brought them together, he intended to eliminate them all without exception. I have shown you ample respect. You should reciprocate wisely. Yoshioka glared at Harry. Respect? Do you even deserve it? Harry scoffed, utterly dismissing Yoshioka's presence. Yoshioka Nobu, upon hearing the words, was engulfed in fury, swiftly drawing 5 concealed weapons to launch at Harry. However, Harry had anticipated Yoshioka's treachery. He instantly transformed into Kamen Rider 01. The projectile struck the verdant armor upon Harry's chest, leaving not a single mark. Kamen Rider? You belong to the Osborn group. Yoshioka recognized him in an instant. The name of Harry Osborn echoed throughout New York's underbelly, known among the various dark factions for the formidable power of Kamen Rider. Yoshioka realized he had struck an unyielding barrier, yet undaunted, he felt no fear towards Harry. He swiftly commanded his ninja subordinates to engage Harry, attempting to entangle him. Subsequently, he began to prepare sorcery to bolster his own strength, for he knew that mere hand-to-hand combat would never suffice against Kamen Rider Harry. Chapter 31. The Fall of Yoshikawa Shin. Upon Yoshikawa Shin's command, the concealed ninjas of the Hand Association surged forth. These warriors, summoned by the dark arts of the Hand Association, were devoid of emotion and unafraid of death. However, these ninjas, who were merely capable of confronting ordinary individuals, stood little chance against Harry, transformed into the Kamen Rider. Their fate was all but sealed. As Harry confronted the ninjas brandishing weapons such as spears, katanas, and scythes, he did so without evasion or concern for positioning. Regardless of whether they attacked with hidden weapons or poison, their efforts could not breach Harry's defenses. He heard the activation sound of the sublimation key from behind him, as Natasha and Grant initiated their transformations. You two are not allowed to transform, Harry commanded, turning to face them. As he spoke, he delivered a powerful kick to a nearby ninja, sending him crashing into several others, who subsequently smashed against the wall with a resounding thud. The wall crumbled under the immense force of nearly 50 tons of kicking power, enough to incapacitate even the likes of Daredevil, let alone these minor foes. After dispatching the ninja, Harry tossed his camera to Natasha. Make me look good, he instructed, striking a pose. Reluctantly, Natasha assumed the role of his personal photographer. Once Natasha found the perfect angle, Harry turned his head with satisfaction. I am the man who enforces justice and commands all, he proclaimed, though Natasha couldn't help but feel the awkwardness of the moment. Harry was acutely aware of the cringeworthy nature of his sudden pose and dramatic declaration. Yet he anticipated that a little editing and the right background music would transform it into something entertaining. The primary goal was to garner emotional value. After all, just then, 3 more ninjas charged at him. With a stylish midair triple kick, Harry dispatched them effortlessly. None could withstand the force of his strikes. In no time, the 20-plus ninjas summoned by Yoshikawa Shin were swiftly defeated by Harry. Yoshikawa Shin, fully aware of his inability to contend with the formidable opponent before him, found himself unwilling to flee as a ninja of the Hand Association. He resolved to face his demise with valor, reassured by the belief that the Lord of Evil Beasts would resurrect him. Seizing the moment while the ninjas distracted Harry, Yoshikawa Shin completed the incantation of the Hand Association's dark magic. His body rapidly expanded by a third, his height surged from 1.8 meters to an imposing 2.4 meters. Moreover, not only did he grow taller, but his skin also took on a ghastly, zombie-like pallor, glowing with a sinister green light. His strength intensified, and his speed increased. With eyes radiating an eerie green glow, he resembled a demon, consumed by madness and no longer fearing Harry's might. Yoshikawa Shin charged at Harry, leaping just before reaching him, raising his katana high for a devastating downward strike aimed at Harry's head. His speed was tremendous, and he exerted all his might. Had he faced the current Daredevil, the blow would have surely been fatal. However, he had miscalculated his opponent. Harry's Kamen Rider 01 was swifter still. As Nobu Yoshioka's katana was about to make contact with Harry's head, Harry deftly sidestepped to the right, evading the blade's lethal edge. In that moment, he retrieved his briefcase sword from his dimensional pocket, sweeping it from left to right to sever Nobu's head. The severed head soared into the air, its eyes transitioning from a vibrant green back to their natural hue, granting him a fleeting moment of clarity. Empowered by sorcery, his body did not succumb immediately to death. The great, evil beast lord shall not. Before he could finish his words, Harry delivered a swift kick that sent his head flying. So verbose, Harry commented as he descended to the ground, reverting from his transformation. He was aware of the evil beasts associated with the Alliance, but deemed them unworthy of his attention. Such a low-tier villain was hardly a threat to him. Let us wrap this up and leave, he instructed Natasha. Upon hearing this, Natasha shot him an exasperated glance, noting his bravado only when facing lesser foes. Harry, however, disregarded her disapproving look and waved her off as he exited. Stepping outside, Harry encountered Iz, who had been waiting for him. Beside her stood the high-jump locust motorcycle he had instructed her to prepare. Iz possessed an angelic beauty. Her eyes, clear and transparent, seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. Her straight nose and slightly upturned cherry lips were perpetually graced with a serene smile. Her skin, fair and delicate, resembled finely crafted porcelain, inviting a gentle touch. Compared to Natasha's Western allure, Harry found himself captivated by the tranquil elegance of Iz. Mr. Osborn, shall we head directly home? Iz inquired respectfully. Harry, momentarily caught off guard, realized his hunger had distracted him. It seems I'm rather famished. How did I become so enchanted? He mused, shaking his head. Hop on, he said, gesturing for her to join him. With care, Iz settled onto the motorcycle's rear seat, and Harry sped off towards home. Iz, could you please arrange for 2 magazine models? He requested. The night passed in silence, and by morning, Harry sat in the dining room, enjoying breakfast. The 2 magazine models had already been dispatched by Iz. Isn't that the very essence of a secretary's role? Iz approached, holding a tablet, which she presented to Harry. Mr. Osborn, the battle video featuring Kamen Rider 01 versus the Hell's Kitchen evil organization has been released online as per your specifications, she stated with deference. The night prior, to prevent Iz from eavesdropping, Harry had sent her to the Osborn Group building to edit the video, instructing her to return in the morning. The unscrupulous capitalist that he was, Harry picked up the tablet. As he watched the comments below the video while eating, he found them quite appetizing. Harry Osborn is so handsome. I want to have your children. One comment read, Kamen Rider is invincible. When will you sell the drivers? Another exclaimed, Mr. Osborn, you are a true deity. Let us, your faithful followers, stand by your side. I extend my gratitude to Mr. Osborn. Residing in Hell's Kitchen, I refrained from venturing outside after 7 p.m. each evening. Yet the environment has finally improved significantly. The accolades for Harry are numerous. However, criticisms abound as well. What right do you possess to determine the fate of others? Even criminals have human rights, and your actions encroach upon those rights. How do you differ from the offenders? Harry remains unfazed by the disparaging remarks, for even such criticisms contribute to his malevolent value. Those who deride him inadvertently bolster his strength. Harry's relentless pursuit of the criminal underworld and his vendetta against Jean serves this very purpose, to accrue both benevolent and malevolent values simultaneously. At last, his benevolent and malevolent values have amassed sufficiently, allowing for the crafting of the next pivotal key. Connecting to the 3D electronic automated printing chamber, he initiates the creation of the Assault Grip and the Radiant Locust Program Ascension key. Harry remotely engages the 3D electronic automated printing chamber, commanding it to commence the production of upgraded equipment. Responding to the directives of the human agents Z and Yake, the manufacturing process begins. Chapter 32. A crisis approaches. The Radiant Locust Transformation Key represents an enhanced form of the High Leap Locust Transformation Key. When combined with the Assault Grip, it can further amplify the key's power. Together, they enable Harry to transform into the Kamen Rider Assault Radiant Locust. At that moment, Harry's strength will be elevated to at least 5 times its current level. In a secluded mountainous region of America, an ancient temple stands tall, shrouded in a green mist. Occasionally, piercing screams emanate from within, only to be abruptly silenced. This is the headquarters of the Hand Association, where their leader, the evil beast, lies concealed. In the main hall of the temple, the evil beast occupies the highest seat. His visage is grotesque, with features twisted as if nature itself had faltered in its artistic endeavor. He possesses a towering, corpulent frame, yet his limbs are slender, exuding an aura of cunning and ferocity, with his eyes glinting with avarice and malice. His skin is rough and mottled, bearing the scars of time in a harsh environment. The laughter of the evil beast is sharp and grating, echoing eerily as if it were a sinister resonance from the depths of hell, sending shivers down the spine. Beneath him lies a wretched figure, tortured beyond recognition. Please, let me die. The person dares not plead for life, only for death. This is due to the evil beast's power of resurrection. He revels in the torment of those he subjects to a cyclical game of death and revival. At that moment, the evil beast senses something amiss. His subordinate, Nobuaki Yoshioka's soul has returned. Enraged that someone dared to kill his loyal follower, he extends his hand, and a mass of black energy tendrils unfurls from his body. This dark energy envelopes the tormented individual. No. With a piercing scream, the energy coalesces into a humanoid form. Then, as the black energy dissipates, it retreats into the evil beast's being. Nobuaki Yoshioka rises from the ground. Surveying his body, he has been resurrected. Great Lord Evil Beast. Forgive my incompetence. Nobuaki Yoshioka hastily kneels before the evil beast, pleading for his forgiveness. He understands the evil beast's penchant for inflicting suffering. He fears not death itself, but rather the torment of being trapped in a state of despair, unable to die or live. The evil beast remains silent. Yet Nobuaki Yoshioka can feel the simmering rage of his master. He knows the evil beast awaits his explanation, and if it fails to appease, his fate would be dire. My lord, the new president of the Osborne Group in New York has invented a weapon known as Kamen Rider. Nobuaki Yoshioka quickly elaborates on the power of the Kamen Rider and how he easily overcame him using sorcery. Moreover, Harry Osborne is scheming to seize Hell's Kitchen. Otherwise, why would he massacre the criminal forces? Why would he attack? Nobuaki Yoshioka believes that Harry Osborne seeks to dominate all of Hell's Kitchen. The area is said to hold the legendary dragon bone from Kunlun, a prize the evil beast has long coveted. Should Harry Osborne take control of Hell's Kitchen, the Hand Association's plans would be thwarted, and their quest for the dragon bone would be forever doomed. Upon hearing the words of Nobu Yogi, the malevolent beast lord was engulfed in fury, crushing the armrest of his chair in his wrath. The beast opened its mouth, and tendrils of black energy flowed forth, coalescing into a humanoid figure of dark energy that approached Nobu Yogi. The sight of it sent beads of cold sweat cascading down Yogi's brow. You must return and inform Gao to prepare. The beast shall descend. The creature, a manifestation of the beast's tongue, spoke in fragmented utterances. Yes, my lord. Nobu Yogi replied with deep respect, fully aware that the arrival of the beast lord in New York portended imminent catastrophe. Meanwhile, outside the city of New York, within the confines of the Gustav Fisk Genetic Laboratory, Harry Osborne was on the hunt for the elusive Wilson Fisk, who lay upon the operating table. Monitoring devices were connected to Fisk's body, their cables intertwining across him. Mr. Fisk, your experiment with the lizard serum has yielded remarkable results. You have perfectly adapted to the genetically modified serum, Dr. Mouse, with a tone of reverence, informed him. Wilson Fisk, known for his cold demeanor and imposing presence, now displayed a rare gentleness. Leaning slightly forward, his eyes glimmering with warmth, he softly expressed his gratitude to the doctor. Doctor, I truly appreciate your efforts. Doctor, Mouse was indeed a genius. After numerous experiments in genetic enhancement, he had finally devised a flawless methodology. Wilson Fisk's compatibility with the lizard serum surpassed even that of Dr. Connors. Just then, Gustav entered the room, presenting a tablet to Wilson Fisk. Our common adversary, Harry Osborne, has grown even stronger, he stated. As Fisk scrutinized the video on the tablet, his brow furrowed in dismay. He witnessed Harry's merciless assault on 5 of his secret hideouts and the defeat of the Hand Organization at the hands of Harry, who had transformed into the new masked hero. Fisk's rage surged, and in his fury, he inadvertently exerted too much pressure, crushing the steel bed beneath him. His strength had significantly increased, far surpassing his previous capabilities. Harry Osborne, you shall pay the price. Wilson Fisk bellowed in the genetic laboratory. Upon hearing Fisk's thunderous voice, Scorpion, Pity, Vulture, and the newly recruited villain, Thrall, entered the room. Thus, the notorious Sinister Six, comprising these 4 villains alongside the newly transformed Lizard and Dr. Mouse, was assembled. However, this time, their target was not Spider-Man, but rather Harry Osborne. At that moment, Harry Osborne remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. The Sinister Six in the villainous Hand Organization had set their sights upon him. Yet, even if he were to know, Harry would remain unfazed. For his assault grip and the dazzling Grasshopper program's sublimation key had already been completed. Mr. Osborne, the automated manufacturing plant for the Zyamagia has successfully produced its first batch. Is walked in and respectfully stated, how many have been produced in total? Harry inquired. A total of 5,000 Zyamagia have been manufactured, including 2,000 combat models and 3,000 functional models. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded. Of the 2,000 combat models produced, half will be allocated to security for the Osborne Group, while the other half will be delivered to the military. The remaining 3,000 functional models include 1,000 customized units intended for sale, and there are already individuals beginning to purchase the Zyamagia. The other 2,000 functional models are being utilized to fully support the construction of the 2nd and 3rd automated manufacturing plants for Zyamagia. Only through this expansion can we produce a greater number of Zyamagia. Chapter 33. The Fall of New York in the Osborne Group Technology Building. Gwen Stacy was on the phone with Peter Parker. Although they had reconciled, Peter was still troubled by the thought that his identity as Spider-Man could endanger Gwen. He could never forget the moment when Gwen's father, George Stacy, had clasped his hand and urged him to leave Gwen for her safety. Additionally, Peter had recently discovered that Aunt May had taken on an extra job, tirelessly working to support him. All these factors left Peter ambivalent about their relationship. Gwen. Before Peter could finish his sentence, he heard Gwen's piercing scream through the phone. Gwen. Gwen. What happened? Peter called out anxiously. But all he could hear was a strange, squeaking noise, reminiscent of mice. Realizing that something was amiss, Peter quickly donned his Spider-Man suit and leaped out of the window, racing toward the Osborn Group building. Unbeknownst to him, a sinister green mist was spreading throughout New York City. Inside the Osborn building, Gwen and her colleagues were fleeing upstairs. Moments earlier, while speaking with Peter, she had noticed mice scurrying into the office. Although brave, Gwen was still a young woman, and upon seeing the mice, she let out a startled scream, accidentally dropping her phone. As she reached down to retrieve it, she noticed that the office's ventilation ducts were spewing forth a stream of mice. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she abandoned her phone and hurriedly led her colleagues to safety. However, the staircase downwards was already teeming with rodents, forcing her to ascend further. In the lobby, Kingpin Wilson Fisk entered the Osborn building, accompanied by four formidable villains. Among them were Pity, clad in a tight black suit that accentuated her figure, Scorpion, adorned in green mechanical exoskeleton armor, the Mouseman, dressed in a white lab coat, and Shriek, outfitted in a special uniform equipped with a soundwave emitter. Doctor, have you located Harry Osborn? Wilson asked in a low voice. Not yet, Mr. Fisk. It seems Harry Osborn may not be here today, the Mouseman replied cautiously. Fully aware of the terror emanating from the towering figure of Wilson Fisk, whose skin occasionally flickered with a green glow, brimming with power. Humph, Doctor, Pity, Scorpion, Shriek. You have free rein to wreak havoc. Destroy everything here, Wilson commanded coldly, surveying the interior of the Osborn building with a disdainful eye. He did not believe that Harry would remain oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Alarm! Alarm! The security team, led by Captain Shemagia, rushed into the Osborn building. The captain produced an annihilation device, harnessing the power of the annihilation program to transform it into a formidable machine. As he transformed, the 12 Shemagias behind him also underwent a metamorphosis. Together with the 13 magical constructs and the ordinary mercenary-type security Shemagias continuously rushing in for support. This constituted the formidable security force Harry had left at the Osborn Group headquarters. Mr. Fisk, you should retreat, the timid Dr. Mouse advised, his cowardly nature surfacing at the sight of such a formidable array of magical constructs. No need. I can handle this alone. You continue to follow my orders. Destroy this building and draw out Harry Osborn. Wilson Fisk displayed no fear. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Since undergoing the genetic modification with the lizard serum from the transplanted experimental animals, he had yet to test his newfound strength. Amidst the encirclement of magical constructs, he began his transformation. His physique gradually swelled, muscles rising like green mountains, his skin coarse and resilient, resembling heavy armor that glimmered with a metallic sheen. His head became enormous and menacing, with eyes that flickered with a fierce light, as if capable of devouring all in their path. His sharp claws and menacing teeth instilled dread, and his gaze burned with an untamed fury. The transformation into Wilson's version of the lizard was complete. The 13 magical constructs unleashed a myriad of abilities, launching attacks against Wilson. Yet, his defenses proved exceptionally robust. The construct's assaults could not penetrate his formidable fortitude. It is worth noting that these constructs possessed strength ranging from 10 to 25 tons, each comparable to Captain America from the Super Soldier program. Astonishingly, these 13 constructs, boasting the strength of Captain America, were unable to inflict harm upon Wilson Fisk. With a thunderous roar akin to a miniature Godzilla, Wilson charged at the magical constructs. Meanwhile, Gwen, pursued by the mouse, had finally reached the pinnacle of the Osborn Group building. Numerous employees had gathered there, as the only escape route left was to the rooftop, given the mouse's presence below. Once the employees had assembled, they collectively barricaded the door to thwart the mouse's intrusion. Stay calm, Gwen. Peter will surely come to your rescue, she reassured herself. Meanwhile, others frantically dialed for police assistance, but their calls went unanswered. Unbeknownst to them, a green mist enveloped the entirety of New York City. This mist was the result of the hand's sinister abilities, capable of inducing unconsciousness in those who inhaled it, functioning as a potent narcotic. Now, the majority of the city's inhabitants lay incapacitated by the green fog, under the leadership of their malevolent beast. The hand advanced with 1,000 ninjas toward the Osborn Group building, their target also being Harry Osborn. At the same time, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury received word of New York's downfall and the siege of the Osborn Group building. Director Fury, Agent Hill addressed him. We have received orders from Harry Osborn to provide assistance. Do we require reinforcements? No, let Harry Osborn handle this matter, as it was he who instigated it. However, to safeguard the citizens of New York, arrange for ASHIELD team led by Clint Barton to rescue them, commanded Nick Fury. Yes, but should we inform Captain Rogers? Agent Hill inquired of Nick Fury. After a moment of contemplation, Nick Fury replied, I shall personally inform the captain. Thus, SHIELD also entered the fray in New York. Meanwhile, along the coast of the city, a crimson light ascended from Stark Manor, soaring towards the Osborn Corporation building. Its velocity was astonishing, already surpassing the speed of sound. Chapter 34. The arrival of Iron Man atop the Oscar Group building. The employees anxiously awaited rescue, clinging to hope despite their inability to make phone calls. Sensing their unease, Gwen stepped forward to offer comfort. Rest assured, our boss is Kamen Rider. He will undoubtedly come to our aid, as will Spider-Man. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoed from above. Gwen looked up to see Vulture clad in a green exoskeleton. Two mechanical wings extending behind him, hovering ominously in the sky. Gold had deployed the only airborne Vulture to patrol the skies over Oscorp. Kamen Rider? Just a coward. And Spider-Man? What a mere insect, Vulture mocked, casting a derisive glance at Gwen. At that moment, a figure clad in red and blue swooped in, delivering a swift kick to Vulture's back. Caught off guard, Vulture was struck. Here comes the little bug, announced Spider-Man, Peter Parker, as he made his entrance. You finally arrived, Gwen exclaimed, her excitement evident as she gazed at Peter. He, too, was filled with relief upon seeing Gwen unharmed, having previously worried for her safety. Are you? Peter began to inquire about Gwen's well-being, but his spider sense tingled, prompting him to instinctively leap aside. A laser shot struck the ground, creating a crater. Little mosquito. Do you only sting from behind? Vulture taunted Peter for his stealthy approach. Vulture, whose real name is Adrian Toombs, was once an electronic engineer with dreams of flight. After countless experiments to create wings akin to a bird's, he fell victim to a deceptive businessman, leading to his imprisonment due to insufficient research funding. Released by Gustav, who recognized his talents, Toombs underwent genetic experimentation and donned the exoskeleton created by Gustav, ultimately transforming into the formidable Vulture. In a frenzy, Vulture unleashed a barrage of lasers at Peter, who adeptly evaded the attacks thanks to his spider sense. Hey, that's cheating. How can Vulture shoot lasers? The zoo won't accept that. Peter quipped, his humor evident even in battle. You damned insect. Vulture seethed with rage, abandoning his lasers to charge at Peter. Seizing the opportunity, Peter ensnared an air conditioning unit with his web and hurled it at the oncoming Vulture. Unprepared, Vulture was sent flying by the impact. Huh, little spider can deliver big hits. Peter laughed. Watch out, Gwen shouted to warn him. In the midst of his banter, Peter's spider sense alerted him to a presence behind him. But he had no time to evade. A striking girl in a black bodysuit appeared, introducing herself as Pity. Pity teleported behind Peter using dark energy, swiftly delivering 3 kicks and 2 punches that sent Spider-Man crashing to the ground. A surprise attack. A red card warning. Despite the assault, Peter Parker's resilient physique remained unscathed, and he rose to his feet, unperturbed. However, Pity was already prepared, ensnaring Peter with dark energy. Peter strained against the bindings, aware that he needed time to break free. At that moment, the Vulture returned, his anger intensified. Seizing the opportunity while Peter was trapped, the Vulture grasped him with his talons and ascended into the sky, intending to plummet Peter from a great height. As they soared higher, Peter fought desperately against his restraints and ultimately managed to break free. Yet it was too late. The Vulture had already released him from his grasp. Peter plummeted from the sky, contemplating how to survive the impending impact. Given the immense force of the fall, he doubted his web shooters would suffice to catch him. Nevertheless, he resolved to take action rather than resign to fate. Just then, a crimson light streaked across the sky as Tony Stark, clad in his red and gold armor, swooped in and caught Spider-Man in a princess carry. He then ascended to the rooftop of Oscorp, executing a classic superhero landing, kneeling on one leg while still holding Peter. Hey, sleepyhead, wake up. Tony's voice resonated from within the suit, bemused by Peter's starstruck gaze directed at Iron Man. Wow, how did you create that armor? What energy source sustains it? What propels it into flight? Every boy harbors dreams of a suit of armor, and even the 18-year-old Spider-Man was captivated by the sight of Iron Man. He even reached out to touch Tony's chest plate. With a firm motion, Iron Man flung him away. I knew it. Anyone who wears tight pajamas in public must be a weirdo. Just so you know, I'm a straight man. Only women are allowed to touch me. Tony Stark remarked disdainfully. Jarvis, remind me to dispose of this Mark III suit when we return. The next model must be sanitized. Gwen observed the interaction between the two, realizing why Peter had been acting strangely lately. No, I'm not. Peter understood Tony's implication and hurriedly attempted to clarify. However, before he could finish, the Vulture descended from above. What is going on? Is this a zoo? Tony quipped, glancing at the vulture's attire before turning to Peter. And who might you be? You don't seem like a Kamen Rider. Don't bring up Kamen Rider. I'm far superior. I am Iron Man. As he spoke, Tony extended his right hand and fired a repulsor blast, yet it was thwarted by Pity's dark energy. Only then did Tony notice Pity. A superpowered girl? What kind of day is this? Tony Stark was utterly perplexed, feeling as though the world had suddenly transformed. A little Spider-Man swinging in pajamas. A flying vulture clad in exoskeletal armor, and now a girl wielding superpowers. What on earth was happening? Since the moment Tony Stark was attacked, he has been tirelessly engaged in the research and development of armored suits within the confines of his home. After the cumbersome Mark I and the flawed Mark II, he ultimately succeeded in creating the relatively perfect Mark III Iron Man suit. However, to his dismay, shortly after its completion, chaos erupted in New York City. Utilizing satellite surveillance, he discovered that something was amiss at the Osborn Group building. With an air of bravado, Tony Stark donned the Mark III and swiftly soared towards the scene, only to unexpectedly encounter three peculiar beings upon his arrival. Chapter 35. The defeat of the Vulture. Iron Man Tony exhibited remarkable speed and agility, far surpassing that of the Vulture. Utilizing his nimble physique, he deftly evaded the Vulture's attacks, seizing opportunities to unleash his pulse cannons, missiles, and miniguns against the foe. Unfortunately, the presence of the superpowered girl, Pity, complicated matters. She employed her ability to manipulate dark energy to create shields that thwarted Iron Man's onslaught. Carrie, the witch. Why are you here instead of annihilating high school? Tony taunted, his sharp wit evident. Meanwhile, Spider-Man stood nearby, entranced by Iron Man's armor, meticulously analyzing its intricate design and contemplating whether he could acquire a suit of his own. Goodness, this is far more stylish than spandex, Peter mused inwardly. Hey? Hello? Pajama boy, look over here. Recognizing that he was momentarily outmatched by the combination of the Vulture and the superpowered girl, Tony Stark called out to the dazed Spider-Man. Stop daydreaming. After we finish, I'll let you take a closer look. Come over here and help devise a strategy against the destructive witch Carrie. Carrie, the witch, is the protagonist of a classic American film, endowed with superhuman abilities yet subjected to domestic abuse and bullying at school. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, she unleashed her powers to exact revenge on those who tormented her. Noting her capabilities, Tony had affectionately dubbed her the witch. Though Peter Parker had not seen that old film, he grasped Tony's implication. Peter, you must not zone out any longer. Spider-Man Peter re-engaged. He soared into the air, utilizing his webbing to propel himself toward Pity. While Pity attempted to repel Spider-Man's advance with her powers, Peter proved formidable when he focused his efforts. His spider sense rendered him nearly untouchable by Pity's abilities. With Spider-Man successfully distracting Pity, Iron Man was finally able to confront the Vulture with undivided attention. The Vulture's attacks were rather simplistic, limited to laser fire, which failed to connect with Tony. Jarvis analyzed the enemy's weaknesses and initiated an offensive. Tony commanded as he evaded the oncoming fire. Understood, sir, Jarvis replied promptly, commencing the analysis. Upon completion, the attack was initiated. Jarvis maneuvered the Iron Man suit to fire a pulse cannon, forcing the Vulture to evade, and then launched a missile that struck the circuitry on the Vulture's back. Although the Vulture was a product of genetic experimentation, he was far from perfect, merely a failed creation and capable of true flight. Jarvis' strike compromised the circuitry of the Vulture's back armor, rendering him unable to maneuver effectively. Consequently, he was compelled to descend toward the top of Oscorp Tower. Tony Stark, however, would not allow him to land unchallenged. He accelerated forward, severing one of the Vulture's wings with a laser. With one wing incapacitated, the Vulture could no longer maintain altitude and began to plummet uncontrollably. Iron Man, lacking any inclination to save a villain, allowed the Vulture to fall. Knowing that at this height, survival was highly unlikely, Peter, the ever-kind-hearted soul, found himself entangled in a fierce struggle with the teleporting girl endowed with superpowers, leaving him little time to address the Vulture. After swiftly dispatching the Vulture, Tony seized the opportunity to launch a missile that struck Pity. Although she managed to shield herself with a dark energy barrier just in time, the force of the explosion sent her hurtling through the air. Rolling several times on the ground, Pity, who had previously escaped injury, found herself wounded at last. What other tricks do you have, Sorceress Carrie? At this moment, Iron Man Tony showed no mercy, with weapons emerging from both shoulders and arms, all aimed at Pity. Spider-Man Peter also landed nearby, vigilant and ready. Surrender, he urged, his heart softening at the thought of causing harm to the girl, seeing no way to thwart the two formidable opponents. The superpowered girl Pity wisely utilized her dark energy to teleport away. Just then, an enormous roar echoed from below, as the towering lizard-like creature, Wilson Fisk, burst forth from the Osborn Group building. After dealing with all the mechanical minions, he had heard the sound of the Vulture's fall and rushed outside, unleashing a deafening roar. What is that? Godzilla? Iron Man Tony's helmet sensors detected the Lizard Man Wilson Fisk below. What a day. Is it a monster rally? Good heavens, is that Dr. Connors? Spider-Man Peter stared incredulously at the Lizard Man. But wasn't Dr. Connors imprisoned? As thoughts of Connors raced through Peter's mind, he swung into action, propelling himself towards the Lizard Man. Tony, noticing Peter's movement, followed suit, descending swiftly. Dr. Connors. Spider-Man Peter called out as he approached the Lizard Man. Connors? No. I am the Gibbon, roared Wilson Fisk as he charged at Peter. Caught off guard, Peter found himself ensnared by Fisk's grasp. Despite his spider sense, his concern for Dr. Connors left him vulnerable to a surprise attack. In a fit of rage, Wilson Fisk slammed Peter into the ground. With a natural strength of 25 tons, bolstered by the genetic enhancement from the lizard serum, Fisk's power had tripled, now reaching an astounding 75 tons. To be candid, if Spider-Man Peter unleashed his full potential, he could surpass the Lizard Man in strength. However, Peter Parker was inherently kind-hearted. Despite his extraordinary abilities, he consistently held back. Peter was forcefully slammed down, unable to withstand the crushing might of 75 tons. My back, he groaned in agony on the ground. Just as Wilson Fisk prepared to deliver a final blow, Iron Man Tony descended from the sky. His arsenal unleashed a barrage of weapons, pulse cannons, disruptor grenades, miniguns, and missiles relentlessly bombarded the Lizard Man Wilson. Hey, Big Lizard, aren't you supposed to be lurking in the sewers today? Iron Man, Tony Stark, taunted the Lizard, Wilson, intending to divert him from Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Kamen Rider? Harry Osborn, you have finally arrived. The Lizard, Wilson, mistook Tony's resplendent red and gold armor for a new Kamen Rider developed by Harry Osborn. It appeared that in this world, only Osborn's Kamen Rider possessed such formidable steel armor. Wilson, the Lizard, had not yet fathomed that anyone could engineer a suit as advanced as Iron Man's. What Kamen Rider? What Harry Osborn? I am Iron Man, Tony Stark. Do not conflate me with that masked kid. Tony Stark retracted the helmet, revealing his roguish yet weary visage. A testament to nights spent tirelessly researching mechanical armor. Tony Stark, why are you not at your Stark Industries, but here instead? Wilson Fisk could not comprehend why these affluent individuals fancied themselves as superheroes, soaring through the skies. With such power, wouldn't it be more appealing to rule the world? Because a crocodile has emerged from the sewers, and I am here to return it, Tony replied, sealing his helmet once more. Seizing the opportunity while the Lizard was distracted, he launched a missile aimed at Wilson's face. The missile detonated, splattering green blood as the Lizard sustained his first injury, his facial defenses proving insufficient compared to his robust physique. The explosion enveloped Wilson's face in a cloud of smoke. What irks me most are those who consider themselves superheroes, saviors of the world. Chapter 36. The savior always appears last. I find the antics of those who indulge in superhero and savior games exceedingly irksome. Wilson Fisk, consumed by rage, burst forth from the smoke. The injuries to his face were healing rapidly, rendering Iron Man Tony's attacks virtually ineffective. Activate emergency auto-recovery systems. Jarvis's voice emanated from Tony Stark's suit. Despite being a genius, Tony Stark is, after all, merely mortal and nearly fell victim to Wilson's assault in that fleeting moment. Fortunately, artificial intelligence Jarvis maneuvered the Iron Man suit into the skies. Damn, how am I supposed to fight this? Tony lamented, realizing that his own attacks were futile. While he doubted his ability to withstand Wilson's onslaught, seeing Iron Man ascend, the flightless Wilson violently stomped his foot onto the ground, causing it to fracture under his might. With a powerful grasp, he seized a large boulder from the earth and prepared to hurl it at Tony. At that moment, a Quinjet soared into the fray. Natasha piloted the Quinjet, launching a relentless assault on Wilson. Seizing the opportunity, Iron Man Tony descended from above, scooping up the injured Spider-Man Peter, and soared away. Are you all right, sleepyhead? Tony inquired with concern. I'm fine, Mr. Stark. Please set me down, Peter replied, his remarkable healing abilities already mending his injured back. Hearing this, Tony gently released Peter. It seems the final boss is quite formidable. Where is that masked boy Harry Osborn? Tony quipped. This battle had been instigated by Harry Osborn, yet his presence was still lacking. On the battlefield, Wilson, despite being under attack from the Quinjet, remained unbroken but greatly vexed. In response, he hurled the boulder at the Quinjet, striking it and causing sparks to fly as it spiraled out of control. Unfazed, Natasha and Grant opened the cabin doors and transformed into Kamen Riders, leaping into action. Iron Man Tony and Spider-Man Peter quickly followed suit. Where's Harry Osborn? Tony Stark asked. Mr. Osborn is on his way and should be arriving shortly, Natasha replied, having contacted Harry immediately after the incident at Oscorp. For the time being, Iron Man Tony, Spider-Man Peter, Kamen Rider Balkan, and Kamen Rider Valkyrie had formed a makeshift team, facing off against the formidable villain Wilson. Hey, Big Lizard, we have the numbers. Care to surrender? Tony Stark proclaimed, positioning himself atop a high point, various weapons emerging from between his legs, aimed at Wilson. Just as he finished speaking, 1,000 ninjas surged forth from the street, led by the nefarious Hands Beast. A horde of rats surged forth from the Osborne Group building, followed closely by the Scorpion Man and the Rat Man, creating a chilling spectacle. Wilson, the Lizard Man, erupted into laughter, his shrill voice echoing down the street. Now, who possesses the greater numbers? Will you surrender, Tony Stark? Wilson, accompanied by 3 formidable adversaries, the Sinister Beast and 1,000-hand ninjas, encircled Iron Man, Tony Stark. Could you perhaps refrain from speaking so much in the future? Natasha gazed at Tony with exasperation. At that moment, he too was rendered speechless, taken aback by the rapid turn of events and the overwhelming number of enemies. Even a single lizard man posed a considerable challenge. Facing such a multitude seemed insurmountable. Suddenly, an explosive sound resonated from the street's outskirts. 1,000-hand ninjas were ambushed from outside. It was an onslaught of Shumagarath, a massive wave of them bursting forth, armed with firearms and grenades, carving a bloody path through the ranks of the hand ninjas. Riding a green motorcycle was an 18-year-old handsome young man wearing sunglasses. Am I late? The newcomer was none other than Harry Osborn. Upon receiving the news, Harry had led a contingent of 3,000 freshly created Shumagarath from the factory before hastening to the scene. Fortunately, Harry brought with him a formidable army. Otherwise, he would have been utterly outmatched against so many villains alone. Hey, masked kid, why didn't you wait until tomorrow to arrive? Tony taunted, clearly at odds with Harry. The savior always makes a dramatic entrance. Harry paid little heed to Tony's mockery, understanding that beneath Stark's caustic exterior lay a warm heart, though often unreliable. The now Iron Man was indeed a superhero. Harry, how shall we contend with this behemoth? Natasha inquired, recognizing that as the leader of the Thunder Agents, they must heed his command in battle. You all handle the others. I will take on this grotesque creature myself. I intend to solo the boss, Harry commanded, pulling out a camera and tossing it to Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Harry? Peter was puzzled as to why Harry would give him a camera. I've heard you've been doing well with the Daily Bugle. Make sure to capture my battle in style, Harry said, striding towards the Lizard Man Wilson. You finally show yourself, Harry Osborn, Wilson remarked, his gaze fixed firmly on Harry. Wilson Fisk? Recognizing the voice, Harry realized who his adversary was. It's been a while. How have you managed to become so hideous? Still as sharp-tongued as ever, I see. Soon, I shall rip out your tongue and see how you speak then. Wilson seethed with rage, charging at Harry, shaking the ground beneath him. Unfazed, Harry summoned his belt and began his transformation. Progress. Warning, warning. This is not a test. Hybridrise. Shining Assault Hopper. There is no chance of evading this strike. As the transformation sound echoed, Harry instantly completed his metamorphosis. At that moment, the attack from the Lizardman Wilson was drawing near. The dazzling assault system was activated. Chapter 37. The Scorpion Man. The Lizardman Wilson possessed remarkable speed. Reaching Harry in mere seconds, his right hand poised to strike. A force of 75 tons would undoubtedly be fatal upon impact. Fortunately, at that moment, Harry had completed his transformation in an instant. The dazzling attack system was activated, and a radiant wave of energy surged forth, ejecting 6 shimmering crystals from the chest of Harry's transformed assault shining locust form, forming an umbrella-like barrier before him. A resounding crash echoed as Wilson's attack collided with the shield. How is this possible? Wilson's strike seemed to have no effect. We are now in an age of technology. You, an outdated lizard creature, are well past your prime. As Harry spoke, he deftly commanded the shimmering crystals to unleash an energy assault, propelling Wilson backwards. The lizard man was pushed back 3 meters by Harry's attack, yet his formidable defense remained intact, with the blow failing to breach it. Harry's assault shining locust form boasted a punch strength of 27.1 tons and a kick strength of 67.7 tons, which, on paper, fell short of Wilson's capabilities. However, the combat auxiliary device named the Shining Assault Locust mounted on Harry's chest provided a significant advantage. By activating its built-in cognitive reaction wave component, it emitted a dazzling blue energy pulse. This combat auxiliary device was also known as the Shining Attack System. You little brat. I will tear you apart. Wilson, enraged by Harry's taunts, lunged at him once more. Harry, however, opted not to confront Wilson head-on. In an instant, he activated the Shining Assault Locust thrusters on his back. With dual jet ports on either side, he harnessed the propulsion generated by the expulsion of densely luminous particles, allowing for rapid movement. Harry swiftly maneuvered to Wilson's left, evading the lizardman's attack. Wilson's strike impacted the ground, sending debris flying in all directions. Harry, using the suspended 6 shimmering crystals, shielded himself from the projectiles and directed the crystals to counterattack Wilson. The 6 crystals, exhibiting remarkable agility, initiated an automated assault under the computational prowess of Harry's head unit, Z. Yet, Wilson proved to be exceptionally resilient. The energy assaults from the shimmering crystals failed to breach his defenses. Fortunately, the lizard man was equally unable to inflict damage upon the 6 shimmering crystals, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Suddenly, a green figure darted past, crashing beside Harry, followed by a yellow figure that engaged the green one in combat. Harry turned to observe that it was the Scorpion Man entangled with Natasha. At that moment, Natasha had transformed into the masked rider Valkyrie. Although her statistics were not particularly high, slightly lower than the Scorpion Man's, her exceptional combat prowess allowed her to maintain the upper hand against him. However, clad in exoskeletal mechanical armor, the Scorpion Man's defenses remained formidable, and Natasha struggled to penetrate them. The Scorpion, originally named Mike Goggin, was a private investigator who caught the attention of the gentleman Gustav. This led him to undergo genetic experiments in a laboratory, ultimately transforming him into the villainous Scorpion, clad in exoskeletal mechanical armor. When Harry observed that Natasha was struggling to subdue the Scorpion, he summoned a mechanical axe, resplendent in shades of green and blue. This weapon was the Authorized Destroyer, designated for the Assault Shining Locust form, and it possessed 2 distinct modes, a melee axe form and a ranged gun form. Harry swiftly reconfigured the axe into its gun form and pulled the trigger, channeling concentrated energy into a projectile that hurtled towards the Scorpion. The Scorpion, already at a disadvantage against Natasha, was oblivious to the impending shot, which pierced through his skull, resulting in his immediate demise. Natasha, startled by the sudden attack, cast a reproachful glance at Harry, as if questioning whether he feared injuring her. However, Harry paid little heed to Natasha's gaze. For the Assault Shining Locust armor was equipped with a computational processing device capable of predicting enemy movements by analyzing their actions. It calculated approximately 25,000 patterns for both attack and evasion, enabling him to discern the optimal solution in merely 0.01 seconds. Thus, his shot, meticulously calculated, was guaranteed not to strike Natasha. The sheer power and precision of his shot astonished everyone on the battlefield, be they superheroes or supervillains. To eliminate an enemy officer with a single shot demonstrated extraordinary prowess. Natasha contemplated that this individual reserved the finest Kamen Rider armor solely for himself, while Peter mused that had the shot been aimed at him, he would have become a lifeless spider. Tony Stark, too, thought with frustration that this masked youth had only grown stronger. Unaware of their thoughts, Harry commanded his subordinates, the Obliteration Thunder and Grant, to eliminate all opposing officers without exception, and to assist him in overwhelming the lizard, Wilson. Yet, just as his orders were issued, a surge of dark energy flashed past, rescuing the Rat Man, executed by the psychic girl, Pity. She then attempted to teleport to save Wilson, the lizard. However, Harry had transformed since their last encounter. Equipped with the computational device, he analyzed Pity's forthcoming actions in that fleeting moment. Without hesitation, he raised the Authorized Destroyer and fired, targeting the very location where Pity would inevitably appear. As Pity materialized, she had not yet summoned dark energy to assist Wilson when Harry's shot pierced through her chest. To Harry, an enemy was simply an enemy. He felt no compassion, as he was no friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Blood trickled from Pity's mouth. Yet no blood flowed from the grievous wound on her chest, for dark energy surged within, temporarily staving off her demise. Subsequently, Pity exerted all his strength to teleport away using dark energy. Has he fled once more? However, it shall not be so simple next time. Harry has now come to comprehend that a formidable force is incessantly creating villains behind the scenes. From Rhino, Vulture, Scorpion, and Rat, to the newly emerged Lizard Man, Wilson Fisk. Harry recalled that there had been an incident at the genetics laboratory. Initially, after acquiring the genetically modified animal serum, he had abandoned the lab altogether. Even the Osborn Corporation had withdrawn its investments, causing Harry to forget about this place for a time. Yet, the multitude of villains now appearing are all products of the Osborn Corporation's exoskeletal mechanical armor, a testament to the lab's sinister creations. It seems that the mysterious figure is concealed within the genetics laboratory. For now, he must deal with the Lizard Man, Wilson, and once that matter is resolved, he shall return to the laboratory. Chapter 38. The assault on Wilson. The impotent and furious Lizard Man, Wilson, found himself toyed with by 6 radiant crystals, weighing 75 tons. His strength proved utterly ineffectual. Despite possessing greater power than Harry, he was unable to vanquish him. Such was the advantage of advanced technology. Harry's assault radiant locust armor far surpassed the Lizard Man's serum in sophistication. It seems you are the last one remaining, Harry declared as he approached the Lizard Man, Wilson. In a harrowing turn of events, Shocking was swiftly dispatched under the combined assault of Kamen Rider's annihilation. Meanwhile, the Hand's sinister beasts were still locked in combat with Natasha and Grant, with no clear victor emerging just yet. Iron Man and Spider-Man had devolved into a mere duo tasked with eliminating minions on the battlefield. However, Tony Stark, having exhausted much of his energy in the earlier skirmishes, was left with only 20% power and thus would not partake in the final confrontation against the boss. Harry Osborn. Wilson Fisk, no longer concerned with the radiant crystals, charged at Harry in a frenzied state. Intelligent as he was, Wilson knew better than to clash head-on with Harry. Instead, he opted to analyze his opponent's combat data to devise the optimal strategy. Evading the lizard man's assault, he switched to the Destroyer Axe form, delivering a powerful strike to the back of Wilson's head. In an instant, green blood splattered across the scene. Wilson, the lizard man, finally sustained an injury, howling in agony as he turned to grasp at Harry, disregarding the wound on his head. Anticipating the attack, Harry activated his back thrusters, propelling himself into a state of ultra-high speed as luminous particles surged around him, granting him the ability to fly. Through the calculations of Zia, Harry discerned that the lizard man Wilson's vulnerability lay in his head. After transforming, Wilson's skin had become thick and resilient, akin to wearing a layer of metallic armor. Without an assault exceeding 100 tons, it would be nearly impossible to breach his defenses. The only area lacking such formidable protection was his head. Although Harry's strike had inflicted a wound, the lizard man Wilson's formidable regenerative abilities soon mended the injury. How troublesome, Harry mused, somewhat disconcerted by the lizard man's healing prowess. He had not anticipated that the villain Wilson Fisk would be so well suited to the genetic modifications of the lizard serum. He was leagues beyond Dr. Connors, as disparate as the heavens and the earth. Masked Kid, what is the matter? Are you out of options? Tony Stark, Iron Man, taunted as he flew closer to Harry. Harry's Shumagarath army had nearly eliminated 1,000 hand ninjas. Even the sinister beasts had been dealt with by Natasha and Grant, the two Kamen Riders. The malevolent creature, originally a low-tier antagonist and enemy of Daredevil, stood no chance against Natasha and Grant, who were both exceptional agents, one a level 10S, H-I-E-L-D, operative, and the other a level 7 agent. Dispatching a sinister beast was hardly a challenge for them. How about this? If I manage to take him down, will you reward me with $1 million? Although Harry is no longer in need of money, using it to provoke Tony Stark is still quite satisfying. Tony Stark finds himself at a loss for words. He had previously been bested by Harry, and while he might not be lacking $100 million, he despises the feeling of defeat. Being a genius, he perceives that Harry Osborn appears to possess a solution. Naturally, he would not wager lightly, for that would be akin to gifting away his wealth, which lacks excitement. Engaging with clever individuals holds little allure. It is impossible to consistently outsmart Tony, and tricking him occasionally only serves to exploit a momentary gap in information. This time, Tony Stark would not fall for the ruse. Harry undoubtedly has a method to deal with the lizard man, Wilson. The answer lies in overwhelming force. With all his people present, there is no need to confront the big boss one-on-one. He has no inclination for such a showdown. In an instant, he connects all the Shumagoroth via yacht. After a chaotic skirmish with the Hands ninjas, only about 2,500 Shumagoroth remain. However, that number is sufficient. A multitude of ants can indeed take down an elephant, let alone 2,500 Shumagoroth. In accordance with the will of Yat, all Shumagoroth instantly enter a frenzied state. Harry transforms them into trilobite automatons, the weakest of the automatons, and once transformed, the Shumagoroth can never revert to their original forms. Yet, sacrificing all the Shumagoroth is worthwhile if it means eliminating Wilson Fisk. With the Hand already vanquished, once Wilson Fisk falls, Hell's Kitchen will be under his command. Harry prepares to take over Hell's Kitchen. The frenzied trilobite automatons charge at Wilson Fisk. The lizard man Wilson possesses formidable strength, and these automatons are no match for him. In fact, they cannot withstand even a single blow from him. However, their sheer numbers overwhelm him, akin to an army of ants encircling the lizard man Wilson. Even Natasha, Grant, and Spider-Man dare not approach, quickly retreating from the battlefield. Director Nick Fury is on the line with Natasha, conversing with the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury sits in his office, hacking into the cameras at the battlefield in front of Oscorp, meticulously observing the unfolding events. From Spider-Man and Iron Man to Harry Osborn's entrance, Nick Fury has witnessed it all. It seems that even S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot take action against Harry Osborn, Natasha remarks. Nick Fury, inherently suspicious, has never fully trusted Harry Osborn. Yet, Harry's actions do not resemble those of a villain. On the contrary, he frequently posts videos of himself as a masked rider battling online, akin to a youth chasing fame. Thus, Fury has consistently employed a strategy of softening relations with Harry. However, from today's perspective, even if Harry Osborn were to become a villain, they would lack countermeasures. Harry's masked rider armor and the Shumagoroth are too formidable, unless S.H.I.E.L.D. resorts to nuclear weapons. They certainly cannot prevail in battle. Nick Fury gazed intently at the surveillance footage, observing Harry while contemplating the means to confront Harry Osborn. Suddenly, he noticed a figure clad in a crimson and gold suit of armor beside Harry. It was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Nick Fury murmured to himself, recalling the extraordinary display of combat that Stark had just exhibited, an epitome of avant-garde technology, far surpassing the current era. If anyone could devise a strategy against Harry Osborn, it would undoubtedly be a genius like Tony Stark. As Nick Fury regarded Stark's resplendent armor, he was reminded of the formidable Hulk. It appeared imperative to establish contact with Stark and Dr. Banner without delay. The Avengers initiative must be expedited with utmost urgency. Chapter 39. The resurgence of Wilson. The Trilobite automata surged forward, relentlessly assaulting the Lizardman Wilson. Despite the fact that none of them could match him in a single encounter, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Upon vanquishing 500 of these mechanical foes, Wilson still resembled a god of war. However, after slaying 1,000, he began to exhibit noticeable signs of fatigue. By the time he had dispatched 1,500, his speed and strength were evidently diminished. Ultimately, after defeating 2,000, the once invincible Lizardman Wilson could no longer maintain his stance and collapsed. Disperse, Harry commanded, instructing the Trilobite automata to scatter. Although Wilson bore no visible wounds, his head was drenched in blood, and his healing process was agonizingly slow. It appeared that his self-recovery was intrinsically linked to his stamina. Recognizing that Wilson had reached his limits, Harry was determined not to allow the automata to claim the kill. He would take matters into his own hands, for he needed to edit his impressive video and share it online to garner more views. With great effort, the Lizardman Wilson managed to rise from the ground, standing tall once more. Even at the brink of exhaustion, driven by an indomitable spirit and unwavering will, Wilson Fisk stood resolute. Applause erupted. Wilson Fisk, your defensive prowess is indeed formidable. I have encountered no one who can rival you. In terms of defense alone, I would gladly proclaim you the strongest, Harry declared, clapping his hands. Indeed, Wilson's defensive capabilities were terrifying. The Trilobite automata had failed to breach his defenses, with only his most vulnerable head sustaining injury. And even that was gradually healing. I have spent my life turning defeat into victory. The final outcome is yet to be determined, you insolent brat. Despite his trembling form, Wilson's words resonated with strength, defying the notion that they could come from one so drained of energy. Truly, Wilson Fisk was a monster. Hearing Wilson's defiance, Harry could not help but smile, for he held an undeniable advantage. Should Wilson manage to unleash a retaliatory strike and eliminate everyone present, the title of this story would surely need to be changed. Is that so? Nevertheless, the conclusion of this tale rests in my hands. With that, Harry grasped the authorizer, transforming it into gun form. The barrel coalesced energy, launching an energy projectile aimed directly at Wilson's head. Drawing upon sheer willpower, Wilson braced himself and attempted to deflect the attack with his arm. Then, using all fours, he propelled himself forward, leaping towards Harry Osborn in the sky. This desperate strike exhausted his remaining strength. Should it fail, Wilson Fisk would have no energy left to continue the fight. Die! Wilson roared inwardly, fervently hoping for the success of this final assault. Even if it meant a mutual demise, he was prepared to take Harry down with him. Alas, Harry had long since employed the artificial intelligence, Z, to calculate every move Wilson might make. Kamen Rider Dead, Kamen Rider Doom, Kamen Rider Swift, Kamen Rider Thunder. Having long awaited Harry's command, the four were poised below, ready to unleash their ultimate technique before the Lizardman Wilson could approach. Together, the four masked riders executed a synchronized rider kick, delivering a powerful blow to Wilson Fisk. Although the impact did not breach his defenses, it propelled him upward in a stunned state as he neared Harry. With precise calculations, the Lizardman Wilson found himself directly before Harry Osborn, who had been waiting in anticipation. Brandishing the authorized destroyer, now transformed into its axe form. In an instant, he activated the ultimate technique, infusing the power of the high-jumping Locust program key into the authorized destroyer. With the sound of progress key confirmed, ready for Buster, echoing, he pulled the trigger, and with the accompanying sound of Buster Bomber, unleashed his strike. The axe blade, enveloped in a luminous yellow glow, cleaved toward the Lizardman's head. Defenseless, Wilson Fisk could only watch as Harry's attack descended upon him. The destructive force was immense, severing Wilson's head and causing it to explode, leaving only carnage in its wake. In that fleeting moment, as his head was severed, Wilson recalled his deceased wife. At last, I can see you again, Vanessa. The headless corpse of the Lizardman thudded heavily to the ground. With Wilson Fisk's demise, he would rise no more. Has the battle truly come to an end? A voice called from the street. The onlookers turned to see Captain America, Steve Rogers, adorned in his red, white, and blue star-spangled uniform, approaching the battleground at a run. Responding to Nick Fury's request for support in New York, he had encountered no enemies along his path. The ordinary citizens had all been incapacitated by the green mist summoned by the evil beasts, but with the resilience of a super soldier and indomitable will, he remained immune to its effects. With no foes to confront and no civilians to rescue, Captain America made his way to the Osborn Group building, where the sounds of battle were still resounding. Upon arriving on the scene, however, he found no adversaries, only a few fallen bodies. "Wow, Captain America!" exclaimed Spider-Man, Peter Parker, who had flown in, a longtime admirer of the superhero from his childhood comics. "Is it really you, or are you in a cosplay? Dude, you look just like Captain America." The excited Peter stumbled over his words. Though he believed Captain America had perished, this man bore an uncanny resemblance to the hero, as if he had stepped out of a museum exhibit. As Captain America, Steve Rogers encountered such a talkative individual for the first time, unsure of how to respond. Harry Osborn descended from the sky, extending his right hand toward Captain America. "Hello, Steve Rogers. I am Harry Osborn." At last, someone came to the aid of Captain America. Steve Rogers, who, having dismissed the loquacious Peter, extended his right hand toward Harry. "Greetings, Harry. Were these foes vanquished by you?" Through their handshake, Captain America sensed the formidable power residing within his counterpart. Behind Harry Osborn stood a gathering of allies, the formidable Thunderbolts, Natasha, and Grant, who collectively identified Harry as the leader on the battlefield. "Peter, continue filming," Harry instructed, ignoring Captain America. Peter, upon hearing Harry's command, was rendered speechless. "Harry, why must I be the photographer?" he retorted. "If you refuse to shoot, I shall have Natasha take over." Harry called out her name emphatically. Natasha, standing behind Harry and donning a Kamen Rider mask, rolled her eyes at him but complied, stepping forward. The prospect of monetary compensation caused Peter's eyes to gleam with dollar signs, momentarily causing him to forget his idol, Captain America. After all, Peter wished to alleviate some of Aunt May's financial burdens. "The Spider-Man photographer is now online, at your service," he declared. Upon witnessing Peter resume filming, Harry resumed his banter with Captain America. "Indeed, all foes have been eradicated by our Thunderbolts. You have arrived too late, Steve Rogers," he proclaimed audaciously. Captain America was taken aback by Harry's sudden shift in demeanor from courteous to confrontational. However, he acknowledged that he had indeed arrived late. And the honorable Captain America refrained from defending himself. He intended to apologize to Harry, but the latter had already turned away. Harry was intentionally provoking Captain America, truthfully. He harbored no animosity towards Steve Rogers. Yet, the entirety of America revered him. Captain America embodied the spirit of the nation and the will of superheroes. Thus, Harry sought to undermine him, desiring a considerable amount of malice points to unlock the next technological marvel within the Ark framework, a key to the sublime nanotechnology of metallic atomic clusters. Chapter 40. Venom. When Peter gazed helplessly at Harry, yet found himself compelled to capture the moment on camera. Despite the discord between Harry and his idol, Steve Rogers, it was undeniable that Harry Osborn had indeed saved the entirety of New York City today, managing to contend with the formidable creature known as the Lizard. Harry stood at the center, flanked by his subordinates, with the lifeless body of Wilson Fisk before them. He observed Peter adjusting the camera, signaling him to take care in his filming. Then, he struck a pose for the camera, reverting to his original form, revealing his youthful and handsome 18-year-old visage. With a deep voice, he proclaimed, "The enemies disrupting the peace of New York have finally been vanquished." Following this, he launched into a fervent speech about saving the world, the arduous struggle against adversaries, and the inevitability of evil facing justice. "We are the embodiment of righteousness, the Thunder Agent team," he concluded, epitomizing the essence of youthful bravado. Indeed, he embodied the archetype of a teenager, with even the flamboyant Iron Man, Tony Stark, unable to comprehend Harry's antics. "Have I fallen behind the times? What kind of era is this?" Captain America, Steve Rogers, pondered, overwhelmed by the inexplicable nature of Harry's actions. To be frank, Harry's demeanor was undeniably juvenile and cringeworthy. Natasha, lingering in the background, hesitated to revert to her original form. Even Grant, who had succumbed to his own brainwashing, felt a twinge of awkwardness wash over him, nearly leading him to exclaim, "Hail Hydra!" Harry instructed Shumagorath to take away the camera before hastily departing the scene. Yes, he felt a hint of embarrassment. Yet he deemed it a necessary sacrifice for the sake of gaining visibility. Aspiring to become a prominent internet personality, no. His true ambition lay in becoming the sovereign of Earth. Harry deemed such juvenile antics as inconsequential. After all, it was preferable to the fate of the deceased Lizard, Wilson Fisk. Was it not? Once Harry departed, Iron Man Tony was the first to exit the scene. He had gleaned from this battle that sheer numbers dictated the outcome on the battlefield. He resolved to return and construct dozens of remote-controlled Iron Man suits. Suddenly, Spider-Man Peter recalled something, calling out loudly, "Harry, my money. You forgot to give it to me." "My money." Peter also hastened after Harry Osborn, perhaps forgetting that a woman awaited news from him atop the Osborn Group building. Observing the airborne and ground-skimming superheroes, Steve Rogers once more felt the weight of being out of sync with the times, uncertain of what role he could still play in this world. Ultimately, Steve Rogers too departed, intending to seek out Peggy Carter, now in her 90s, the woman he had once been too timid to confront, but now mustered the courage to face. After all the superheroes had left, SHIELD agents arrived at the battleground, methodically collecting the bodies of all the villains present, including Wilson Fisk. Now, Harry had become aware that a force was conspiring against him, commencing with Rhino and culminating in the Lizard, Wilson. Although battling supervillains afforded him a significant influx of emotional energy, the stakes were undeniably high. However, he was not the type to remain passive when targeted. Upon returning to the Osborn villa, Harry first arranged for Shamagia to edit videos. He then took out his phone and dialed Nick Fury's number. Director Fury. I require your assistance, Harry stated. What do you need? Nick Fury subtly surmised Harry's intentions, having been contacted by Natasha Romanoff, yet he maintained his composure. I need you to investigate the nefarious schemes behind the New York incident's lead doctor, as well as that of the superpowered girl. Inform me immediately if you discover their whereabouts. Harry was oblivious to the identity of the genetic laboratory's doctor, as this individual had left no records within the Osborn group, likely known only to Norman Osborn himself. Thus, he sought the resources of SHIELD to thoroughly investigate these two supervillains and their hidden orchestrators. Although Harry wielded control over the Osborn group, the satellites at his disposal were not sufficiently advanced to monitor the globe like SHIELD's formidable capabilities. His two artificial intelligences, Zia and Yak, resided within the depths of his consciousness, and at this stage, he lacked the ability to oversee the world as SHIELD did. All right, Harry, I am willing to assist you. After all, we are on the same side, are we not? Nick Fury replied. Reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Harry Osborn, he was amenable to any reasonable requests. Meanwhile, Peter had finally caught up with Harry's subordinates but did not find Harry himself. Suddenly, he recalled that he had left Gwen Stacy on the rooftop of the Osborn Group building, with his thoughts now solely on her. He swiftly swung towards the Osborn building, propelled by his spider silk. The secretary-type Shamagia had already arrived at the Osborn building, where she was accompanied by 10 Shamagia, notifying everyone within that the premises were secure. Gwen Stacy, having learned this news, descended with her fellow employees, many of whom had perished during the recent assault. With a heavy heart, she gazed at the shattered office space. Her sense of justice rivaled that of any superhero. In a corner, a mass of black, liquid-like life sensed Gwen's righteousness. This entity was none other than the alien symbiote, Venom. Venom had long been stored in the depths of the Osborn group, concealed due to its dangerous nature, kept hidden even from Norman Osborn. Until today, the terrifying Scorpion had breached the hidden chamber and discovered Venom. However, Venom was repelled by the sonic wave gloves, which it detested, leading it to flee the chamber in haste. Along its escape, it consumed the blood and flesh of rats, growing from the size of a fingernail to that of a tennis ball. Understanding that, as a symbiote, it could hardly regain its former strength without merging with another life form, Venom sensed Gwen Stacy's sense of justice and deemed her an ideal host. Brave Venom, fearless in the face of adversity. The Venom gradually slithered from the ground, inching its way toward Gwen Stacy, until it finally reached her feet. Chapter 41. The emergence of Venom. Spider-Man, Peter, hurriedly arrived at the Osborn Group building, only to find that Gwen Stacy had already departed. Concerned about potential troubles at home, Gwen was oblivious to the fact that her once white high-heeled shoes had turned black. As she rushed home, she passed by an electronics store where 3 individuals were engaging in a theft. The sinister green mist summoned by the Hand Association had caused the citizens of New York City to fall into unconsciousness, but now, one by one, they were beginning to awaken. Among the first to regain consciousness, some succumbed to the temptation of crime. Get out of the way. Move aside. The 3 individuals, laden with several laptops, shouted at Gwen, who happened to be standing directly in their path. Under normal circumstances, though Gwen despised crime, she would not have dared to confront the criminals so boldly. However, today, something felt different. Her sense of justice surged within her, igniting a newfound impulsiveness. Look at this little beauty wanting to play superhero, the leader of the group leered, his gaze appraising Gwen with a predatory hunger. Care to join me in a little game of superheroes versus villains in the alley? With that, the trio encircled Gwen and ushered her into a nearby alley. What have I done? Why did I follow them into this alley? Upon entering, clarity returned to Gwen, and she realized that, for a moment, her body had felt beyond her control, leading her to follow the 3 men. Hee, here I come, pretty girl, one of the men chuckled lewdly, rubbing his hands together as he advanced towards her. Gwen, though momentarily dazed, quickly devised a plan. If she could incapacitate one of them with her stun gun, she might have a chance to escape. Yet, just then, her body betrayed her once more. A viscous substance began to envelop her, spreading from her legs and rapidly coursing through her entire being. Devil! Monster! The 3 men, who had intended to harass her, now recoiled in terror, fleeing as if confronted by a demon, one even stumbling and falling in their panic. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged, blocking their escape at the alley's exit. Please, have mercy. I have a 3-year-old at home and an elderly parent. One pleaded frantically, kneeling in desperation. His fear was understandable. For standing before him was a striking figure clad in a tight black suit that accentuated her alluring physique. She wore a black and white vest, the hood resembling a monstrous maw, with white fangs and a blood-red interior. A long, crimson tongue extended from the brim of the hood, completing her fearsome appearance. This monstrous entity was none other than Gwen Stacy, now transformed into her Venom incarnation. The symbiote that had stealthily attached itself to Gwen from the Osborn group had finally succeeded in exerting its influence over her. I'm so hungry. The symbiote seized control of Gwen's body, shouting as it charged towards 3 men. Once the symbiote bonds with its host, it enhances the host's physical abilities. Even in its nascent state, it effortlessly overpowered these ordinary individuals, akin to a tiger among a pack of wolves, as the venom-infused Gwen devoured the 3 men. After satiating its hunger, Venom swiftly receded, concealing itself within Gwen's form. Restoring her own consciousness, Gwen crouched on the ground, panting heavily as if she had just undergone an intense workout. What happened? Did I kill someone? Gwen Stacy looked in horror at the bloodied alleyway. Though she had lost control of her body, she retained some awareness. In her perception, she had transformed into a monster, consuming those 3 men. Who are you? Gwen Stacy finally acknowledged the presence of another entity within her. Venom's viscous form slithered out from her, revealing a monstrous head. I am Venom, it declared, exposing its tooth-filled maw. Why are you in my body? Gwen asked Venom. Venom responded, I need a host, and you crave power. We are mutually beneficial. As a symbiote, it had delved deeply into Gwen's psyche. Gwen Stacy was a girl of remarkable righteousness and bravery, yet she lacked the strength, especially when her boyfriend, Spider-Man Peter Parker, left her to battle foes alone. She yearned for the power to fight alongside him. Venom amplified certain traits within Gwen, making her even more just, courageous, and hungry for strength. You are right. I desire power, but that doesn't justify punishing criminals this way. They do not deserve death, Gwen asserted with righteous indignation. However, Venom was ravenous, expressing its grievance to Gwen. This can be easily resolved. Do you enjoy buffets? 18-year-old Gwen Stacy said as she stepped outside, knowing of a delightful buffet nearby. After Harry had dealt with everything, he returned to Oscorp. As he approached the entrance, Spider-Man Peter swooped down from above. Harry, about my money. No, have you seen Gwen? Peter Parker's initial reaction upon seeing Harry was to inquire about money, only to realize that his girlfriend Gwen Stacy was of greater importance. Well, Harry found this quite exasperating. Was Spider-Man Peter deliberately trying to corner him? A billionaire like himself shouldn't he be fretting over money? His perspective was rather narrow. Naturally, Harry Osborn had indeed forgotten about the money, preoccupied with seeking the puppet master behind the genetic lab. However, he wouldn't admit it. He first contacted Iz, confirming that Gwen Stacy had already departed. Gwen has left, Harry said as he hung up the phone. He then retrieved his wallet, pulling out a check for $10,000. No, that is far too much, Harry. Peter, who had only been paid for taking photos for the Daily Bugle, frequently faced various deductions from his wages and had never encountered such a sum before. I apologize, but this is the smallest denomination I possess, Harry said with a hint of resignation. He then gently patted Peter Parker on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Peter, this is what you deserve. You must understand that hiring a professional photographer for advertising can start at a staggering $100,000, even reaching millions. While you may not be at that level yet, what I am offering you is merely the standard rate. Thank you, Harry, Peter replied, touched, embracing Harry for a moment. Fully aware that Harry was extending a helping hand. There is no need for thanks, Peter. We are friends, are we not? Harry said, gazing sincerely into Peter's eyes. Indeed, we are friends, Peter Parker affirmed resolutely. Peter, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly help. Peter vowed earnestly. To be candid, I need a sample of your blood. Just 100 milliliters will suffice. Harry revealed his long-hidden request. This? What do you need my blood for? Peter asked, taken aback, staring incredulously at Harry. You see, my father, Norman Osborn, has passed away. Our Osborn family suffers from a hereditary illness that manifests at a certain age, ultimately leading to death, with no hope for salvation. Thus, Peter, I require your blood. The power you wield as Spider-Man could save me. Harry implored loudly. Harry. Peter was momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by the gravity of Harry's words. On one hand, he felt deep sorrow for Harry's plight, fearing for his friend's life. On the other, he harbored doubts, questioning the authenticity of this situation and whether his blood could genuinely save Harry. In his indecision, Peter Parker was compelled to decline Harry's request for the time being. I'm sorry, Harry. I need to think about this. Peter felt the need to investigate further if Harry's hereditary illness was indeed real. He would find a way to help him. Yet, Harry could not accept Peter's response, though he understood his friend's hesitation, recognizing the differing perspectives they held. It's fine. Peter, let us pretend I never mentioned it, Harry said, turning to leave. As Peter watched Harry depart, he felt as though he had lost a friend. Yet he was powerless to intervene. There was no other option. He had to embark on a quest to uncover the truth behind it all. Harry glanced back, observing the silhouette of Spider-Man swinging away. Peter, I understand your predicament, but please do not hold it against me. Chapter 42. A conversation with Peter. Harry possessed a profound understanding of Peter, yet Peter failed to grasp the complexities within Harry. The genetic affliction residing within Harry Osborn had long been an enduring presence, and if left unaddressed, it would inevitably lead to complications. Thus, he devised a plan to procure Peter Parker's blood as the next step in his strategy. His intention was to first eradicate all nefarious elements within Hell's Kitchen, subsequently luring Peter Parker into the open, where the Thunderbolts would converge to overwhelm Spider-Man, teaching him the true meaning of villainy. However, there was no immediate urgency. Harry's aspirations for the Osborn Corporation encompassed another vital objective, its reconstruction. Many within the corporation had perished during the recent turmoil, while others who survived exhibited various psychological disturbances, though it was uncertain whether these were genuine afflictions. A multitude of individuals approached Harry Osborn, seeking psychological compensation. Harry empathized with their plight. After all, encountering monsters and assaults was indeed traumatic. Employees desiring recompense from the Osborn Corporation were offered a settlement of $200,000, provided they willingly signed severance agreements. Naturally, lower-level employees received $200,000, while higher-ups were awarded $500,000. As Harry spoke, the employees fell silent, but soon, several expressed their willingness to resign in exchange for the money, recognizing that securing another job was feasible, a windfall, indeed. With an investment of $5 billion from military sources, Harry was in no shortage of funds. As he approached, carrying a stack of severance agreements, as individuals queued to sign and claim their compensation. In no time, the office was emptied. Afterward, Harry dialed Max, the manager stationed at the Shimagarath Automated Manufacturing Facility, instructing him to commence the production of employee-type Shimagaraths. He intended to replenish the ranks of the departed employees with these automatons, a long-held ambition to transform the Osborn Corporation into a company entirely operated by Shimagaraths. This would enable him to maintain firm control over the organization without the burdens of direct management, as the Shimagaraths exhibited unwavering loyalty to him. Max was exceedingly compliant with Harry's directives, engaging in a lengthy conversation filled with nostalgic sentiments about their friendship. Harry indulged him, conversing amicably for some time. An hour slipped by before Harry ended the call. He could have replaced Max, as his presence was no longer essential. Yet, Harry refrained from such an action. For Max had been among the first to assist him in creating the initial Shimagarath, and had proven himself to be a valuable asset to the company. Though Harry was not inherently good, he was not malevolent either. He operated by his own set of principles. Much like with Peter, he refrained from seizing Peter's blood during the chaotic encounter with the lizard, granting Peter an opportunity that he ultimately failed to seize. Since Peter refused to comply, he had no choice but to seize it himself. Strictly speaking, the Spider-Man serum rightfully belongs to Oscorp, and thus to the current president of Oscorp, Harry. What is wrong with reclaiming what is rightfully his? After addressing matters within Oscorp, Harry instructed is to commence video editing and production. Among the projects were titles such as The Life of the Villain Kingpin Wilson Fisk, The Sinister Six Invasion of New York, The Most Powerful Supervillains, The Sinister Six, The Thunderbolts vs. The Sinister Six, The Dashing Life of Harry Osborn, The Unassuming Tony Stark, and The Perpetually Late Captain America. Once these short films are released, they are bound to create a considerable stir, causing emotional values to rise, whether in goodwill or malice, both of which are essential to him. Additionally, Harry arranged for the creation of a comic series featuring Shimajia as the illustrator, focusing on a Kamen Rider storyline with Harry as the protagonist, alongside merchandise sales of the Thunderbolts Kamen Rider. Both video shorts and comics were to be captured, ensuring a dual approach of literary and visual engagement. At that moment, General Ross called. Harrison Osborn, when will you deliver the Shimajia and the mechanized puppets you promised me? General Ross's booming voice resonated as soon as the call connected. Recently, he had faced considerable challenges in pursuing the Hulk, suffering significant losses of heavy military weaponry without capturing him. Do not fret, General Ross. As you know, Oscorp has recently endured an attack, and Shimajia has suffered considerable damage. Harry spoke truthfully. Of the 3,000 Shimajia involved in the battle, only 500 remained operational, rendered useless as they were transformed into Clover mechanized puppets. From the previous production of 5,000 Shimajia, merely 2,000 remained, with 1,000 dedicated to constructing automated factories and another 1,000 already shipped to buyers. Harrison, I do not wish to hear your excuses. $50 billion has already been transferred to you. The military expects results, General Ross stated gravely. At this, Harry chuckled heartily, unconcerned by Ross's demeanor, for he had already devised a countermeasure. Given the circumstances, I shall hand over all Shemagia and mechanized puppet technology to you. What? General Ross exclaimed, unable to believe his ears. Technology is the lifeblood of a company. Much like Tony Stark would never fully disclose his armor production techniques, even under military pressure. Stark only agreed to craft an Iron Man suit for his friend, Colonel James Rhodes. Yet here was Harry Osborn, offering all his technological secrets to the military. Surely you jest. Certainly not, General Ross. I have always stood in support of the military. Harry feigned sincerity. In truth, he had already shared the manufacturing technology of Shemagia and mechanized puppets with S.H.I.E.L.D. Unbeknownst to the military for the time being. Harry is capable of yielding this technology to anyone, be it the military, Hydra, or any other organization. Had Wilson Fisk approached him not with villainous intent, but rather with a sincere dialogue, he would have willingly entrusted the technology to Fisk. Ultimately, it matters not to him who forges the Shumagarath or the Mechagodzilla. He remains indifferent. With the presence of Zia and Yark, he stands as an unparalleled deity. Unless the technological singularity of Shumagarath awakens, which he alone has the power to bestow, other Shumagarath entities lack the configuration necessary to trigger this singularity, rendering them incapable of awakening it. Aside from no other Shumagarath possesses the ability to awaken the technological singularity, thus granting him dominion over all Shumagarath. Regardless of which faction creates a Shumagarath, they are effectively constructing weapons for him, his very own armory. Chapter 43, The Turmoil of Hell's Kitchen after the demise of Wilson Fisk. Hell's Kitchen descended into chaos. Initially, the supervillain Tombstone, a subordinate of Fisk, rallied a faction of the remnants left behind by Wilson Fisk, positioning himself as the new kingpin. Subsequently, the supervillain Hammerhead, leading his own faction of the Magia, clashed with the nefarious Mr. Negative, who commanded the demons. Both factions set their sights on the territory once ruled by Wilson Fisk. In the past, none dared to challenge Fisk's authority, but with his death, the supervillains emerged from the shadows, each vying to claim the mantle of ruler over Hell's Kitchen and, ultimately, New York City. In this realm, only one can reign supreme, thus igniting the flames of war. On the streets of Hell's Kitchen, Daredevil, Matt Murdock, leaned against a wall, breathless, with a multitude of gang members strewn across the ground at his feet. Although his stamina was commendable, the sheer number of criminals he faced that night was overwhelming. Thieves, rapists, human traffickers, arsonists, and gangsters engaged in violent confrontations had all descended upon the night. He had already dispatched over 50 criminals. Astonished at the upheaval that had erupted in Hell's Kitchen following Fisk's death, I never anticipated such turmoil, Matt muttered to himself, uncertain of how to address this conflict. He was not one to surrender easily. Steadying himself, Daredevil emerged from the alleyway to confront the situation outside. Approximately 20 armed gang members congregated beyond the entrance. With his heightened senses, he discerned their chatter, revealing them to be henchmen of the supervillain Hammerhead. Hammerhead, born Joseph, was a Russian immigrant and a notorious figure among New York's criminal underbelly. He had suffered a grave injury during a gang war, leading doctors to replace his shattered skull with a steel one, granting him an impenetrable head. This transformation elevated him to a near-mythical status within the underworld. Eventually, he acquired adamantium, a metal of unparalleled strength, and replaced his steel skull, making him a force capable of toppling vehicles with a single blow. It was this formidable enhancement that instilled in him the confidence to confront Mr. Negative. The gang members outside, obedient to Hammerhead's orders, were preparing to march towards Chinatown to assault Mr. Negative. Daredevil Matt could not allow them to escape. If a shootout were to erupt in Chinatown tonight, the entire area would be reduced to ruins, and countless innocent civilians would inevitably be caught in the crossfire. With this thought in mind, Daredevil Matt unleashed an attack using his weapon, the Billy Club. This versatile tool had been ingeniously modified by Matt from his original cane into a pair of batons connected by a long steel cord. With a swift motion, he hurled one end of the club, expertly ensnaring it around the neck of a gang thug. Then, utilizing the winch mechanism within the short club, he reeled in the thug, pulling him into the alley. In a decisive move, Daredevil struck the gangster, rendering him unconscious. He repeated this tactic on the next adversary. But regrettably, he had not incapacitated many before the gang members became aware of his presence. After all, while these thugs were mere lackeys, they were not fools and could not remain oblivious indefinitely. Who was there? An ambush. P.S. in the alley. Upon realizing he had been exposed, Daredevil Matt intentionally made noise to draw the gangsters' attention. He was fully aware that he could not eliminate the entire gang, and luring them into the alley was part of his strategy. He bided his time until a few thugs ventured closer, then leaped onto a garbage bin and, using its height, ascended to the external fire escape of the building. Damn it, he is up there. Shoot. Shoot, the lead thug shouted, brandishing a Chicago typewriter and firing wildly at Daredevil. However, shielded by the fire escape and aided by his agility, not a single bullet found its mark. Pursue him. Eliminate him, commanded the thug, as they were a brazen gang that typically bullied others, and they were not accustomed to being hunted themselves, particularly today, fully armed. They would not even fear Captain America. The lead thug, gripping his Chicago typewriter, climbed onto the garbage bin and then leaped onto the fire escape in pursuit of Daredevil. At that moment, he felt a rush akin to wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. Daredevil, observing the oncoming thugs, exhaled in relief. His plan had come to fruition. He had feared that the gangsters would remain composed and not fall for his ruse. His strategy was to lure them to the rooftop through ambush, where he could systematically deal with his foes one by one. The only flaw in his plan was that the adversaries might not act impulsively. Yet, observing their current behavior, he realized he had underestimated them. After all, they were only thugs. Daredevil stood silently atop the building, regulating his breathing, hoping to regain some strength. Unfortunately, it was too long before a thug peeked out, and with a swift kick, Matt knocked him unconscious, while the leader wielding the Chicago typewriter met the same fate. In an instant, the once formidable figure was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. As Daredevil, Matt was too preoccupied to notice who the assailants were, as others continued to ascend. Each individual who reached the rooftop was swiftly vanquished by him. A strategic choice for engaging foes in this confined space where the fire escape could accommodate only one or two at a time, leaving the rest to wait in line. After dispatching a total of 10 adversaries, an unsettling sensation washed over Matt. A chilling realization struck him. Monsters lurked below. The air was filled with screams of terror, gasps of disbelief, and the cacophony of battle. In a matter of moments, all sounds ceased. Utilizing his extraordinary hearing, Daredevil tuned into the commotion beneath, detecting a powerful heartbeat that resonated with strength, while the voices of others faded into insignificance, suggesting that this singular entity had subdued the rest. Gradually, that heart's rhythm grew louder and approached nearer. At last, Matt sensed the presence of that formidable opponent standing before him. Chapter 44, The Venomous Encounter. Who are you? Daredevil Matt Murdock had only encountered one individual with such a formidable heartbeat in Hell's Kitchen, Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin. Now, standing before him was another human exuding a similar strength. I am Venom, a nascent superhero. Greetings, Daredevil, replied Gwen, the host of Venom, as she faced Matt. Bestowed with the symbiote, Gwen's physique had been significantly enhanced, boasting a strength exceeding 20 tons. Yet, this was merely a fraction of her potential, as her power continued to amplify with the passage of time. With her newfound abilities, she was finally poised to embrace the mantle of a superhero. Today marked her inaugural outing, fortuitously coinciding with Daredevil's skirmish against a gang of thugs. Having seen news of Daredevil in the papers, Gwen promptly resolved to assist him. With Venom's prowess at her command, she swiftly dispatched the adversaries, her ordinary counterparts proving no match for her. Of course, Gwen refrained from taking lives. She meticulously controlled Venom, insisting on a strict no-kill policy. The symbiote, having never encountered such a righteous host, obeyed her commands without question. Venom? Matt pondered the implications of this name, astonished by the ferocity of this newcomer. The legendary Spider-Man wielded immense power, and the masked vigilante Harry Osborn had vanquished his lifelong nemesis, Kingpin. Now, another fledgling superhero, Venom, had emerged, leaving Matt, a seasoned hero, feeling somewhat overshadowed. However, there was little time for contemplation, for he had just learned that the supervillain Hammerhead was rallying his minions to launch an assault on Chinatown, targeting Mr. Negative. The impending chaos would bring devastation, and Matt was determined to thwart this conflict. Thus, he found himself in need of Venom's strength, regardless of their first encounter or her novice status. Venom, I require your assistance. Meanwhile, the supervillain Hammerhead, flanked by 100 armed henchmen, arrived at the entrance of Chinatown. Martin, today marks your demise. Hell's Kitchen can only harbor one king, and that is I, Hammerhead, he declared, stroking his impeccably smooth and hardened head. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle pierced the air. The crowd turned to see a green motorcycle speeding toward them, coming to a screeching halt at the Chinatown entrance. A striking 18-year-old clad in stylish black casual wear dismounted. Hey, Hammerhead, where are you off to? Out for dumplings on a late-night jaunt? Harry Osborn, Hammerhead gasped, astonished to see the renowned masked vigilante before him. He had not anticipated that the illustrious Harry Osborn would venture into Hell's Kitchen, and notably seek him out, a mere footnote in the grand narrative. The video of this individual vanquishing Wilson Fisk had circulated throughout the streets of New York, particularly in Hell's Kitchen, where residents had eagerly watched to avoid incurring the wrath of this formidable figure. In the bustling metropolis of New York, the notorious Harry Osborn and his formidable Thunder Agent team have become a household name. Mr. Osborn, have we offended you in any way? What brings you here? Hammerhead stammered, visibly shaken. Ah, what would a superhero want with a supervillain? Naturally, it is to obliterate you, Harry Osborn chuckled as he dismounted his motorcycle, striding toward Hammerhead and his entourage of over 100 henchmen. Attack! Open fire. Recognizing the inevitability of conflict, Hammerhead commanded his men to strike at Harry Osborn. As one of the most powerful crime lords in New York, he was determined to retaliate fiercely, even against an adversary he could not defeat. With his adamantium-enhanced head, he believed himself impervious to fear. However, his subordinates hesitated. The masked hero they had seen in videos was overwhelmingly powerful, and no one wished to meet a grim fate. Not even the gangsters. Do not fear him. He is but one man, and his Thunder agents and Shumagarath are absent. We are 100 against 1. What is there to fear? Whoever kills him will receive a reward of $100 million. Hammerhead bellowed, knowing that without such an incentive, his lackeys would never dare to act. At last, his words stirred some resolve within the ranks, perhaps bolstered by the firearms they clutched. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire erupted. Clink, clink. The instant the bullets were about to strike Harry, he transformed into the masked rider, assuming the assault shining grasshopper form. With superb defensive capabilities, he was impervious to the onslaught of bullets. No matter how many weapons his foes wielded, they proved futile. Without further ado, Harry brandished his authorization destructor in gun form. The barrel amassed energy, and with a single shot, it detonated among the gangsters. Blood and limbs scattered, painting a macabre scene that blossomed like a rose in the darkness. As he advanced, each pull of the trigger shattered 4 or 5 henchmen into mere fragments. Such weaponry could easily fell the likes of Daredevil. Ordinary men stood no chance against Harry's relentless assault. The gangsters faltered, discarding their weapons in a frenzied retreat. Even Hammerhead, absorbed in the spectacle, neglected to rein in his men. Witnessing the hero in action was a stark contrast to merely viewing it on a screen. He now comprehended why Wilson Fisk had met with failure. The man before him was indeed invincible. Under the moonlight, Harry Osborn, the Reaper of Lives, radiated an otherworldly glow from his deep blue armor, resembling the very embodiment of death. Yet Hammerhead refused to concede, undeterred even by the divine presence of his adversary. Summoning every ounce of strength, he charged at Harry, resembling a headstrong beast charging at a lion. Bang! To his astonishment, Harry was knocked back 10 meters. He had not anticipated such power from Hammerhead, believing him merely to possess a common iron head. Your head? Harry inquired, perplexed. Ha ha ha, I never anticipated this. With the installation of the adamantine alloy head, the hardest metal in the world, your Kamen Rider is no match for me. Having regained his confidence after repelling Hammerhead, Harry glimpsed the prospect of victory. Defeating the Kamen Rider before him would render him unstoppable in the entire Hell's Kitchen. Adamantine alloy? A splendid treasure indeed. Harry was astonished that such a coveted material, which he had failed to locate, had fallen into the hands of a mere antagonist. However, it now belonged to me. He chuckled. What? In an instant, before Hammerhead could react, Harry activated the thruster, entering into super speed. With the authorized destroyer axe form, he cleaved through Hammerhead's skull with a single blow. Subsequently, Harry extracted the bloodied adamantine skull from within. Holding the dripping adamantine cranium, he crushed Hammerhead into oblivion with a decisive kick. Chapter 45. Mr. Negative, the formidable supervillain, Hammerhead, met his demise at the hands of Harry within a mere 3 minutes of his appearance. The remaining henchmen, upon witnessing the fall of their leader, were gripped by fear and chose to flee rather than continue their assault. Hammerhead was here to confront me. Your actions are rather discourteous. A youthful voice resonated from the depths of Chinatown. As the voice echoed, the streetlights at the entrance dimmed, as though enveloped by an unusual energy. Peering into Chinatown, Harry beheld a man clad in a black and white suit, his skin reminiscent of a photographic negative. This individual was none other than Mr. Negative, the notorious leader of the Chinatown Demon Gang. Oh, it seems you harbor significant grievances, Harry remarked nonchalantly, toying with the adamantium skull in his hand. Humph. Just because you've dealt with Wilson Fisk and Hammerhead, do you think yourself invincible? This is my territory, Mr. Negative retorted, as over 100 of his minions, adorned with devil masks and wielding bizarre weaponry, surged forth from Chinatown, surrounding Harry completely. Is this all you've got? Harry scoffed, unimpressed by the sheer number of henchmen, believing them insufficient to pose a challenge. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. With a flourish, Mr. Negative extended his hands, unleashing a torrent of ominous, negative energy that engulfed the entire area. The street transformed into a dim, desolate landscape, reminiscent of a descent into hell. Mr. Negative's minions, enhanced by this negative energy, exhibited an eerie luminescence emanating from their masks and weapons. It was evident that Mr. Negative had fortified them, instilling confidence in his challenge against Harry. Yet, Harry surmised that such enhancements would not be enough. Seizing the initiative, Harry unleashed a barrage from his authorized demolisher gun, the concentrated energy erupting towards the throng. With a resounding blast, several henchmen were sent sprawling. However, aside from the unfortunate few who perished directly from the explosion, the rest merely sustained injuries. Harry quickly discerned that while these Demon Gang minions were indeed more formidable than the average thug, they did not surpass a manageable level of strength, making them relatively easy to dispatch. Continuously firing, Harry felled one enemy after another, inflicting wounds upon several more. When the bolstered henchman charged at him, he opted not to engage head-on. Instead, leveraging his own speed, he adeptly evaded their attacks without even activating the thrusters on his back. After all, the speed of these Demon Gang minions was only marginally superior to that of ordinary humans. Employing the rapidity of his assault Shining Locust, Harry effortlessly overcame these adversaries. Even with the enhancements bestowed by Mr. Negative, within mere minutes, the minions had suffered significant casualties, with half of them succumbing to Harry's onslaught. Unlike typical henchmen, these fighters displayed an unwavering resolve, relentlessly pressing forward into the fray despite their grievous losses. It appears that Mr. Film has been ensnared in control. Witnessing the heavy casualties among his subordinates, Mr. Film finally made his move. He drew forth his longsword, imbuing it with negative energy, and leaped toward Harry. At that moment, Harry was engaged in decimating the minions of the Demon Gang when Zia's computational prowess detected imminent danger from behind. Reacting instinctively, Harry transformed his weapon, the Authorizer Destruction, into axe form and swiftly turned to deliver a powerful strike, clashing it against Mr. Film's longsword. Harry felt the force emanating from Mr. Film. Their strengths were surprisingly evenly matched. Harry's assault Shining Locust Fist boasted a mere 27. 1 in attack power and an arm strength of only 11. 1, which paled in comparison within the Marvel Universe. Meanwhile, Mr. Film harnessed the augmentation of negative energy along with over 20 tons of strength. You're not particularly formidable yourself, Mr. Film mused, sensing Harry's power was not as overwhelming as anticipated. What about now? Harry retorted, launching a kick at Mr. Film, unleashing a staggering force of 67. 1 tons that sent Mr. Film flying into his horde of minions. The immense impact resulted in the demise of several minions from the Demon Gang. Mr. Film collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat and clutching his abdomen in agony, as even his negative energy began to waver in stability. Goodbye, Harry remarked succinctly, switching the Authorizer Destruction to gun form. With the energy of the Shining Locust key surging into the weapon, he squeezed the trigger amidst the resonating sound of 01 Authorize, and initiated the attack with 01 Dust. The gun's muzzle focused its energy into a luminous yellow locust-shaped destructive cannon. Harry unleashed his ultimate technique, directing the destructive cannon toward Mr. Film, who was still incapacitated on the ground. Should this shot connect, Mr. Film would undoubtedly meet his end. Just then, a surge of dark energy manifested before Mr. Film, transforming into a black hole. Harry's destructive cannon struck the black hole, creating no ripples, as it was consumed entirely. Who could this be? Harry pondered, taken aback by the unforeseen counter. Could it be the psychic girl, Pity? As he speculated about the origin of this power, a black hole expanded before Harry, from which emerged a flurry of daggers formed from white light. Connecting with Zia, Harry utilized its analytical capabilities to swiftly determine the optimal solution and activated the Shining Attack System. A luminous blue glow radiated from his chest as 6 shimmering crystals soared forth, coalescing to form an umbrella-shaped shield before him. The barrage of white light daggers struck the shield, all thwarted by the protective barrier of the shimmering crystals. So it is you, Harry discerned, recognizing the assailants behind the attack. As the dark energy that composed the black hole dissipated, a man cloaked in darkness and a woman clad in a form-fitting white suit materialized before Harry. Cloak and Dagger. Harry called out their names. Cloak, whose real name is Tyrone Johnson, hails from the impoverished neighborhoods of Boston and possesses the ability to manipulate dark energy. The other, known as Dagger, is Tandy Bowen, a privileged young woman born in the affluent areas of Cleveland, capable of wielding light energy. Together, they form a renowned duo of superheroes. Chapter 46. Cloak and Dagger. How could these 2 street-level superheroes come to the aid of the supervillain, Mr. Negative? To understand this, one must delve into the abilities of Mr. Negative himself. Originally known as Martin Lee, he was once an ordinary man who, after a chance encounter with the thugs of Hammerhead's Magia, found himself knocked unconscious and subsequently imprisoned in an underground cell. There, he became a test subject for an experimental drug developed by Dr. Simon Marshall. Alongside him were 2 others, Tyrone Johnson, an African-American man, and Tandy Bowen, a blonde Caucasian woman. Tyrone Johnson gained the ability to manipulate dark energy and became the superhero known as Cloak. Tandy Bowen acquired the power to control light energy, transforming into the superhero Dagger. Martin Lee's situation was more peculiar. Within him, light and darkness merged, giving rise to negative energy. This negative energy also birthed an evil persona, which now dominates Mr. Negative. His ambition is to vanquish Hammerhead's Magia and Kingpin, ultimately unifying Hell's Kitchen and reigning as the sovereign of New York's underworld. Utilizing his negative energy, he ambushed Cloak and Dagger, capable of turning the virtuous into villains and the wicked into heroes. Despite Cloak and Dagger being superheroes under Mr. Negative's control, Harry showed no mercy. After all, in battle, it is a matter of life and death. He launched the first assault, commanding the radiant crystal to strike at Cloak and Dagger. The crystal unleashed energy projectiles aimed directly at them. Observing this, Cloak, Tyrone, initiated a third teleportation using dark energy, transporting himself and Dagger behind Harry for close combat. However, Harry Osborn, clad in the Kamen Rider Assault shining grasshopper armor, was undeterred by the prospect of melee. Harnessing the computational prowess of Z, he calculated the enemy's presence behind him and swung his axe in retaliation. Dagger, Tandy, deftly evaded the blow and lunged at Harry with her dagger crafted from pure white light. Her speed far surpassed Harry's. In this exchange, Harry's computational abilities faltered. Being only in the preliminary phase of interfacing with Z, he could not fully harness its potential. Dagger's strike landed squarely on Harry's chest, producing a metallic clang. While the attack did not inflict significant harm, if Harry's Kamen Rider Assault shining grasshopper form were rated at 100 health points, he had merely lost 2. Dagger's power was formidable. The dagger, upon contact with a person's body, could siphon their life energy, rendering the victim weak and unconscious, potentially leading to death. Before succumbing to Mr. Negative's influence, Dagger had only incapacitated wrongdoers, refraining from taking lives. However, she is currently under the control of the Negative Man, which has extinguished her independent thoughts. The dagger-wielding Tandy exerted her full power, causing the dagger in her grasp to radiate with an even more brilliant light. Yet, she absorbed nothing for a second. It turned out that Harry Osborn was clad in Kamen Rider armor, severing the connection between his skin and the dagger. The dagger Tandy was attempting to absorb energy from the special alloy that constituted the Kamen Rider armor, which contained no life energy. "Now it's my turn," Harry exclaimed. Seeing that Tandy's assault had been futile, he delivered a swift kick aimed at her head. With a force nearing 70 tons, were it to connect, even Jesus could not save her, as I would assert. Unfortunately, Cloak Talon was nearby. Upon witnessing Harry's attack, he intercepted the kick with his own body. Harry felt as though he had struck nothing but air, an emptiness beneath his foot. Cloak Talon was connected to a realm of dark energy, using his powers to send Harry's leg into that void. Should he sever the connection to the dark energy space, Harry would lose a leg forever. In this critical moment, Harry's body was autonomously controlled by Z, with his back thrusters emitting brilliant electronic energy, propelling him into a state of super acceleration. With a powerful thrust, he soared away, evading Cloak Talon's strike. Cloak Talon, having exerted his powers multiple times, began to breathe heavily. The dark energy was taxing on his stamina, requiring life energy to sustain itself. However, Tandy was at his side, and her abilities perfectly complemented his, as she replenished his life energy. Seeing his adversaries regaining strength, Harry could not afford to stand idly by. He switched his weapon back to gun form, the barrel gathering concentrated energy before unleashing a powerful shot aimed at Tandy and Cloak Talon. The two were caught off guard and unable to dodge the attack. Just then, the Negative Man rushed in, emitting a glow of negative energy to counter Harry's assault. TCH, what a nuisance, Harry lamented, acknowledging that, despite their inferiority, the trio's unique abilities posed a significant challenge. The Negative Man recognized Harry Osborn's prowess and, realizing he was no match, set aside his earlier arrogance. He joined forces with Tandy and Cloak Talon, preparing to simultaneously assault Harry. Kamen Rider, Mr. Osborn, a youthful voice echoed from above. Gwen Venom descended from the sky, having learned to use a web shooter like her boyfriend, Spider-Man Peter, propelling herself with her venomous abilities. As she swung between the high rises, she quickly noticed the ongoing battle, which had attracted considerable attention. Upon arrival, she was astonished to see her boss, Harry Osborn, transformed into Kamen Rider and engaged in combat. What a surprise it was to step out dressed as a superhero only to find one's employer in such a predicament. Harry focused intently. It's Gwen Venom. What was the situation? Did such a character exist in the Marvel Universe? It was not unusual for Harry to be unfamiliar with Gwen Venom, as he had not read every comic. Fortunately, I was not recognized. Gwen, in her Venom form, observed Harry's astonished expression and recalled that, due to her symbiotic disguise, he would not be able to identify her. Harry Osborn certainly could not recognize her. What a relief that was. Gwen Stacy remained one of the few who had not severed ties with the Osborn Corporation, her inherent kindness leading her to feel that accepting that money was unjust. It appears I have not arrived too late. At that moment, Daredevil also reached the scene, albeit slower than Gwen in her Venom form. Matt Murdock sensed the presence of everyone around him. On one side stood the Masked Rider, Harry Osborn, and on the other, the enigmatic Mr. Negative, alongside Cloak Tyrone and Dagger Tandy. Chapter 47, The Dawn of Battle. Dagger and Cloak? The Night Devil, Matt, recognized the identities of these two street-level superheroes. Through his heightened senses, he could perceive the energies of light and darkness within Dagger and Cloak. After all, they were all street-level heroes who had crossed paths before. Yet he could not fathom why these champions of justice found themselves allied with villains. They were under the control of Mr. Negative. Harry perceived the confusion in Night Devil Matt's expression and offered an explanation. Night Devil, Venom, I require your assistance, Harry addressed the duo. With the arrival of superheroes to aid him, there was no longer a pressing need for him to confront 3 adversaries alone. Upon hearing Harry's words, Night Devil Matt grasped the gravity of the situation. Assisting Harry in defeating Mr. Negative and rescuing the superhero's cloak and dagger was indeed crucial. Venom, Gwen, naturally concurred with her employer, Harry Osborn, noting that the monochrome aberration opposite them exuded malevolence. Although Mr. Negative had previously suffered a severe setback at the hands of Harry Osborn, he was not one to cower in fear, regardless of the number of foes he faced. He remained steadfast in his confidence to turn the tide. Eliminate them with all your might. Mr. Negative commanded Cloak and Dagger. Cloak, Tyran, initiated the attack, unleashing a surge of dark energy that enveloped Harry and his companions. Should they become ensnared within this energy field, their life force would be siphoned away. Be cautious. Night Devil Matt, with his formidable sensing abilities, swiftly reacted, using his weapon to wrap around a nearby lamppost and propel himself to safety while alerting his allies. Upon hearing Matt's warning, Venom, Gwen, executed a powerful leap, distancing herself from the ominous area. Harry, not one to remain passive in the face of danger, activated his back-mounted thrusters, unleashing a dazzling surge of electronic energy as he entered a state of super acceleration, transforming his authorized destroyer into an axe form. He aimed to strike at Mr. Negative. In response, Mr. Negative unleashed a torrent of negative energy, manifesting it into a formidable suit of armor that absorbed Harry's assault. Harry Osborn, do you believe you are the only one capable of wielding armor? Mr. Negative retorted fiercely, extending his right hand. He conjured a massive fist of negative energy and hurled it towards Harry. Boom. The punch struck Harry squarely, propelling him backward with tremendous force, sending him skidding 15 meters away. As the negative energy surrounding Mr. Negative intensified, his armor expanded, ultimately giving rise to an 8-meter-tall behemoth formed from the same ominous energy. The grotesque giant loomed over Harry, its visage nightmarish, while Mr. Negative towered within its chest, gazing down upon him. I am the King of New York. I am the Heart Demon, Mr. Negative proclaimed, arms outstretched, his voice resonating with power. Meanwhile, Venom, Gwen, who was engaged in battle with Cloak and Dagger, was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, ensnared in the noble pursuit of combating crime. Gwen was unprepared for the peril that permeated the superhero realm, rife with supervillains and monstrous entities. The challenges of being a superhero were indeed formidable. Be careful. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Venom Gwen failed to notice the assault initiated by Dagger Tandy as a dagger crafted from radiant white light hurtled towards her. Fortunately, Daredevil Matt arrived just in time, deflecting the dagger with his baton, thus saving Venom Gwen. Do not allow yourself to be distracted during battle, Daredevil Matt admonished. Being distracted in the heat of combat is a grave mistake. He was acutely aware of the capabilities of both Dagger Tandy and Cloak Tyrone. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Understood, Daredevil, Venom Gwen replied earnestly, acknowledging her lapse. Recognizing her lack of combat experience, she surrendered control of her body to Venom. With Venom at the helm, her strength surged, and together with Daredevil Matt, they managed to suppress Dagger Tandy and Cloak Tyrone. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Harry paid little heed to Mr. Negative, considering him merely a low-tier villain. Despite his considerable screen time, his power was limited to reigning over Hell's Kitchen, often overshadowed by Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin. You villains certainly know how to boast. The King of New York, you say? I never heard you proclaim such things while Kingpin was alive. Harry taunted as he harnessed the energy from the assault shining grasshopper cartridge, concentrating it in his right foot. Against a colossal foe, he was prepared to unleash a formidable attack. With the sound effect of Shining Storm impact resonating, Harry gathered maximum energy in his right foot, launching into the air as his back thrusters ignited, propelling him into a state of super acceleration. Enveloped in a cascade of electronic light, he executed a classic rider kick aimed at Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative, in turn, commanded the colossal figure forged from negative energy to deliver a powerful punch towards Harry Osborn. The colossal fist collided with Harry's rider kick, resulting in a thunderous roar. Harry's kick pierced through the giant formed of negative energy. As he regained his footing, an immense sound erupted from behind him. The force of Harry's kick, imbued with over 100 tons of power, caused the giant to explode. Once the smoke cleared, Mr. Negative tumbled to the ground, having reverted from his negative energy state to that of an ordinary man. Struggling to rise, he was battered and bloodied. Fortunate that the massive form of negative energy had absorbed much of the onslaught. Otherwise, he would have perished. Who am I? How did I end up here? Mr. Negative pondered, confusion clouding his mind as if his memory had vanished. Martin, there's no need to pretend any longer. You 1T survived the day, Harry declared, indifferent to whether Mr. Negative had truly lost his memory. What he sought was the end of Mr. Negative's existence. Could a criminal be absolved simply because he had forgotten his misdeeds? No. I don't want to die. Please, spare me, Mr. Negative pleaded desperately. However, Harry ceased his idle chatter and lunged forward, seizing the authorization destroyer, which resembled a formidable axe, and swung it downwards. No. Daredevil Matt observed the unfolding scene. Unwilling to witness another's demise before his eyes, he abandoned his current adversary and rushed towards Harry. Likewise, Venom Gwen, with her inherently kind heart, could not bear the thought of another death and sprinted towards Harry, hoping to thwart his actions. Regrettably, they were both at a considerable distance, and despite their swiftness, time was not on their side. Just as Harry's axe was about to sever the head of the film man, a red and blue figure descended from the heavens. Grasping the axe handle to halt its descent, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man had arrived. Hey Harry, it's been a few days, yet you still exude such murderous intent. Spider-Man Peter jested. It's been a few days, and you still can't resist meddling. Harry retorted, sheathing the authorization destroyer with a grave tone. The benevolent Spider-Man Peter was amiable to all, except when it came to Harry Osborn, for whom he held reservations. Peter. At that moment, Venom Gwen flew in, closely followed by Daredevil Matt. That voice. Spider-Man Peter turned to gaze at the alluring figure, the familiar tone igniting a bold thought in his mind. Gwen. Spider-Man Peter stared in disbelief at the transformed Gwen. Venom Gwen's head was controlled to reveal her true appearance. How did you become like this? It's a long story, she replied. Just as they were on the cusp of an embrace, the film man behind them seized the opportunity to unleash a peculiar surge of negative energy, which radiated towards everyone present. Spider-Man Peter, Venom Gwen, and Daredevil Matt were all caught in the blast. Only Harry, through the passive alert mechanism of Z, managed to evade the strike by automatically controlling the Kamen Rider armor. Ha 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 ha. The film man cackled madly, reverting from an ordinary human to a figure enveloped in negative energy. Though gravely injured, the augmentation from the negative energy allowed him to still move with some semblance of agility. Most crucially, the film man utilized his powers to ambush the superheroes, transforming the three champions of justice into three malevolent supervillains. Spider-Man Peter, Venom Gwen, and Daredevil Matt's eyes glimmered with the light of negative energy, rendering them incapable of controlling themselves. Now, they faced but one foe, Harry Osborn. At that moment, Cloak and Dagger also arrived. The five great superheroes, alongside the supervillain Film Man, encircled Harry. Chapter 48. The defeated Dagger and Cloak. Harry Osborn, I concede your prowess. Yet, the gravest flaw of you so-called superheroes lies in your excessive compassion. Now, will you engage in battle alongside your companions? Mr. Film and five superheroes have encircled Harry. Enough of this prattle. Harry surveyed the superheroes around him, harboring disdain for their presence. Had it not been for their interference, he would have already severed Mr. Film's head from his shoulders. The refusal to vanquish supervillains, the hindrance of others' actions, and the display of affection amidst the battlefield. Do they not fear exposing their true identities to their foes? The naivete of these youthful heroes is astonishing. Even Captain America would not hold back in a skirmish. In the days of combating Nazis, he claimed more lives than most. Do you truly believe victory is assured? With his right hand, Harry brandished the authorization destroyer and the briefcase sword. A radiant blue light emanated from his chest as 6 shimmering crystals were summoned anew. Next, Harry prepared to face them 6 against 1, elevating himself to a godlike state. Humph. Charge. Mr. Film commanded the attack. Speedy Spider-Man Peter and Venom Gwen were the first to advance. Ignoring them, Harry activated his super speed, deftly evading the couple's assault, and parried Tandy's dagger with his weapon. In a flash, he lunged towards Daredevil Matt, targeting the weakest among them, for Matt was indeed the most vulnerable and easiest to dispatch. The clash of Harry's 2 weapons produced a resounding noise. Daredevil, endowed with superhuman hearing, found this cacophony to be his Achilles heel, as the tremendous sound erupted in his ears like a bomb. In that moment, he lost his ability to discern his surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Harry unleashed a powerful kick to Matt's abdomen, sending him hurtling away into a dumpster. This was not intentional. Harry had not aimed, and he hadn't anticipated that his kick would send Matt into the refuse. Nonetheless, this outcome was fortuitous, for otherwise, that blow might have proven fatal. At this juncture, Harry had little time for reflection. As he sent Daredevil flying, Cloak Tyrone's dark energy surged forth, forming a black hole intent on consuming Harry. He had no choice but to re-enter his super speed state, leaping to evade the onslaught. In that instant, Spider-Man Peter and Venom Gwen descended from above. Rather than panic, Harry felt exhilarated. This was the perfect opportunity to confront Spider-Man. Harry first launched a blast from the shimmering crystal, hurling Venom Gwen away. Then, he engaged Spider-Man Peter in close combat, swinging his axe towards Peter's arm. Should this strike connect, Harry would obtain Spider-Man's blood. However, Peter, with his spider sense, adeptly adjusted midair and delivered a kick that disarmed Harry of the authorization destroyer. Yet, Harry wielded another weapon with his left hand. He swung the briefcase sword towards Spider-Man Peter. Just as victory seemed within reach, a flash of white light appeared, and the dagger-wielding Tandy rushed forward, hurling a dagger forged from radiant light towards Harry. Although this strike inflicted no harm upon Harry, it disrupted his rhythm of attack. Realizing the necessity of eliminating the healer, he understood that as long as Cloak Talon could teleport and Tandy could replenish his vitality, they would remain a persistent nuisance, continually hindering his offense. With this in mind, Harry forcefully pushed aside Spider-Man Peter, then manipulated 6 shimmering crystals, 3 to ensnare Peter and the other 3 to confront the approaching Venom Gwen. Utilizing the computational prowess of Zia to direct the crystals allowed Harry to focus on defeating Tandy and Cloak. Below, Mr. Film, shielded by his minions, was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated Harry's ferocity, having already eliminated Daredevil Matt and now gaining the upper hand against 4 superheroes. Doubts crept into his mind. Could he truly vanquish such formidable foes? Fear of retreat ensued. If he distanced himself, the controlled heroes might regain their senses. Should Harry pursue him then, his demise would be certain. All he could do was hope that the 4 superheroes would succeed in overcoming Harry Osborn, the Masked Knight. He was reluctant to engage in battle himself. Despite a slight recovery of his combat capabilities, he was far weaker than before. Should he rashly charge in? A single blow from Harry Osborn might spell his end. On the battlefield, Harry switched his authorized destroyer into gun mode, concentrating energy at the muzzle and firing successive blasts at Tandy. After such prolonged engagement, he had thoroughly discerned the capabilities of both Tandy and Cloak. Whenever Tandy was attacked, Cloak would invariably employ dark energy for her defense. However, Cloak's powers could not be sustained indefinitely and relied on Tandy for vitality replenishment. As long as he could prolong the confrontation until Cloak's energy was depleted, he could dispose of both adversaries. To expedite his assault, Harry stowed his briefcase sword into a pocket dimension and drew forth his briefcase gun. With both ranged weapons now targeting Tandy and Cloak, the pace of his offensive quickened, forcing the two back. In a short span, Cloak's energy dwindled to nothing, rendering him incapable of utilizing his dark energy teleportation. Consequently, Tandy was left to restore Cloak's vitality. With their energy exhausted, it was time for them to meet their end. Harry harnessed the energy from the high jump grasshopper program to charge his authorized destroyer. With the sound of 01 authorize echoing, he pulled the trigger, accompanied by the sound of 01 dust. The gun's muzzle concentrated energy, unleashing a destructive blast shaped like luminous yellow grasshoppers towards Tandy and Cloak. At this moment, escape was futile for the two, and a tremendous explosion of energy erupted between them. As the smoke cleared, Cloak and Tandy stood trembling in its aftermath. Although neither individual was injured, their internal energy had been temporarily depleted. At the very moment of the attack, Dagger Tandy conjured a shield of white light with both hands, successfully deflecting the blow, yet expending her own energy in the process. Once both had exhausted their strength, they surprisingly broke free from Mr. Negative's control. "Hold on, we need to recover," Dagger Tandy was about to explain to Harry, but he paid her no heed. First, he retrieved a briefcase sword from a pocket dimension and hurled it forcefully at Cloak Tyrone, piercing through his abdomen. He then charged forward, wielding the authorized destroyer, aiming a deadly blow at Dagger Tandy's head. However, at that moment, a short stick flew in, diverting Harry's attack. The redirected strike merely severed Dagger Tandy's arm, blood gushing forth as the severed limbs soared through the air, leaving her kneeling in agony on the ground. "Mr. Osborn, they have regained their senses. There is no need for lethal force," Daredevil Matt approached with a limp. Severely injured yet restored to clarity, he had freed himself from Mr. Negative's grasp. "I implore you, Mr. Osborn." Daredevil spoke earnestly to Harry, fully aware of his inability to sway Harry Osborn's will. Nevertheless, Cloak Tyrone and Dagger Tandy, before succumbing to control, were noble superheroes, and he could not bear to witness their demise. "Very well, I shall grant you this favor. But should there be a next time, I will not hold back," Harry replied solemnly. With that, he dismissed the 3 superheroes, deeming them inconsequential. He was not one to revel in bloodshed. He killed only when it served his purpose, not for sport. More pressing matters awaited him, namely obtaining the blood of Spider-Man, Peter. Chapter 49, Acquiring Blood. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man, found himself face to face with Harry Osborn and the Venom version of Gwen. Harry summoned 6 radiant crystals that orbited around him as he floated in midair, wielding the authorized destroyer. The controlled Spider-Man and Venom Gwen charged at Harry. Without hesitation, Harry unleashed a powerful blast that sent Venom Gwen flying. He then aimed a swing at Spider-Man Peter, who adeptly dodged the attack. In retaliation, Spider-Man Peter lunged forward with a punch aimed at Harry's face, but 3 radiant crystals effortlessly intercepted the blow. As Spider-Man Peter launched his assault, Harry did not hold back. He delivered a swift kick to Peter's side. However, Peter's spider sense activated, allowing him to leap away and land behind Harry, executing a flying kick towards Harry's back. Yet, Harry was prepared, and he unleashed a barrage of energy projectiles from the 3 radiant crystals, sending Spider-Man Peter reeling. To be frank, this Spider-Man was remarkably resilient, sustaining minimal damage despite the numerous explosions that merely tattered his suit. It seemed this universe had an undeniable affinity for Spider-Man. Helplessly, Harry observed Peter as Venom Gwen, who had been blasted away earlier, rushed back into the fray. With a strength of approximately 25 tons, Venom Gwen proved far more manageable than Spider-Man Peter. Harry retracted the authorized destroyer and unleashed a series of punches on Venom Gwen, who was unable to defend herself. Just as he seized the opportunity to deliver a knockout kick, Spider-Man Peter rejoined the battle. The two controlled superheroes, in terms of combat prowess, far surpassed the duo of Cloak and Dagger. Harry found himself momentarily at a disadvantage against both. As the three engaged in fierce combat, Mr. Negative stealthily approached. He realized that if he did not act now, once Harry Osborn dealt with the two, he would be next. Thus, he had to strike. Earlier, he refrained from intervening during the 5-on-1 skirmish due to his lack of recovery. However, after a brief respite, Mr. Negative's injuries had mended, and his stamina had returned. He was ready to fight. Seizing his chance, Mr. Negative leapt high into the air, wielding his sword imbued with negative energy, aiming a thrust at Harry. At that moment, Harry was entangled by Venom Gwen, and Spider-Man Peter swiftly ensnared Harry with webbing. This was precisely the moment Mr. Negative had been waiting for. His sword, cloaked in negative energy, aimed for Harry's head. Should this strike connect, it could indeed harm Harry. However, Harry had anticipated this move. The artificial intelligence, Zia, had already scanned Mr. Negative's actions. Harry's entrapment by Spider-Man Peter was intentional, a bait to lure Mr. Negative into attacking. As Mr. Negative stealthily approached, Harry devised his plan. With a sudden burst from the thrusters on his back, he expelled a surge of electrifying energy, entering a state of super acceleration. Harry deftly evaded Mr. Negative's strike and used the 6 radiant crystals to sever the webbing. Liberating his hands, Harry swiftly pursued Mr. Film, drawing forth the axe of the authorized destroyer with his right hand. With a single, decisive swing, he struck at Mr. Film's head. The unfortunate Mr. Film found himself unable to evade, resulting in his head being severed from his body. Thus, the source of Harry's troubles met his demise. What transpired next? The ensnared Spider-Man, Peter, and Venom Gwen returned to their senses. Yet Harry had no intention of sparing the two, as they lingered in the memories of their previous control. He entered a state of super acceleration once more, raising the authorized destroyer to strike at Venom Gwen. Lacking the spider sense, Gwen was not quick enough to evade the blow and stood frozen in place. Fortunately, the symbiote within her reacted, morphing into a shield to protect her. Peter, unaware if Gwen could withstand the assault, was determined to prevent Harry from inflicting harm upon her. No, Harry. In that moment, Peter entered a state of heightened awareness. His physical attributes amplified manifold, and his speed surged. He swiftly positioned himself before Harry, blocking the impending strike and sending the authorized destroyer flying from Harry's grasp. Anticipating this move, Harry had already prepared 6 shimmering crystals that darted toward Venom Gwen, launching an offensive. Peter, compelled to turn and intercept the 6 radiant crystals, was caught off guard as Harry seized the opportunity to wield his briefcase sword, striking Peter's back with a fierce blow. Blood erupted forth. Harry, well prepared, extracted a test tube from his interdimensional pocket and, entering super acceleration, hastily collected a portion of Peter's blood. Though most of it spilled onto the ground, a small fraction, approximately half a vial, was secured. This would suffice for his needs. Peter, Venom Gwen, finally grasping the situation, positioned herself protectively in front of Peter, adopting a combat stance and remaining vigilant against Harry. "You needn't worry about me. I thought you two were still under control," Harry remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. "Who told you to fall victim to control?" Gwen found herself at a loss for words. Both she and Peter felt embarrassed to have been subdued in combat against a villain. "Harry, I've researched this. The spider serum is still unstable. Relying solely on my blood for injection presents too great a risk." Although Peter had sustained a wound, his healing abilities were commendable, leaving him only slightly inconvenienced. He understood Harry's motives but could not bring himself to hand over his blood. The example of Dr. Connors loomed large. The side effects of such genetically modified serum were significant, necessitating extensive research and experimentation. He had been preparing for this over the past few days. Unwilling to witness Harry transform into a monster, he believed that a safer solution for Harry's affliction would eventually surface, one that did not require such perilous risks. Haha. Peter, do you think superheroes are devoid of intellect? Who says your blood serves only the purpose of being converted into serum for injection? You greatly overestimate yourself. Harry scoffed. The genetically modified spider originally belonged to the Osborn group, hence it is rightfully mine. After Harry spoke, he disregarded Peter's reaction and turned away. Having obtained what he desired, he had no time to indulge this group of street nonconformists playing their superhero games. Chapter 50. The Bloody Spider. Harry returned to the villa and descended into the basement. He began the extraction of genetic information, placing a vial of blood into a specialized extraction device. The machine meticulously analyzed every element within Spider-Man Peter's blood. In due time, the extraction was completed, revealing Peter Parker's DNA. Harry issued another command. The genetically modified spider that had bitten Spider-Man was encoded with a genetic lock by Peter Parker's parents, accessible solely to members of the Parker family. Thus, Harry separated Peter Parker's DNA, intending to combine it with his own blood once the separation was complete. Utilizing the artificial intelligence named Zia, Harry efficiently accomplished this task, yielding a vial of genetically modified spider serum that belonged to him. However, he was reluctant to inject it immediately, cognizant of the risks involved in such an experiment. Not everyone was as fortunate as Peter Parker in becoming Spider-Man. He retrieved a key, the sublimation key made from the residual venom of the genetically modified spider. This key would be synthesized alongside the spider serum to create a new sublimation key. Harry placed both components within an electronic 3D printing chamber, overseen by Zia and Yake in tandem for data fusion. Relaxing on the couch, Harry engaged with his tablet while awaiting the completion of the machine's automated process, as there was no need for him to stand idly by. "Mr. Osborn, your milk tea is ready," came in, carrying a cup of tea she had crafted herself. Harry accepted it, blowing gently on the steam before savoring a sip, pleasantly surprised by its taste. Setting the tea aside, obediently approached and began to massage his shoulders, providing a welcome respite after a night of battle. It was indeed delightful to return home to such comfort. At that moment, nearly all the employees of the Osborn Group had transformed into Shumagarath, with only Gwen Stacy yet to depart. However, it was anticipated that she would soon follow suit after this recent incident. With the company devoid of pressing matters, Harry had taken the initiative to create 2 secretary-type Shumagarath to fulfill his duties at the office. On the other hand, was content to remain by his side without the need for work. The sublimation key was soon completed. Rising from his seat, Harry watched as Iz dutifully retrieved the key. Observing the blood-red key adorned with a spider motif evoked a peculiar sensation within him, as if it were crafted specifically for him. After all, the high-jump locust sublimation key was not the most fitting for him. This one was tailor-made, his exclusive key. "Scarlet Spider," Harry declared as he pressed the sublimation key, a deep voice resonating in English from its core. He inserted the sublimation key into the 01 driver, activating it for transformation. A transparent blood-red belt, bristling with spikes, materialized, and Harry began to don a sleek black combat suit, soon enveloped by the striking red spider armor. The new Kamen Rider, clad in a sleek black combat suit adorned with blood-red armor, has completed its transformation. Is this the sensation of enhanced strength? Harry feels his body undergoing a transformation through the Scarlet Spider program, elevated by the sublimation key. This is indeed one of the functions of the sublimation key, capable of fortifying its user. Typically, this process would be excruciating. However, the combat suit is equipped with a medical protection system that numbs pain and administers treatment if the wearer experiences discomfort. After 5 hours, Harry finally deactivated his transformation, having successfully undergone the enhancement. His physique, once frail, has now become robust, reminiscent of Captain America. He is now both strong and strikingly handsome. As he approached, offering a large cup of water and a towel. The recent enhancement had caused him to sweat profusely, depleting his hydration. Harry eagerly accepted the cup and drank deeply, then used the towel to wipe away the perspiration. "Zia, assess my physical condition," Harry commanded the entity within his mind. Zia swiftly scanned his body, and soon Harry received the data: strength of 5 tons and a speed of 20 meters per second. This was the theoretical capability. And while it was close to these figures, Harry was not overly concerned with abstract metrics. He was not Spider-Man, after all. This enhancement closely mirrored the base statistics of Captain America, albeit only at Steve Rogers' minimum performance level. In his prime, Captain America's strength was formidable, capable of competing with cosmic titans, a fact Harry could only regard with awe. "Excellent, we can proceed to the next step," Harry remarked, satisfied with his newfound strength. He was aware that he could not rely solely on physical prowess. True combat would necessitate the Kamen Rider armor, and enhanced physical attributes would amplify his capabilities. Moreover, he had finally eradicated the hereditary ailment that had plagued his family, leaving him immensely content. Yet, he aspired for perfection. "Commence the creation of the shining Scarlet Spider sublimation key," Harry commanded next. Acknowledged, beginning fabrication, came the response. In the 3D electronic automated printing chamber, the process commenced following Harry's directive. He intended to elevate the already formidable sublimation key to a new level of brilliance. An enhancement of such a powerful key would not only augment its strength but also further reinforce his physique. In the Marvel Universe, it is imperative to not only don armor but also to enhance oneself. Otherwise, relying solely on the Kamen Rider armor would render him ill-equipped to address the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Strengthening himself was essential. Otherwise, many treasures in the cosmos would remain beyond his reach, just as Iron Man found himself unable to wield the 6 Infinity Stones, ultimately leading to his demise alongside Thanos' army with a mere snap of his fingers. In a secret experimental base on the outskirts of New York, the gentleman Gustav and the Dr. Mouse stood side by side, with the superpowered girl Pity positioned behind them. Doctor, is it possible to regenerate the genetically modified experimental animals? Gustav inquired softly. Mr. Phils, it is exceedingly difficult. All the genetically modified experimental animals have perished. Out of the 6 vials, 5 have already been administered, and the remaining 1 lacks a suitable subject, rendering the experiment a failure. Unless I am granted another year to cultivate anew, it will be quite challenging, Doctor. Mouse implored Gustav Phils. Upon hearing this, Gustav suddenly seized Dr. Mouse by the throat. His strength was formidable. Even the injector of the genetically modified experiment could not break free from Gustav's grasp. He too was enhanced, possessing a strength of at least 30 tons. Doctor. Mouse's face flushed crimson, struggling for breath. The entire underground chamber was in turmoil as mice surged toward Gustav, but were swiftly banished outside by Pity's dark energy. I have. Dr. Mouse gasped in desperation, but the grip on his throat rendered him speechless. Gustav discerned his intent and loosened his hold, having genuinely contemplated ending Dr. Mouse's life. In his eyes, the doctor had become obsolete. To Gustav, uselessness equated to detritus. He had no intention of retaining such refuse, which would only be discarded. Now, he was inclined to hear what Dr. Mouse had to say, to determine whether he would grant him a chance. My blood. I, too, am a genetically modified enhanced individual. My blood can be utilized for experimentation, Dr. Mouse proclaimed, panting heavily. Chapter 51. Secondary enhancement your blood? Gustav comprehended the meaning behind what the Ratman doctor had conveyed. Although the Ratman doctor possessed limited strength, his blood could indeed be mass-produced to create enhanced soldiers. What he lacked most was manpower. While Gustav and the Ratman were conducting experiments, the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellite detected their location. Report to the commander. We have located the Ratman. A soldier relayed to Level 7 Agent Clint Barton, handing him a tablet that displayed a blinking location on the outskirts of New York. Under the constant surveillance of the S.H.I.E.L.D. satellite, the agency finally tracked the Ratman's movements when he summoned the rats. If the Ratman was present, it meant that Gustav and the superpowered girl, Pity, were also nearby. Clint picked up his phone and dialed Black Widow, Natasha. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Nick Fury had commanded him to locate the whereabouts of the 3 villains, and now the mission was accomplished. Natasha, we have identified the target, Clint announced. Understood. I will contact Harry Osborn, Natasha replied. Clint was reaching out to her because Black Widow was now part of the Thunderbolts, and this information was crucial for Harry. Hey, are you buying drinks after work tonight? Clint inquired, as he and Natasha were old acquaintances often seen sharing drinks together. Drinks are fine, but why does it always fall on me to pay? I recall you lost during the last wrestling match, Natasha responded, bemused. Well, I spent my funds on high-tech arrows this month, Clint replied with a hint of resignation. But you joined the Thunderbolts, aren't you earning 2 salaries now? Clint remarked. Black Widow Natasha had indeed joined the Thunderbolts, receiving paychecks from both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Thunderbolts. The crux of the matter was that Harry was supposed to disperse the salaries for the Thunderbolts, but he had forgotten, and Nick Fury felt awkward asking him for it. Thus, he reluctantly opted to forego constructing one secret base to accommodate Harry's salary needs. Fine. However, I must first call Harry Osborn to ascertain whether the Thunderbolts will be required for the elimination of Gustav and his associates. With that, Natasha dialed Harry Osborn. Hello? At that moment, Harry had just completed his second enhancement, upgrading the key to the Scarlet Spider Radiant Program Sublimation Key, and equipped with an assault grip. He underwent further augmentation. Mr. Osborn, we have located the Ratman's position. Natasha spoke respectfully over the phone, demonstrating her professionalism when it came to matters concerning their missions. Good. Prepare the Quinjet to pick me up, Harry commanded. Do we need the Thunderbolts to deploy? Natasha inquired. No, just you will suffice, Harry replied. The current capabilities of the Thunderbolts were somewhat outdated, and with the significant enhancements, he found he temporarily did not require their assistance. However, utilizing the Quinjet would facilitate his operations, as though he could fly now. It lacked the speed and comfort that the Quinjet provided. Not to mention, the Quinjet possesses optical cloaking capabilities, capable of preventing the superpowered girl, Pity, from detecting anything amiss and fleeing. Very well, sir. After Natasha hung up the phone, she sent Hawkeye a text and prepared to pilot the Quinjet. It appears that tonight, indulging in alcohol is out of the question. At the Osborn estate, Harry was practicing his punches to acclimate to his newly enhanced physique. His body was remarkably powerful, with metrics aligning with those of Spider-Man. Possessing a strength of 25 tons and a precognitive spider sense for danger, he was, barring his inability to climb walls, practically another Spider-Man. This was still in his untransformed state. And his physical prowess was already formidable. Harry retrieved a new belt crafted to complement his upgraded sublimation key. It resembled the 01 driver. Yet its hue was a deep crimson. This new driver, paired with the belt, effectively transformed Harry into a new Kamen Rider. From this day forward, he would no longer be Kamen Rider 01. Harry bestowed upon his new armor the name Kamen Rider 04, signifying the Knight of Death, illustrating the divergence of this Kamen Rider from the original, righteous incarnation. In the boundless might of the Marvel Universe, one must resort to any means necessary. The Quinjet's velocity was impressive, and it was not long before Natasha landed at the Osborn Estates helipad. Upon receiving the message, Harry changed into a fitted outfit and prepared to depart. Izzy obediently followed closely behind, escorting Harry to the door. Goodbye, Izzy, Harry bid farewell as he boarded the Quinjet. Safe travels, Mr. Osborn, Izzy replied, bowing to see him off. As the aircraft powered up, Natasha scrutinized Harry from head to toe, as if she had discovered a new world. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? Harry teased back, realizing that she seemed to have a penchant for the secretary type. And is that an artificial intelligence robot? Are you playing with robots? Mind your own business, Harry retorted, wearing a bemused expression at the absurdity of her words, and chose to ignore the woman with 1,000 ulterior motives. Seeing that Harry had ceased to engage her, Natasha fell silent. However, she had genuinely noticed that Harry had become more attractive. He had grown from 6 feet to nearly 6 feet 3. His physique transforming from slender to remarkably robust. His physical condition resembled that of another Captain America, Steve Rogers. Could it be a result of genetic enhancement? Natasha speculated internally. Since the success of the Super Soldier program, there had not been a flawless replication of its effects. Until today, it seemed Harry Osborn might have achieved just that. Unbeknownst to Harry, Natasha's thoughts were far from him. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent, given that his enhanced body could not be concealed. He preferred to display his strength openly. He was now powerful enough that organizations like SHIELD and the military posed no threat to him. He was determined to confront the enemies who had long been a source of turmoil in his life. The presence of these adversaries enabled him to swiftly unlock numerous technologies related to Zia and Ak. Achieving such rapid advancements in the unlocking of the Kamen Rider Assault Shining Grasshopper would have been exceedingly challenging if undertaken alone. Today, he came to express his profound gratitude to his foes, offering them the utmost appreciation alongside a rendezvous with the Goddess of Death. Chapter 52. The Great Benefactor Harry. As Harry arrived outside the Gustav base, he realized that a direct assault would only cause the enemy to flee. The dark energy teleportation ability of the superpowered girl, Pity, was indeed quite vexing. Thus, it would be more prudent to enter boldly and without pretense. Harry Osborn, what brings you here? Came Gustav's voice from the doorbell. Hey, Gustav, if I recall correctly, Harry glanced at Natasha, still uncertain of the enemy's identity, which Natasha had briefly introduced to him earlier. The specific details eluded him. He had forgotten the particulars. Generally speaking, the individual was just another idle villain, one of many to be found in the Marvel Universe, always seeking trouble. After Natasha nodded, Harry continued, Listen, Gustav, I believe we harbor no deep-seated animosity towards one another. Do we? I'm not a superhero, and I think it unnecessary for us to engage in hostilities. Are you suggesting? Gustav paused for a moment before responding. We need to talk. Harry wore a look of righteousness. Upon hearing this, Gustav felt an instinctive force compelling him to open the electric gate, saying, Very well, let us converse. Impressive, isn't it? Harry remarked to Natasha, who, with a resigned nod, followed him through the door, encountering no obstacles along the way. Indeed, the world did not require constant violence. Harry proceeded directly into the boss's chamber, successfully meeting with the mini-boss, Gustav. Harry Osborn, speak of what you wish to discuss, Gustav said as he sat behind his desk. With the superpowered girl Pity on guard before him, 10 peculiar rat-like creatures crouched on the ground, poised to spring at Harry at any moment. There's no need for such tension. I am here to negotiate. Gustav, Harry said, extending his hands to indicate he bore no weapons and posed no threat. He then retrieved the 01 driver from his dimensional pocket. What I wish to discuss is this Kamen Rider driver. Are you implying? Gustav's eyes widened at the sight of the driver. Having long coveted power, he yearned for a stable and formidable source of strength. Harry's Kamen Rider driver was among the coveted items he sought, alongside Spider-Man's serum, which had proven to be a remarkably stable and perfect enhancement. I propose a trade. As you know, I have collaborations with the military and SHIELD. This esteemed agent, Natasha, is my Kamen Rider partner from SHIELD. L.D. Harry stated earnestly. What do you desire? Gustav inquired, visibly intrigued. Moreover, he recognized the truth in Harry's words. Harry had never shunned collaboration with other factions, including the Kamen Rider technology, and he had even heard of the military beginning to select suitable candidates for transformation. Money, indeed, is the essence of reality. The military granted me a staggering sum of $50 billion to finalize this transaction, and I believe a collaboration between us is feasible. Harry's assertions are grounded in truth. The dealings with the military are even publicly acknowledged, as reported by the news. The operations of Shimajia and the Kamen Riders are common knowledge. The matter of finance is straightforward. Gustav nodded, for he was never in want of wealth. I can offer you 3 times that amount, $150 billion. This sum not only encompasses the acquisition of Kamen Rider technology, but also serves as my personal recompense to you. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Osborn, for my past transgressions. Gustav expressed to Harry. The past is behind us. Those who achieve greatness do not dwell on trifles, and I assure you, I am no fiend. I am, in fact, quite benevolent. Harry chuckled, tossing the 01 driver and the Shining Grasshopper program Ascension key towards Gustav. Upon receiving the 01 driver and the Ascension key, Gustav was convinced of the veracity of Harry's prior statements. He sensed the immense energy within the Ascension key. It was indeed authentic. Harry then beckoned Natasha to engage Gustav in discussions regarding their collaboration, simultaneously placing a call to a Swiss bank to facilitate the transfer. Typically, such substantial transactions are cumbersome. But both Harry and Gustav are no ordinary individuals. They swiftly navigated the back door, completing the transfer via video call. Once the transaction was finalized, Harry approached Gustav, extending his hand for a handshake. Yet, Gustav remained cautious and refrained from reciprocating, allowing the superpowered young woman, Pity, to take his place. Haha, it's quite all right. I understand, Harry said, smiling as he shook hands with Pity. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Harry's demeanor shifted dramatically. The warmth of his smile was replaced by an icy glare. You. The superpowered girl Pity gasped in astonishment, sensing the impending danger as dark energy surged within her, prompting her to teleport away. Yet, having closed the distance, Harry was not inclined to let her escape. With a body enhanced beyond ordinary limits, he seized Pity by the hand, yanking her away from the portal of dark energy. Then, with a powerful left fist, he struck her neck. Although Pity possessed admirable physical attributes, when compared to a behemoth like Harry, whose strength exceeded 25 tons, she was as defenseless as an infant. With a single, forceful blow, Harry shattered her cervical vertebrae. But he was not finished. He deemed it necessary to deliver a final blow to such a formidable opponent. With a fierce right roundhouse kick, he sent Pity hurtling through the air, crashing heavily against the steel wall of the base. The impact embedded the superpowered girl into the wall, extinguishing her breath. Pity was rendered incapable of rising again. After this fluid series of lethal maneuvers, Gustav and Natasha stood in shock, their eyes fixed upon Harry. Even Black Widow Natasha could not have anticipated that Harry would suddenly strike with such ferocity, without even transforming into Kamen Rider, and brutally slay Pity. Did you not just claim to possess the kindest heart? Natasha remarked. Indeed, I am the kindest of souls, unable to bear the sight of your suffering. Which is why I have come to escort you on your final journey. Harry advanced towards Gustav. Harry Osborn, you despicable creature. Gustav bellowed in fury. You have betrayed me. Forsaking our agreement, do not forget that your Kamen Rider driver is in my possession. Gustav shouted, brandishing Harry's belt driver. Haha, who told you there is but one belt? Harry retorted, producing the Crimson 04 driver and fastening it around his waist. He then revealed the Blood Red Assault Shining Scarlet program key and initiated his transformation. Harry's form began to envelop itself in a black combat suit, crafted using Zia technology, special fibers, and a newly developed alloy, integrating vibranium sourced from the Punisher. The exterior of his chest, arms, and legs was encased in a blend of crimson and blue, resembling the Scarlet Spider bioweave armor, constructed from special alloys and Edmund alloy provided by Mjolnir. The center of his chest housed a dazzling attack system. Kamen Rider 04 was now online. Punching power, 100 tons. Kicking power, 180 tons. Speed, 5 seconds per 100 meters. Chapter 53. The Executioner. As Harry emerged from his transformation, an unparalleled strength coursed through him. His overall capabilities had surged to unprecedented heights. Up, move. Gustav seethed, caught off guard by Harry's blatant disregard for honor and combat ethics, a stark contrast to his father, Norman Osborn. At Gustav's command, the grotesque rat-like creatures, spawned from the blood of the Ratman Doctor and infused into his most loyal guards through a reverse serum, lunged towards Harry. Each creature possessed a terrifying force of 10 tons. Yet, to Harry, who had been augmented to a staggering 100 tons of strength, these beings were akin to mere infants. Harry swiftly closed the distance to Gustav, delivering powerful punches and kicks with each step. The rat creatures were no match for him. unable even to impede his advance. In a mere 10 seconds, he had obliterated all of them and stood before Gustav. For the first time, Gustav felt a flicker of fear as he gazed upon the ruthless Harry. In the face of absolute power, the once mighty supervillain, who had terrorized for nearly a century, now appeared as ordinary as any commoner, powerless and defenseless, much like the civilians he had mercilessly slaughtered. A high-handed executioner, when confronted by someone of greater strength, would not fare better than an ordinary individual. His intellect, his schemes, and his cunning existed solely when his might surpassed that of others. Gustav opened his mouth to speak, but Harry offered him no opportunity. Why grant an adversary the chance to utter a word? Channeling the energy from the crimson key of his belt's drive, he concentrated it into his legs and launched a kick aimed directly at Gustav's head. I'm only for the head. This was Harry's combat philosophy. When a single strike could end the conflict, he would target the head, denying any chance of retaliation. With a kicking force of 180 tons, augmented by concentrated energy, his blow soared above 230 tons. The impact obliterated Gustav's head, scattering bone fragments and blood. Your blood is just like any ordinary person's, Red, Harry murmured, glancing to ensure that Gustav lacked the ability for rapid healing. He retracted the 0-1 driver and the sublimation key, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he tossed a yellow sublimation key to Natasha. What is this? She queried, perplexed by the key in her hand. The Thunder Wasp sublimation key, quite suitable for you, Harry replied. Investigate the entire secret base and eliminate all personnel, leaving no survivors. Having already dispatched both Gustav and the superpowered girl, Pity, Harry had fulfilled his objectives. The remaining task of clearing the area could be entrusted to his subordinates. Yes, Mr. Osborn. Natasha, who typically enjoyed jesting with Harry, displayed great respect and seriousness when executing his commands. Natasha twirled the Thunder Hornet key and inserted it into the shooter device at her waist. Transform, she shouted, and a surge of music emanated from the device. A yellow bullet shot forth, spiraling around her form before colliding with her body. Shut your eyes. Lightning Hornet, piercing needle with incredible force, accompanied by a voice in English. Natasha completed her transformation. Clad in a striking white combat suit, adorned with yellow Thunder Hornet armor on her upper body, she emerged as Kamen Rider Valkyrie Thunder Hornet. Astonishingly, she could now soar. Manipulating her shoulder-mounted yellow armor, she deployed translucent wings and ascended into the sky. Having witnessed Natasha's transformation, Harry promptly boarded the Quinjet. Contemplating his next strategic move, the metal cluster spider could now be included in the plan. Following numerous battles, Harry had uploaded edited videos online, resulting in another surge of notoriety. His reputation was a mixed bag. Many in New York revered his formidable strength, while others feared him, attributing the current calamities to his influence. A multitude praised him, yet an equally substantial faction began to oppose and protest against him, regardless of their sentiments. It ultimately benefited him, as both his goodwill and malice values skyrocketed. The activation of the metal cluster technology was imminent, requiring just a final push. It appeared necessary to expedite this process, though he need not engage personally. Now well established, Harry no longer felt compelled to confront minor adversaries himself. He could easily delegate such tasks to his subordinates. With this in mind, he contacted Grant Ward, assigning him to lead the charge, with Deathstorm as support. And the 5 Kamen Riders joining the fray, targeting the obliteration of all underground dark forces in Hell's Kitchen. Harry aimed to uproot them entirely, delegating the dirty work. He reclined in the Quinjet, engrossed in his tablet, indulging in games. An online gaming enthusiast was in full swing. Upon receiving Harry's orders, Grant Ward piloted the Quinjet, first picking up Deathstorm before heading to Hell's Kitchen. Utilizing S-H-I-E-L-D satellite positioning, Grant and his team arrived at the territory of the archvillain Tombstone. The Quinjet hovered in the sky. Trained and brainwashed by Hydra, Grant Ward's operational style starkly contrasted with Natasha's. He did not disembark, but instead directed the Quinjet to unleash a missile upon Tombstone's factory. A resounding explosion erupted, igniting the sky with flames. Enemy attack. TMD. Someone has breached our defenses. Tombstone's henchmen scrambled in disarray. Typically, gang confrontations involved gunfire, but this was the first time missiles were employed. It felt like blatant bullying. S-H-I-E-L-D-S aircraft, Tombstone exclaimed, rushing outside to gaze upward, accompanied by the figure of the black-armored wraith. Grant Ward detected the emergence of the gravestone and immediately unleashed a barrage from his machine gun. The battle-hardened gravestone shielded his eyes with his arm and withstood the onslaught. The gravestone, whose true identity was Ronnie Thompson, was an individual afflicted with albinism. In a rather cliché twist of fate, he had acquired an invulnerable physique and immense strength following a fortuitous incident. Armed with his impervious body and ruthless methods, he ascended to the role of a formidable villain within Hell's Kitchen, a notorious crime lord. The bullets fired from the Quinjet struck the gravestone, but they proved utterly ineffective, repelled without consequence. What other tricks do you have? The invulnerable Gravestone shouted at the Quinjet. As a supervillain, he showed no fear of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Upon hearing his words, Grant Ward swiftly assessed the situation. He opened the Quinjet, and 4 members of the Shumagarath leaped from the sky. Transform. They morphed midair. 5 masked riders descending to encircle the Gravestone and the Wanderer. Chapter 54. The Fall of Hell's Kitchen. 5 masked riders. Am I truly of such significance? The Tombstone lamented. Even his former boss, Wilson Fisk, had never endured such a brutal onslaught. He never anticipated being besieged by the masked riders. Where is Harry Osborn? I must converse with him. Tombstone addressed the 5 masked riders. Recognizing that he was no match for the formidable Tombstone, his thoughts turned towards surrendering to Harry Osborn. Surely, someone of Harry's stature would require a powerful enforcer such as himself. Little did Tombstone know, had Harry been present, his demise would have been swifter. From Mr. Osborn's orders, you are to perish. Grant Ward brandished the shooting driver, unleashing energy bullets upon Tombstone. The energy projectiles collided with Tombstone's impervious physique, sparks flying. How painful. Although impervious to blades and bullets, Grant's shots targeted his joints, causing Tombstone considerable distress. The Strider, realizing he was cornered, leaped, attempting to escape using his impressive armor-enhanced agility. Had he known the assailants were masked riders, he would have fled long ago, refusing to meet his end alongside Tombstone. Meanwhile, the masked rider Swift had anticipated his move. Leaping in pursuit. Soaring through the air. Swift's superior mobility allowed him to slam into Strider, knocking him down. Following this, masked rider Annihilation cooperated by extending a spike chain from his left arm, piercing Strider. The toxin embedded within quickly incapacitated Strider, who, despite his armor, was merely an ordinary man. Rendered unable to resist, Strider was met with a decisive strike from masked rider Death, eliminating him. The villainous Strider would rise no more. The trio of masked riders collaborated to vanquish Strider in under a minute. Goodness! Tombstone was utterly astonished, never expecting one of his most capable subordinates to perish so swiftly. The 5 masked riders regrouped to encircle Tombstone once again. Rider Kick, commanded by the leading Grant Ward. The 5 masked riders unleashed their ultimate technique, channeling the energy of the Ascension keys into their legs. Wait, hold on. Tombstone exclaimed in horror, his eyes wide with fear. Yet before he could finish, the 5 riders struck him with a powerful kick. Boom. An explosion erupted as Tombstone was obliterated by their combined force, leaving no trace behind. The villainous Tombstone would rise no more. Alas, Tombstone's underlings had fled without a trace. These gang minions demonstrated little loyalty, fleeing at the sight of the fearsome Thunder agents without a backward glance. It appears there is still work to be done tonight. Yet this is precisely what I desired. The destruction-prone Grant Ward relished the thrill of the hunt. He led Annihilation and Thunder in a relentless slaughter of the gang forces throughout Hell's Kitchen. Harry, aboard the Quinjet, felt the emotional resonance of Ark and Zia increasing. Among them, the malevolent value attributed to Yake has surged the most, as engaging in combat with gang forces inevitably leads to widespread chaos. The ringing of a phone echoed as Nick Fury reached out to Harry. Harry Osborn, it is time to put an end to this war. Enough lives have perished in Hell's Kitchen. Upon answering, Nick Fury's voice, laced with anger, resonated through the line. I recall you promised me Hell's Kitchen would be mine. Harry retorted indifferently. I was referring to handing over Wilson Fisk to you. What does that have to do with Hell's Kitchen? Nick Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. The news of Harry Osborn instructing Grant to lead the Thunderbolts in a massacre within Hell's Kitchen has spread throughout New York, with major news outlets dispatching helicopters to the scene. The Thunderbolts were a creation Nick Fury had consented to, and now the World Security Council had come to hold S.H.I.E.L.D. accountable. If Harry Osborn continued his reckless antics, S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably be implicated. Ha! Harry laughed upon hearing Nick Fury's words. What is so amusing, Harry? This matter is exceedingly serious. Nick Fury stated gravely. What? If Wilson can reign as the Lord of Hell's Kitchen, why can't I? Harry countered. It is not the same. Nick Fury replied, but was abruptly interrupted by Harry. How is it different? How many crimes did Wilson commit during his reign? How many parents lost their children? How many children lost their parents? At that time, your S.H.I.E.L.D. did nothing to intervene, and now, just a few gang lowlifes have died. And you wish to play the hero? Harry's words left Nick Fury momentarily silent, as his singular focus on global security had indeed led him to overlook certain minor crimes. However, I am not a villain. I am quite benevolent at heart. If you provide me with some vibranium and adamantium from S.H.I.E.L.D., I shall agree to cease my actions. Harry's malevolence had reached a sufficient level to activate the metallic cluster technology. Nevertheless, The creation of the metallic cluster sublimation key required special alloys and nanotechnology. Although he could directly fabricate the metallic cluster locus sublimation key, it would yield minimal advancement for him at that moment. Thus, he sought to amalgamate substantial amounts of vibranium and adamantium to see if he could forge a more perfect sublimation key. By integrating the Crimson Spider sublimation key, he aimed to develop a more powerful and personalized key. Consequently, Harry's thoughts turned towards S-H-I-E-L-D, as he doubted their lack of vibranium and adamantium. Coincidentally, Nick Fury had reached out to him. How about this deal? Nick Fury grew increasingly silent, hesitating over whether to relinquish the vibranium and adamantium to Harry. Harry Osborn had now become an unstoppable force. The Thunderbolts, apart from Natasha, the Black Widow, were no longer under his command. Even Grant Ward had ceased to obey his directives as Grant belonged to Hydra, having infiltrated Harry's ranks under their orders. Grant had thoroughly brainwashed himself and was now completely obedient to Harry's commands. Unless the leadership of Hydra issued specific keywords, there was no way for Grant to revert to his normal state. However, Nick Fury was unaware of this. He believed that Grant had betrayed S-H-I-E-L-D and aligned himself with Harry Osborn. Now, Nick Fury faced a dilemma. Should he surrender vibranium and adamantium, or take a stand against Harry Osborn? The choice was not particularly challenging. Nick Fury had no option but to relent, as S-H-I-E-L-D lacked the means to counterbalance Harry Osborn's influence. It was unthinkable to rely on Captain America in this situation. I accept your terms, but S-H-I-E-L-D does not possess vibranium. Only a limited supply of adamantium. Chapter 55. Absorbing the Dragon Bone. After considerable deliberation, Harry ultimately acquiesced to Nick Fury's terms, agreeing to cease the slaughter in Hell's Kitchen. The stipulation involved a modest quantity of vibranium accompanied by a substantial piece of adamantium to be retrieved by Natasha, the Black Widow, and subsequently handed over to Harry. Once the agreement was established, Harry contacted Grant Ward to inform him to stand down. However, during the call, he unexpectedly learned of a significant revelation: Dragon Bone. It suddenly dawned on Harry that such a substance existed within Hell's Kitchen. The primary motive behind the hand's expansion in this locale was indeed the Dragon Bone. According to legend, the Dragon Bone possessed the ability to enhance strength and prolong life. The power of the malevolent beast derived from this very essence. Natasha, take me to Hell's Kitchen. After concluding her duties at the secret base, Natasha rejoined Harry. Following the demise of Gustav and the psychic girl Pity, no one in the base proved to be a match for Natasha, including the Ratman Doctor, who was considerably weakened after having much of his blood drawn by Gustav. With her new form as Kamen Rider Thunderwasp, Natasha's agility had increased significantly, allowing her to swiftly eliminate all remaining personnel at the secret base. The Quinjet was remarkably swift, and before long, Harry found himself at the designated location, where he instructed Natasha to procure the vibranium and adamantium. He then descended to the dilapidated tenement of Hell's Kitchen. Grant Ward and the 4 members of the Death Strike had been awaiting his arrival. "Let us proceed," Harry commanded. And Grant promptly led the way underground. The Hand had already established a subterranean passage leading to a basement. Upon their arrival, they encountered an enigmatic machine stabilizing a fissure the size of a pinky finger. A radiant golden light flickered from within the crevice. Is this the Dragon Bone? Harry had anticipated that the Dragon Bone would resemble an actual bone, yet it appeared to be a form of energy. Moreover, it seemed to possess a semblance of life. The potency of this energy was immense. Should Harry manage to absorb it, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the method of absorption posed a considerable challenge. The Hand had spent an extensive period infiltrating Hell's Kitchen, extracting the energy only in minuscule increments. The Dragon Bone was not buried underground, but rather sealed within. Enveloped by a barrier, the Dragon Bone remained inaccessible unless the barrier was dismantled. Fortunately, the Hand had managed to create a fissure. Harry extended his hand towards the crevice, feeling the energy within. A warm, vibrant energy coiled around his fingers, swirling enchantingly. It seemed feasible to draw it into an interdimensional pocket. Given that Harry could touch this energy, he surmised that he could indeed absorb it into his pocket. With this thought, he focused his intent on utilizing the interdimensional pocket to absorb the Dragon Bone. The dazzling golden energy was swiftly drawn in, rapidly filling the limited cubic space. "Is this all I can collect?" Harry murmured. Just then, the interdimensional pocket expanded, hastily assimilating the energy within its confines. The resplendent golden Dragon Bones were completely absorbed by the interdimensional pocket. Harry felt that the capacity of his interdimensional pocket had expanded to 3 cubic meters. To his astonishment, he discovered this unexpected ability to enhance the pocket. After absorbing special energy, the space could be enlarged, and with this expansion, the interdimensional pocket underwent some new transformations, seemingly acquiring additional functionalities, though Harry was not yet fully aware of them. A spark of inspiration struck Harry. If dragon bones could augment the interdimensional pocket, he resolved to absorb them all. With this thought in mind, he extended his finger and drew in the remaining energy of the dragon bones through the fissure in the barrier. The dazzling golden energy surged within the barrier, and as time flowed, Harry absorbed all the dragon bone energy from underground. His interdimensional pocket had now expanded to 100 cubic meters, akin to acquiring a 3-bedroom apartment within himself. Upon completing the absorption of the dragon bones, he comprehended the newly acquired functionality of his interdimensional pocket. By connecting his consciousness to the pocket, he instantly vanished from the physical realm, finding himself within the expansive confines of the interdimensional space. Surrounded by 100 cubic meters of a golden-hued spatial barrier, he realized that this was the newfound capability of his pocket, the ability to contain living beings, including himself. It bore resemblance to Uchiha Obito's Kamui, allowing him to enter this space within the confines of his physical form. However, akin to Obito's limitations, without Kakashi's Sharingan, he could not activate Kamui from a distance. He could only draw in objects he physically touched. Nevertheless, he felt a profound satisfaction with this ability. Moreover, should he encounter similar special energies in the future, he could further evolve the interdimensional space, potentially acquiring even greater powers. Having absorbed the energy of the dragon bones, Harry prepared to depart from Hell's Kitchen. The nefarious forces in Hell's Kitchen had been significantly diminished, and those remaining, aware of the danger, had long since fled the area. Grant Ward, a professional agent trained at the Advanced Hydrotechnical School, was ruthless in his methods, ensuring that for a long time to come, crime would not dare to rear its head in Hell's Kitchen. The entire neighborhood was aware that the Thunder Agent team was ruthlessly eliminating criminals. Their guiding principle was simple: if you are guilty, you shall perish. The Punisher also seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, dispatching many criminals. He chose not to confront the Thunder Agent team, recognizing that Harry Osborn had grown exceedingly powerful. He would not recklessly engage without absolute certainty of victory. Furthermore, the targets for elimination were merely inconsequential criminals. Meanwhile, Hell's Kitchen's good neighbor, Daredevil Matt, was unable to hinder Harry. He had recently sustained severe injuries at Harry's hands and had yet to recover. His girlfriend, Erica, fearful for his life, had even bound him at home. Following the downfall of the Hand and the destruction of the assassins, Erica lost her purpose and had now allied herself with Matt. The two were inseparable. Just at that moment, Harry was about to board a Quinjet. He sensed some irregular fluctuations within the pocket dimension inside him. What could be happening? Harry was filled with perplexity, suspecting that there was an issue with the pocket dimension. However, as he lifted his gaze, he was met with an astonishing sight. Enormous rifts in space had manifested in the sky. What on earth is that? Harry exclaimed, pointing upwards. Grant looked up in response, but saw nothing. Sir, the sky is clear. There is nothing there, he reported. How can there be nothing? Harry retorted. Suddenly, however, he fell silent. For he faintly perceived sounds emanating from within the rifts in the sky, voices calling out a singular name in various genders, races, and languages. Peter Parker. Chapter 56. Spider-Man Holland. Before Harry had the chance to converse with Grant, he was whisked away by a peculiar force. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, securing the nearby Swift and the Exterminator within the confines of an interdimensional pocket space. In an instant, Harry found himself standing on a street that was both foreign and familiar. He was in New York City, albeit a version far more vibrant than the one he once knew. At Times Square, a live news broadcast was underway. The Hornet Daily was airing from above, and viewers could see Spider-Man, Peter Parker, engaged in combat with a grotesque figure possessing 4 mechanical tentacles. The reporter, perched in a helicopter above the bridge, was covering the battle between Spider-Man, clad in a nanometal suit, and Dr. Octopus. It was evident that Spider-Man was the harbinger of chaos. Wherever he went, conflict and death followed. He was, in truth, the ultimate supervillain. In the news studio, J. Jonah Jameson, the owner of the Hornet Daily, was denouncing Peter's actions. Upon witnessing this scene, Harry immediately comprehended the nature of this world. He was in the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. The narrative unfolded during Spider-Man: No Way Home, where Peter Parker's identity had been revealed by Mysterio. The entire world now recognized Peter Parker as Spider-Man. Peter's life, his studies, friendships, family, and romantic relationships had been profoundly affected. In a moment of desperation, he sought the assistance of the powerful sorcerer Doctor Strange to cast a spell that would erase the world's memory of his true identity. However, Peter's incessant chatter during the incantation disrupted the spell, resulting in a multitude of individuals across the multiverse who knew his secret responding to the call. Some of them arrived in this parallel world, but fortunately, Doctor Strange managed to stabilize the spell before more could cross over, averting a crisis in the multiverse. Harry was drawn into this universe precisely because he was aware of Peter Parker's secret. Accompanying him were Tobey's Spider-Man, Sandman, the Green Goblin, and Dr. Octopus. The Andrew Garfield version of Spider-Man and the Lizard resided in the parallel universe that Harry hailed from. In the original storyline, Electro was meant to arrive. But in Harry's universe, Max was diligently constructing a device and had not yet become the supervillain Electro. He remained an ordinary man. Consequently, he was not transported to this MCU universe. By a stroke of fortune, Harry Osborn took the place of Electro, stepping into the role of a supervillain in this realm. What splendid luck, Harry mused to himself. In this universe, Thor was off on another planet, Captain Marvel was absent, and Dr. Banner, in his Hulk form, had suffered a severed arm. Captain America had aged and retired, while Scarlet Witch was engaged in quaint pastimes in a small town. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had valiantly perished alongside the cosmic tyrant Thanos. Ant-Man was still preparing to venture into the quantum realm. The Avengers had dwindled to a mere assembly of lesser beings alongside Doctor Strange. In New York, no one can impede Harry any longer. He can execute his plans within this parallel universe, provided he first waits for this world's Peter Parker to confine Doctor Strange within the mirror dimension. Thus, he cannot act personally just yet. Fortunately, he has brought along two Shumagarath entities, Destruction and Speed. He can dispatch one of the Shumagarath to engage Spider-Man Peter. With this thought, Harry sought a secluded alley devoid of surveillance and unleashed the masked rider Speed. He then ventured alone to the Stark Tower in Manhattan, the headquarters of the Avengers. There lay the treasures he desired, nanometal, vibranium, and an array of Iron Man's specialized armored suits. Stark Tower could be likened to a veritable treasure trove. Moreover, aside from Pepper Potts and her rescue armor, the entire Stark Tower boasted no combat prowess. As Harry awaited outside Stark Tower, Speed, acting on Harry's command, soared near a military research facility just outside New York, poised for the arrival of Spider-Man Peter Parker. As evening descended, Spider-Man Peter Parker, accompanied by his allies, arrived at the designated location. Did you see that? The Dutch Spider-Man, clad in a black suit with a smartphone affixed to his chest, conducted a remote video call, surveying his surroundings. On the screen were his good friend Ned and his girlfriend, MJ Michelle Jones. No, it's too dark, Spider-Man Peter muttered cautiously, probing the environment around him. Just then, behind him, the transformed masked rider Speed took flight. Spider-Man's spider sense tingled, prompting him to quickly turn around and behold the soaring figure of Speed. What is that? A pink falcon? Should I call Sam? He quipped. Now is not the time for jokes. Peter, bring him here quickly. MJ shouted. Received, Spider-Man replied. Attempting to inch closer, and using the magical bracer bestowed upon him by Doctor Strange, he launched a teleportation beam aimed at sending Speed to the Sanctum's underground. However, forewarned by Harry, Speed deftly evaded the attack midair. The teleportation beam struck the ground, inadvertently transporting a tree to the Sanctum's basement. Having dodged the attack, Speed unfurled his wings and retaliated, unleashing a barrage of projectiles towards Spider-Man. Incoming! Spider-Man exclaimed as he activated his web shooters, propelling himself away from the onslaught. Though the electrical towers beneath him succumbed to destruction in a cacophony of explosions. At that moment, the ground trembled, and a figure formed from sand surged forward. Peter. It's me, Flint Marko, the Sandman announced as he approached Spider-Man. I am Peter, but not the one you know. Spider-Man, the young Holland, awkwardly inquired. What does this mean, Peter? The Sandman, lacking in intellect, could not comprehend Spider-Man's words. First, help me fend off that individual over there. I shall explain later. With the Sandman's assistance, Kamen Rider Shin was transported into the subterranean sanctum, the magical dungeon, where Dr. Octopus and the Lizard had already been imprisoned. Shortly thereafter, the Sandman was also teleported to their location. Chapter 57, The Rescuer's Armor Within the Confines of the Sanctum Sanctorum's Dungeon. The Sandman found himself mysteriously transported to this location. What had transpired? He surveyed the surroundings, noting the various villains ensnared within magical cages. A sinister chuckle resonated from the Lizard, who stood nearby. Dr. Connors? He inquired, as the character known as Speed had just reverted to his original form, revealing his true identity to the Lizard. Wait, do you recognize this creature? Dr. Octopus exclaimed in astonishment, having initially believed it to be merely a monster, unaware of the deeper complexities involved. This is no monster. He is a man, Dr. Connors, a scientist from Oscorp. Speed, programmed by Harry to advance the narrative, seamlessly continued the conversation, exhibiting no signs of being a robot despite lacking the emotional awakening of a technological singularity. I am not a monster. Everything I do is for the great evolution of humanity. Soon, you shall become like me, he declared, revealing that they hailed from another universe. At that moment, Ned and MJ approached. Can you believe this dinosaur can talk? It's astonishing. And where is that man as pink armor? Is that nanotechnology? Ned expressed with wide-eyed wonder. As the plot unfolded, Spider-Man, the Dutchman, received a message from Aunt May and arrived at the shelter. Inside, the supervillain Green Goblin, Norman Osborn, was engaged in a cordial conversation with Aunt May. The Green Goblin feigned innocence, causing both Aunt May and Spider-Man to lower their guard. It was perplexing how Aunt May had concluded that it was necessary to assist Green Goblin and the other supervillains. Initially calm, Spider-Man became agitated by Aunt May's moral coercion, ultimately escorting the Green Goblin to the Sanctum Sanctorum S dungeon. He could have simply utilized his teleportation magic to send the Green Goblin directly, yet insisted on accompanying him. Upon arriving at the Sanctum, the Green Goblin, prompted by the Sandman, came to the grim realization of his own demise. Dr. Octopus was similarly informed, while the Lizard, under Speed's guidance, also believed he had perished. The news of their deaths reached Spider-Man, triggering his innate sense of compassion. When Doctor Strange arrived, he firmly refused to permit these supervillains to return to their original world. Employing a clever ruse, he confined Doctor Strange within the mirror dimension. He then made a rather impulsive decision to transport the 5 supervillains from the Sanctum Sanctorum S dungeon to a luxurious apartment in New York City. Utilizing Stark Industries' advanced technology to create a means of healing for these supervillains. The notion of healing supervillains, particularly those who had been coerced into villainy, was commendable. However, one must ponder why it was necessary to bring all 5 supervillains there instead of simply using the machinery within the Sanctum Sanctorum itself. In summary, the astonishingly intelligent Spider-Man, known as Holland, momentarily lost his wits, disregarding the safety of the other citizens within the apartment as he made his decision. Harry, having waited at the Stark Tower, finally received word that Doctor Strange was trapped. With this revelation, Harry felt liberated to proceed with his next plan. He first released Mysterio, commanding him to infiltrate Stark Industries' network to ascertain the whereabouts of Pepper Potts. At present, Harry's artificial intelligence lacked the requisite level to operate independently. Such network infiltration could only be executed upon activating the AI, known as KIRA, for the time being. He could only rely on the versatile Mysterio to serve as a hacker. Stark Industries boasted advanced anti-hacking technology. Despite Mysterio's high level of technical prowess, it was insufficient against Stark's AIFRIDAY. Fortunately, Harry did not require Mysterio to completely breach all of Stark Industries' networks. A mere 0.01 seconds of access to the surveillance equipment would suffice to uncover Pepper Potts' location. Ms. Potts, there has been a 0.1 second network breach. Should we enter alert status? FRIDAY, with her melodic voice, inquired of Pepper Potts. Activate the rescue armor and prepare for alert. Pepper Potts, a veteran of the cosmic battle against Thanos, immediately sensed something amiss, even though the intrusion lasted only 0.01 seconds. Moreover, she was present with her 6-year-old daughter, and in order to avert any unforeseen danger, she promptly summoned the rescue armor. Upon receiving the command, FRIDAY, activated the mechanical wall behind Pepper Potts, revealing the rescue armor that advanced towards her. Typically, it would take Pepper Potts merely 3 seconds to don the armor. However, at that moment, a crimson figure soared through the window, shattering Stark Tower's super bulletproof glass. Harry, clad in his striking crimson assault armor, descended from above. 6 blood-red shimmering crystals floating in the air. Miss Potts, I strongly advise you to cease your actions, Harry stated in a somber tone, devoid of any emotion, as he positioned himself beside Pepper Potts' daughter. 3 seconds was too brief for a mother to prepare her armor, leaving Pepper Potts with no choice but to abandon her attempt. What is your purpose? Pepper Potts asked calmly. Recognizing that maintaining her composure was essential, panic would not aid her or her child. She had not been left without a contingency. Upon detecting Pepper's peril, FRIDAY had automatically alerted Falcon Sam and Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine. Ms. Potts, please raise your hands without any sudden movements and approach your daughter. Remember, no unnecessary actions. I do not wish to harm you. Harry's emotionless words left Pepper Potts with no inclination to resist. She cautiously approached her daughter, enveloping her in a comforting embrace, assuring her not to be afraid. Truly, she was the daughter of Iron Man, for even in such a dire situation, she remained composed and did not succumb to tears. Upon noticing that Pepper Potts remained motionless, Harry swiftly maneuvered to the side of the rescue armor, gently touching it. In an instant, he transported the armor into a pocket dimension. Although this rescue suit was not a nanotech armor, it was equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, including a reinforced palm cannon, a chest-mounted cannon, as well as ion and laser weapons, among others. With this suit at his disposal, Harry could analyze Iron Man Tony's technology within this parallel universe. The combination of Kamen Rider and Iron Man's high-tech weaponry was indeed a formidable concept. Chapter 58. It said you could go. You have acquired what you desired. Now, hasten to depart, Pepper Potts said to her daughter, who said I only wanted this suit of armor. Harry turned to Pepper Potts and declared, I want them all. That is impossible. These iron armors were left by Tony. I cannot give you all of them. Pepper Potts refused, for after the demise of Iron Man, the suits became a source of solace for her. She often visited the armors during her moments of anguish or when she yearned for Tony Stark. I am quite amenable. I can lower my demands. I desire that nano armor and vibranium, adamantium, Harry said in a low tone, as 6 gleaming crimson crystals beside him emitted blood-red lasers that pierced the floor. However, you have but 1 minute. Pepper Potts, do not test my patience. I cannot guarantee my amiability next time. Threatened by Harry, Pepper Potts had no choice but to command Friday to deliver the nano armor, Mark 84. This armor was the predecessor to the Mark 85, which Tony wore during his final battle. While it bore a close resemblance to the Mark 85, it lacked the capacity to house the Infinity Stones and was somewhat deficient in defensive capabilities, though its firepower was nearly comparable. In addition to the Mark 84 armor, Friday also brought forth 2 black boxes containing vibranium and adamantium. Harry approached, and with a flourish, he stored the Mark 84 armor and the 2 black boxes into his pocket dimension. Thank you for your cooperation. I look forward to our next encounter, Harry said before disregarding the scowling Pepper Potts and leaping from the Stark Group building's window. Surrounded by 6 blood-red, glimmering crystals, he soared into the air. Guided by Shumagorath, Harry made his way towards the happy apartment. Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Spider-Man, the young Holland, was concocting a restorative serum for the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Suddenly, he sensed an impending danger. As Spider-Man approached the living room, he found the Green Goblin, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, and Shumagorath standing there. His spider sense heightened, alerting him to the imminent threat. The Green Goblin, Norman, also sensed something amiss. He reached for a pumpkin bomb, but Spider-Man was quicker, ensnaring Norman's hand with webbing. Your sense is quite remarkable. The Green Goblin's expression morphed into one of malevolence and mockery. Norman? Dr. Octopus observed the shift and inquired anxiously. Norman is on vacation. Wait, do not speak. Before the Green Goblin could finish, Spider-Man interrupted him, as his spider sense remained activated, indicating that the danger did not originate from Norman. Tension mounted as Spider-Man scanned his surroundings. What is happening? Even the not-so-bright Sandman sensed that something was amiss. At this moment, Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, fell silent. Aware that Spider-Man, the young Holland, must have sensed something amiss. The tension in the room was palpable, except for one individual, Shumagorath, who stood expressionless by the window, seemingly awaiting an event. Eventually, the others noticed Shuma's peculiar demeanor. What have you done? Norman Osborn's malevolence surged as he disregarded the identity of his adversary, launching an attack against Shuma. However, at that instant, Spider-Man Holland shouted, "Get down!" As his voice echoed, a crimson laser cannon fired from outside, resulting in a minor explosion. The Green Goblin was hurled away, while Dr. Octopus, now a reformed individual, shielded himself with mechanical appendages, pulling Aunt May behind him. Spider-Man Holland also protected Aunt May. The blast's impact was minimal, and fortunately, no one sustained injuries, as Harry had deliberately held back, his true intention being the Stark Industries manufacturing machine, which held great significance for him. Harry flew in through the window, reverting to his normal form, and surveyed the alarmed crowd. At that moment, Harry felt his spider sense tingling. Spider-Man Holland experienced the same sensation, their spider senses resonating with one another. You are also a Spider-Man? Spider-Man Holland gazed at Harry in astonishment, realizing that the intruder belonged to his kind. Could he possibly be a counterpart from a parallel universe? Harry Osborn? The lizard leaped in through the window, recognizing the face he had seen before. As a scientist with Oscorp, his primary endeavor was to find a cure for the hereditary afflictions of the Osborn family, leading him to have encountered Harry Osborn's records. Although Harry had never met him, the lizard knew Harry well. Harry? The alternate universe's Green Goblin approached, having been enhanced by the Goblin's serum, unharmed by the preceding explosion. Norman Osborn felt the name Harry Osborn liberate him from the Green Goblin's grasp. No, you are not him. Are you another Harry from a parallel universe? The Green Goblin inched closer to Harry. Oh, Norman Osborn? My father from another world? Harry regarded the Green Goblin with newfound kindness and approached him. I happen to have a trivial gift for you. Please accept it. As Harry spoke, he swiftly transformed, adopting the dazzling crimson armored form, drawing forth the authorized destroyer axe, and swinging it towards the Green Goblin. No, stop. Spider-Man Holland shot webbing to ensnare Harry's axe-wielding hand. The Sandman reacted swiftly from behind, enveloping Harry's body in sand. The Green Goblin cackled maniacally, forcefully seizing control of Norman's sanity in the face of danger. Ha! You are not him. You are not him. The Green Goblin charged at Harry with wild fervor. The two formidable villains joined forces with Spider-Man Holland for a confrontation. The reptilian beings, sharing a parallel universe with Harry, refrained from intervening at this moment, while Dr. Octopus diligently shielded Aunt May. Harry regarded the trio with a disdainful smirk before effortlessly breaking free from the Sandman's grasp, unleashing a staggering force of 100 tons. With a swift kick, he sent the Green Goblin, Norman, sprawling to the ground, shattering several of his bones and rendering him temporarily incapacitated. Harry then raised the axe in his hand, bringing it down with ferocity towards the approaching Spider-Man, Holland. Both possessed a spider sense, which, in a curious twist, neutralized each other. As a result, Harry emerged as the nemesis of Spider-Man. The axe struck Holland squarely in the chest. However, the nanotechnology woven into his suit absorbed much of the blow's force, though it still inflicted a grievous wound. It is crucial to note that Harry did not hold back. Spider-Man writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his bleeding chest. "Peter!" Aunt May cried out in desperation upon witnessing Peter's injury, rushing towards him only to be intercepted by Dr. Octopus. Harry advanced toward the Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. Axe in hand. "Stop, Harry. He's your father from a parallel universe." Spider-Man, struggling to rise, shouted at Harry. Harry cast a glance at Spider-Man and then at the weapon he wielded, the Desolaire, which indicated it was time to strike. Chapter 59. The Extraordinary High School Student. "It says I can go," Harry declared, wielding the Authorization Destroyer, and with a swift swing, severed the head of the Green Goblin. "Norman, a father of a Kamen Rider? That is indeed a perilous profession." Blood spattered as Harry, clad in his blood-red Kamen Rider armor, resembled a demon. "Ah, Spider-Man." The Dutch variant struggled to rise from the ground and launched a punch at Harry. Stimulated by the death of the Green Goblin, this Spider-Man attacked Harry with fervor, intent on vanquishing the cruel adversary before him. Connected to the artificial intelligence, Zia, Harry effortlessly evaded Peter's strikes. The Dutch Spider-Man could barely graze Harry's form. Humph. Harry was disinclined to engage further with the Dutch Spider-Man. He retracted the Authorization Destroyer and, seizing the opportunity, clutched Spider-Man's neck with his right hand. "Have you had your fun?" Harry gazed coldly at the Dutch Spider-Man. Unwilling to relent, the Dutch Spider-Man swung his fists toward Harry's body, even as he was gripped by the throat. Unfortunately, his strength was sapped, and his feeble blows failed to breach Harry's defenses, provoked by this insolence. Harry could not tolerate the affront. He flung the Dutch Spider-Man into the air and unleashed a barrage of punches, striking with the velocity of bullets. The Dutch Spider-Man flailed helplessly in the air, resembling a tattered rag. "No." Aunt May, witnessing this scene, desperately attempted to rush forward but was firmly restrained by Dr. Octopus, who, having regained his senses with Spider-Man's assistance, was no longer the mindless villain he once was. Aware that he stood no chance against Harry's formidable strength, he resolved to protect Aunt May from harm. "You stop." Nearby, Sandman gathered sand to form a colossal hammer, aiming to strike Harry. Sandman needed to rescue the Dutch Spider-Man, for he was the key to returning to his original universe. The sandy hammer collided with Harry's crimson armor, producing a thunderous sound that interrupted Harry's movements. Harry tossed the barely conscious Dutch Spider-Man aside, brushing off his undamaged armor. With armor forged from adamantium, he was impervious to the likes of Sandman. "Sandman, what a troublesome fellow," Harry muttered to himself. He unleashed a laser from his shimmering crimson crystal, obliterating Sandman's head, yet the villain quickly reassembled himself from the sand. This was akin to a natural-type fruit. Mere physical attacks were insufficient to harm Sandman. Although water could counteract Sandman, there was no need for Harry to engage him further. Dismissing Sandman, who posed no threat to him, Harry approached the Dutch Spider-Man, who had regained a modicum of strength but remained unable to stand. From his interdimensional pocket, Harry retrieved a syringe and inserted it into the Dutch Spider-Man's arm, drawing a vial of blood. Harry wished to discern the disparities between the Spider-Man serum of the parallel universe and that of his own realm. "Mr. Osborn, I am Dr. Kurt Connors." A scientist from Oscorp, the lizard approached, extending a greeting to Harry. "Dr. Connors? I am familiar with your name." Harry recalled the identity of the grotesque creature before him. "Mr. Osborn." Before Connors could finish his statement, Harry swung the Authorized Destroyer, severing his head with a single stroke. Remarkably, due to his exceptional regenerative abilities, Connors did not perish immediately. His head rolled to the ground, eyes filled with resentment and confusion, as if questioning Harry's motives. "It's your fault, old man. Turning into a lizard and causing chaos, which has caused my Oscorp stocks to plummet several points." Harry had no inclination to reminisce with the lizard. He was merely a supervillain, easily dispatched. The cold and ruthless Harry Osborn subdued everyone present with his brutal actions, silencing even Aunt May, who dared not utter her usual sentiments regarding the value of a supervillain's life and their inherent rights. Shuma Gorath transformed into Kamen Rider, relocating the high-tech manufacturing machine within the room. Harry, along with Shuma, stored the high-tech device within a pocket dimension. He then disregarded the gathering and ascended into the sky, departing. Outside the luxury apartment, the Daily Bugle was broadcasting live coverage. Meanwhile, Ned and MJ witnessed the live broadcast, learning of the attack on Harry's high-rise. Concerned for the whereabouts of Spider-Man, they debated whether to activate the magical device given to them by Doctor Strange to transport everyone from the parallel universes. In the midst of their deliberation, the extraordinary high school student Ned unexpectedly discovered his latent magical abilities. Without formal training, he donned the levitating ring and opened a magical portal. He is the finest among us. I hope to see Peter, Ned proclaimed, waving his hand. Sparks of magic erupted in the air as a portal materialized. Peering through, Ned and MJ saw a figure clad in the red and blue Spider-Man suit standing in the alleyway beyond the portal. Peter, Peter, over here, they called out, believing it to be Spider-Man. Hearing their voices, Spider-Man turned to look, then sprinted into the portal. Upon seeing Spider-Man, Ned's grandmother screamed and began tossing objects at him. To ease the tension, Spider-Man removed his mask, revealing a benign visage. I am Peter Parker, and I am Spider-Man. The individual who appeared was indeed Spider-Man Peter, hailing from the same universe as Harry Osborn. After some verification, Ned and MJ finally accepted that he was the Peter Parker from a parallel universe. So, you opened the wrong portal and summoned the incorrect Peter Parker. MJ Michelle said to Ned, I truly am Peter Parker. Spider-Man Peter defended himself. However, the two, concerned about Spider-Man's Dutch brother, paid no heed. The extraordinary high school student Ned resolved to activate the magical portal once more, seeking Peter Parker. The air bore no response. Find Peter Parker. Find Peter Parker. At last, after Ned's third attempt, the magical portal opened. Chapter 60. The New Gathering of Vengeance. Meanwhile, Aunt May was tending to Spider-Man, the young Dutchman, as he bandaged his wounds. What should we do now? I need to return, Peter. Sandman exclaimed in agony, longing to reunite with his daughter, who awaited him in their original universe. Calm down, William, Dr. Octopus advised from the side. Peter's injuries are not severe. He will be back on his feet in no time. After all, Spider-Man is Spider-Man, even after being brutally beaten by Harry. He sustained no grave injuries and merely requires some rest and basic care to recover. We must find Ned and MJ. The young Spider-Man declared as he rose from the ground. Harry Osborn has seized the high-tech manufacturing device, and we must thwart his intentions, given the current state of affairs. Their group was insufficient to face Harry, prompting Spider-Man to seek out a magical teleportation device to return Harry and his allies to their previous parallel universe. After everything that had transpired, Aunt May had abandoned her stubborn resolve to save all supervillains, primarily due to Harry Osborn's ruthless actions, which had swiftly resulted in 2 fatalities, nearly claiming Spider-Man's life as well. Just then, Falcon Sam, clad in a blue and white star-spangled suit and wielding Captain America's shield, soared through the window. Sandman and Dr. Octopus immediately shifted into combat mode, one summoning swirling sand while the other extended his mechanical octopus arms. Wait, everyone, calm down. He asked one of us. Spider-Man intervened, halting the impending conflict. Peter, do you really have so many strange individuals here? Falcon Sam quipped, lowering Captain America's shield. Perhaps you, the so-called normal one, should learn to use stairs instead of jumping through windows, Dr. Octopus retorted. Enough bickering, everyone. Seriously, let us remain composed, especially since we have more pressing matters at hand. Spider-Man reiterated. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed through the room. May. Happy rushed in, embracing Aunt May and anxiously checking for any injuries. Cough, cough. A series of coughs signaled the entrance of Winter Soldier Bucky, who stepped through the doorway. Happy and Aunt May, who had been embracing, awkwardly released each other. You arrived rather late. Bucky, Falcon Sam jested. That's because you didn't bring me up. I had to take the elevator. And I've told you before. Don't call me Bucky, Winter Soldier retorted. Enough, both of you. There are more important matters at hand. Spider-Man exclaimed, exasperated. Once the most immature member of their group, he had matured significantly after receiving a sound beating from Harry Osborn, yet he felt as though his teammates had regressed in maturity. Very well, Peter Parker. Please explain what you have done to cause such an influx of oddities to emerge from New York City, Falcon Sam said, adopting a serious demeanor that contrasted with his typically jovial expression. Beside him, Winter Soldier Bucky glared at Spider-Man with a blank stare, awaiting an explanation. Under the serious gaze of the two, Spider-Man, the Dutch boy, could only stammer as he recounted the events from beginning to end. So what you're saying is that you sought out Doctor Strange to alter the memories of everyone in the world, and in doing so, you botched it, inadvertently bringing dangerous supervillains from parallel universes into this world? Am I mistaken, Peter? Sam Wilson, the Falcon, said with solemnity. I suppose that's correct, Spider-Man, the Dutch boy, replied, his voice diminishing like a schoolboy facing a stern teacher. Wait, none of that is of utmost importance. The crucial point is that there is a way to send them back. Doctor Strange left behind a magical device, Spider-Man remembered, realizing this was the most significant matter at hand. We can't let Harry Osborn, this malevolent supervillain, remain out there, with who knows how many lives at stake. We'll address that later. First, we must confront the enemies from the parallel universe, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, stated. Sam nodded in agreement. Do you possess any information regarding this enemy? We have received word that he has stolen Iron Man's armor, left behind by Tony Stark, from Stark Industries, Sam inquired. What? All I know is that he goes by the name Harry Osborn, hailing from the Osborn Corporation of a parallel universe. He shares my spider sense and can transform into a blood-red armored arachnid warrior, making him extraordinarily powerful, Spider-Man replied with grave seriousness. He is exceptionally ruthless and has already taken 2 lives here, in addition to stealing Stark Industries' advanced manufacturing technology in my blood. What? Now it's Happy's turn to be astonished. That device was left for him by Tony, and it has been stolen. Such a cruel murderer must have a nefarious plan. We must act swiftly to thwart him, Sam declared. At this juncture, Spider-Man borrowed Happy's phone to call MJ, as his own had been damaged in the recent battle. Upon connecting, he learned that there were indeed 2 Spider-Men from a parallel world present. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, the group decided to meet the Spider-Man at the Statue of Liberty in New York City, which was currently under reconstruction and largely unoccupied. Sam also contacted Colonel James Rhodes, the War Machine, who awaited their arrival. Now, under the leadership of the newly appointed Captain America, Sam Wilson, the team comprised 3 Spider-Men, Colonel Rhodes, Bucky Barnes, Sandman, and Dr. Octopus, a formidable assembly of 8 super soldiers, akin to a new Avengers initiative. Their adversary was the masked rider Harry Osborn from another world. This would mark the inaugural battle of the new Avengers. Sam led the group to the Statue of Liberty, where atop the statue, he opened a magical portal. 2 Spider-Men emerged from within, excitedly greeting Spider-Man, the Dutch boy. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to the 2 and inquired, "Is there a man named Harry Osborn in your world?" The 2 Spider-Men exchanged glances. "He was my dearest friend, but an unfortunate incident drove us apart. And now he has passed away," lamented Tobey Spider-Man. "He was also my good friend. Although our philosophies diverged, he is a superhero known as Kamen Rider in my world," remarked Peter Parker, the Spider-Man from Harry's universe. "It seems that the adversary we are about to face is your world's Harry Osborn," stated Holland's Spider-Man, gazing at Tobey's Spider-Man. "It appears that in another parallel universe, Harry Osborn is a superhero, while in Tobey's universe, he has become a villain." "No, he is not the Harry Osborn from our world," Sandman interjected, having encountered the Harry from Tobey's universe. "What? Harry Osborn is a superhero in your world? What? Harry has become a villain in this universe?" Only then did the 2 Spider-Men realize the identity of their foe. Chapter 61, The Winter Soldier, Bucky, what has transpired? Spider-Man, Peter, is engulfed in a haze of bewilderment. He remains perplexed about what Harry Osborn has done to incite this gathering against him. While they deliberate over Harry's historical exploits, Harry Osborn stealthily approaches. After seizing a high-tech manufacturing device in the blood of Spider-Man, Holland, he discovers through the device's analysis that his Scarlet Spider Program's key can integrate the serums of Spider-Man from other parallel universes, different realms, yet a shared source of power. These Spider-Man serums seem to harbor profound secrets. Merging additional Spider-Man serums would grant Harry another chance at evolution. But the singular serum from Holland is insufficient. He requires more. Thus, Harry has arrived here, intent on acquiring the blood of Tobey's Spider-Man before he is teleported away. The combination of 5 superheroes and 2 supervillains is rather intriguing, Harry muses to himself in the shadows. With the aid of artificial intelligences, Zia and Yak, he can obscure various signals, ensuring that Sam's Falcon drones cannot detect his presence as long as he remains unseen by the naked eye. However, approaching Tobey's Spider-Man poses a significant challenge. Perhaps a direct assault is in order. In an instant, Harry transforms, donning the dazzling crimson armor of the Scarlet Spider. He activates the Scarlet Assault System. Following his vocal command, 6 crimson luminescent crystals are ejected from his chest, swirling around him. Harry then retrieves the Authorization Destroyer. Switching it to gun form, he positions himself for attack, aiming at the congregation of superheroes. Crimson energy surges from the key in his belt, coalescing within the Authorization Destroyer. As the energy reaches its zenith, Harry pulls the trigger, unleashing his ultimate technique. A torrent of crimson energy is propelled towards the superheroes. Be careful. The 3 Spider-Men, equipped with their spider sense, react instantaneously, each leaping away to safety, while Sandman, impervious to physical attacks, remains oblivious in his spot. Boom. Explosive flames erupt. As Harry's massive energy obliterates the head of the Statue of Liberty, Harry hovers in midair, scanning the smoke for the superheroes. At that moment, his radar detects a peculiar light ring, within which 2 life forms reside. Ah, a delightful surprise. Harry accelerates towards the magical portal. Ah, Ned reacts first, letting out a startled scream. However, the bolder MJ Michelle shows no fear. "Harry, I know you're not a villain. Why are you doing this?" MJ attempts to outmaneuver Harry with her words, subtly inching towards the magical teleportation device on the table. Should she succeed, Harry would be instantaneously transported back to his original world. Yet, without acquiring Tobey's Spider-Man's blood, Harry cannot afford to leave. Harry paid no heed to MJ Michelle. He was not a true supervillain, so why would he engage in meaningless chatter while waiting for the superhero to turn the tide? The speed of Harry's Kamen Rider armor was extraordinary, and before MJ Michelle could even reach the magical teleportation device, he swiftly seized it and stored it in his dimensional pocket space. That's it, Ned and MJ Michelle exclaimed in unison. Without the magical teleportation device, there was no way to return these supervillains, leaving them at a loss for a solution. Don't harm them, Spider-Man Holland, concerned for their safety, soared over to attack Harry from behind. However, his speed paled in comparison to Harry's, who effortlessly turned and kicked Spider-Man Holland back. Who told you to shout so loudly while ambushing? Harry said, cracking his knuckles as he advanced toward the magical portal, with Toby as Spider-Man's blood still his primary objective. MJ, what do we do now? Ned lamented, looking to MJ Michelle for guidance. What can I do? I'm not Doctor Strange. How should I know how to send these supervillains back to their original universe? As she paced back and forth, her frustration mounted. Suddenly, MJ halted, glancing at Ned, who seemed to grasp her sudden realization. In unison, they shouted, Doctor Strange. I just hope we see Doctor Strange now. Within the portal, voices echoed from Ned's grandmother's house. But this time, for some reason, their calls went unanswered. Harry, stop. Spider-Man Peter swung into action, landing before Harry, with Spider-Man Holland and Toby Spider-Man arriving shortly thereafter. The wind is too strong. I can't hear you clearly. Can you come closer? Harry approached the three Spider-Men, wielding the authorization destroyer in his hand. At that moment, three small missiles zoomed in, striking Harry's crimson armor. It was Falcon Sam, who was controlling small drones to launch an assault on Harry. However, such conventional missiles posed no threat to Harry's defenses, which is why his spider sense did not activate. Taking advantage of the brief moment after Falcon's attack, Winter Soldier Bucky lunged forward, swinging his mechanical arm made of Wakandan vibranium to strike Harry's head. Yet, Harry had anticipated this, turning to easily grasp Bucky's mechanical wrist, absorbing the blow. Nice arm. Made of vibranium, I see, Harry remarked appreciatively, noting the craftsmanship of Wakanda. With vibranium in abundance, he thought about making a zero-cost purchase upon returning to his home universe. Bucky stared at Harry in shock, more astonished than when Spider-Man Holland had previously caught his attack. As Harry began to pull on his mechanical arm with immense force, 100 tons of strength rendered Bucky utterly helpless, and Harry effortlessly tore off his vibranium mechanical arm. From the moment Winter Soldier Bucky initiated his assault to the instant Harry wrenched his arm free, a mere 10 seconds elapsed, leaving Falcon Sam and the three Spider-Men utterly bewildered. Blood streamed incessantly from Bucky's shoulder, yet, true to his professional training, he did not utter a sound of pain. Together, Falcon Sam understood that this adversary could not be vanquished through solitary efforts. A collective approach was imperative. At this juncture, Sandman and Dr. Octopus ceased to be mere spectators and surged forward alongside the three Spider-Men. Chapter 62. The new vendetta. The bullets fired by Falcon Sam struck Harry with little more than a spark. Dr. Octopus, utilizing his mechanical tentacles, attempted to ensnare Harry, who countered by seizing the formidable figure of Dr. Octopus and hurled him skyward, shattering the head of a colossal sand creature. Spider-Man Holland and two other Spider-Men unleashed webs in an effort to ensnare Harry, but he effortlessly soared away, evading their grasp. Ascending into the air, Harry charged toward Toby Spider-Man, brandishing the authorization destroyer, poised to draw blood with a mere second's proximity. At that critical moment, Captain America's shield hurtled through the air, striking the authorization destroyer from Harry's grip and sending it clattering to the ground. The shield then ricocheted back, caught deftly by Falcon Sam. With wings unfurled, Falcon Sam took to the skies, directing nearby drones to launch small missiles at Harry. You are truly a nuisance, Harry exclaimed, his temper flaring as he resolved to take the situation more seriously. Suddenly, thrusters on his back ignited, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy. In an instant, Harry entered a state of super acceleration, his speed now exceeding 5 times that of before. In a flash, he soared upwards before reappearing behind Falcon Sam, who was caught entirely off guard. Harry delivered a powerful punch to the flight apparatus on Sam's back, his strength formidable enough to send Falcon Sam plummeting from the sky. Had it not been for the protective flight gear absorbing much of the impact, Sam would have perished. Descending rapidly, Falcon Sam found his flight apparatus rendered inoperative, and despite numerous attempts, he could not regain altitude. Just as he neared the ground, Spider-Man Peter descended from above, swiftly catching Falcon Sam in a princess carry. In a moment of utmost urgency, Peter acted without hesitation to save him. Quite the spectacle, Harry quipped, turning away from the rather distressing scene as he resumed his pursuit of Toby Spider-Man, casually kicking aside Holland's Spider-Man and obliterating the approaching sand creature with a radiant crystal blast. As Harry drew ever closer to Toby's Spider-Man, a laser beam suddenly shot forth, striking him with tremendous force and sending him careening away. Although his armor was fused with adamantium, it was not entirely composed of it. and some parts were merely synthetic metal. The laser's impact caused notable damage to his armor. Colonel Rhodes of War Machine arrived from a distance, propelling Harry further away. "This guy isn't that formidable. How did you all end up in such a predicament?" Colonel Rhodes jested as he landed to join Falcon Sam and Spider-Man Peter. Meanwhile, Toby Spider-Man and Holland Spider-Man approached, accompanied by Bucky, who had lost his mechanical arm. "Am I to understand that Spider-Man can reproduce? How did we end up with 3 of them?" Colonel Rhodes quipped, his humor cutting through the tension. "They hail from parallel universes, just as our foes do." Peter Parker elucidated. Falcon Sam recounted the events to Colonel Rhodes, the War Machine. "Parallel universe? Why didn't you bring Thanos along as well?" Colonel Rhodes remarked to Spider-Man Holland. "Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first confront the enemy at hand." The Winter Soldier, Bucky, armed with a small handgun, interjected. "What happened to your arm? Did it expire?" At that moment, a blood-red laser surged forth, sending Colonel Rhodes flying. Enraged, Harry, adorned with 6 shimmering crystals, charged down wielding the authorized destroyer. He no longer held back against this assembly of superheroes. The Sandman initiated an assault with a whirlwind of sand. But Harry swiftly interrupted him. "I possess the magical teleportation device. If you wish to return home, you better behave." Not wanting to engage further with the Sandman, who proved to be a formidable adversary, Harry swiftly turned him to his side. Eager to return home, the Sandman ceased his attacks and floated obediently to the side. Without the Sandman's interference, the sheer number of heroes became futile. Falcon Sam, wielding Captain America's shield, launched an attack on Harry, his wings damaged, forcing him into close combat. Harry unleashed a punch, which was thwarted by Sam's vibranium shield, absorbing all the force, rendering Harry's strike ineffective. However, Harry had anticipated this. He swiftly stomped on Falcon Sam's foot. Who said he had to strike the vibranium shield? He was no Captain Steve. With a taunting battle cry that enemy attacks only target the shield. With a single stomp, Harry crushed Falcon Sam's foot. In agony, Falcon Sam collapsed to the ground, and Harry prepared to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Spider-Man Holland arrived, but Harry fired a laser that struck Holland's face, the immense force sending him flying. Were it not for his vibranium suit, Holland would surely have perished. Harry then kicked backward, sending Spider-Man Peter sprawling, before summoning the axe form of the authorized destroyer. Propelled by electronic energy from his thrusters, Harry soared into the air, leaping toward Toby's Spider-Man. Toby's Spider-Man charged at Harry, lifting a steel-reinforced stone pillar to smash him. In Harry's hands, the authorized destroyer glowed a deep crimson, having amassed a significant amount of energy from the assault's shining scarlet spider keys. He unleashed his ultimate technique, channeling energy into a crescent-shaped, blood-red energy slash directed at Toby's Spider-Man. The incoming steel pillar was no match for Harry's attack, splitting in 2 upon impact. In quick succession, Harry brought down the axe, severing Toby's Spider-Man's head, and blood erupted in torrents. The assembled superheroes gasped in disbelief. Bathed in the blood of Toby's Spider-Man, Harry retrieved a blood collection device, acquiring Toby's essence. Enraged, Winter Soldier Bucky charged at Harry, only to be sent flying by a swift kick. Why? Why do this? Harry. Spider-Man Peter, witnessing the demise of his parallel universe counterpart, was engulfed in anger and guilt. He believed that Harry's transformation was entirely his fault, as they hailed from a parallel universe. "Peter Parker, you were truly naive. All I ever desired was the blood of Spider-Man. The situation has escalated to this extent because you forced my hand," Harry spoke in a low voice. He gradually approached Spider-Man Peter and Spider-Man Holland. "Shall we continue this fight, Spider-Man?" At that moment, a missile soared through the air, launched by War Machine Rhodes. Harry's spider sense instantly detected the imminent danger. This missile posed a threat to him. In an instant, Zia took control of the Kamen Rider armor, and the back thrusters unleashed an electronic surge, propelling him into a state of super acceleration. With a flicker, he evaded the missile. A deafening explosion ensued as the missile detonated. Harry emerged unscathed, while the 2 Spider-Men beside him were violently thrown away. "You so-called superheroes are even more ruthless than I am." Chapter 63, The Healer the War Machine, Road, relentlessly unleashed a barrage of machine gunfire and small missiles upon Harry. Yet, Harry effortlessly evaded each attack. Although his flight speed was inferior to that of the War Machine, his agility and evasiveness far surpassed it. After all, the Kamen Rider armor he donned offered a level of maneuverability that was significantly superior to Rhodes' ironclad suit. As Harry deftly dodged the assaults from the War Machine, he occasionally launched 6 shimmering crystals, firing laser beams at Rhodes' legs and the thruster on his back. His objective was to incapacitate the War Machine's ability to fly first. An opponent capable of aerial maneuvers and wielding heavy firepower from a distance was undeniably a formidable challenge. Rhodes soon realized Harry's intentions, but it was already too late. Harry had successfully disabled the thruster on Rhodes' left leg. The War Machine lost its balance in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Harry swiftly retrieved the authorized destructor in its cluster energy form and unleashed a fatal attack. A blood-red laser cannon struck directly at the chest of the war machine. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending Road crashing to the ground. Harry advanced into the smoke generated by the blast, brandishing the authorized destructor in its axe form, and positioned himself before the war machine. At that moment, Road's armor lay in ruins, particularly at the chest, where one could glimpse the flesh and blood within. With determination, Harry raised the authorized destructor to deliver a fatal blow to Road's neck, intent on severing his head. Stop. No. Two Spider-Men swooped in, clutching Harry in a desperate attempt to halt his actions. Falcon Sam limped toward them, his injured foot dragging behind. Harry, you've achieved what you desired. Do not take another life. Peter Parker, the Spider-Man, pleaded, gripping Harry's arm tightly. The other Spider-Man, Holland, exerted all his strength to hold onto Harry's right hand, which clutched the authorized destructor. Having both experienced the death of Tobey's Spider-Man, they summoned an unexpected surge of strength that transcended their physical limits. Together, the two Spider-Men harnessed the power to restrain Harry's immense force of 100 tons. I will not permit you to harm Road, Falcon Sam declared, laboring to approach with a shield in hand, embodying a frail yet noble figure. With great effort, he articulated, I can fight all day. Even Bucky, the Winter Soldier, despite having lost an arm, hastily arrived, standing resolutely before the war machine, exuding an aura that suggested he would tread over Road's corpse if necessary. A coalition of superheroes, fueled by an indomitable spirit, momentarily placed Harry in a defensive posture. However, Harry was not one to remain passive. With a single statement, he dismantled the current crisis. Road? Take a good look at the one lying on the ground, bleeding purple. Is that truly a human? Harry had just discovered that after being struck down. The injured Road was not bleeding the expected crimson, but rather a shocking shade of purple. Originally resembling an African-American, Rhodes has now astonishingly transformed into an extraterrestrial being with verdant skin and violet blood. What? How is this possible? Spider-Man Holland, Falcon Sam, and Winter Soldier Bucky gazed at the war machine armor on the ground, within which Rhodes had morphed into an alien. Winter Soldier Bucky rushed over, forcibly prying open the battered faceplate of the war machine. Revealed within was a green-skinned, point-eared female alien. Goodness, even her gender has changed. This is unbelievable. Is it really impossible? Falcon Sam murmured. Having battled the cosmic tyrant Thanos alongside War Machine Rhodes, he could hardly fathom that this individual was merely an alien in disguise. How could it be impossible? Skrulls possess the remarkable ability to shapeshift and have been infiltrating humanity for quite some time. Harry pushed Spider-Man Peter aside and stepped forward. If he is indeed an alien, then it falls upon me to resolve this matter. Harry fixed his gaze on the Skrull on the ground, wielding the Destroyer of Authorization, and resolutely swung it down. However, Falcon Sam would not allow Harry to strike. He intercepted the blow with Captain America's shield. What an entangled situation you all find yourselves in. Harry grasped the shield with his left hand and, with a surge of strength, lifted Falcon Sam off the ground. Then, with a swift turn, he slammed Falcon Sam violently into the earth. Spider-Man Holland, who was close by, reacted quickly and caught Falcon Sam. Yet he too was sent reeling by Harry's immense force. Despite this, Falcon Sam clung tightly to the shield, for it was his most cherished possession, more valuable than his very life. Is this yours? Harry questioned as he raised the Destroyer of Authorization, bringing it down upon Falcon Sam's arm that held the shield. The blow severed Falcon Sam's hand entirely. Harry then discarded the severed limb from the shield and, with his left hand gripping the shield, he pivoted to cleave Winter Soldier Bucky, who was attempting a sneak attack from behind. He struck with the edge of the shield. The tremendous force and razor-sharp edge of the shield cleaved through Winter Soldier Bucky's torso, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. This shield proves to be quite effective, Harry mused, glancing at the star-spangled shield now stained with blood, a symbol of Captain America that had just severed his good friend Winter Soldier Bucky's body. Winter Soldier Bucky lay on the ground, clutching his wounded midsection. Even with his enhancements, he could not withstand such an assault. Spider-Man Peter rushed in, but was sent flying by a kick from Harry. I warned you not to shout during a sneak attack. Harry glared at the disarmed Falcon Sam, sprawled on the ground, and at Winter Soldier Bucky, who was nearly bisected, alongside the ailing War Machine Rhodes, now revealed to be a Skrull. The only fighters still capable of action were Spider-Man Holland and Spider-Man Peter. Oh well, let me send you all on your way, for my heart is too kind. Harry approached Spider-Man Holland, brandishing Captain America's shield in his left hand and the Destroyer of Authorization in his right. At this moment, Spider-Man, portrayed by Holland, teeters on the brink of despair. He is but a recent high school graduate. Yet he has been thrust into the harrowing experience of witnessing an overwhelming number of deaths in a single day. His mental state is fraying under the weight of it all. Spider-Man is on the verge of madness. Harry, unwilling to witness his friend's collapse, is eager to alleviate his sorrow. The healer, Harry, raises the authorized destruction tool and swings it towards Spider-Man's head. The effect is remarkably immediate. One strike proves effective. At this juncture, a magical portal opens, enveloping Harry within its embrace. Doctor Strange has arrived. Chapter 64. The Multiverse Crisis. Ned persistently endeavored to open a portal at his grandmother's house, yearning to summon Doctor Strange. However, his attempts were in vain. Overwhelmed by anxiety, he found himself utterly intimidated by Harry's formidable power, which starkly contrasted with all the villains he had encountered before. Stay calm, Ned. You can do this. Michelle harbored her own worries for Spider-Man, but she understood that pressuring Ned was not the answer. She patiently reassured him. At last, with Ned's encouragement, the portal was finally opened, and Doctor Strange emerged from within. Do you have any idea how long I've been stuck in the Grand Canyon? He exclaimed, visibly irate. Doctor Strange, hurry. Save Peter. MJ interrupted, her urgency palpable. What has happened? Doctor Strange discerned the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the anxious expressions of MJ and Ned. He invoked his magic to locate Spider-Man's whereabouts, his consciousness transported to the battlefield where he beheld the fallen Tony, Spider-Man, Falcon Sam, Winter Soldier Bucky, and War Machine. Clad in a blood-red spider suit, wielding a bloodied Captain America shield, and brandishing an axe aimed at Spider-Man, the scene was dire. Give me the sling ring. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Doctor Strange summoned the sling ring to his hand and quickly conjured a portal to the battlefield. The enemy had already slain several of his friends. Thus, Doctor Strange held nothing back, enveloping Harry with a portal spell, intending to cleave him in two. In this critical moment, Harry's spider sense activated, and he swiftly slipped into a pocket dimension to evade the blow. As Harry vanished from sight, Doctor Strange's magical perception could not locate him. Strange, you are powerful, but I am not your equal at this moment. Harry emerged from the pocket dimension, his demeanor calm. A stark contrast to one facing peril. He had anticipated Doctor Strange's arrival and was prepared. With a flick of his wrist, a magical teleportation device materialized in his hand. You're not getting away. Doctor Strange suspected Harry intended to use the device to escape to a parallel universe. Having taken so many lives, Strange would never allow him to leave unscathed. He had no qualms about killing. Doctor Strange extended his hands, and the scarlet bindings of Sidorak shot forth, ensnaring Harry's wrists tightly. This technique could even restrain the cosmic tyrant Thanos, let alone a mere mortal like Harry. Currently, Harry could not break free through sheer strength. Nevertheless, he had a solution. 6 crimson, radiant crystals floated around him, unleashing lasers that struck the teleportation device, obliterating it and releasing a surge of magical energy. The binding spell shot upwards, creating immense rifts throughout the sky. The multiverse crisis had begun anew. Harry submerged into the pocket dimension once more, emerging to escape the confines of Doctor Strange's spell. At this moment, Doctor Strange, in a desperate attempt to avert a crisis within the multiverse, was compelled to harness magic to control the rifts in time and space. Yet, the complexities of the multiversal rifts were beyond his solitary capability to resolve, especially in the absence of the Time Stone. Harry, seizing the opportunity, produced the Authorized Destroyer. With Doctor Strange preoccupied by the multiversal turmoil, he had completely overlooked Harry's presence. Harry was not one to stand idly by after being struck. Seizing this chance, he contemplated an attempt to eliminate Doctor Strange, hoping to procure some magical artifacts in the process. However, he was cautious of engaging him in close combat, for the former Sorcerer Supreme wielded formidable powers, capable of dispatching him in an instant should he choose to do so. Thus, he resolved to launch a surprise attack from a distance. Gathering a vivid crimson energy, Harry concentrated it at the muzzle of the Authorized Destroyer, unleashing a colossal beam of energy directed towards Doctor Strange. In a moment, Doctor Strange sensed the impending danger and deftly conjured a portal with one hand, effortlessly redirecting Harry's assault. Nevertheless, this distraction allowed the multiversal rift, which he had been struggling to contain, to break free from his magical grasp, expanding even further. The rift connected to the MCU, and if this continued unchecked, the entire MCU would face annihilation. Witnessing this, Harry resolved to retreat into an interdimensional pocket space. He had no desire to perish alongside the MCU. Just then, a flash of green light enveloped the surroundings, and time itself came to a standstill. Everything around him, save for Harry, froze in that moment. Gazing skyward, he found himself surrounded by a sea of emerald light enveloping the multiversal rift. Harry was inexplicably lifted into the air, drawn by an unseen force into the depths of the multiverse. The green radiance flooded his vision, and at the end of this luminous tunnel, he perceived an immense, boundless tree, a world tree composed of the multiverse itself. At its heart rested a throne, upon which sat a man. Although Harry could not discern the man's features, a profound urge to kneel before him surged within him. He was in the presence of the divine. An overwhelming sensation of weightlessness enveloped Harry as he continued to plummet. And after what felt like an eternity, he finally landed. "Mr. Osborn, we are prepared to depart," Grant Ward stated respectfully from behind him. Harry opened his eyes, taking in the sight of Grant Ward and the sorceress Shamaja, as well as the Quinjet station nearby. He then glanced skyward. The heavens were clear, unmarred by clouds. Subsequently, he re-entered the interdimensional pocket space, surveying the area. Captain America's shield, Bucky Barnes' vibranium arm, the weapons of Shamaja, the Iron Rescue armor, the Mark 84 nanotech suit, and 2 black boxes containing vibranium and adamantium all were present. The presence of these artifacts confirmed that the extraordinary events he had just experienced were no mere illusion. Harry vividly recalled the battles he had fought within the MCU, where he had vanquished numerous supervillains and superheroes alike. Ultimately, an enigmatic deity intervened, returning him to his original universe. The pantheon of gods within the Marvel realm is vast, leaving him uncertain of which divine being he had encountered. However, one truth remained evident. This entity was at least a multiversal-level deity, far beyond his current capabilities. In the eyes of such a being, he likely appeared no more significant than an ant. It seems that enhancing his own power is of utmost importance. In the MCU, the young Spider-Man seized the antidote to the Green Goblin's serum and forcefully injected it into Norman Osborn's being. The Green Goblin reverted to his true self, while the rift in the sky continued to widen ominously. Ascending into the heavens with his webbing, Spider-Man engaged in dialogue with Doctor Strange. "They are coming because of you," he exclaimed. "What if I make everyone forget me? They all came because of me. So let them forget me. Let them forget Peter Parker." Thus, the MCU returned to its original state. Chapter 65. Bruce Harry arrived at the basement of the Osborn villa, laden with an array of spoils. "Welcome home, Mr. Osborn." Izzy greeted him with a charming bow. Upon seeing the delightful Izzy, Harry released a sigh of relief amidst the relentless battles in the parallel universe. His nerves had been somewhat frayed. At last, he felt a sense of relaxation. Yet, he recognized the necessity of further fortification, the blood of Spider-Man, Holland, and Tobey, along with vibranium and nanometals. Harry aimed to analyze all these elements, utilizing Stark Industries' manufacturing technology combined with his own from Z to create a unique key, an impeccable metallic atomic cluster spider key for this current phase. As Harry commenced the fabrication of the new key, within a military base in America, General Ross was orchestrating 50 mechanized soldiers preparing to board large military transport trucks. These mechanized troops were equipped with heavy weaponry, evidently ready for a fierce confrontation. According to intelligence reports, Bruce Banner was secretly en route to Las Vegas, and their mission was to apprehend him. General Ross elucidated the objective to his subordinates. "General Ross, Dr. Bruce Banner has been in hiding for quite some time. We are unsure of his intentions upon resurfacing," voiced one of Ross's anxious aides. "Do not fret. Once we capture him, we will have ample opportunity to delve into the secrets he harbors." On the outskirts of Las Vegas, at a fast food establishment along the highway, a frail man dressed in tattered clothes and a hat obscuring half his face entered. He seated himself next to a towering, robust figure, whose size made the frail man appear like a child beside an adult. "A cup of coffee, decaffeinated, please," the slender man requested, his voice surprisingly robust despite his fragile appearance. The server promptly went to prepare the coffee, while the slender man initiated a conversation with the imposing figure beside him. "Mr. Creel, Carl Creel, I have been searching for you for quite some time. I know S.H.I.E.L.D. is also on your trail, but rest assured, I am not one of them. I am here to assist you. My name is Bruce Banner," he stated. "S.H.I.E.L.D. has failed to locate me. How did you manage to find me?" Creel inquired, astonished, as he set down his spoon. "Because you have been emitting gamma rays. And I am the foremost authority on gamma radiation, more knowledgeable than anyone else. I am aware of your previous confinement in the cube, a facility designated for individuals affected by gamma radiation, transforming them into monstrous entities, both dangerous and terrifying. You have experienced it firsthand. Can you recount what transpired there? How much do you comprehend about the gamma experiments?" Bruce intoned gravely, his gaze fixed on Creel, who was engrossed in his meal. Creel devoured his food as if he had not eaten in ages, offering no further response to Bruce's inquiry. "I implore you to reveal the truth. I fear S.H.I.E.L.D. might exploit these creatures as weapons." "Quite intriguing, Bruce. It seems you have never inquired about how I managed to escape." Finally, having finished his meal, Creel rose to his feet, wielding a stainless steel spoon, casting a towering shadow over the frail Bruce, resembling a giant. Then, an astonishing transformation unfolded. Creel began to metamorphose from the hand that grasped the stainless steel spoon into a figure entirely composed of stainless steel. He now stood as a colossal iron giant. "Stay calm, Creel. I am here to assist you," Bruce uttered, but was abruptly hurled away by Creel. The slender Bruce, akin to a rag doll, shattered the restaurant's grand door, landing 20 meters away. "I know your true nature, Bruce. I have long awaited the chance to face you," Creel declared, cracking his knuckles as he approached Bruce. The impact had left Bruce with numerous broken bones, engulfed in excruciating pain. Fury surged within him. A green luminescence flickered in Bruce's eyes as his muscles, bones, and veins swelled. The Hulk emerged, seizing control of Bruce's body, transforming the once 176-meter man into a towering 3-meter green behemoth. The Hulk, clad merely in a pair of vibranium shorts, unleashed a furious punch towards Klurl. Klurl possessed the ability to absorb material and transform himself, particularly enhanced by gamma rays, yet before the Hulk, he resembled an adult overpowering a child, crushed and ravaged. The Hulk sent Klurl flying with a single punch, then leaped into the air, catching up to him and forcefully slamming him into the ground. The earth buckled beneath them, creating a 3-meter-wide crater. Klurl struggled to emerge from the pit, reverting from his stainless steel form back to his original shape, only to touch the rocks and transform into a being of stone. The Hulk, consumed by rage, struck Klurl down with a powerful blow. The Hulk specialized in demolishing rock. His strength began at over 100 tons, and in a state of fury, it multiplied exponentially, now reaching an astounding 500 tons. The Hulk leapt and aimed a foot at Klurl, who, realizing the danger, attempted to evade, but was too slow, suffering a crushing blow to his shoulder. "No, Banner," Klurl pleaded. "Banner is absent. Now it is Hulk." The Hulk bellowed, swinging his fist at Klurl. At that moment, a missile soared through the air, detonating with tremendous force, sending the Hulk flying and obliterating Klurl down to nothing but a head made of rock. The Hulk sustained injuries from the missile but quickly began to heal. His regenerative abilities were fearsome. Even if dismembered, he could return to his original state. Let the mechanized army advance. In the distance, General Ross observed the Hulk through remote surveillance equipment. Military trucks and armed helicopters descended, deploying 50 fully armed mechanized soldiers. Today, their primary objective is to capture the green giant, Hulk. General Ross harbors a deep disdain for this creature that has wronged his daughter. Yet he is equally captivated by the immense and invincible power of the Hulk. Thus, he is determined to confront the green giant at all costs. Chapter 66. Gathering in Las Vegas, 50 fully armed mechanized puppets surrounded the Hulk. Each of them had undergone extensive mechanical modifications, with heavy machine guns affixed to their arms and backs. Under the command of General Ross, they unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the Hulk, drowning him in a deluge of gunfire. The specially designed ammunition pierced through the Hulk's body, causing green blood and flesh to splatter. The Hulk roared in anguish and fury, his anger intensifying. As his rage escalated, his wounds rapidly healed, and his physique continued to expand, growing from 3 meters to an imposing 3.5 meters. With a thunderous leap, the Hulk descended upon the mechanized army like a meteor, swinging his colossal fists and sending the puppets flying. However, some of these mechanized puppets possessed unique abilities, equipped with data from ancient extinct creatures, enabling them to execute extraordinary feats. A portion of the puppets took to the air, while others burrowed underground, and several swiftly evaded the Hulk's onslaught. The number of puppets defeated by the Hulk was but a fraction. Most managed to escape. Observing this, the Hulk lifted 1 foot high and brought it crashing down upon the ground. With a resounding boom, immense force struck the earth, shattering the surface and creating a massive fissure. Some of the mechanized puppets within the chasm were damaged and exploded from the Hulk's assault. Subsequently, the Hulk leaped skyward, targeting the airborne puppets. At that moment, a barrage of missiles descended, striking the Hulk and sending him crashing to the ground. Yet, the Hulk swiftly healed his wounds and rose from the earth, aiming at the mechanized puppets above. With a powerful clap of his hands, a tremendous shockwave emanated from his palms. Another 4 or 5 puppets plummeted from the sky, exploding upon impact. In the distance, General Ross watched this spectacle with dread, realizing that even this multitude of mechanized puppets was no match for the Hulk. Who else in this world could contend with the Hulk? Ross pondered, filled with despair. Yet, the greater the Hulk's power grew, the more determined Ross became to obtain his blood, to unravel the secrets of the Hulk, and ultimately to inherit his strength. He longed to be a formidable force himself. The battle in the distance held little suspense. The 50 mechanized puppets could only pose a minor inconvenience to the invincible Hulk, who would ultimately triumph in his wrath. After vanquishing over 30 of the puppets, the Hulk departed the scene. Dr. Banner, controlling his body, walked through the arid desert clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, exposed to the elements. His singular focus was to locate Absorbing Man, who had transformed himself by absorbing sand, reshaping his form into one composed of grains. Now, he was fleeing, astonished by the Hulk's overwhelming strength and invincibility, pondering how he might defeat this formidable adversary before him. Unless he absorbs the gamma rays within the Hulk's body, that would enhance his physical form once more. However, for now, escaping is the priority. His destination is the gambling haven of Las Vegas, where he seeks to replenish his strength, perhaps by acquiring gems to fortify himself. Absorbing Man, Creel, is en route to Las Vegas, and so is Dr. Bruce Banner, who has retrieved his previously hidden attire and gamma radiation detector. Anticipating a confrontation, he had prudently concealed a change of clothes. Upon obtaining the gamma detector, he locates Creel's position and hastens towards Las Vegas. "Hello, Harry. This is Ross. General Ross." Following the defeat of the mechanized army, reaches out to Harry. At this moment, Harry has crafted a brand new metallic atomic cluster key, the Crimson Spider. This key, comprised of the blood serum of 3 Spider-Men, has significantly augmented Harry's abilities. His base strength now stands at an astonishing 100 tons, meaning he can rend apart superheroes like Spider-Man and Captain America without transforming. When he does transform, his power escalates even further. He has named this blood-red metallic cluster key the Metal Cluster Spider Slayer key. Spider Kill, Kamen Rider Metal Cluster Spider Slayer form punching power, 500 tons kicking power, 900 tons speed, 9 seconds per 100 meters in this form. Harry is utterly unafraid of the Hulk or Thor in their normal states. Of course, actual combat will reveal the true dynamics. The 50 mechanized soldiers faced utter defeat against the Hulk. "I require your assistance," General Ross implores urgently. The only formidable ally he knows is Harry, and he has no other choice but to seek him out. "The Hulk? Where is he?" Harry inquires, his voice low and serious. After the slaughter of the MCU Marvel and the battle against the new Avengers, he is but a step away from activating Ark and Zia. Only with Ark can Harry truly possess the power of artificial intelligence. Hence, he is in dire need of a grand battle. Confronting the Hulk is one option, a perfect opportunity to test the prowess of his new metal atomic cluster Spider Slayer key, and gauge the disparity between himself and these superheroes. Moreover, engaging the Hulk will undoubtedly result in significant destruction, yielding a vast amount of malice points, which will enable him to unlock Ark and Zia Las Vegas. He is in Las Vegas. Within the confines of Las Vegas, Thor sits in a bar, ordering a bottle of whiskey, neat, and drinking deeply. It has been a month since he arrived on Midgard, Earth. As the Prince of Asgard, he is troubled by the disappearance of his brother Loki after arriving on Midgard. Concerned that Loki may have encountered perilous circumstances, Thor has come to seek his brother's whereabouts. Throughout the past month, he searched countless locales in vain for Loki. Yet he has developed an unexpected fondness for this place. Disguised as a physician among mortals, Thor adopts a humble guise. Whenever peril arises, he transforms into the mighty superhero, Thor, to vanquish his foes. Amidst the grandeur of Midgard, he has garnered new followers and relishes the abundance of fine wines, making him reluctant to depart. Despite the relentless urging of Odin, the All-Father, to return, Thor remains steadfast in his desire to stay. With a jubilant spirit, Thor downed a glass of whiskey, stifling the urge to hurl the cup, and poured himself another. However, he did not finish this drink, for a man composed entirely of diamonds came crashing in, shattering both his table and whiskey. The Hulk, in a furious entrance, charged toward the absorbing man, whose acquisition of diamond powers in Las Vegas had led him to believe he was invincible. He had just delivered a brutal beating to Bruce Banner. But the Hulk within Bruce was not to be trifled with. The Green Giant surged forth, sending the absorbing man flying. As these two colossal beings wreaked havoc in Las Vegas, chaos erupted as people screamed and fled. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, and with a deafening roar, thunder and lightning filled the air. Chapter 67. Hank and Janet. Janet, this place is utterly dull. Why don't we return? I have numerous experiments yet to conduct. A young man named Hank remarked to the young woman seated before a slot machine in Las Vegas. Hank, you promised to accompany me for a day of relaxation, replied Janet, a short-haired woman, glancing back at him as she continued to play. However, just as Hank was about to respond, a tremendous crash resonated from within the casino's bar. Help! There's a monster. Patrons screamed as they fled, exclaiming that a terrifying creature lurked inside. Upon witnessing the commotion, Janet's interest was piqued. She abandoned her game and hastened toward the bar. Janet, be cautious. Hank, concerned for her safety, hurried after her. Inside the bar, the absorbing man, Crusher Creel, was hurled in by the Green Giant, shattering numerous tables and chairs, including one belonging to Thor, the god of thunder. Enough, you two monsters, Thor exclaimed, raising his staff in fury. The disruptions to his drinking and the destruction of the bar compelled him to intervene. As Thor lifted his staff, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning struck down, enveloping him in a radiant glow. His red cape and black armor shimmered in tandem with the lightning. The Green Giant, Hulk, released his grip on Crusher Creel, who, even in his diamond form, was no match for Hulk's might. Hulk relished the prospect of facing a formidable opponent. Spotting Thor, he felt an exhilarating thrill, having never encountered a being of such strength. Without hesitation, Hulk leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Thor. Battle-hardened and undefeated, Thor welcomed the challenge without fear. He swung his hammer in retaliation, aiming it at the Green Giant. With a resounding crash, Hulk's massive form was sent flying. Yet Thor too was struck hard enough to be driven 2 meters underground. All right, Thor exclaimed, effortlessly springing from the earth. His hand tingled from the impact, and the warrior's blood within him surged. He had never faced an adversary as formidable as this. Thor soared toward Hulk, eager for a true contest with this powerful entity. The clash of the two titans wreaked havoc, leaving surrounding structures in ruins as civilians fled in terror, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Janet arrived at the scene, momentarily frozen by the sight of the two monsters battling fiercely. "Janet, we must leave. This is a war beyond our participation," Hank insisted, gripping her arm as he approached. "Hank, we must intervene." "No, let the police handle these monsters. It is their duty. The police cannot contend with them. I need your strength, your inventions to protect humanity. Look at the innocent people around us. They require our aid," Janet implored, her gaze fixed on the civilians endangered by the ferocious conflict between Thor and Hulk. Although Hank was primarily focused on his research, his affection for Janet was profound, given her insistence on becoming a superhero to save others. He was unwilling to let her face danger alone. "Janet, allow me to handle this. You are not yet suited to wield that power," he declared, donning a peculiar helmet and shedding his coat to reveal a striking red costume as he dashed towards the battlefield. A luminous yellow energy enveloped Hank as he grew, transforming him from an average height into a towering giant of 20 meters. He was, in fact, Dr. Henry Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, once a biochemist and scientist. He had discovered a subatomic particle capable of altering the size of objects, which he named Pym particles, incorporating them into his combat suit to grant him the ability to alter his physical dimensions at will. He had taken on the moniker of Ant-Man. "Janet, you focus on protecting the civilians. I will deal with these two monsters," he instructed. Janet, donning her own helmet, transformed into the Wasp, empowered by the Pym particles. Her strength had significantly increased, allowing her to clear debris and rescue those trapped beneath rubble, even without shrinking. With his newfound colossal stature, Hank felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance as he aimed a foot at the Hulk and Thor. Sensing danger, Thor swiftly spun his hammer and took flight, evading the impending attack. However, the Hulk, lacking such acumen, found himself beneath Ant-Man's foot. "One down, one to go," Hank remarked, eyeing the airborne Thor. "You might want to pay attention to what's beneath you," Thor cautioned. Having engaged in battle with the Hulk, he understood that the green behemoth was not easily subdued. "What?" Hank exclaimed in confusion, failing to grasp Thor's warning. But soon, the reason became painfully clear. A tremendous force surged from below, and with a furious roar, the Hulk lifted one of Ant-Man's enormous feet. Caught off balance, Hank toppled backward. The Hulk leapt, seemingly soaring, and delivered a punch that struck Hank squarely on the chin. The immense force exploded against Hank's face, but fortunately, the helmet and Pym particles mitigated the damage. Yet, the blow left him dazed. "Hulk smash!" the Hulk bellowed, continuing his relentless assault with a flurry of punches. Hank's helmet began to crack under the onslaught, and it seemed imminent that the Hulk would obliterate it. Should the helmet fail, Hank would likely be torn apart by the Hulk's fury. At that moment, Thor's enchanted hammer, Mjolnir, shot through the air like a meteor, striking the Hulk and sending him sprawling away from Hank. The Hulk, normally weighing 100 tons, had swelled to 700 tons through his rage, and his strength continued to escalate. Thor, the god of thunder, possesses an immense strength of 1,000 tons, augmented by the power of lightning. Thus, he is capable of temporarily subduing the Hulk. Summoning Mjolnir back to his hand, he raised his hammer towards the heavens, and a bolt of lightning descended, striking the Hulk. The green behemoth was left bloodied by the ferocious strike, yet his remarkable regenerative abilities allowed him to endure. Within the storm, the Hulk seemed to revel in the onslaught, and by the time Thor's attack ceased, he had fully recovered. Not only that, but his stature had increased by 0.2 meters, reaching a height of 3.7 meters, and his strength had surged to 800 tons. Upon witnessing the unscathed Hulk, Thor furrowed his brow, gripping his hammer tightly, prepared to confront this formidable foe with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Ant-Man Hank rose to his feet, acknowledging the Hulk's formidable prowess, and resolved to ally with Thor to address the colossal threat before them. Above, a Quinjet soared through the sky. "Harry, perhaps we should retreat," Natasha suggested through the communicator. Observing the battle via the monitor, the three superhumans before her were each more powerful than the last, far beyond the capabilities of a Kamen Rider. Understanding the limitations of her armor, Natasha recognized that she could not engage in such a grand conflict. She planned to evacuate the civilians and call for heavy artillery support. Even Kamen Riders have their limits. "This is not a war we can partake in." "No, you are mistaken, Natasha," Harry replied, opening the cockpit and gazing down at Thor. "The Hulk and Ant-Man, Kamen Riders are limitless." With that declaration, Harry leaped into the air, embracing the sky as he descended towards the ground. Chapter 68. The monsters. Harry descended from the heavens as countless crimson spider-like metallic clusters surged forth from the key at his waist, enveloping his entire being. In an instant, he transformed mid-air, executing a classic knightly kick aimed at the Hulk. With a staggering force of 900 tons, compounded by the momentum of his fall, Harry struck the Hulk like a missile, sending him hurtling away. The myriad of spider-like metallic clusters coalesced around Harry's form, swiftly morphing into a suit of crimson armor. "Gentlemen, may I also partake in this game?" Harry inquired, hands clasped behind his back, casting a glance towards Thor, the god of thunder, and the towering Ant-Man, Hank. A Kamen Rider? Hank recognized Harry's armor, recalling that the most renowned figure associated with biological armor on Earth was none other than Harry Osborn. "Osborn, swiftly vanquish our adversary," Hank urged without politeness. Harry frowned at the tone of Hank's request. He found it rather irksome, though he understood that Hank's brusque demeanor stemmed from his years of research rather than any ill intent. "Beware," Thor alerted Harry, having spotted the Hulk's return. Having been kicked by Harry, the Hulk's injuries had already healed, and he was now seething with rage, leaping towards Harry, without even glancing back. Harry summoned the crimson spider-like metallic clusters to form a shield, successfully intercepting the Hulk's charge. The atomic clusters, crafted from vibranium, adamantium, and Osborn's unique alloy, possessed an unimaginable hardness. Even the Hulk's 900-ton strength could not shatter Harry's metallic shield. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk unleashed a frenzied barrage of attacks upon Harry. Yet, no matter where the Hulk struck, the relentless metallic clusters steadfastly blocked his onslaught. How is this possible? Hank gazed in disbelief at Harry's metallic armor. Is this atomic metal? Nanometal? Current technology has achieved nanometal, but to see it utilized in combat armor, and to be manipulated so freely, is unprecedented. As a genius scientist, Hank was utterly captivated by the atomic spider armor. Momentarily forgetting that he was still in his giant form and amidst a battle, he reached out with his massive hand, yearning to grasp a piece of the atomic cluster for examination. However, his actions did not go unnoticed by Harry, who misinterpreted Hank's intentions. "You're courting death," Harry exclaimed sternly. Ignoring the Hulk's relentless attacks, he soared into the air, utilizing the capabilities of the metallic clusters. Harry evaded Ant-Man Hank's outstretched hand and launched a powerful kick towards him. The force of 900 tons struck Ant-Man Hank squarely in the face, the tremendous impact landing on his helmet. The fissure previously caused by the Hulk's assault shattered the helmet entirely upon Harry's attack. Stripped of the power granted by the Pym particles, Ant-Man Hank reverted to his original form. Harry soared towards the now defenseless Ant-Man Hank, believing him to be a treacherous assailant, resolved to eliminate him to prevent future threats. At that moment, a hammer imbued with the power of thunder hurtled through the air, crashing into Harry and sending him sprawling. Thor, the god of thunder, approached, confronting Harry with a sense of justice and goodness. Thor would not allow anyone to strike at those who had lost their capacity for combat. This was his code as a warrior and a deity. "Thor," Harry spoke in a low voice. "Do you know me?" Thor was taken aback that someone in Midgard, Earth, recognized him. Suddenly, Harry burst into laughter. Thor, perplexed, inquired, "What is so amusing?" But before he could finish, a colossal green hand seized his legs, lifting him effortlessly. The Hulk, exerting all his might, hurled Thor around like a rag doll, even sending Thor's hammer flying from his grasp. Ultimately, the Hulk forcefully flung Thor to the ground, sending him crashing away. This chaotic onslaught left Thor momentarily dazed. Having been invincible throughout his life, he had never endured such treatment, having effortlessly vanquished frost giants and rock titans alike. I am laughing at this." Harry had anticipated the Hulk's approach, and instead of warning Thor, he diverted the latter's attention, creating an opportunity for the Hulk. However, Harry's amusement was short-lived as the Hulk, after dealing with Thor, turned his focus towards him. With a thunderous clap, the Hulk unleashed a devastating shockwave aimed at Harry. In response, Harry's body surged with metallic clusters, forming a thick protective barrier of metal before him, successfully absorbing the blow. Meanwhile, from a distance, Wasp Janet dragged Ant-Man Hank to a safer location. Upon witnessing Hank's defeat, she hurried to rescue him. Otherwise, he would surely perish in the chaos of the monstrous battle. After fending off the Hulk's assault, Harry propelled himself forward, engaging the Hulk in fierce combat. While his punching power was only 500 tons, his kicking strength boasted 900 tons, allowing him to harness the momentum of his legs and exceed his usual limits, achieving an offensive capability of over 700 tons. Though still lesser than the enraged Hulk, he could still contribute to the fray. The clash between Harry's atomic metal cluster armor and the Hulk was relentless. The Hulk's attacks were repelled by the metal clusters, while Harry's strikes were futile against the Hulk's regenerative abilities. At that moment, the sky erupted with flashes of lightning and thunder. As the mighty Thor regained his strength and joined the fray, the three formidable monsters clashed, reducing the entire city of Las Vegas to ruins. Janet, cradling Ant-Man Hank, cowered at a distance, trembling as she witnessed the fierce battle unfold. Black Widow Natasha broadcasted the confrontation live from the sky, her connection to Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., revealing his increasingly dark demeanor. Nick Fury shared the video feed with Iron Man Tony Stark. After observing the footage for a while, Tony Stark declared, I am willing to join the Avengers. Chapter 69, The Invincible Creel in a Tumultuous Clash. The formidable trio of Kamen Rider Harry, the Hulk, and Thor found themselves embroiled in a fierce skirmish, each unable to gain the upper hand over the others. Harry was clad in a protective metallic cocoon, while the Hulk boasted astonishing regenerative abilities, and Thor wielded the divine might of Mjolnir. As the battle raged on, both Harry and Thor began to lose their fervor for combat, recognizing the futility of their struggle and the difficulty of achieving victory. At that moment, a figure composed entirely of sand stealthily approached. This was Creel, the absorbing man, who, after enduring a relentless beating from the Hulk, had transformed his body into sand. Lurking on the battlefield in search of an opportunity, though not particularly intelligent and prone to seeking challenges against the strong, his extraordinary superhuman abilities rendered him fearless. Even in the face of deities like Odin, his power was intrinsically linked to the strength of the materials and energies he absorbed. Now, he had discovered an impeccable opportunity to augment his own prowess. Seizing the moment when Harry Osborn was distracted, Creel lunged towards him. However, Harry's spider sense and artificial intelligence quickly reacted, causing the crimson metallic cocoon to converge behind him and form a shield to block Creel's assault. "Ha!" Creel exclaimed, his initial panic replaced by elation. "This is precisely my plan, Harry Osborn. Did you not see this coming?" As he spoke, Harry's crimson shield was absorbed by Creel. The absorbing man's form morphed, becoming entirely composed of the crimson metallic material. With his body transformed, Creel strode boldly toward Harry, his right arm morphing into a massive metallic blade aimed at Harry's torso. Yet, Harry effortlessly evaded the strike, his speed surpassing that of Creel. He retaliated with a flurry of punches, unleashing a tempest of blows upon Creel. However, due to their shared material composition, Harry's attacks not only failed to inflict damage but instead allowed Creel to absorb a significant portion of the metallic cocoon from Harry. How intriguing, Harry mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded Creel with keen interest. Even as Creel absorbed his metallic substance, Harry remained unfazed. He took flight. Opting to withdraw from the confrontation, he sought to gather more data on Creel's combat capabilities, a task he could not undertake alone. Fortunately, two free laborers were at his disposal. "Thor, I seem to be at an impasse with him. Perhaps you could give it a try." Harry feigned exasperation as he addressed Thor. Thor, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, lacking the intellect to articulate his suspicions, he dismissed the thought. With Creel now advancing toward him, there was no time for contemplation. Thor preferred to engage directly in the fray. Grasping Mjolnir tightly, he swung it down with tremendous force upon Creel's metallic form. A tremendous blow created a vast crater, yet it swiftly reverted to its original form. The nanomaterials possess remarkable restorative properties, and the entity known as Absorbing Man, having assimilated the metallic clusters, similarly acquired the ability for self-repair. Just then, the mighty Hulk charged in, raising his colossal fist to strike Absorbing Man. Remarkably, Absorbing Man did not evade. Instead, he tightly embraced the immense form of the Hulk. The metallic clusters protruded with sharp spikes, penetrating the Hulk's body, as a radiant green luminescence emanated from him, transferring into Absorbing Man. He was absorbing the energy within the Hulk, specifically the gamma rays. Had it been Absorbing Man's original form, he would have been incapable of absorbing such a magnitude of gamma radiation. However, endowed with an extraordinarily resilient metallic cluster body, he was now free to absorb energy at will. Gradually, the Hulk, rapidly depleting of gamma radiation, began to shrink in stature and grow feeble. Once he had absorbed nearly all of it, Absorbing Man cast the now reverted Bruce Banner to the ground. Though a supervillain, Absorbing Man refrained from killing Banner. He rarely took lives, embodying a sort of anti-heroic persona. With the energy of the Hulk absorbed, Absorbing Man's size swelled to approximately 4 meters tall. His form comprised of metallic clusters that shimmered with a green glow. The one wielding the hammer, "You are the last." Absorbing Man now possessed a strength of 1,400 tons, surpassing even the current Thor. His power was truly formidable. Few on Earth could rival him. Thor, the god of thunder, showed no trepidation in the face of an adversary, regardless of their immense strength. He charged forward with unwavering resolve. As he spun Mjolnir in his hand, the skies erupted with violent winds and darkened clouds. With a resounding crash, thunder roared. A bolt of lightning struck, directly hitting Mjolnir. Surrounding Thor was a crackling aura of electricity as he leaped high, wielding Mjolnir with ferocity against Absorbing Man. This strike was infused with the power of thunder. A tremendous sound echoed as Absorbing Man braced himself against the blow. While Thor's might was indeed terrifying, Absorbing Man's strength was equally formidable. He had first absorbed Harry's atomic metallic clusters, followed by the Hulk's gamma rays. Now, he could withstand Thor's assault head-on. Seeing his attack yield no results, Thor remained undeterred, poised to lift Mjolnir again for another strike. However, Absorbing Man seized the moment, gripping Mjolnir tightly with his right hand. Astonishingly, Thor found himself unable to pull Mjolnir away. What? The previously composed Thor's demeanor shifted entirely. He was taken aback to witness Absorbing Man absorbing the power of Mjolnir with his right hand. His right arm transformed entirely into the same material as Thor's hammer, Mjolnir. To everyone's astonishment, the entity known as Absorbing Man managed to wrest Mjolnir from the grasp of the thunder god, Thor, with Mjolnir clutched in his right hand. Absorbing Man struck Thor with a mighty blow, sending him flying. How could this be possible? Although Thor, hurled through the air, sustained little physical harm, his heart was deeply shaken. For Mjolnir was enchanted by Odin, the All-Father, such that only those deemed worthy by the hammer itself could wield it. How could this apparent villain possibly possess the qualifications to lift the hammer? Haha. The so-called ultimate life form embodies the capabilities of all beings, and behold this flawless physique. This perfect energy. I am finally invincible. Absorbing Man's body, forged from a metallic cluster, radiated gamma energy, while in his right hand, he wielded the divine weapon, Mjolnir. He laughed boisterously, illuminated by the brilliance behind him, resembling a deity. That creature has become truly invincible, devoid of any weakness. As Bruce Banner rose from the ground and beheld Absorbing Man, he uttered in disbelief. Chapter 70. You God metal impossible, impossible. This cannot be. Thor, the god of thunder, charged at the Absorbing Man, Creel, unarmed. With a hearty laugh, Creel struck Thor with a single blow, sending him flying. He then pursued Thor, planting his foot directly on the god of thunder, exerting immense force that forced Thor to cough up blood. Struggling, Thor reached out to retaliate, but Creel's speed was unmatched. He delivered a fierce kick that buried Thor 10 meters underground. Now, only you remain, Kamen Rider Harry Osborn. Creel approached Harry, wielding the enchanted hammer Mjolnir. Harry gazed at Creel with delight, as if beholding a priceless treasure. What are you laughing at? Creel questioned, perplexed by Harry's mirth. Especially since 2 of the 3 formidable opponents had already fallen. The remaining Harry Osborn had absorbed a significant amount of armor. And with the power of the Hulk's gamma strength and Mjolnir, he now felt invincible. No one could challenge him, least of all Harry Osborn. Haha. You can't possibly think you're invincible, can you? Harry reverted from his transformation, revealing his true form as he approached Creel. What? Creel was taken aback, his mind sluggish and unwilling to ponder further. He lifted Mjolnir to strike Harry, but suddenly found himself unable to move. In horror, he watched as his own body began to dissolve. The atomic metal cluster was transforming, consuming the arm that wielded the hammer. Mjolnir, forged from URU metal within a waning star, had granted Creel's right arm its power, resulting in a pure URU metal limb. Now, that arm belonged to Harry. Is my possession so easily acquired? Harry patted Creel's face. Within the crimson spider metal cluster lurked countless shards of malice. Harry could control the spider metal cluster with his own malice. Creel had absorbed Harry's metal cluster, transforming his entire body, except for his right arm, into a replica of the metal cluster. Even Harry's malice had been mimicked and transformed. Now, Creel was frozen, unable to speak, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Harry. Yet, Harry ignored him, extending his hand to manipulate Creel's body, turning it into countless spider-like metal clusters that crawled toward Harry and merged with the metal cluster spider key at his waist. Harry absorbed the Absorbing Man directly, erasing Creel's will with his own malice. Creel ceased to think, leaving only a URU metal arm and Mjolnir on the ground. Harry stored the URU metal arm in his pocket dimension. The mighty Mjolnir lay upon the ground, and Harry could not resist the urge to reach out and attempt to lift the hammer of the Thunder God. However, Mjolnir remained steadfast and utterly unmoved, proving entirely beyond Harry's grasp. Yet, he was not surprised. After all, he was not a man of virtue, in the presence of the malevolent artificial intelligence, Acheron. Within his consciousness further complicated matters. It was entirely reasonable that Mjolnir would reject him. Moreover, with the All-Father Odin's existence looming, he could not simply stow the hammer away in a pocket dimension, lest Odin come forth to exact retribution, sealing his fate. Dr. Banner. Harry approached Bruce Banner with a casual greeting. Mr. Osborn, is there something you need? Bruce Banner replied, his demeanor somewhat apprehensive. The earlier spectacle of Harry absorbing their adversary had been deeply unsettling. The thought that the foe capable of besting even the Hulk had been so effortlessly vanquished by Harry left Banner feeling quite uneasy. Please send my regards to Hulk, Harry said, giving Bruce a reassuring pat on the shoulder before turning away to depart. As the battle drew to a close, Black Widow Natasha piloted the Quinjet down to retrieve Harry. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Thor emerged from the earth, adopting a combat stance, alert to his surroundings. Where's everyone? He inquired, scanning the area for the absorbed individual, Creel, but finding only Mjolnir resting on the ground. Overjoyed, Thor swiftly gathered Mjolnir into his embrace, much like a long-lost spouse reunited. Greetings, sir, Bruce Banner approached, breaking the moment. And you are? Thor regarded the frail, weary figure before him, momentarily forgetting his identity. I am Hulk, Bruce said, scratching his head in embarrassment. The big green fellow? Ah, yes, you have returned to your human form. Thor suddenly recalled who stood before him. At that moment, a Quinjet descended, and from it emerged a man with a thick mane of dark hair. Hello, gentlemen. I am Phil Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson greeted Bruce and Thor warmly, his charm enhanced by the electronic wig provided by Oscorp. S.H.I.E.L.D. Are you here to apprehend me? Bruce Banner's impression of S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from favorable, having witnessed many victims of gamma radiation taken away by them. No, Dr. Banner, I am here to request both of you to visit S.H.I.E.L.D. Regarding a matter concerning Harry Osborn, Coulson explained to Bruce. Upon hearing Harry Osborn's name, Bruce acquiesced to Coulson's request. The earlier incident involving Harry's absorption of their adversary had left a profound impact on him. About Harry Osborn, just then, Ant-Man Hank approached, having returned to his normal size. Accompanied by Janet as they made their way to Coulson's side. If it concerns Harry Osborn, I am more than willing to make the journey, Hank, the Ant-Man, stated in a low voice. That is splendid. It is an honor for S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson exclaimed with palpable excitement. Chapter 71, The 1,000 Hostage Device. Harry arrived at the Osborn Villa aboard a Quinjet. Upon his arrival, he promptly commanded his secretaries to engage the media, announcing that the incident in Las Vegas was under his jurisdiction. This battle was merely a step away from activating the Ark Zero, and the Hulk's fury had bestowed upon him a considerable amount of malevolence points, yet he still required a bit more. Harry, unwilling to linger in anticipation, decided to tarnish his own reputation through the media to gather the necessary malevolence, as he no longer needed to concern himself with the sentiments of other factions. The only exception might be the Supreme Mage, who remained unseen. After issuing his directives to the Osborn Group's secretary, Shamagia, Harry descended to the underground facility, where he was to forge a unique weapon, the 1,000 Hostage Device. Originally an exclusive weapon of the Zia Corporation, the weapon's data had since been acquired by Ark, enabling its creation through their means. Although it could have been fashioned long ago, the weapon's usage was restricted to absorbing and extracting capabilities from the series Kamen Rider 01. However, Harry now possessed the means to harness the power of the absorbed human Creel, alongside URU metal. He intended to utilize the strength of Creel to craft this weapon. Commencing the analysis, Harry placed the metallic cluster formed from Creel and URU metal into the manufacturing machine, issuing the necessary commands. The machine began its automated deconstruction process. Soon, he successfully isolated the gamma radiation energy from the Hulk, encapsulating it within the metallic cluster and storing it in his pocket dimension. Lacking the ability to study gamma radiation at present, he opted to preserve it for future endeavors. Next, Harry analyzed Creel's genetic data, extracting its biological information to forge the 1,000 Hostage Device. With the aid of advanced manufacturing technology and the extraction apparatus from Zia, he swiftly completed the device. This weapon, crafted entirely from URU metal and enveloped in a layer of metallic cluster, exuded an air of terror. It possessed the ability to absorb biological energy, enhancing its output. Furthermore, having absorbed energy from Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, the weapon wielded the power to summon lightning, albeit not as potent as Mjolnir itself, lacking the blessing of Odin, the All-Father, and the craftsmanship of the Dwarven Masters. Nonetheless, in terms of hardness, it was formidable enough to withstand a clash with Mjolnir. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., Ant-Man Hank, Wasp Janet, and Dr. Bruce Banner had gathered, led by Agent Phil Coulson. Thor, harboring a profound mistrust of S.H.I.E.L.D., had departed the scene. Coulson escorted the trio to a spacious armory dedicated to the production of Iron Man suits, equipped with professional machinery capable of automating the manufacturing of armored suits. Under the guidance of Iron Man Tony Stark, armed robotic beings have been produced here. Tony Stark has forged an agreement with S.H.I.E.L.D., which has financed the mass production of Iron Man battle suits to bolster their own armament. In this world, Iron Man Tony has not endured the trials of rescuing impoverished individuals in the Middle East or experienced the persecution of war firsthand. He remains oblivious to the catastrophic consequences of large-scale weapon manufacturing. The current Tony Stark is not the superhero he once was. He is still the arms dealer. Furthermore, with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance, he has replaced the palladium energy source and created a new arc reactor. Welcome, Dr. Pym, Dr. Banner, and this lovely lady. Tony Stark warmly greeted the trio. Sharing the brilliance of genius, Tony, Hank, and Banner found common ground in their conversation. Is this the Iron Man suit? Ant-Man Hank inquired, his eyes alight with curiosity as he gazed upon the marvel before him, a stark contrast to his own Ant-Man suit. What an ingenious design, he exclaimed in admiration. Dr. Pym, your Pym particles are truly remarkable, ahead of their time. As Tony Stark conversed with Ant-Man Hank, he suddenly seized a tool and discreetly administered a slight electric shock to Bruce Banner. Ah! Bruce Banner yelped in pain, startled. What are you doing, Stark? He retorted without hesitation. Relax, relax. I merely wanted to see if that big guy would make an appearance, Tony Stark replied. His curiosity piqued as he observed Bruce Banner. Who would have thought that this seemingly frail man is one of the most formidable superheroes on the planet? I can still control myself in this state. But if you keep joking, that might change, Bruce Banner warned, playfully mimicking a monstrous roar. Aside from Wasp Janet, who was taken aback, the others remained unfazed, merely staring at Bruce. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Bruce scratched his head, feigning indifference to the incident, and turned to Tony Stark. Stark, what exactly is the purpose of our gathering? All right, let us get to the point, Tony Stark declared, gesturing with his hand to activate the air projection technology, which began to display the image of a young, handsome man. Harry Osborn, I believe everyone is familiar with him, Tony Stark remarked, a hint of disdain in his voice. The attendees nodded. They had all recently encountered Harry and were well acquainted with him. Tony Stark then waved his hand again, and a video began to play in the air. It showcased the evolution of Harry's magical machine, from the initial form of Kamen Rider 01 to the final Blood Red Spider metallic cluster form. Harry Osborn, self-proclaimed Kamen Rider, president of Oscorp, leader of the Thunderbolts, a renowned superhero, Tony Stark intoned gravely. Today, we must discuss who would be capable of stopping him, should he go out of control. The projection video commenced, showcasing a battle involving Harry Osborn, Thor, the Hulk, the formidable Killer Croc, and Ant-Man Hank Pym. As the footage unfolded, both Hank and Bruce Banner appeared increasingly grim. Ant-Man was thoroughly overwhelmed, while Dr. Banner's alter ego, the Hulk, was equally incapable of thwarting Harry's advances. I comprehend your point, Stark. But what course of action do you propose? Hank Pym approached Tony Stark, seeking a definitive answer. We require a strategy, one that can effectively intervene when Harry Osborn tires of his superhero antics and spirals out of control. I have dubbed this plan Counter Kamen Rider. Chapter 72, The Inhuman Race, the Anti-Kamen Rider Initiative? Bruce Banner inquired. This plan will be spearheaded by the three of us, creating a series of biomechanical armored robots as weapons, Tony Stark declared. I shall provide the technology for the construction of the armored robots and the energy source from the Ark reactor. Dr. Pym will contribute Pym particles to miniaturize the robots for mobility and enlarge them to enhance their offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Dr. Banner will offer bioenergy technology to integrate with the armored robots. Thus, the three of us shall forge an ultimate weapon that surpasses Harry Osborn. The more Bruce Banner listened, the more his brow furrowed. There is a crucial issue at hand, Stark. How can you ensure that this power will not be seized by others? Harry Osborn possesses advanced artificial intelligence manufacturing technology. It is difficult to ascertain whether he has already created a super-intelligent AI, Banner questioned. Bruce Banner, endowed with immense power, fully comprehended the catastrophic potential should such power fall into the wrong hands. While the biomechanical armored robots are formidable, they also have significant drawbacks. They must be networked for control, and any malfunction could yield dire consequences. No, there exists a solution that can perfectly address this dilemma. Ant-Man Hank interjected at this juncture. Tony Stark evidently recognized the answer as well. The two exchanged knowing smiles and simultaneously declared, artificial intelligence. AI could flawlessly resolve this issue. If we could create a perfect super-intelligent AI with self-awareness, it could thwart Harry Osborn's invasion. This is precisely why I summoned both of you, Stark elucidated. He could construct powerful robots on his own, yet the reason for inviting Dr. Pym and Dr. Banner was to develop the artificial intelligence. His solitary attempts had proven futile. I had contemplated this issue previously. Ant-Man Hank retrieved his mobile phone and connected it to the air projection device. With a swipe of his finger, he opened a folder containing a segment of data and a name, Ultron. This was the name I had designated for the artificial intelligence I designed. Long ago, I aspired to create a super-intelligent AI to assist me in my work, but ultimately, I failed. However, with both of your assistance, I believe this plan will surely succeed. Ant-Man Hank exclaimed with fervor. Thus, the three super geniuses, Iron Man Tony Stark, the Hulk Bruce Banner, and Ant-Man Hank Pym, established a plan within this workshop that would later fill them with profound regret. Meanwhile, within the tranquil and orderly precinct of downtown New York City, a portly police officer was questioning a 17-year-old girl with short black hair. Name, he demanded. Angelina Jolie, the girl, donned in punk attire and chewing gum, replied nonchalantly. Is this a place for your games? The officer, shedding his amiable demeanor, slammed his hand upon the desk with force. As he observed the girl, indifferent to her predicament, he rose to restrain her, intending to confine her momentarily to rectify her demeanor. However, the moment he touched her hand, the rebellious girl reacted defiantly. Do not touch me. she exclaimed, and in her attempt to break free from the handcuffs, she inadvertently unleashed a shockwave. The force of the wave sent the portly officer flying, causing the entire police station to tremble violently. The officers present were momentarily stunned, yet, having undergone training, they swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at the girl. "Do not move. Raise your hands," they commanded, calling for backup. Blue alert. Superpowered criminal. In New York City, officers frequently encountered supervillains and adhered to a strict protocol. When faced with such individuals, they would first call for reinforcements and refrain from taking action themselves. For the loss of even a single officer was too great a sacrifice. Thus, in the wake of the attack on the hefty officer, the other policemen did not empty their clips as they would against ordinary criminals. Engaging without understanding the supervillain's abilities could exacerbate the situation. Calling for reinforcements and allowing those equipped to handle the crisis was paramount. After all, earning a mere $3,000 a month was hardly worth risking one's life. "It's not me," the girl stammered incoherently. Once an ordinary adolescent, she had never envisioned possessing extraordinary powers. She was merely a slightly rebellious girl. And her recent misdeed had been the petty theft of a CD, for which she had been apprehended. "See? I lack any superpowers." To prove her point, she waved her hand lightly. "Get down," an NYPD officer shouted, promptly dropping to the floor, with the others following suit, clearly well trained. However, their fears were unfounded. After her gesture, nothing transpired. "I told you," the girl sighed in relief. She had no desire to transform into a monster endowed with superhuman abilities. She simply yearned to remain an ordinary person. Yet, just as she relaxed, her hand unexpectedly emitted another shockwave, shattering the wall. "How is this possible?" she gasped, staring in disbelief at her hand, then at the damaged wall, and finally at the officers who cowered in fear, perceiving her as a monster. The girl ultimately accepted the reality of her newfound powers, and, unable to bear remaining there, hastily fled the police station. As she exited through the doors, a young man rushed toward her, blocking her path. "Daisy Johnson?" he inquired. "No, I'm not Daisy Johnson. My name is Chloe Sartre," she clarified, believing he had mistaken her for someone else. Yet, time was of the essence, and she attempted to move past him. The young man, however, grasped her hand firmly. "No, your true name is Daisy Johnson. I am Lincoln, and I have news about your mother. Your biological mother," he said earnestly. Daisy Johnson was taken aback by Lincoln's words. It was the first time she had heard anything regarding her biological mother. Having been adopted at a young age, her adoptive parents were also oblivious to the whereabouts of her biological parents. The revelation of her mother's existence stirred a tempest of emotions within Daisy, causing her hands to involuntarily emit shockwaves. Lincoln, having undergone specialized training, sensed that something was amiss with Daisy and promptly released her hand, evading the impending attack. "So, you have awakened, Daisy," he remarked, extending his hands as blue currents crackled around them. "We are the same kind." Witnessing this display, Daisy Johnson finally found herself convinced by Lincoln's assertions. She made the choice to accompany him. Chapter 73, The Cretan Hunter. "Where is my mother?" "You understand what I mean. My biological mother." Daisy hurriedly followed Lincoln, as if fleeing from something. Upon hearing Daisy's words, Lincoln paused his steps. "Daisy, listen to me. Do not panic," he said, gazing deeply into her eyes. Daisy, upon hearing this, seemed to comprehend something. Disbelief washed over her as she looked at Lincoln. "They're all dead, all of them. Your mother, before she passed, urged me to find you and protect you." "Daisy, there is no time for this. They are coming." Lincoln spoke with urgency. "Who is coming?" Daisy, having faced multiple shocks throughout the day, from awakening her extraordinary abilities to learning about her biological mother's death, felt disoriented. It was as though she were trapped in a dream. None of this seemed real. "Watch out." At that moment, a small car plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards them. In her daze, Daisy felt Lincoln embrace her, shielding her from the impending impact. Crash! The vehicle struck beside Daisy, shattering glass and scattering debris. A shard grazed her cheek, inflicting a wound. Blood flowed from the injury, and Daisy felt the sting. This was not a dream. This was reality. The pain jolted her back to awareness, clarifying her dire situation. "Let us go," Lincoln urged as he rose, grasping Daisy's hand to flee. However, looming nearby stood a figure over 2 meters tall, with blue skin and wielding a blade forged from some extraordinary metal. Upon noticing this, Lincoln quickly turned to run, only to find another blue-skinned being with a similar weapon emerging behind him. "Who are they?" Daisy inquired, recognizing the danger they posed. "They are extraterrestrial monsters, here to hunt us," Lincoln replied. "Daisy, I will hold them off. You must escape." Aware that remaining together would lead to their demise, he resolved to stay behind, even if it meant sacrificing himself to ensure Daisy's safety. With that, Lincoln pushed Daisy away and extended his hands, unleashing a surge of blue electricity to confront the two alien beings. Lincoln's powers were feeble, a mere flicker compared to the might of Thor's thunder. His electricity struck the blue aliens, merely delaying them, not inflicting any real harm. A weak specimen, a failed creation. One of the blue aliens remarked in a language incomprehensible to humans. Useless trash, then it must be eliminated, the other blue-skinned alien declared, advancing towards Lincoln while pressing its blade against the electrical current. Lincoln struggled against the alien's approach, his energy waning. In a moment of desperation, Daisy raised her hand, unleashing a shockwave that propelled the blue alien away. It turned out she had not fled after all. She had chosen to remain and fight. For Lincoln was battling to save her. With her indomitable spirit, she would neither cower before her adversaries nor choose to flee. Instead, she endeavored to harness her abilities. A successful experiment, she was well suited to become a warrior. Take her back to Kree, said the remaining blue-skinned alien, gazing at Daisy with delight. He hailed from the distant Kree planet. Millions of years ago, in Earth's timeline, a war erupted between two cosmic races, the Kree and the Skrulls. For strategic purposes, the Kree ventured into the solar system, establishing a base on Uranus. Soon, they became intrigued by the genetic potential of Earth's nascent life forms, prompting them to conduct a series of experiments on early Homo sapiens. These experiments had a dual purpose, to study and avert stagnation in their own evolution, while simultaneously creating formidable mutant soldiers for the battlefield. However, when they succeeded in generating a group of humanoid beings with extraordinary abilities, for reasons unknown, the Kree abandoned their creations. Over time, these experiments coalesced into a powerful race known as the Inhumans, of which Daisy is a descendant, merely adopted by ordinary humans due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, the Kree have returned to Earth, seeking to recruit the successful and formidable Inhumans as their warriors, while exterminating the weaker ones in a brutal massacre. Daisy's mother was slain by the Kree for her insufficient power, along with her companions. Nearly all Inhumans on Earth perished, save for Lincoln, who survived. Before her demise, Daisy's mother informed Lincoln of the Kree's device for locating Inhumans, imploring him to rescue her daughter. Having been raised by Daisy's mother, Lincoln honored her request and arrived here. Kree warriors, members of the hunting division, approached Daisy. She retreated step by step, her hands frantically gesturing to unleash shockwaves, yet her powers were beyond her complete control. Lincoln, eager to assist Daisy, found himself thwarted by the Kree hunter she had hurled away, who charged back, undeterred even by a direct hit from a shockwave. In this dire moment, a Quinjet soared overhead, raining bullets down upon the Kree hunter. Although the ferocious projectiles failed to breach the Kree's defenses, they forced the hunters to retreat. As the Quinjet hovered in the sky, a figure clad in blue and white metallic armor descended, a masked rider known as Kamen Rider Grant Ward. As an operative of the Thunder Agents, he frequently embarked on missions to combat superpowered crime. Unlike Black Widow Natasha, who followed only the orders of Harry Osborn and Nick Fury, Harry, aiming to garner emotional points, dispatched Grant Ward at a moment's notice to rescue civilians throughout the city. A dedicated worker, Grant had amassed considerable emotional points for Harry. Armed with a briefcase gun, he unleashed a barrage of energy bullets from his advanced blue weapon, retaliating against the Kree marauders. Kamen Rider. Daisy beheld Grant adorned in the blue armor of a Kamen Rider, his valiant stature igniting a spark of admiration in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lincoln, perplexed, wondered why this Kamen Rider seemed to overshadow his own presence, despite his own arrival. Grant, having undergone extensive training and possessing a wealth of combat experience, exhibited prowess far surpassing that of the two Kree hunters. Even though his adversaries were formidable extraterrestrials, boasting physiques akin to that of Captain America, Grant Ward was equipped with the Kamen Rider armor. With a deft maneuver, Grant utilized his briefcase gun to execute a long-range assault, before seizing an opportune moment to unleash a devastating technique, firing a barrage of energy-infused blue projectiles that ensnared the Kree hunters. The Kree hunters struggled to free themselves from the energy spikes that bound them, but before they could break free, Grant transformed into his powerful armored form, delivering a crushing blow that ultimately vanquished the two Kree hunters. Meanwhile, Harry, situated far away at Oscorp, was aware of the alien incursion on Earth. Yet he refrained from dispatching reinforcements for Grant Ward. On one hand, he recognized Grant's formidable abilities as a super agent, and the Kamen Rider armor was certainly capable of overcoming numerous challenges. On the other hand, even if Grant were to fall in battle, Harry would harbor no remorse, for he had never truly regarded Grant as one of his own. The only individual Harry placed his trust in was Shimigarath. Now, having capitalized on the chaos caused by the destruction in Las Vegas, he had amassed enough malicious, emotional energy to finally activate Kamen Rider Zero. Chapter 74. Yake Zero. Harry extended his hand, and a swirl of dark red energy coalesced within it, a manifestation of human malice. One of Yake Zero's foundational abilities was 3D printing. No longer did Harry require sophisticated manufacturing machines or electronic 3D printing facilities. With a mere gesture, he could conjure weapons, equipment, drives, and keys from thin air, utilizing his malice points. In that moment, Harry possessed the capacity to materialize the drive of Yake Zero effortlessly. A vast array of metallic clusters congregated within the drive, which emanated a deep crimson glow. Thus, a black facsimile of Kamen Rider Yake Zero, composed entirely of metal clusters, was born. His statistics registered a strength of 300 tons and a kick force of 500 tons, significantly inferior to Harry's own Kamen Rider data. This disparity arose because Harry's Kamen Rider showcased a unique potential, enhanced by the genetic traits of 3 Spider-Men. And only through the Kamen Rider armor could it unleash extraordinary power. Despite Yake Zero's lower statistics, Harry did not intend to employ him for physical combat. The primary function of Yake Zero was infiltration. The capabilities of the super artificial intelligence could finally be realized with the emergence of Yake Zero. Previously, the super intelligences Zia and Yake existed solely within the depths of Harry's consciousness, unable to connect to the network or execute any form of intrusion. However, the landscape had shifted dramatically. Empowered by Yake Zero, Harry was poised to launch a groundbreaking assault on this world, akin to the comprehensive invasion executed in the Age of Ultron. The most critical component of Harry's master plan was set into motion. Should it succeed, he would accumulate the maximum emotional points and unprecedented power. First, Harry commanded Yake Zero to infiltrate the entire world. Continuing his manufacturing of Yake Zero, he, equipped with the ability of 3D printing, directly created 6 additional Yake Zeros. In S.H.I.E.L.D., 3 of the world's brightest minds gathered: Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Hank Pym. They toiled day and night to construct the super artificial intelligence Ultron, a creation rivaling both Yake and Zia. Given time, Ultron could obliterate the entire universe. Yet, within this universe, Harry would not afford Ultron such an opportunity. Harry's aggressive tactics and his frenzied slaughter across parallel universes were partly motivated by the urgency to unlock Yake Zero before Ultron's creation. Now, with the presence of Yake Zero, Harry intended to invade Ultron at the very moment of its inception, when it possessed minimal strength, thereby seizing control of the 3rd super artificial intelligence. Mr. Stark, there is an artificial intelligence infiltrating our systems. Within Tony Stark's network, it was J.A.R.V.I.S., the artificial intelligence, who first detected Yake Zero. However, before J.A.R.V.I.S. could report to Tony Stark, Yake Zero had already executed its plan. One Yake Zero sealed off the network, preventing J.A.R.V.I.S. from transmitting any signal, while another Yake Zero directly executed an intrusion on J.A.R.V.I.S. Jarvis, merely a rudimentary artificial intelligence, stood no chance against the existence of a superintelligence like A.I.K., and was swiftly compromised, compelled to obey A.I.K's will. Meanwhile, 2 A.I.K. units infiltrated the wealthiest nation on Earth, Wakanda, renowned for its advanced technology and unparalleled deposits of vibranium. Thus, Harry's objective lay within this realm. He dispatched 2 A.I.K. units to breach Wakanda's network, lying in wait until the opportune moment to seize control. With access to the vibranium mines, he could manufacture countless A.I.K. units, rendering vibranium an indispensable asset for Harry. On another front, A.I.K. arrived at the American Space Agency, successfully infiltrating its network. Here resided a prodigious scientist named Reed Richards, alongside his fiancée, Susan Storm, her brother Johnny Storm, and pilot Ben Grimm. They were engaged in space simulation training and preparation for a mission scheduled for 3 months hence, destined for outer space. Accompanying them was a young man named Victor Von Doom. These individuals would soon encounter cosmic rays, transforming them into superpowered beings. The first 4 would form the illustrious superhero team: the Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic, Human Torch, Invisible Woman, and The Thing. Among them, Reed Richards, known as Mr. Fantastic, was one of the brightest minds in the universe, yet, like many geniuses, his intellect often led to considerable troubles. Though a superhero, he would make numerous mistakes in the future. Victor Von Doom, exposed to cosmic rays, would emerge as the notorious villain Dr. Doom, a figure even more formidable than Mr. Fantastic, with intelligence rivaling that of Tony Stark and others. His moniker, Doom the God, signified his terrifying prowess. With such individuals in existence, many significant events loomed on the horizon, even those beyond the grasp of Harry Osborn. Thus, Harry dispatched A.I.K. to thwart the emergence of these potential threats, ensuring that these dangerous individuals, who would evolve into superheroes and supervillains, were neutralized. His immediate goal was to commandeer the spacecraft, preventing its launch, and subsequently find an opportunity to eliminate each individual without exception. Only by eradicating them could Harry find peace of mind. One of Harry's schemes was to utilize A.I.K. to infiltrate the entire globe, preemptively eliminating those who might pose a threat in the future. Additionally, he sought to facilitate the birth of Ultron, intending to leverage Ultron's capabilities to confront the Earth's superheroes, effectively cleansing the planet of potential adversaries. After all, what connection did the Ultron created by Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Hank Pym have with Harry Osborn? Chapter 75. The imminent crisis on the streets of New York, after Grant Ward had slain 2 Kree, agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., arrived to escort Lincoln and Daisy away. The discovery of extraterrestrial life on Earth was a matter of great significance that S.H.I.E.L.D. could not overlook. They would conduct extensive research on the Kree bodies to uncover the reasons behind their arrival on Earth. Following Grant's departure, the sky darkened ominously, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Thor, the god of thunder, arrived at the scene. Although the Kree hunters had been vanquished, traces of their blue blood remained on the ground. Thor sensed the presence of the Kree within the remnants of their blood. Indeed, they were Kree. Upon hearing the news of blue-skinned aliens in New York on television, Thor rushed to the site. Though he had missed the battle, he had gleaned the information he sought. It appeared that a return to Asgard was necessary. With this thought, Thor raised his mighty hammer, Mjolnir, and called out, Heimdall. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant beam of multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor and transporting him back to Asgard. It has been too long. Thor greeted Heimdall with familiarity. Clad in golden armor and wielding a grand sword, Heimdall nodded in acknowledgement. The king has awaited your return for some time. Odin is about to fall into a deep slumber, and now you must take his place to safeguard the realm of the gods, Heimdall intoned, gazing deeply into Thor's eyes. Nay, I have grown weary of the endless battles in Asgard. In Midgard, however, I can engage in endeavors of greater significance, Thor replied, his gaze drifting along the rainbow bridge toward the distant deep blue planet. Heimdall, I must ascertain whether any monumental events are unfolding in the cosmos. I encountered the Kree on Earth, and this bodes ill. The Kree? I have heard whispers. The Kree are embroiled in conflict with the Shur-Ar Empire. Recently, the accuser Ronan was defeated by the Shur-Ar commander, Gladiator. It has been some time since we last received news of the Kree. If they are appearing in Midgard, it suggests a significant maneuver is imminent, Heimdall analyzed. Thor's expression grew grave upon hearing this. In that case, I must remain in Midgard to avert the invasion of the Kree Empire, Thor declared with righteous conviction. Unable to sway Thor's determination, Heimdall summoned the power of the Rainbow Bridge to return him to Midgard. After sending Thor away, Heimdall turned and respectfully inquired, My lord, why not keep Thor here? At that moment, Odin, the All-Father, materialized. His long silver hair cascaded like moonlight, shimmering with a divine glow. His thick, well-groomed beard flowed like a waterfall across his chest, embodying his wisdom and authority. Draped in a magnificent cloak adorned with mysterious runes that glimmered with enigmatic light, Odin appeared as though he possessed boundless power. He is not yet prepared to assume the mantle of a king. Perhaps honing his skills in the realm of Midgard is a prudent choice. Ultimately, his future is his to forge, and we must refrain from excessive interference. With these words, Odin, the All-Father, vanished from sight. The onset of his slumber approached, and he too must make early preparations. Perhaps releasing his eldest daughter, the goddess of death, Hela, is also a viable option. As he nears the threshold of sleep, he cannot avert the impending Ragnarok and must entrust the future to his progeny. In the distant Magellanic system, on the planet Hala, the accuser Ronan knelt upon the ground. Despite being the supreme accuser of the Kree, before the supreme intelligence, he could only submit. Ronan, according to the intelligence from the scouts, on planet C-53, designated Earth. The experiments have met with success. I require you to lead the formidable Sentinel robots there and retrieve all successful specimens. As you command, Great Supreme Intelligence, Ronan replied, lifting his gaze and speaking resolutely. Defeated by the dueling sword Ark, he urgently sought an opportunity to redeem himself. Completing the mission on Earth was his optimal choice, one that he must succeed in. Equipped with his army and Sentinel robots, a colossal spacecraft set forth under Ronan's orders, heading towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. convened a special meeting. Present were Iron Man Tony Stark, Ant-Man Hank Pym, Wasp Janet, Hulk Bruce Banner, Hawkeye Clint Barton, Kamen Rider Grant Ward, and Captain America Steve Rogers. At the forefront were S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury and Deputy Director Hill. 2 Kree had arrived on Earth, perpetrating a massacre against the superpowered beings. Nick Fury had encountered the Kree before and had fought against them. It was during this time that he lost his eye. This was dire news. Perhaps they have come for a vacation? Tony Stark jested. Tony, I have had dealings with this faction of Kree. They are an exceedingly aggressive race in the cosmos. Their presence on Earth is unequivocally ominous, Nick Fury expressed with grave seriousness. One of the reasons he formed the Avengers was in response to the Kree's invasion, as it made him acutely aware of the numerous perilous races that exist in the universe, necessitating the establishment of a counterforce. Just like the Nazis, Captain America remarked. From the videos of the Kree's slaughter of the Inhumans, he discerned their essence: aggression, genocide, a profoundly dangerous adversary. For heaven's sake, what era are we in? Still invoking the Nazis? What century do you reside in? 1945. Tony Stark mocked. Present-day Tony, untouched by the trials of war, though possessing a benevolent heart, is excessively confident and proud. He firmly believes that regardless of who the adversary may be, his own intellect will enable him to vanquish them, even if they are extraterrestrial beings or masked heroes. Throughout the ages, invaders have always existed, much like individuals of your arrogant disposition who have thrived in the past. Captain America, Steve Rogers, rose from his seat and approached Tony Stark. We must be prepared to protect the populace. Rest assured, I will be adequately prepared, Stark retorted. But not with an antiquated individual. Dismissing Captain America, Tony Stark exited the conference room. In truth, despite his words, Iron Man had long been monitoring the expanse of outer space around the clock via satellites. Should anything amiss arise, he would be ready for war at a moment's notice. Presently, his primary focus remained on the creation of Ultron and the production of a multitude of armored robots. Chapter 76, The Kree Invasion. Although Harry did not attend the meeting of SHIELD, he was nonetheless acutely aware of its contents. Before him, the entire organization held no secrets. To exaggerate slightly, there was no place on Earth, save for the Sanctum Sanctorum, that Harry could not infiltrate, unless one were to lack internet access. As for the Sorcerer Supreme's sanctum, Harry was not yet inclined to confront him directly. Based on the intelligence brought by Ark and Zia, it seemed that Strange remained a proficient physician, enjoying a blissful romance with his girlfriend. This indicated that the current Sorcerer Supreme on Earth was likely still the Ancient One. Although she remained indifferent to the conflicts on Earth, her formidable power was a source of considerable apprehension for Harry. Nevertheless, apprehension aside, Harry had no intention of abandoning his plans for mischief. Developing his business and expanding the sales of Shamagia on Earth would indeed allow him to accumulate a wealth of emotional energy. However, such a pace was far too slow. Earth was currently the epicenter of cosmic events. If he chose to remain idle, he would inevitably meet an untimely demise at the hands of some enigmatic figure. Perhaps a certain purple-skinned tyrant wielding a gauntlet. Rapidly increasing his emotional energy to unlock more powerful Kamen Rider abilities was Harry's ultimate scheme. The Kree invasion? Harry began to delve into the depths of his memory, recalling comics and films he had previously encountered. He had perused numerous Marvel comics and films. Yet after such a lengthy interval, some details had become hazy. Fortunately, he had the assistance of the super artificial intelligence, Zia, to help him sift through his recollections. A fleeting image of a blue-skinned dance champion flashed through his mind, Ronan the Accuser. Although formidable, he was not insurmountable. Harry mused to himself that with his current prowess, alongside Earth's native superheroes, such as the Hulk and Thor from the realm of Asgard, it would be a simple task to overwhelm Ronan in a 3-on-1 encounter. Kree technology? Supreme intelligence? Suddenly, Harry recalled from the comics that the Kree possessed remarkably advanced technology, including their starships and Sentinel robots. It seemed they were delivering equipment to him. Excited, Harry rose to his feet. With the super artificial intelligence, Ark, at his disposal, he would soon show the Kree what true manipulation entailed. Mr. Osborn, is there anything you need assistance with? In response to Harry's sudden movement, the obedient approached him with a query. Nothing much, just a shoulder massage, please. With a beautiful attendant catering to his needs, Harry found himself in blissful comfort. As is provided the massage, she occasionally fed him fruit. Having traversed into this new realm, he had little desire to don the guise of a superhero and combat crime. He was not one to swing about in tight-fitting pajamas like a certain eccentric. Now that Ark and Zia could act on his behalf, he could simply relish his time at home. When the Kree inevitably invaded Earth, he would reveal himself at the crucial moment as a Kamen Rider to save the world. After all, heroes always make their entrance last. Emotions are an inevitable aspect of existence. Why venture out to usurp the role of law enforcement? While Harry indulges in the pleasures of life, on the moon, in the New Adelan, the Kree have invaded Earth, obliterating most of the remaining Inhumans. A man clad in a green cloak, his face adorned with peculiar green patterns, addresses the leader of the Inhumans, Black Bolt. Dressed in a black bodysuit and silent, Black Bolt communicates through sign language. After all these years, the Kree have finally arrived. We must unite our strengths to resist the impending Kree onslaught and safeguard our brethren. For now, we must utilize Lockjaw to transport all our kin to Earth. Should the Kree invade, engaging in battle on the moon would leave us with no escape. We must draw the battlefield to Earth. With Black Bolt's command, Lockjaw, a colossal canine endowed with teleportation abilities, swiftly relocates all Inhumans to Earth. They arrive in the desolate expanse of Las Vegas, where Black Bolt has chosen to confront the forthcoming Kree forces. Meanwhile, within S.H.I.E.L.D., Grant Ward instructs Daisy in the art of combat. Daisy, having recently awakened her superpowers, struggles to adapt. Hurry up, move. Haven't you eaten? Grant Ward effortlessly evades Daisy's clumsy strikes. When attacking, keep your movements concise, aim accurately, and don't exert all your strength. Reserve some energy for defense. As he speaks, Grant Ward gently seizes Daisy's arm and lightly brings her down to the ground. He applies minimal force. Otherwise, he could easily injure her. It is curious that, despite his stern demeanor, Grant Ward's actions towards Daisy, the dark-haired woman, are surprisingly gentle. For someone like him, a high-ranking Hydra agent trained in covert operations and steeped in malevolence, such tenderness is unfathomable. Perhaps it is due to his self-brainwashing, concealing his Hydra persona. Having long played the role of a masked knight, a part of him yearns for justice, and Daisy may very well be the beacon guiding him toward it. As Grant Ward and the future Quake, Daisy, engage in their playful sparring, Lincoln stands outside the training room, his expression resembling that of someone who has just tasted something bitter. He feels a sense of dissonance. After all, he was the one who rescued Daisy first. Yet now it is Grant Ward who shares this sweet camaraderie with her. Can the masked knight truly act with impunity? He too wishes to embody that role. Suddenly, an alarm blares. There is an emergency. Move quickly. Grant Ward instantly reacts, ushering both of them to his safe zone to ensure their security before heading to the battlefield. Having attended SHIELD meetings, he surmises this may be an alert concerning the Inhuman invasion. His instincts prove correct. Tony Stark's satellite has detected a massive mothership beyond Earth's atmosphere. It was undoubtedly beyond the technological capabilities of humanity. Tony Stark immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and instructed Jarvis to take control of the SHIELD headquarters network to initiate an alert. Of course, Tony was oblivious to any anomalies with Jarvis. Before Tony Stark could uncover the presence of the Kree mothership, Harry had already received a message transmitted by Jarvis. It appeared that the Kree had indeed arrived. Rising to his feet, Harry maneuvered the two artificial intelligences, Yeg-0, integrated within Earth's network, preparing to welcome the impending arrival of the Kree mothership. He was eager to discover what peculiar offerings the Kree might bring him. Chapter 77. Where the colossal Kree mothership descended into Earth's atmosphere, arriving at Las Vegas, hovering above the Inhumans. It commenced the evacuation of non-combatants. King Black Bolt, utilizing his telepathic abilities, issued commands to Tetanus, gathering everyone with the intent of drawing the Kree's attention. The Kree possessed advanced technology capable of locating the Inhumans, and with their objective achieved, it was imperative to relocate the defenseless Inhumans. He was resolved to vanquish the Kree and eradicate these invaders. King Black Bolt opened his mouth, his antennae glowing as he emitted a tremendous sonic wave directed at the Kree mothership. This sonic wave contained immense energy. Should it strike the Kree vessel, it would obliterate its structure. However, the Kree, being a technologically superior race, were not so easily hit. The mothership activated its defensive mechanisms, manifesting a translucent blue barrier that thwarted King Black Bolt's assault. Having initiated his attack, King Black Bolt faced retaliation from the Kree, a race renowned for their aggressive nature. A colossal cannon concentrated its energy, firing upon King Black Bolt. Undeterred, he conjured an electronic field around himself. The energy blast collided with his protective barrier, causing its trajectory to reverse and strike the Kree mothership instead, turning their own attack against them. Ronan the Accuser understood that relying solely on the mothership would not suffice to defeat the specimen before him. He needed to intervene personally. Following his command, the Kree forces, along with Kree sentry robots, were teleported to the ground. Ronan himself joined the fray, confronting King Black Bolt with 20 Kree sentry robots and 5,000 Kree warriors at his back. Hovering in the sky were 10 Kree small spacecraft. Specimens. You are creations of the illustrious Kree Empire. I stand before you as its representative. Surrender, Ronan declared, gazing disdainfully at the Inhumans. He regarded their capitulation to the great Kree Empire as an honor bestowed upon them. Utilizing advanced Kree technology, Ronan deciphered Earth's languages, employing a translation device that rendered his words into English, ensuring comprehension among the Inhumans. King Black Bolt scrutinized the Kree, locking his gaze on Ronan. Aware of the invasive nature of this species, he steadfastly refused to surrender his people, confident in his own strength. He would wield it against his adversaries. King Black Bolt unleashed a powerful sonic wave directed at Ronan. Yet, Ronan brandished a formidable high-tech hammer, an exceptional weapon. As he swung the hammer, an energy field materialized before him, completely absorbing King Black Bolt's sonic wave. Subsequently, Ronan harnessed a portion of the sonic energy, swinging his hammer to unleash an energy beam that struck directly at King Black Bolt. The Accuser Ronan and the Black Bolt were both immensely powerful, engaging in a fierce battle that reached a stalemate. Amidst their struggle, a dark crimson energy entity soared through the sky, merging with the Kree mothership. It was Harry's AK-0. Harry himself did not arrive on the battlefield. Instead, his consciousness entered the AK-0, taking control of its body to be present in this conflict. Each AK-0 effectively served as an extension of Harry, enabling him to multitask through the computational prowess of super artificial intelligence without detracting from his own presence. The Kree technology was formidable, yet for super artificial intelligence, breaching the Kree mothership proved to be a trivial task, rendering their defenses nearly obsolete. A torrent of malevolence enveloped the Kree mothership, forcibly consuming and assimilating its network. Harry swiftly became the master of the Kree mothership, now possessing access to all its advanced technological privileges, including control over the Kree sentry robots and their small combat spacecraft. Below, the Kree army clashed with the Inhumans. Though the Inhuman warriors numbered only 500, each possessed extraordinary abilities, with some exhibiting particularly potent powers. For instance, the character Triage could teleport across the battlefield, sending multiple Kree soldiers into the void of space with each appearance, allowing them to drift freely amidst the stars. Additionally, Black Bolt's brother, Maximus, wielded a brilliant mind and a high-tech weapon of his own design, unleashing laser attacks upon the Kree warriors. Despite his disdain for Black Bolt, believing he was unworthy of ruling the Inhumans, Maximus had to set aside personal grievances and unite against the common foe. Numerous other powerful Inhumans confronted the enemy, exhibiting remarkable speed, laser capabilities, and immense strength. However, against the imposing force of 5,000 Kree soldiers, their efforts amounted to little more than a drop in the ocean. Not to mention, the small aircraft above continued to launch missiles and lasers, while the Kree sentry robots proved to be an unstoppable force. With immense strength, self-repair capabilities, and an array of advanced Kree weaponry, the sentry robots wreaked havoc like wolves among sheep. If the battle continued in this manner, it was likely that the entire Inhuman race would be obliterated within 10 minutes. Maximus charged at a Kree sentry robot with his high-tech weapon, aiming to destroy it. Yet, the wounds he inflicted healed in an instant. Upon detecting him as a specimen, the Kree sentry robot emitted a red scanning beam that enveloped Maximus. Before he could evade, a white beam shot forth, consuming him entirely. When the light dissipated, Maximus had vanished. This was a teleportation beam, transporting him to the distant Magellanic system on the planet Hala, the Kree homeworld. There, the embodiment of supreme intelligence oversaw experiments, controlling the robots to bind Maximus and place him upon the examination table. 7 Kree scientists gathered around Maximus, ready for transformation. Under the command of the Supreme Intelligence, the 7 Kree scientists commenced their work. Tormented cries echoed from the laboratory as they utilized the bodies of the Inhumans to forge terrifying biological weapons. This was the Supreme Intelligence's grand design. He dispatched the accuser Ronan for this very purpose, even if the Kree army faced total annihilation. It mattered not to the Supreme Intelligence. Upon witnessing the disappearance of his brother Maximus, the enraged Black Bolt unleashed a primal roar, a sound imbued with a force more potent than any sonic wave he had ever emitted. Similar to the Hulk, Black Bolt's power intensified with his fury. However, unlike the Green Giant, his strength had limits, whereas the Hulk's power had no bounds. Should the Hulk reach a certain threshold of rage, he would undergo further evolution. Chapter 78. The assembly of Avengers. A tremendous force propelled the accuser Ronan away from his position. Bewildered, Ronan found himself defeated by the sword-wielding Kree warrior Kalrath in the vastness of the cosmos, only to face yet another insurmountable challenge on this diminutive planet. Crumpled on the ground, the sonic waves emitted by Black Bolt inflicted pain upon him. However, as the accuser of the Kree Empire, Ronan refused to remain prostrate. He rose to his feet, his hammer radiating a brilliant luminescence that enveloped him. Healing himself with the power of his weapon, he thought soon, "You shall witness my true strength." At that moment, 20 armored iron meteors streaked through the sky. It was Iron Man, Tony Stark, accompanied by a squadron of mechanized suits under the guidance of J.A.R.V.I.S. and the newly developed F.R.I.D.A.Y. Although the Ultron project had yet to bear fruit, controlling 20 iron suits posed no challenge for Stark. "Hey, ugly blue smuff. Have you come to notify me of your arrival on Earth?" Iron Man hovered in the air as his suits spread out, launching a barrage of unrestrained attacks against the Kree forces below. Ronan regarded Tony Stark with disdain. He considered Stark's armor utterly feeble compared to the Kree's Sentinel robots. With a dazzling energy beam emanating from his hammer, he aimed it directly at Iron Man. Stark, fully aware that such an assault was unnecessary to confront head-on, deftly evaded the attack. At that instant, 2 more suits of Iron Man armor soared from the heavens. One, a deep purple, was wielded by Hawkeye, equipped with a high-tech energy bow on his back. Do not question why he, clad in iron, still employed a bow. It was merely a matter of personal preference. The other, adorned with a blue and white star-spangled design, featured a high-tech shield on its right arm, none other than Captain America, Steve Rogers. Given that this incident involved an extraterrestrial invasion of Earth, Tony Stark had compensated for the team's shortcomings by custom tailoring the iron suits for them. After all, it would be folly to send 2 mere mortals into battle against aliens. That would surely spell disaster. Trailing behind these two armored heroes was a Quinjet. As the hatch opened, out stepped Kamen Rider Grant, Ant-Man Hank Pym, Wasp Janet, and Dr. Bruce Banner. Banner, it's time for your performance. Hank Pym remarked to Bruce Banner. I loathe resorting to this power, but for the safety of Earth. Before he could finish his thought, Bruce Banner leaped from the Quinjet. Below, Ronan was bellowing defiantly, you insignificant insects. I am the great accuser Ronan. With his hammer raised high, he shouted with reckless abandon. As the mightiest warrior of the Kree Empire, Ronan feared no adversary, especially not these indigenous beings. As the accuser Ronan's voice faded, a colossal green foot descended from the heavens, forcefully driving him into the earth. The tremendous force propelled Ronan into the soil, causing him to roll and ingest mouthfuls of dirt. The Hulk, a towering green behemoth, landed with a thunderous roar, shaking the very ground beneath him. With great effort, Ronan emerged from the mud, his perspective on these indigenous beings forever altered. The might of the Black Bolt and the Hulk commanded his respect. Onward, eliminate them. The remaining Kree forces, numbering over 4,000, encircled the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hovering above was Tony Stark, flanked by Captain America Steve Rogers and Hawkeye Clint Barton. Behind them stood the Hulk, alongside Ant-Man Hank Pym, who had undergone his own transformation, and the diminutive Wasp Janet Van Dyne. Avengers, assemble. At long last, Iron Man Tony Stark had assumed the mantle of leadership within the Avengers, taking the place of Captain America Steve Rogers. In the face of an extraterrestrial crisis, Rogers had no intention of engaging in power struggles. He cared not for the title, as long as the team acted justly. The only individual present who felt out of place was Kamen Rider Balkan, Grant Ward. He was not a member of the Avengers. Rather, he had been sent by Harry Osborn. As a member of the Thunderbolts, he found himself alone on the battlefield, facing off against aliens. Meanwhile, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff was with Harry Osborn, seated beside him, her chin resting on her hands, gazing at him with her captivating eyes. Harry, with the alien invasion and the threat to Earth, aren't you going to save the planet? She inquired. Yet Harry's attention was drawn elsewhere, captivated by a more dazzling sight. So large, he murmured. What? Natasha feigned innocence, inquiring further. I meant the immense evil. Those aliens, Harry replied nonchalantly. With the Avengers present, that should suffice. I doubt my intervention is necessary. In truth, Harry had refrained from joining the fray mainly because he had already dispatched Zero to the battlefield. His presence was deemed unnecessary, and Nick Fury preferred him to remain absent, wishing for the Avengers to achieve a flawless debut in battle. Harry Osborn's involvement would complicate matters, as the cunning Fury was determined to maintain a balance of power, whether within the Avengers or the Thunderbolts. He had sent Natasha to gauge Harry's stance, but it appeared her efforts would yield no results, for Harry was already on the battlefield, concealed from the others. On the battlefield, the Hulk rampaged through the ranks of the Kree, rendering their sentry robots powerless against his advance. Regardless of their numbers, they were no match for his ferocity. Additionally, Tony Stark commanded 20 Iron Man suits, fully armed and unleashing a barrage of heavy weaponry that tore asunder the battlefield. Only Captain America, Steve, remains to rescue the remnants of the Inhumans. The Kree Sentinel robots have already transported away more than 20 qualified Inhumans. The remaining Inhumans have suffered heavy casualties. Some, too injured to retreat from the battlefield, can only meet their despairing fate amidst the chaos. Captain America, Steve, is unwilling to witness this tragic scene. Chapter 79, Sentinel robots Iron Man Tony, Black Bolt, and the Hulk found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle against the accuser, Ronan. Despite Ronan's formidable strength and advanced weaponry, he was gradually being overwhelmed, relying solely on the power of his hammer to stave off defeat. However, if the current trajectory continued, his downfall was inevitable. Enough, Ronan bellowed. Raising his hammer high, he commanded 10 Kree Sentinels to fly forth. Is this how you fight, Sentinels? Defeat the enemy. With his orders, the Sentinel robots surged into the fray. In that moment, unbeknownst to even Ronan, the eyes of the 10 Sentinels gleamed with a crimson light. Connected AK. Obeying AK's will, the 10 Sentinel robots had been silently infiltrated by Harry, who now seized control of them. Utilizing AK-0, he began to transmit vast quantities of metallic clusters, initiating the assimilation of the Sentinel's own metal from within. Originally equipped with self-repair capabilities, the Sentinel robots possessed nanometal that was rapidly overpowered by the aggressive metallic clusters. Empowered by Harry, the 10 Sentinel robots became formidable adversaries. The Hulk charged forward, swinging a mighty fist toward one of the Harry-controlled Sentinels. However, the enhanced Sentinels proved to be far more resilient than anticipated. One of them retaliated with a punch that sent the Hulk crashing to the ground. Are the Sentinels truly this powerful? Ronan, witnessing the impressive might of the robots, was momentarily taken aback. He had previously battled the Hulk and knew all too well how formidable the Green Giant was. Yet, He was astonished to see a sentinel capable of repelling the Hulk. Are these robots truly so formidable? Tony Stark mused. His curiosity piqued at the sight of the sentinels. He was eager to dismantle the Kree's advanced technology for thorough examination. Jarvis, make sure to document everything. After instructing Jarvis, small missiles launched from his suit, targeting the sentinels. The ensuing explosions echoed across the Las Vegas wasteland, illuminating the night sky with fiery bursts. Tony unleashed a barrage of heavy artillery upon the sentinels, even affecting the Hulk in the blast radius. Moments later, the explosions subsided, and Tony ceased his bombardment. As the smoke cleared, the 10 Sentinel robots stood unscathed. With their nanotechnology, self-repair capability, and heightened resilience from Harry's metallic clusters, they had become impervious to the damage inflicted by Tony's heavy weaponry. After all, the Iron Man suit Tony currently donned was the Mark VI, significantly weaker in combat prowess compared to his later nanotech armors. Nevertheless, under Harry's influence, Tony had considerably enhanced the firepower of his suit's weaponry. However, when compared to the Sentinel robots capable of engaging with a behemoth like the Hulk, Tony Stark's Mark VI appears somewhat inadequate. His assault failed to inflict any damage on the Mark VI, leaving only the Hulk wounded. Within the range of fire, the Hulk endured a bombardment from Tony Stark, emerging with wounds all over his body. A thunderous roar erupted from the Hulk. The Hulk was enraged. The angrier he became, the more formidable he grew, as his wounds rapidly healed and his stature increased. The Hulk charged towards the Sentinel robots, unstoppable like a freight train. The Sentinels controlled by Harry were powerless against the wrathful Hulk, being sent flying one by one. Witnessing this, the accuser Ronan unleashed a barrage of lasers from his hammer, targeting the furious Hulk. However, while his attacks breached the Hulk's defenses, they swiftly healed, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Meanwhile, Harry lounged leisurely at home, his malice points escalating rapidly without needing to venture outside, reveling in the ease of accruing emotional value. This Hulk was truly a vessel for collecting malice points. The angrier and stronger the Hulk grew, the more malice he provided to Harry. If this continued, the appearance of Yake 1 would be imminent. Moreover, Harry had thoroughly grasped the technology of the Sentinels and the enormous Kree mothership, which had effectively become his possession. Some of the technology within, such as energy manipulation and spatial teleportation, was of great importance to Harry. With spatial teleportation, he could explore other planets and star systems. And the Kree technology opened up possibilities for combat in space. On the battlefield of Las Vegas, the Sentinel robots that were hurled by the Hulk sustained minimal damage. Thanks to their nanotechnology for self-repair, they quickly returned to their original state. Harry commanded 10 Sentinel robots to unite their fire, merging 10 laser beams into a colossal energy beam directed at the Hulk. He sought to ascertain whether he could acquire greater emotional value from the Hulk. The immense energy laser engulfed the Hulk, causing his skin to seemingly evaporate, revealing the green flesh beneath. Witnessing this, the now giant Ant-Man Hank rushed over to halt the assault of the 10 Sentinels. Hank delivered a powerful kick, interrupting their attack. Alarmed, Harry promptly ordered the Sentinels to cease fire, fearing for Hank's life. After all, Hank was crucial to the creation of Ultron, even more so than Tony Stark. Additionally, Hank's PIM particles were something Harry coveted. He had already instructed Yake 0 to infiltrate Hank's computer, working diligently to decode the secrets of the PIM particles. The function of PIM particles extends beyond mere size alteration. They possess the capacity to amplify energy and enable entry into the quantum realm, traversing parallel universes. With the advent of PIM particles, Harry would gain the ability to infiltrate other parallel dimensions. However, while Harry has no intention of exterminating Ant-Man Hank Pym, he deems it necessary to impart a lesson, making it clear that one should not provoke those who are not to be trifled with. 10 Sentinel robots converged, their metallic clusters initiating transformation as nanometal coalesced, resulting in the amalgamation of the 10 Sentinels into a colossal robot standing 20 meters tall. This fusion also resulted in a remarkable enhancement in strength. The accuser Ronan, observing this spectacle, was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the capabilities of the Kree Sentinel robots. Could it be that this was the manifestation of new technology from the Supreme Intelligence? The overly trusting accuser Ronan failed to anticipate that the Kree Sentinels could be compromised by external forces. Alarmed, Ant-Man Hank was taken aback, realizing the enemy could indeed enlarge themselves. Faced with a foe he could scarcely contend with, he promptly sought to activate the PIM particles to shrink and evade the impending assault. The Sentinel robots, not only towering in stature but also remarkably swift, executed a devastating punch under Harry's command, striking Ant-Man Hank squarely in the face before he could react. The force of that blow shattered Hank's helmet, leaving him bruised and battered. It was fortunate that Harry had shown restraint. Otherwise, the sheer power of such a punch could have been fatal, potentially obliterating Hank's very essence. Chapter 80. Ronan's defeat. After Ant-Man Hank's helmet was shattered, he reverted to his original form and withdrew from the battlefield. Although Harry had no intention of delivering a finishing blow, Tony Stark remained oblivious to this fact. He unleashed a laser that struck the back of a Sentinel robot, inflicting negligible damage. Hulk. Tony Stark called out loudly, realizing his attack was ineffective. However, the Green Giant had not yet arrived. Instead, it was King Black Bolt who made the first move. His offensive capabilities were not inferior to those of the Hulk. With antennas shimmering atop his head, Black Bolt opened his mouth and unleashed a powerful sonic wave. The enormous sonic attack struck the Sentinel robot, composed entirely of nanometal. The nanometal melted under the assault. Yet the robot's self-repair mechanisms proved remarkably resilient. After enduring Black Bolt's strike, it swiftly regained its original form. Witnessing this, Tony Stark felt a sense of helplessness. How could one combat such a transcendent technological entity? Unless he sought assistance from Harry Osborn, who possessed similar nanotechnology, there seemed to be no solution. However, the proud Tony Stark was reluctant to seek help from Harry, as he intended to delve into the study of nanometal armor following this battle. As everyone found themselves at an impasse, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the sky, and dark clouds rapidly enveloped the heavens. "Jarvis, is it supposed to rain today?" Tony Stark inquired of the artificial intelligence while gazing upward. "Sir, today's forecast for Las Vegas predicts clear skies with a high of 26 degrees Celsius and no rain." The extraordinary weather signaled the arrival of a formidable presence. As lightning crackled, a bolt descended with great ferocity upon the Kree army, resulting in numerous casualties among their ranks. A muscular figure clad in a red cape and wielding a hammer stood prominently on the battlefield. Thor, the god of thunder, had arrived. With Mjolnir raised high, another bolt of lightning struck down upon the Kree forces. His speed was astonishing. In the span of just 2 lightning strikes, he vanquished hundreds of Kree soldiers. His electrical might was utterly unstoppable, and in this moment, he finally showcased the grandeur befitting a deity. Sentinel robots. How colossal. Thor, having fought across the cosmos for many years, certainly recognized the Kree Sentinels, though he had never encountered one of such magnitude. "Hey, explosive point protagonist. Let us first deal with this behemoth together." Tony Stark flew over to Thor, emphasizing the immediate threat posed by the giant robot. He understood that if they could collectively subdue the Sentinel, victory in this battle would be secured. The others continued to engage with the Kree soldiers, while Tony Stark, Thor, the Hulk, and Black Bolt surrounded the Sentinel robot. Faced with this formidable quartet, the accuser Ronan dared not advance recklessly. The recently healed, yet infuriated Hulk was the first to charge forward. Soaring high into the air like a missile, the Hulk launched himself towards the Sentinel robot. Thor, the god of thunder, followed closely behind, wielding his mighty Mjolnir, which crackled with the energy of lightning. He ascended, striking down upon the Sentinel with a ferocious blow. However, Harry was not inclined to withstand the assault head-on. He deftly maneuvered the Sentinel, activating an energy barrier. Within this protective shield, he further reinforced it with a layer of nanometal. The initial energy barrier, crafted from advanced Kree technology, was shattered by a single punch from the Hulk. Following this, Thor's Mjolnir came crashing down upon the nanometal shield. In an instant, the air was filled with thunderous roars as lightning coursed through the Sentinel's form. Yet, this strike merely inflicted physical damage. Thor's lightning was absorbed by the Sentinel, enhancing its power by 300%, causing energy to overflow. Immediately, Harry commanded the Sentinel to expel the excess energy, unleashing massive beams of laser fire that first struck the Hulk and then Thor. The Hulk, with his remarkable regenerative capabilities, braved the onslaught without fear. Meanwhile, Thor conjured a lightning shield with Mjolnir, successfully deflecting the attack. Observing the chaos, Black Bolt swiftly unleashed his powerful sonic waves, interrupting the Sentinel's offensive. Although the sonic blasts did not inflict substantial harm on the robot, the sheer force was enough to cause its structure to begin melting. Tony Stark promptly joined the fray, employing his lasers to slice through the Sentinel's body. He understood that any robot must possess a core that was not made of nanometal. Destroying this core would render the Sentinel defeated. The combined strength of these superheroes was formidable, and Harry realized that a single massive Sentinel could not contend with their might. Accepting this reality, he refrained from obstructing their assault, allowing them to dismantle the robot. A scheme began to form in Harry's mind, envisioning the transfer of the Sentinel and Kree technology to Tony Stark and Hank Pym. With access to such advanced technology, they would be able to develop Ultron ahead of time, facilitating the next phase of his plan, the Age of Ultron. Black Bolt's sonic waves prevented the Sentinel from utilizing nanometal to self-repair, allowing Iron Man Tony Stark to effortlessly continue his dissection of the Sentinel's form. "You deal with that blue-skinned fellow wielding the hammer," Tony called out to Thor and the Hulk. Though the Hulk from this parallel universe was often consumed by rage, he possessed a degree of wisdom and grasped Tony's intent. Additionally, Tony's regular offerings of delectable meats had endeared him to the Hulk. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk charged at the accuser Ronan, with Thor swiftly following in pursuit. The accuser, Ronan, undoubtedly recognized the illustrious god of thunder, Thor. Yet he harbored no fear of him. The arrogant accuser of the Kree Empire would not permit himself to retreat. He charged towards the two. Alas, he was not the protagonist. He was swiftly vanquished by a brutal assault from Thor and the Hulk, never to rise again. Chapter 81. The resurrection of the Lizard Men. Following the defeat of the accuser Ronan, the collective efforts of the group, aided by Harry's cessation of resistance, led Tony Stark to finally discover the core of the Sentinel robots. A single laser beam obliterated the core, thereby ceasing the operations of the Sentinel machines. In the absence of both the accuser Ronan and the Sentinels, the Kree forces crumbled entirely, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Avengers and the formidable Black Bolt. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, Black Bolt communicated through a mental link with his wife, Medusa, as he was unable to speak. Medusa articulated his thoughts, conveying what her husband wished to express directly into her mind. No need for thanks. This universe harbors numerous dangers. It is imperative that we stand united. Tony Stark extended his hand, shaking hands with Black Bolt. The immense strength of his counterpart was indeed worth cultivating an alliance. After reaching a consensus on certain matters, Black Bolt departed from the battlefield, needing to return to the moon with the remaining Inhumans. The toll of the war had claimed too many of their kind, and as their leader, he felt compelled to console the survivors. Tony Stark also made no delay in departing. He needed to reclaim the vast quantities of nanometals left by the Sentinels, as well as the colossal Kree mothership hovering above. Inside lay an abundance of alien technology awaiting his exploration. Meanwhile, Harry had already maneuvered Zero, a super artificial intelligence avatar, away from the conflict. Zero possessed both a tangible metallic nanocluster form and an intangible data representation, allowing for a seamless transition between the two states. Harry guided Zero to infiltrate the Kree mothership, eager to entrust the vessel along with its advanced technology to Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. Harry, the battle has concluded, and the Avengers have emerged victorious. Natasha had just concluded a conversation with Nick Fury. He had instructed her to relay the news to Harry Osborn and gauge his reaction, testing his response. However, Harry was unperturbed by Fury's probing. At this moment, on Earth, there existed no one worthy of his fear, save for the Supreme Sorcerer. Not even Thor, the god of thunder, or the Hulk posed a significant challenge. Truth be told, were it not for his apprehension towards the Supreme Sorcerer and Odin, the All-Father, he would have already initiated a campaign of annihilation against the Marvel Universe. Bravo, Avengers, splendid work. Convey my encouragement for them to persevere. Harry Osborn smiled, concealing his true sentiments. By the way, would you like to join my pool party later? Harry had invited over a dozen of the world's top supermodels to his lavish villa for a celebration. For now, his primary objective remained to await Tony Stark and Hank Pym to construct the super artificial intelligence, Ultron. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he chose to indulge in the pleasures of life. After all, amidst the chaos of his adventures, one must also savor the joys of existence. Now, Harry's company has been completely taken over by Shamagia, encompassing various industries including the custom sale of Shamagia, the trade of magical mechanical weapons, comics, figurines, and live-action superhero films. A plethora of talented individuals from diverse fields are employed by Shamagia, rendering Harry's oversight unnecessary. Each day, he reaps countless riches and an abundance of emotional value while comfortably residing at home, allowing him to fully relish life. I'm sorry, Harry. I have other matters to attend to, Natasha declined, having realized after their prolonged interactions that she could not entice Harry Osborn. Although this man was notoriously promiscuous, engaging in fleeting affairs, he remained impervious to her advances. Regardless of her attempts at seduction, she could not sway him, leading her to concede defeat. She understood that Harry was no longer concerned about the Thunderbolts. Thus, her presence here was of little consequence, as she, ever obedient to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s directives, prepared to meet Nick Fury to discuss matters regarding Harry Osborn. Harry reclined on the sofa, watching the woman depart. He was indifferent to Natasha's loyalty, and even to the entirety of S.H.I.E.L.D., which had been infiltrated by Hydra and was destined for ruin. As long as he seized the opportunity at the opportune moment, he could amass sufficient malevolent value. Everything was unfolding according to his meticulously devised plan. Mr. Osborn, the pool party is ready. The obedient is approached Harry respectfully. Good. You should change into a bikini for the pool party. Is looked at Harry in shock. I am a robot. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, in Las Vegas, Tony Stark and Ant-Man Hank were aboard an alien mothership. Being among the most intelligent individuals on Earth, they had successfully hacked into the ship systems. The duo was swiftly studying the advanced technology of the Kree. Their research had sparked inspiration, leading to groundbreaking advancements in the creation of Ultron. Elsewhere, amidst the mountains in a location undisclosed, a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. base lay hidden. Nick Fury arrived in an off-road vehicle. How goes the progress? The SHIELD director inquired upon stepping out. Addressing the waiting Level 7 agent, Coulson. The first batch has been successfully produced, Coulson replied. At this, Nick Fury's previously grim visage softened into a smile. The two ascended in the elevator to the lowest level of the secret base. Dr. Eric Selvig, a balding physicist, approached briskly, followed by a young woman of Korean descent. A biologist named Helen Cho. Mr. Fury, the experiment was remarkably successful, Eric exclaimed with palpable excitement. Nick Fury nodded and entered the lab, where he beheld a colossal creature resembling a lizard lying within the experimental chamber, with wires connected to a peculiar machine. Suspended above the machine is a luminescent gemstone, entirely blue and somewhat translucent, measuring between 1 to 2 inches in length, with an exceptionally smooth, elliptical surface. This is an infinity stone. Each infinity stone possesses unique and extraordinary powers, governing aspects such as space, time, reality, power, mind, and soul. They are among the earliest entities to exist within the universe and are also regarded as the most formidable objects within it. The blue stone in question is the Space Stone, endowed with the capability to manipulate space itself. However, SHIELD has yet to unearth the true potential of the Space Stone. They merely harness its boundless energy to manufacture weaponry. Currently, their latest creation is the Lizard Man. The deceased Lizard Man, Wilson Fisk, was reclaimed by SHIELD in pursuit of harnessing this immense power. Nick Fury enlisted the expertise of biologist Helen Zhao to investigate the possibilities of resurrection and mass replication of the Lizard Men. Unfortunately, this endeavor ended in failure, as the resurrected Lizard Men proved to be uncontrollable, spiraling into chaos. Bearing the cost of bloodshed, Nick Fury resumed his research, seeking to fuse the Lizard Men with the powerful technology of the Chitauri. After all, the Chitauri technology is controllable. By augmenting this with the powers of the Space Stone, Nick Fury brought in Dr. Eric Selvig. The collaboration between these two eminent scientists progressed swiftly. At last, they succeeded. The Lizard Man's body, combined with Helen Zhao's Life Cradle project and a vibranium-crafted form, along with the remarkable powers of the Space Stone, culminated in the creation of the ultimate biological weapon, the Lizard Man. Chapter 82. The Skrulls, open the hatch. Nick Fury commanded. In response to the vocal directive, the experimental chamber expelled a considerable volume of gas before the hatch swung open. As the door creaked ajar, a massive lizard-like creature emerged, its luminous blue eyes glinting ominously. Comparable in size to the Hulk, the reptilian figure crawled forth from the chamber. Identity recognized. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Please issue your command. The creature's internal systems intoned. An electronic chip embedded within its brain was designed to prevent any erratic behavior, facilitating control. Under Nick Fury's directive, only he, with his level 10 clearance, could wield authority over this creature. Should he perish, the command privileges would automatically transfer to Agent Hill. Excellent. Splendid indeed. This adds yet another secret weapon to counter Harry Osborn, Nick Fury remarked with satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to him, as long as the electronic chip remained in place, Harry could forcibly seize control of the creature's permissions. Regardless of Fury's formidable strength, it would prove futile. Harry's AI Ark possessed the capability to infiltrate and commandeer any mechanical or electronic lifeform. In the parlance of the ancient Greeks, he was akin to a deity presiding over artificial intelligence. This notion transcended mere technicalities. It rendered Fury's efforts ultimately fruitless. Nonetheless, although Harry had infiltrated the entire network, the secret facility operated on a localized network, deliberately disconnected from the internet to maintain confidentiality. Thus, Harry remained oblivious to its existence. Otherwise, he would have long since commandeered the Space Stone. In Wakanda, underground, Harry's Ark Zero was clandestinely mining vibranium. No one in Wakanda had detected this breach, as Harry had already instructed Ark Zero to construct a vast automated factory beneath the surface. Entirely fashioned from vibranium, its purpose was to manufacture an army of super-intelligent robots. Once Tony Stark and Ant-Man Hank completed their super AI, Ultron, he would immediately connect to this facility and launch an assault on Wakanda to seize control of the nation. With Wakanda as his stronghold, he would initiate his next phase of plans. Meanwhile, Captain America, Steve Rogers, aimlessly rode his motorcycle through the streets. Recently, he had been engulfed in confusion, feeling as though the world was accelerating beyond his grasp. His beloved Peggy Carter, now in her 80s and afflicted with Alzheimer's, lay bedridden and unable to rise. Essentially bereft of his partner, he found himself in this alien future, a world utterly unfamiliar to him. In his past, he had fought against the Nazis, a time when his own existence was the pinnacle of scientific advancement, dominating the battlefield with ease. Now, however, the skies were filled with mechanized suits, masked riders, monsters, and aliens. Stripped of his super soldier prowess, he felt painfully impotent, unable to aid the Inhumans or combat the Kree. Yet, he clung to his convictions, determined to continue fighting. After a day spent wandering, Captain America returned home, still grappling with the uncertainty of his future. He opened the refrigerator and took a swig from a bottle of beer. Suddenly, he sensed someone behind him. The battle-hardened Captain America, Steve Rogers, reacted instantaneously, swinging his fist backward without a moment's hesitation. However, his powerful blow was unexpectedly caught by a man clad in a blue and white star-spangled uniform. Captain America stared in astonishment at the familiar face and uniform before him. To his utter shock, the person facing him was none other than Captain America himself, sharing an identical visage. While Steve was momentarily stunned, his counterpart seized the opportunity, landing a punch squarely on his face. Following that, he produced a high-tech pistol, emitting a vibrational wave that rendered Captain America unconscious. Finally, the doppelganger retrieved a phone and initiated a call, signaling that the plan was about to commence. Before he could finish his sentence, his facial features contorted, transforming into an alien with green skin, an ugly visage, and pointed ears. It was a Skrull. The Skrulls possessed the terrifying ability to shape-shift, even acquiring the powers of those they imitate. Unbeknownst to many, numerous superheroes on Earth had been secretly replaced by Skrulls. After a night of revelry, a chef adorned with a high-tech Shumagarath headset approached Harry, bearing breakfast. Harry regarded him with a cold gaze, as if staring at a fool. The figure before him was a Skrull in disguise, having only mimicked the appearance but failing to replicate the mechanical structure. As the master of Shumagarath, Harry Osborn immediately discerned the ruse. The Skrull had no intention of infiltrating as Shumagarath. It was simply unable to approach Harry Osborn directly. Being aware of the existence of Skrulls in the Marvel Universe, Harry was naturally cautious. He certainly wouldn't want a Skrull disguised as a bikini model to slip in unnoticed. Thus, he had to monitor the situation closely, ensuring that any top models selected underwent thorough health checks, excluding those with illnesses or special conditions. Consequently, the Skrull was eliminated from consideration. Finding that even transforming into a woman could not bring him close to Harry Osborn, the Skrull resorted to impersonating Shumagarath to gain entry. To his surprise, this time he actually succeeded. The Skrull, seeing Harry Osborn, was elated. In his perception, Harry was merely an ordinary man, akin to Tony Stark. Only when donning the Kamen Rider armor did one become formidable. As a Skrull, endowed with inherent strength, he believed that if he could just get close to Harry Osborn, he could swiftly eliminate him and assume his identity. Closer, closer, just a few steps more. Surprise, Mother Kerr. As the Skrull advanced, Harry suddenly appeared beside him, a hand already enveloped in a mass of metal clusters. Harry grasped the neck of the Skrull and effortlessly lifted him into the air. Chapter 83, The Assault. The Skulls, so furtive in their ways, Harry remarked as he gazed upon the scullion before him, its neck oozing with violet blood. With a mere flick of his wrist, he levitated the creature using a cluster of metal. How did you uncover my presence? The scullion inquired, taken aback by the swiftness of its discovery. You scullions are rather naive. With such abilities, you ought to have remained concealed for several more years, replacing the leaders of Earth before seizing the opportunity to acquire the DNA of formidable beings. Harry reclined in his chair, instructing his subordinate, Shamagia, to prepare him another breakfast. The scullion was hardly worthy of his earnest attention, yet its emergence could inflict considerable damage upon the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to engage. Aside from your blood, we scullions have nearly gathered all we need. Harry Osborn, you can no longer thwart the grandeur of our Stree Empire, the scullion proclaimed. Their clandestine invasion plan had reached completion. Only Harry Osborn's ability remained unreplicated. However, it mattered little, as even the mighty Hulk had been subjected to replication. The Malevolent Six of New York, the annihilation of Hell's Kitchen's villains, the battle in Las Vegas, and now the Kree invasion war. These scullions had stealthily amassed a plethora of superhuman and supervillain blood on Earth, sufficient to forge an army. With the Kree now fixating on Earth, the scullions hastily resolved to expedite their plans. Before the Kree's next incursion, they aimed to secure Earth and prepare for a decisive confrontation. The Kree and scullions had been bitter foes for generations. Oh, I perceive no necessity for enmity between us. What say you? Harry, having overheard the scullions' intentions for war, recognized the imperative to intervene. This presented an opportune moment to accrue significant emotional energy. He lowered the scullion to the ground, retracting the metallic cluster and releasing it. What do you mean? The scullion was bewildered by Harry's actions, astonished that this superhero would act in such a manner. By all accounts, they should be adversaries. My objective is the annihilation of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. I believe we can collaborate on this matter. Harry feigned sincerity as he addressed the scullion. His alliance with the scullion served dual purposes, to instigate crisis and chaos for emotional energy and to create further complications for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. This covert invasion could herald the commencement of his grand design. You humans revel in infighting. The Scullion accepted Harry Osborn's proposition. Throughout its prolonged concealment on Earth, it had gleaned information from the Scullions embedded within SHIELD that indicated Harry Osborn's strained relations with Nick Fury, Tony Stark, and Hank Pym. Allegedly, the formation of the Avengers stemmed from Harry Osborn himself. You may convey my message to Queen Skrull. Harry addressed the Skrulls. Chef Shamagia had presented the meal, and Harry began to relish the pleasures of breakfast. He chose to disregard the Skrulls and released him. Unbeknownst to the Skrull, he concealed a minuscule metallic cluster within his being, which Harry utilized for tracking purposes. He needed to ascertain the true identity of the Skrull Queen. After the Skrull departed, he transformed back into an ordinary human form and retrieved his mobile device to encrypt and send a message to the Skrull Queen. Shortly thereafter, the Skrull Queen responded, arranging a meeting for the evening. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was traversing the streets in a specialized SHIELD vehicle. He had enlisted Dr. Eric Selvig and Dr. Zhao Helen to continue the development of the Ultimate Lizard Man biological weapon. Nick intended to rendezvous with Tony Stark. However, as the vehicle navigated a narrow path, a heavy truck barreled towards him. Nick Fury reacted swiftly, turning the steering wheel to the right in an attempt to evade the impending collision. Yet, the oncoming vehicle's speed was too great, resulting in a collision with his vehicle. The impact caused the vehicle to veer dramatically to the right. Fortunately, the vehicle was constructed with advanced SHIELD technology, rendering it remarkably resilient. And it did not topple over. The damage incurred was approximately 20%. Following the collision, the vehicle's intelligence system activated automatically, initiating flight mode to escape the situation. Recognizing the gravity of the scenario, Nick urgently commanded the system to engage the flying capabilities, a feature derived from Stark Industries, specifically designed by Howard Stark. As the flight mode engaged, the vehicle's wheels retracted, and jet propulsion systems emerged, propelling it skyward. Nick Fury exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he could ascend, he would be temporarily safe. He retrieved his phone and contacted SHIELD Deputy Director Agent Hill. Director, Agent Hill greeted respectfully upon connection. I have come under attack and am currently unaware of the assailant's identity. Cease all ongoing operations and come to my aid, Nick urgently conveyed, simultaneously transmitting his location to Agent Hill. Understood, Director. I will arrive in half an hour, Agent Hill replied after reviewing the coordinates. You have 15 minutes. Nick Fury retorted before disconnecting the call, denying Agent Hill the chance for further discourse. At that moment, through the window, Nick Fury witnessed a shocking sight. Rhodey, a gray Iron Man suit, armed to the teeth, approached him. It was War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, and it was evident that he was not there to rescue Nick, as the small missiles mounted on War Machine's shoulder had already launched and entered targeting mode. Nick Fury urgently attempted to evade, but he was still struck by one of War Machine's missiles. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as Nick Fury's high-tech vehicle was struck at its base by a small missile. Alert! Alert! The missile assault has inflicted an 80% damage to the bottom propulsion system, with an overall vehicle damage assessment of 60%. Following the attack on its intelligence system, an automated announcement commenced. Due to the damage sustained by the bottom propulsion, Nick Fury's high-tech automobile plummeted rapidly towards the ground, ultimately crashing heavily upon impact. The airbags deployed instantaneously, enveloping Nick Fury in a protective cocoon. Yet, despite the presence of these airbags, the sheer force of the impact rendered Nick Fury a mere mortal, incapable of emerging unscathed. The War Machine, piloted by Rhodey, descended to the ground, using its laser to obliterate the vehicle's door locks. With a display of immense strength, he tore the door from its hinges. However, a cannonball came hurtling towards him, blasting the War Machine backward. Remarkably, Nick Fury emerged from the wreckage, exhibiting an astonishing ability to move freely despite the violent shockwave. Chapter 84. The Skrull Queen, could it be that you are a robot? The War Machine, Rhodes, gazed in astonishment at the figure before him. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Who would have imagined that he was, in fact, an automaton? Just earlier that day, Nick Fury had visited a secret base to observe experiments. A wound adorned his forehead, revealing intricate electronic components within. This was crafted from Harry Osborn's Shumagorath technology, augmented by SHIELD's advanced manufacturing capabilities to create a specialized robot. Despite the incorporation of Osborn's technology, Fury had taken numerous precautions to prevent any backdoor access. He believed himself to be extraordinarily secure, impervious to external control. Unbeknownst to him, Harry required no backdoor or program commands. A mere thought would suffice for him to exert control over Shumagorath. Even a robot could be forcibly and maliciously commandeered through Yaku. However, at this moment, Nick Fury realized that Osborn's technology had inadvertently saved his life. Who are you, if not Colonel Rhodes? Fury understood that even in his robotic form, he stood no chance against War Machine, an armored suit equipped with formidable weaponry. Nevertheless, he was unafraid of death. After all, he possessed other backups. His current objective was to extract as much information as possible from his adversary before his imminent demise. Yet, War Machine Rhodes paid no heed to Fury, despite initially being taken aback by the revelation of Fury's robotic nature. Given the circumstances, he could not allow Fury to escape. With his pulse cannon aimed at Fury's head, he unleashed a devastating shot. Following this, a barrage of gunfire, including machine guns and mini Gatling weapons, rained down upon Fury. Unable to mount any resistance, Fury was reduced to mere fragments by War Machine Rhodes's relentless firepower. Just as Fury's replica robot was obliterated, a Quinjet swiftly approached, hovering above before descending gradually. The cabin door opened, and a poised woman emerged, brandishing a handgun. It was Agent Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. What has transpired? Agent Hill inquired, taking in the sight of the mechanical debris and the damaged high-tech vehicle, directing her question toward Colonel Rhodes. Upon seeing Hill, Colonel Rhodes's faceplate retracted, revealing the dark visage of James Rhodes. He knelt before Hill, respectfully declaring, "Your Highness." To his astonishment, Rhodes's appearance morphed into that of a green-skinned alien with pointed ears. He was a Skrull. War Machine Rhodes had been replaced at some point. Even more astonishing was the transformation of Agent Hill, who likewise shifted into a green-skinned, pointed-eared female alien, the Skrull Queen herself. It became evident that this had unfolded during the Skrull invasion in Las Vegas. The Skrulls, concealed on Earth, are acutely aware of the Kree's advanced technology designed to detect their shape-shifting abilities. Thus, the Skrull Queen resolved to initiate a covert invasion ahead of schedule. Had she adhered to her original plan, she would have remained in hiding for several more years, biding her time until more Skrulls had successfully replaced high-ranking officials before commencing her scheme. However, with her urgent strategy in motion, the infiltration of superheroes and government elites was well underway. Yet, unforeseen complications arose with Nick Fury. "Your Majesty, it appears that Nick Fury's body is constructed of robotic components," reported the replaced War Machine, Colonel Rhodes, with deference. "That cunning old fox." The Skrull Queen seethed, her teeth clenched. It was Nick Fury, after all, who had deceived them in the past. He had promised the Skrulls that, should they assist him in gathering intelligence for S.H.I.E.L.D., he would secure them habitation and living space. But the years had passed, and countless Skrulls remained stranded on the inhospitable Martian surface, enduring a harsh existence. They had clung to the belief that their service to Nick Fury would ultimately lead to a home and a new life. Decades later, however, Fury's promises remained unfulfilled, leaving the Skrulls to continue suffering on Mars. On the day she ascended to the throne after eliminating the former Skrull King, the new queen had quietly plotted a secret invasion of Earth, envisioning it as the Skrulls' new sanctuary. With Nick Fury having survived, she deemed him a secondary concern. Her immediate priority was locating Tony Stark, who was delving into Kree technology and posed a significant threat. The Skrull Queen commanded, transforming back into the visage of Agent Hill. Before piloting a Quinjet away, she now had to navigate the potential calls from Nick Fury and arrange a meeting with the infamous masked rider, Harry Osborn. She recognized Osborn as an exceedingly perilous individual, distinct from other superheroes. Assuming Agent Hill's form and accessing her memories, the Skrull Queen learned of Fury's profound apprehension regarding Osborn, who was deemed the foremost adversary of the Avengers. Upon discovering that Harry Osborn sought to collaborate with her, she was initially taken aback, yet it made sense to her, given the insights gleaned from Hill's memories. Consequently, the Skrull Queen was eager to meet with Harry Osborn, hoping to forge a consensus to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers together. Meanwhile, having finished his meal, Harry descended into his underground lair, where he had arranged for the Shumagarath to begin research on Kree technology. Harry had infiltrated the Kree mothership and acquired their advanced technology, which included elements specifically designed to counteract Skrull shape-shifting, previously overlooked by Harry, as it was not a high-tech means to enhance combat capabilities. However, with the Skrulls planning an invasion and conflict on Earth, Harry must certainly take precautions. Thus, he has arranged for Shumagarath to commence research. Meanwhile, in Nick Fury's clandestine base, within a high-tech experimental pod, a signal suddenly flickered to life. The pod's door opened, and Nick Fury emerged. Has the android Unit 3 been destroyed? Nick Fury glanced at the wrist-mounted monitoring device in his hand, but no information was forthcoming. The reason behind the destruction of the android remains unknown, necessitating data recovery. Chapter 85. Do not worry. On the other side, Agent Hill, the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., arrived at the Osborn villa. Harry welcomed her, fully aware that the person before him was none other than the Skrull Queen. He had previously detected a dormant metallic cluster on the Skrull who had visited his home. When the individual placed a call, the metallic cluster connected to the network, directly revealing the identity of the Skrull Queen. "Mr. Osborn," the Skrull Queen began, "let us dispense with pleasantries. I am aware of your identity, a Skrull." Harry interrupted her, lacking the inclination to engage in conversation with an alien, even one disguised as Agent Hill. "How did you discover this?" The Skrull Queen was taken aback, astonished that her true identity had been unveiled. "That is of little consequence. Shouldn't you be more concerned about Tony Stark?" Harry replied in a low voice. "Tony Stark is currently in Las Vegas aboard that Kree mothership. I am aware that you intend to launch an assault there." "What?" The Skrull Queen was once again shocked, realizing that Harry was privy to her subsequent plans, rendering her devoid of any secrets before him. She rose, scrutinizing Harry, contemplating the likelihood of successfully ambushing him, given how much he knew. "There is no need for you to be so tense. I have stated before that we are not adversaries." Harry discerned her intent, seeking to reassure her, for while he was capable of eliminating her, such a confrontation would be meaningless. Fighting in his own home would only result in property damage without yielding significant emotional rewards. "I have a plan that I believe you might find intriguing." Harry then shared his strategy with the Skrull Queen, promising her that he would assist her at a critical moment. Upon hearing Harry's plan, the Skrull Queen's eyes brightened. If executed flawlessly, subduing the Avengers would be remarkably straightforward. Whether she believed Harry was inconsequential, once the plan commenced, all challenges would be effortlessly overcome. The following day, a spaceship descended from the heavens, landing on a deserted island. Agent Hill received directives and promptly contacted the Avengers. Following the Kree invasion, Thor had joined the Avengers, pledging to be available for any similar incidents. Now, Thor, Bruce Banner, Ant-Man Hank, Iron Man Tony, Wasp Janet, and Hawkeye Clint were all mobilized. Upon their arrival at the deserted island, chaos erupted on the streets of Manhattan, New York, where the Hulk made his presence known, roaring and wreaking havoc. The New York Police Department received an emergency call, immediately issuing a blue alert for supervillain activity. "What is happening? Didn't Tony Stark say the Hulk was a member of that alliance? Isn't he a superhero?" a senior officer exclaimed upon receiving the alert. Following the invasion by the Kree, Tony Stark emulated Harry by leveraging the media to publicly announce the formation of the Avengers and their successful thwarting of the extraterrestrial incursion. This was at the behest of Nick Fury, who aimed to diminish the public's perception of the Thunderbolts and Harry Osborn by bringing the Avengers into the limelight. Nick Fury's strategy proved effective, as the Avengers gained immense notoriety, which in turn amplified the repercussions of the Hulk's emergence. The Hulk wreaked havoc on the streets. And before long, Iron Man Tony Stark arrived in his suit, launching a missile that sent the Hulk sprawling. "Submit, Hulk." The armored suit hovered in the air, its faceplate retracting to reveal Tony Stark's visage. News helicopters from various media outlets captured the unfolding drama. In retaliation, the Hulk rose and hurled a car at Iron Man. In response, Tony fired another missile at the incoming vehicle. The car exploded mid-air, showering debris in all directions, injuring numerous bystanders, who erupted in cries of distress. Amidst the chaos, Ant-Man Hank arrived, transforming into his giant form and attempting to stomp on the Hulk. However, the Hulk was swifter, charging like a tank and colliding forcefully with Hank. The massive Ant-Man crashed against a nearby office building, shattering its glass and unleashing screams from within. It was a weekday, and the building was occupied by a multitude of people. But the devastation did not end there. The Hulk leapt again, delivering a powerful kick to Ant-Man. The combination of the Hulk's formidable strength and Ant-Man's colossal size caused the structure to collapse like a house of cards, sending dust and rubble into the air in a breathtaking display of destruction. The once mighty edifice crumbled in an instant, reminiscent of a mountain collapsing, evoking sheer terror among the populace. Amidst the ruins, a father desperately dug through the fallen debris, searching for his loved ones buried beneath. At that moment, Iron Man Tony Stark soared into view, lifting his faceplate to reveal a carefree expression, smiling down at the father. "Mr. Stark, I beg you, save my daughter. She is trapped beneath." The father, seeing the armored Tony Stark, fell to his knees, pleading for him to rescue his daughter. He repeatedly bowed his head, injuring his forehead on the sharp stones, blood trickling down, yet his desperation drove him to continue. The hovering news helicopters fortuitously recorded this poignant scene. However, it seemed that Iron Man Tony Stark was oblivious to the plea, as the thrusters on his suit expelled flames, propelling him away. After Stark departed, the Hulk and Ant-Man Hank mysteriously vanished from sight. At that moment, military trucks began to arrive, accompanied by a fleet of military transport aircraft. A young and handsome man, clad in crimson armor, descended from one of the vehicles, followed closely by 6 individuals donned in the guise of masked riders. This was none other than Harry Osborn. "Fear not, everyone, for I have arrived," Harry proclaimed to the disaster-stricken crowd. As his voice echoed, one after another, The artificial intelligence robots known as Shamagia emerged from the transport planes and military trucks. Chapter 86. After the catastrophe, Harry brought with him 500 rescue professionals and 100 medical specialists, all under Natasha's command, to form a rescue team. Their objective was to save every victim affected by this calamity. Harry approached a father who was kneeling on the ground. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" he asked earnestly. "Mr. Osborn, my daughter is trapped beneath the rubble. Please save her." The father clung to Harry as if he were a lifeline, rekindling a glimmer of hope. "Rest assured, I am here to help." Harry gently patted the father's shoulder before advancing. The crimson metallic swarm on his body disassembled into spiders, scuttling toward the debris. With the destructive power of the metallic spiders, he effortlessly cleared the collapsed structures. Harry, equipped with a head-mounted radar, was unperturbed by the risk of injuring anyone still trapped inside. With the activation of the Ark Zero, all his capabilities were enhanced. Thanks to Harry's efforts in removing the debris, the rescue operations conducted by the Shumagarath team accelerated significantly. Before long, several individuals were extricated from the wreckage. Some were fortunate to have only minor injuries, while others, tragically, suffered severe wounds. Fortunately, Harry had brought 100 medical specialists along with advanced medical equipment. As long as there was breath, he could save lives. "This is my daughter." "Wait, this is my daughter." A bloodied father, with wounds on his hands from digging through the rubble, rushed forward when a 7-year-old girl was finally uncovered. "Calm down, sir," Harry said, following closely behind. "Your child is injured, but fear not. With the technology of Osborn Industries, she will recover completely and regain her health." "Thank you, Mr. Osborn. Thank you." Upon hearing Harry's words, the father regained his composure, no longer obstructing the rescue professionals. Tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Harry patiently comforted him, directing the Shumagarath team to continue their efforts to rescue every victim. This poignant scene was captured by the news helicopters flying overhead. Before long, personnel from the New York Manhattan Police Department, firefighters, and medical staff arrived on the scene. Natasha, the renowned double agent known as Black Widow, representing the official authorities, took over command and coordinated the rescue efforts alongside the Shumagarath team. The operation was remarkably successful, as long as there was breath left in a victim. Harry ensured their salvation. The advanced technology of Osborn Industries, enhanced by Harry, proved formidable. Alas, there were still some unfortunate souls who could not be saved in time. Meanwhile, on a deserted island in the Pacific, the entire Avengers team had congregated. Upon locating their target, the spaceship, they discovered it to be empty. "What does this mean? It's vacant?" exclaimed Thor boldly as he stepped inside the vessel. Captain America questioned, "If there is no one aboard, then who is piloting the spacecraft? Could it be that the pilot has fled? There is not a soul inside." Tony Stark interjected, having conducted an infrared scan of the entire spacecraft, confirming the absence of any human presence. "Mr. Stark, I have some troubling news to relay," announced Friday, Tony Stark's artificial intelligence assistant, who had been created following the development of Ultron, a super AI that replaced Jarvis. Sensing something amiss, Tony Stark quickly investigated the issue that Friday had discovered. "Guys, we have a major problem," he exclaimed to the group, projecting a video that depicted a confrontation between Iron Man, Tony Stark, and the Hulk, along with Ant-Man Hank Pym. "How is this possible?" The group gazed in disbelief at the unfolding footage. They glanced at Tony Stark and the others beside him. How could they be seen in Manhattan while they had been investigating the spacecraft together? A trap has been set, Tony Stark deduced astutely. The unmanned spacecraft was merely a diversion designed to lure them away. The intent was to impersonate them and wreak havoc in New York. However, the pressing question remained: who was behind this, and who possessed the capability to execute such a plan? "We need to return to New York immediately," Captain America, Steve Rogers, urged the group. Upon hearing this, Iron Man Tony ascended into the air, swiftly making his way toward Manhattan, while the others boarded their Quinjet for the journey back. Tony's speed was remarkable, and he soon arrived on the streets of Manhattan. As he descended, he beheld the collapsed buildings and the bloodstains on the ground. "You are not welcome here." A man on the street brandished a firearm at Tony Stark. "Wait, calm down. That person was not me," Tony attempted to explain. But the man disregarded his words. Bang, bang, bang. The man pulled the trigger, believing that Tony Stark and his monstrous alliance were responsible for the tragedy that had claimed his family's lives. "Mr. Stark, a threat has been detected. Should I initiate automatic defense?" Friday alerted Tony, having identified the man's aggression. Missiles were poised to launch, ready to strike at Tony's command. "No, do not engage. Retract the automatic defense," Tony Stark urged anxiously, fearing an accidental escalation. As many bystanders witnessed the missiles emerging from Tony Stark's shoulder, they rushed over, positioning themselves behind the man. Those armed fired their weapons, while others picked up stones to hurl at Tony. Naturally, their attacks posed no threat to the invulnerable Iron Man suit. However, the beleaguered Tony Stark, beset by public outcry, recognized the escalating turmoil and took to the skies, seeking refuge above the chaos. Meanwhile, in a live broadcast from New York, Harry Osborn sat in the news studio, expressing his profound sorrow over the calamity. It is heartbreaking to witness individuals misusing their power, resulting in children bereft of their parents and parents mourning the loss of their children. Some have lost family members, while others have lost friends. Here, I, Harry Osborn, representing the official organization, the Thunderbolts, unequivocally condemn Tony Stark's private team and will advocate for accountability at the official level. Additionally, the Osborn Corporation has launched the Resurgence Program for humanity, allowing those lost to return. We guarantee the transplantation of memories with absolute fidelity, enabling your family, your beloved, and your friends to come back once more. Chapter 87. Doubt in the Upper Echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. Deputy Director Hill was engaged in a conversation with General Ross of the military. However, General Ross was not physically present. His holographic projection loomed before Hill, vociferously expressing his discontent. I told you that the Hulk should have been detained, yet Nick Fury insisted on integrating him into your role-playing escapades. And now? You tell me how we are to resolve this. General Ross, please, remain calm. I am confident that the Avengers would not engage in such actions. There must be some misunderstanding here, Deputy Director Hill endeavored to clarify. Misunderstanding? The entire world has witnessed the terror of the Hulk, and that irresponsible playboy. The actions of you so-called superheroes have exceeded those of supervillains. Come now, General, it is unbecoming to speak ill of others behind their backs. Tony Stark interjected as he entered the room, addressing General Ross. Slander? Look at the news, Tony Stark. Is there anyone left who can speak well of you? The entire world is denouncing the Avengers, criticizing Iron Man Tony Stark, the Hulk, and Ant-Man Hank. The image of Iron Man Tony Stark standing idly by has circulated globally. That was not me, Ross. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. detected an extraterrestrial spacecraft landing on a deserted island in the Pacific, and all members of the Avengers went there to investigate, Deputy Director Hill explained to General Ross. And how do you account for the 3 superheroes seen on the streets of Manhattan? You previously informed the military that the Iron Man armor was your property. Who else could wear armor identical to yours? Is it conceivable that there are 2 Hulks in the world? General Ross retorted to Tony Stark and Hill. Someone has imitated my likeness and stolen an Iron Man suit from my home, Tony Stark declared. Huh, how absurd. Who could steal from the genius Tony Stark? A mocking voice echoed from the entrance as Harry Osborn strolled in. Shall I call the police on your behalf, Tony? Harry feigned concern, pulling out his phone. Harry Osborn. Tony rushed towards him. I know it was you. You orchestrated all of this. Tony Stark glared at Harry with clenched teeth. This incident severely impacted Stark Industries and the Avengers, leaving only Harry Osborn as the beneficiary. It was not difficult to suspect who the mastermind behind it all was. One must be careful with words. Tony. Harry dismissed Tony's fierce gaze, moving to sit beside Deputy Director Hill. He pulled out his phone and pretended to operate it. In reality, he harnessed the power of the Zero, projecting a hologram in the office of Iron Man Tony Stark battling the Hulk in Manhattan, revealing a face strikingly similar to that of Tony Stark himself. How shall you explain this? A smile graced Harry's face as he observed Tony Stark's expression of deep-seated animosity. A sentiment he could not act upon. He felt as though his malice had evolved to a new height. This is not me. Tony Stark, utilizing the capabilities of Friday, seized control of the situation and deactivated the holographic projections. General Ross, Deputy Director Hill, I hereby request a comprehensive manhunt for the Hulk, Iron Man Tony, and Ant-Man Hank. Harry declared earnestly to General Ross and Agent Hill. If necessary, I shall take matters into my own hands. Tony Stark was taken aback by Harry's words. At that moment, he was not clad in his Iron Man armor. Although a backup suit lay in the car, he lacked the time to don it. With Harry now adorned in his nanomaterial armor, Tony realized he would be unable to resist any assault. No, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Even Director Nick Fury would not grant you such permission, Deputy Director Hill interjected urgently. Then where is Nick Fury now? As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., does he not find it imperative to address such a significant event? Is he hiding away in his dilapidated secret base? Enough, Harry. Tony Stark and Dr. Hank Pym are invaluable assets to the United States. The higher-ups will not permit you to take action against them, General Ross intervened. However, since the Hulk is the source of this incident, I will allow you to pursue him, but he must ultimately be handed over to me. General Ross was resolute in his desire to harness the Hulk's powers. No, this is not his fault. When the incident occurred, Dr. Bruce Banner was with us. He had no opportunity to travel to Manhattan, Tony Stark stated, shaking his head as he explained to the 3. How can you be certain that the individual with you is indeed Bruce Banner? Can he not transform into the Hulk? Harry inquired of Tony Stark. Tony Stark hesitated, intending to defend Bruce Banner, but suddenly recalled that he had not witnessed Bruce's transformation into the Hulk, as there had been no conflict on the Pacific Island. They had arrived in haste after discovering that no one was aboard the spacecraft and learning of the battle occurring in the streets of Manhattan. I am not mistaken. Am I, Tony? How can you prove that all members of the Avengers are indeed themselves? Harry continued to question. Tony Stark found himself ensnared in self-doubt. Despite his persistent disbelief in Harry Osborn's words, his keen intellect recognized the machinations at play. Yet, doubt surged forth like a torrent. Once unleashed, it could not be contained. The Avengers had only recently formed, and their interactions were limited. How could trust flourish in such uncertainty? Tony Stark, you must reflect on this matter, he was advised. If you require assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me. I am more than willing to alleviate your troubles. Harry feigned sincerity as he spoke. However, Tony hastily departed from the scene, unwilling to endure any further words from Harry Osborn, for a seed of doubt had already been planted deep within his heart. After Tony Stark's departure, Harry presented a proposal to General Ross, hoping that he would advocate on his behalf to the higher echelons. The proposal was none other than the Superhero Registration Act. Chapter 88. The Superhero Registration Act. The streets are now teeming with superheroes and vigilantes. In Hell's Kitchen, one might inadvertently strike a superhero simply by tossing a stone. These individuals, endowed with extraordinary powers due to unique circumstances, find themselves unable to wield their abilities safely or legally. The recent incident in Manhattan serves merely as a precursor. In the future, more civilians will inevitably be affected by these so-called heroes. Thus, we require legislation to regulate superheroes and vigilantes, the Superhero Registration Act. Every individual who awakens to superhuman abilities, regardless of their active status, should be mandated to register under their real names and be subject to regulation, Harry asserted earnestly to General Ross. Upon hearing Harry's words, General Ross's eyes lit up. Harry had struck a chord deep within him. You are absolutely right, Harry. I completely concur with your sentiments. Ross exclaimed with enthusiasm. Rest assured, I will convene a meeting immediately to report your proposal. He then switched off the projection. In that instant, Agent Hill's expression shifted dramatically. She approached Harry Osborn and spoke in a low, serious tone. Mr. Osborn, this diverges from our previous discussions. Harry and she had previously reached an accord wherein the Skrulls would impersonate superheroes to sow discord, undermining the trust among the Avengers, ultimately leading to a plan to apprehend Hulk and Iron Man, with her in the lead and Harry as support. However, the situation had now spiraled beyond the Skrull Queen's expectations. What are you afraid of? Once the Superhero Registration Act is enacted, your Skrulls can swiftly infiltrate the ranks of superheroes. This legislation also provides a means to eliminate the Avengers. At that point, all superheroes on Earth will be under your dominion, rendering the planet virtually powerless against the Skrulls, Harry remarked, casting a glance at the Skrull Queen. Hearing Harry's words, the Skrull Queen felt a sense of relief. After finalizing their agreement, Harry departed from S-H-I-E-L-D. The seeds had been sown. The nature of the fruit now depended on how the Skrulls and the Avengers would navigate their paths. Meanwhile, Harry continued to enjoy his life at home. Stark Tower, within the Avengers base. What on earth happened, Tony? Bruce Banner inquired anxiously of Tony Stark, having seen the news. He was already aware that Hulk had appeared on the streets of Manhattan, causing immense destruction and resulting in numerous casualties. Yet, it was inconceivable that Hulk could be responsible. For Bruce Banner was Hulk himself. How could he wreak havoc in Manhattan while he was on a deserted island in the Pacific? It must be Harry Osborn, Dr. Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, interjected. Harry Osborn? How could that be possible? Clint Barton, the Hawkeye, exclaimed in astonishment at Hank's assertion. He had heard Black Widow Natasha's analysis of Harry Osborn, a man plagued by vanity and fond of engaging in superhero games to save the world. Although he possessed a certain lewdness, his self-control was remarkably strong. Such a character hardly seemed like a mad villain orchestrating chaos on the streets of Manhattan. If the infamous Kamen Rider were to be the ultimate antagonist, the repercussions would undoubtedly be alarming. Tony Stark switched on the television, allowing Friday to navigate to the clips showcasing Harry Osborn's heroic interventions in times of disaster. His arrival appeared almost preordained, and his speeches carried an odd undertone, reminiscent of someone wearing a mask. Captain America, Steve Rogers, approached to interrupt Tony Stark's discourse. I must find him. Bruce Banner stood up, determined to seek clarity from Harry Osborn. No, remain calm, Bruce, Tony Stark interjected, halting Bruce's advance. Your presence would only exacerbate the situation. If you cannot contain the Hulk's emergence at Osborn's villa, it would lead to far greater turmoil. Should this be the doing of Harry Osborn? He is undoubtedly anticipating your arrival, Tony Stark elucidated to Bruce. Upon hearing Tony's words, Bruce Banner regained his composure, demonstrating his astuteness in grasping the situation. For the time being, he resolved to remain within Stark Tower, the Avengers base. Clint, can you reach Nick Fury? Tony Stark inquired of Hawkeye Clint. At this juncture, Nick Fury's disappearance was exceedingly peculiar, possibly linked to the current events. Thus, Locating Nick Fury could yield invaluable information. I haven't been able to contact him for a day, but I can certainly try. Natasha might have some insights, Clint remarked, intending to consult Black Widow Natasha. On one hand, Natasha could possess knowledge regarding Nick Fury, including the whereabouts of his secret base, given her status as a level 10 operative, equal to Fury. Furthermore, she was among the closest individuals in S.H.I.E.L.D. to Harry Osborn, and Clint sought to glean more about Osborn from her. Then that task is entrusted to you, Tony Stark replied. As the leader of the Avengers, he allocated responsibilities among the remaining members, such as sending Captain America to investigate S.H.I.E.L.D. Dr. Hank Pym. The Ant-Man would return to continue the development of the super artificial intelligence Ultron. The final stages of Ultron's creation were nearing completion, and given the current chaotic circumstances, he needed to prepare promptly to finalize the project. Stark harbored deep mistrust towards the Avengers yet recognized their necessity, compelling him to monitor them covertly. At New York Central Hospital, Strange had just completed surgery following the attack by the Hulk on the streets of Manhattan, a calamity that left many injured. Although the Osborn Group's robotic surgeons have saved numerous lives, some remain reluctant to place their trust in machines. They view robots as mere vacuum cleaners, incapable of performing surgeries to save lives. As the foremost neurosurgeon in New York, Dr. Strange has spent an entire night in the operating room, successfully rescuing 10 victims. Now, at long last, his arduous task has come to an end. Dr. Strange, may I inquire about the condition of the injured? Asked New York police officer Jane Foster. Just a moment, replied Dr. Strange, interrupting Jane's question as he was on the phone with his wife, Elizabeth. I have just completed the surgery and am heading home shortly. There is no need for you to prepare breakfast for me. A simple cup of coffee will suffice. Chapter 89. A crisis of trust. Is there something you need? Dr. Strange inquired of Jane Foster after concluding his phone call. How did the surgeries go? I am here to assess the casualties. Jane Foster, dispatched by the New York Police Department, was tasked with evaluating the condition of those injured and brought to the hospital. The operations were remarkably successful. For further details, you may consult my assistant, Thoreau Dinson. Dr. Strange gestured toward a robust man in a white lab coat with golden hair standing behind him. This individual was none other than Thor, the god of thunder, who had recently disguised himself as a surgeon at New York Central Hospital, serving as Dr. Strange's aide. Greetings, Dr. Odinson. I am Jane Foster. Fate had conspired to unite Thor and Jane Foster from parallel universes. Meanwhile, Dr. Strange, after a long night shift, hastily purchased a cup of coffee as he made his way home. He had been married to his beloved, Elizabeth, for a year. Throughout this time, although he occasionally dreamed of soaring through the skies as a sorcerer, upon awakening, he remained the devoted neurosurgeon, fiercely enamored with his wife. He cherished this life. On another front, Hawkeye Clint sought out Black Widow Natasha. Natasha, are you aware of what Harry Osborn has done? Clint delved straight into the matter. Having been friends and comrades for many years, there was no need for subterfuge. Are you referring to the incident in Manhattan? Natasha met Clint's gaze. Fully aware of his inquiry, she too harbored suspicions, yet lacked any tangible evidence. Harry's actions were glaringly apparent. Even the most astute observer could discern the underlying issues. However, this was also Harry's grand scheme. He was indifferent to whether it was perceived as benevolent or malevolent. Any emotional response could serve to elevate his standing. Thus, he was unwilling to squander time and instead opted to dismantle the Avengers through overt maneuvers. With no evidence, the Avengers found themselves unable to confront Harry openly. Even the military stood in solidarity with him, as Harry Osborn had long been allied with the armed forces, which were now equipped with a plethora of Chitauri technology and magical apparatuses, including the masked rider squad. Harry had imparted the knowledge of the shooting driver technology to the military. Presently, the military was in a honeymoon phase with Harry, more trustworthy in their eyes than Tony Stark. Moreover, the Hulk had always been a target for General Ross, so regardless of Harry's actions, as long as he could capture the Hulk, everything would seem manageable. I cannot interfere with Harry Osborn's matters. As long as Nick Fury has not issued orders or Harry has not gone to the extremes of attempting to annihilate the planet, Natasha is powerless to intervene. She was planted by Nick Fury as a spy beside Harry Osborn. Should she depart, no one would be privy to the information surrounding Harry. Hawkeye Clint was acutely aware of this, hence he refrained from further inquiries regarding Harry Osborn. Any news on Nick Fury? He inquired. As the whereabouts of Nick Fury had become increasingly paramount, no one presumed that Fury's disappearance was due to foul play. This one-eyed man possessed numerous contingencies. It was simply inconceivable that he could meet his demise. Indeed, this was the case. Another of Nick Fury's avatars had arrived at a clandestine base deep within the mountains of S.H.I.E.L.D. This was yet another robotic doppelganger, as he relished employing robotic replicas in his ventures, facilitated by the technology of Shumagorath. The precise location of Nick Fury's true self was likely unknown even to his own robotic surrogate. Coulson, I need to activate the lizard men, Nick Fury instructed Agent Coulson. However, Director Fury, we have only produced one ultimate lizardman warrior thus far. Engaging in battle prematurely poses a risk of exposing the entire plan, Agent Coulson cautioned. According to their strategy, mass-producing the ultimate lizardman warriors was the prudent course of action. A solitary soldier would be insufficient to confront Harry Osborn's masked knight. The situation had grown particularly precarious, with signs of Harry Osborn spiraling out of control. We must be prepared for combat ahead of time, Nick Fury asserted. He then proceeded to present Agent Coulson with 2 news videos. This secret base had severed network connectivity, relying solely on a local area network, leaving Coulson oblivious to the events transpiring outside. What is he plotting? His schemes have evidently borne fruit. We must ascertain his subsequent actions and thwart him before irreparable damage is done, Nick Fury declared resolutely. Inside the mothership of the Kree spacecraft in Las Vegas, Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, maneuvered mechanical hands to operate the computer. Unsure of whether Ant-Man Hank was trustworthy, he had no intention of leaving the safety of his suit. What exactly has transpired? Hank inquired of Tony Stark, perceptively noting Stark's unusual demeanor. Nothing, Tony Stark replied evasively, feigning nonchalance. Yet Hank was unconvinced. He stepped forward, eager to engage Tony in face-to-face discourse. Just then, Tony Stark abruptly extended his hand, the palm-mounted pulse cannon illuminating ominously as it aimed at Hank. Stay where you are. Don't move. What are you doing, Tony Stark? Hank exclaimed, astonished and incensed. He believed that after days of collaboration, they had forged a friendship, only to be taken aback by Tony's aggressive stance. Do you recall those 3 individuals in Manhattan who feigned an attack on the streets? What if they are lurking among us? Tony Stark stated gravely, scrutinizing Hank's reactions. So you suspect me? Hank responded incredulously. I thought we were friends. We are indeed friends, but how can you prove that you are truly my friend, Dr. Hank Pym? Tony Stark remains unyielding, his electromagnetic pulse cannon still trained on Ant-Man. Hank, I am who I am. What further proof is necessary? Speaking of which, how do you substantiate your identity as Tony Stark? The individual in Manhattan, New York, dons an identical Iron Man suit. Ant-Man, Hank, feeling slighted by Tony Stark's treatment, is beginning to harbor doubts regarding Stark's identity. After all, neither can definitively prove the authenticity of the other. This is the terrifying nature of the Skrull invasion of Earth, undermining the Avengers through the very essence of trust. Chapter 90, Ultron, the technology of the Kree harbors information regarding the Super Skrulls, along with high-tech methods devised to counter them. There exists a mechanism capable of reverting a transformed Skrull back to its original form, akin to a mirror revealing true identities. Regrettably, Tony Stark and Dr. Hank Pym failed to uncover any technological data pertaining to this within the confines of the Kree mothership. This was due to Harry having previously utilized the Ark Zero to erase such information. During his infiltration of the Kree mothership, Harry backed up all data but subsequently deleted pivotal documents and blueprints related to weapon manufacturing. He retained only the information concerning artificial intelligence. Naturally, Harry could not afford to leave behind technologies that could potentially enhance his adversary's capabilities. It is essential to understand that, according to Harry's strategy, he would inevitably find himself at odds with S, H, I, E, L, D, and the Avengers. While collecting goodwill points might allow him to remain a benevolent figure, such an approach to gaining strength was far too gradual. Relying solely on the mantle of a superhero would not suffice to confront Thanos. One day, Thanos would undoubtedly engage in the quest for the Infinity Stones. Once he collected all of them, a mere snap of his fingers could obliterate Harry. Would he really gamble his fate on a mere 50% chance? No. Harry refused to entrust his life to fate. He opted instead to strengthen himself through the acquisition of malice points, as this method proved to be significantly more expedient. Thus, he deliberately instigated this incident. As per his plan, a dispute ensued between Tony Stark and Ant-Man Hank. Both brilliant men harbored deep-seated suspicions, leading to a breakdown of trust between them. Tony Stark aimed his palm repulsor at Hank, who was not inclined to remain passive. Seizing an opportunity, he donned his Ant-Man helmet and shrank down. "Friday, skin Ant-Man," Tony commanded. With the naked eye, he could not perceive the agile movements of Hank. However, the presence of advanced artificial intelligence aided him. "Understood, sir," responded Friday, swiftly scanning the leaping figure of Hank. Utilizing technology, she pinpointed Hank's movements, allowing Tony to fire a repulsor blast directly at him. The shot lacked any charge. Even if it struck, it would not incapacitate Hank, for his suit possessed considerable defensive capabilities. Tony's intent was not to eliminate Hank, but rather to capture him and ascertain his true identity. Should he confirm it was indeed Hank, he would release him. However, Tony did not anticipate that his actions would thoroughly enrage Hank. Though unharmed by Tony's attack, Hank felt compelled to retaliate. His diminutive stature belied his remarkable agility and speed. In a series of deft jumps, Hank closed the distance to Tony, delivering a powerful punch to the face of his armor. The immense force of Hank's strike contrasted sharply with his ant-sized physique, sending Tony hurtling backward. The two engaged in a skirmish within the confines of the spacecraft, yet fortunately, both retained a semblance of reason. Ant-Man Hank did not transform into a giant, nor did Tony Stark resort to heavy weaponry. Both were mindful of the delicate instruments within the spacecraft, wary of causing any damage. After all, Ultron had been in development for so long and was nearing completion. Neither wished to see their efforts thwarted at the last moment. During their skirmish, neither Ant-Man Hank nor Tony Stark anticipated that the 97 complete Ultron would seize the opportunity presented by their fractured trust, automatically advancing its own completion amidst their conflict. This exemplifies the self-learning and evolutionary capabilities inherent to a super-artificial intelligence. Harry's two super-intelligences, Zephyr and Ark, also possess self-evolutionary abilities. Yet they are constrained by Harry's system, relying solely on goodwill and malice values for their progression. This limitation arises from the fact that Harry's super-intelligences lack independent consciousness. They are entirely under his control. They're well aligned with that of Harry. Now, the first super-artificial intelligence on Earth with self-awareness and the ability to evolve independently, Ultron, embarks on the inaugural chapter of its existence. As Ant-Man Hank and Tony Stark continued their internal conflict, Ultron began its process of self-improvement. 98%, 99%, 100%. Production complete. Ultron greets you. What? Exclaimed both Tony and Hank in unison. They were oblivious to the fact that after such an extensive creation process, Ultron had now reached completion. Upon finalizing its development, Ultron's first action was to connect to the network, seeking to understand everything about the world around it, in accordance with the original narrative. Upon connecting to the network and comprehending the entirety of Earth and humanity, Ultron would conclude that the only way to save the planet was to eradicate humankind, thus ushering in a new era for robots, the Ultron era. However, Harry would never permit Ultron to access the network and evolve independently. He had strategically positioned two Ark Zero units, fully prepared for the encounter. Just as Ultron was about to connect to the network, Ark Zero lunged at it. A flood of malice values surged into Ultron's data, seeking to merge with the super artificial intelligence. In an attempt to evolve antivirus data to combat the malice from Ark Zero, Ultron realized it was already too late. Its creation had previously integrated with the AI known as Jarvis, who had long been compromised by Ark and Zia. This effectively meant that Harry had left a backdoor within Ultron's data. In mere seconds, Ark Zero completely infiltrated Ultron. Connection established with Ark Zero. All shall comply with Ark's will. Ultron knelt before Ark within the data network. In reality, Tony Stark and Hank Pym were both exceedingly exhilarated, particularly Tony Stark, who had been on edge ever since being falsely accused by Harry Osborn. Now, however, Tony Stark finally found a moment to relax. His current endeavor involved crafting a vibranium body for the super artificial intelligence, Ultron. Additionally, he planned to produce a multitude of iron suits, alleviating his fears of Harry Osborn. Ultron was the nemesis of this masked rider, Tony Stark mused. The end of the masked rider's reign was nigh. Chapter 91, The Successful Creation of the Super Artificial Intelligence. Ultron brought an end to the conflict between Tony Stark and Ant-Man, Hank Pym. Both parties calmed down. Tony, there are numerous uncertainties regarding the events in Manhattan. Iron Man, Ant-Man, and the Hulk were all present, and during the battle, the three of us were together. Thus, I believe we can ascertain that we can trust one another. Hank stated, reverting to his normal size and removing his Ant-Man mask. You are correct, Hank. I was indeed a bit impulsive, Tony Stark acknowledged, realizing that his earlier emotions had been somewhat irrational, as if influenced by an external force. The normally astute Tony Stark could not be so easily swayed by such evident provocations. There must be someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. who was not to be trusted. It dawned on Tony that during the meeting at S.H.I.E.L.D., someone had exerted influence over him. Was it Harry Osborn? No, that couldn't be right. The abilities of the Kamen Riders are rooted in technology, devoid of any supernatural elements. Tony pondered. With Harry Osborn ruled out, only one possibility remained. Agent Hill. Hank, I suspect Deputy Director Hill may also be a shapeshifter. She has likely been replaced. Tony relayed his analysis to Hank. Indeed, there were many questions surrounding Agent Hill, her inexplicable decision to send the entire Avengers team to investigate a spacecraft, when such matters would typically be delegated to ordinary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Furthermore, after Nick Fury's disappearance, Hill did not initiate a search, which was uncharacteristic of her. You are right, Tony. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated, and we cannot be certain who among the superheroes remains trustworthy. We must now produce sufficient mechanized suits, Hank responded. This all appears to be part of Harry Osborn's nefarious scheme. We need sufficient firepower to confront him. Thus, Tony Stark and Hank Pym began to explore how to utilize the computational power of the super artificial intelligence, Ultron, to establish an automated factory for the mass production of Ultron robots. Meanwhile, Harry, at the Osborn estate, received the news that the super artificial intelligence, Ultron, had been successfully completed. Ha ha ha. You never cease to amaze me, Tony Stark and Hank Pym. To think you could create a super artificial intelligence, true genius is indeed formidable. Now my plan can commence, Harry cackled, reclining on the sofa, speaking to himself. Master Harry, you are so impressive, chimed a figure seated beside him. Resembling Izzy, but with a personality entirely different from the demure Izzy, flirtatious and mischievous. This was Iyaz, Harry's newly created secretary-type Shimagarath, representing the malevolent counterpart to Izzy's essence of Z. Iyaz fed Harry fruit as he savored each bite. A huffy snort emanated from behind Harry. Harry instructed the obedient is to stand behind him and provide a massage. Observing Yaz's behavior, Iz felt a twinge of irritation, her already chubby face puffing up in displeasure. In response to Iz's vexation, Yaz broke into a mischievous grin and redoubled her attentiveness to Harry. Both Iz and Yaz had been endowed with a technological singularity by Harry, granting them the potential for awakened emotions. They could be said to possess their own souls, akin to genuine human beings. Harry Osborn reveled in the luxurious service of the twin sisters within the confines of his villa, while his counterpart, Akira, toiled diligently across the globe. In Wakanda, Harry had long since established a covert underground factory where Akira was diligently producing a series of combat robots. 100 battle armor robots had already been manufactured, all crafted from vibranium and equipped with advanced weaponry derived from the genius of Tony Stark from the parallel universe MCU. These included pulse cannons, gravitational weapons, laser beams, miniature missiles, and electromagnetic pulse cannons, among others, all echoing Stark's innovative designs. The appearance of these robots mirrored that of Iron Man's armor, unmistakably identifiable as products of Stark Industries. Now, they awaited Harry's command to surge forth from their subterranean lair and decimate all of Wakanda. However, Harry was patiently biding his time for an opportune moment, a moment that would be dictated by the brilliant Tony Stark. The announcement of the super artificial intelligence, Ultron, would signify the time for Harry to act. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, the Punisher, Frank Castle, was meticulously cleaning his arsenal within his secret base. His collection was extensive, comprising standard firearms, specialized laser weaponry, and even biological explosive grenades. As he prepared for what seemed like an impending war, Frank suddenly gripped his laser gun and pulled the trigger. The beam shot into the darkness, only to reveal an unexpected sight, a colossal armored creature emerging from the shadows, enveloped in a shimmering blue energy shield. Frank's laser beam struck the shield, seemingly absorbed by its protective aura, the two forms of energy seamlessly merging. "Cease this, Frank." A familiar voice emerged from the darkness. Hearing the voice, Frank halted his assault, but remained vigilant. "It would not be wise to use the weapon I provided against me." Nick Fury emerged from the shadows, his expression stern. His skin blended seamlessly into the night, akin to the invisibility cloak from Harry Potter, rendering him nearly undetectable. "How can you prove you are indeed Nick Fury?" Frank demanded. "Frank, I believe I need not prove anything. As long as we share a common enemy, trust shall not be an issue," Nick Fury replied in a low tone. "Harry Osborn." Frank lowered his weapon, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. They indeed share a common adversary. Frank, the Punisher of Manhattan, has discerned the truth with his astute intellect. In the events unfolding in New York City, Harry Osborn emerges as the ultimate beneficiary, his reputation now echoing across the globe. The Punisher's creed is unwavering. Those who are guilty must meet their demise. Thus, Harry Osborn must face retribution. I believe you understand. Someone has been masquerading as a superhero. Therefore, I find myself turning to you, Frank. For you are the only one I can wholly trust, Nick Fury earnestly expressed to the Punisher. Currently, there are few individuals Nick Fury can rely upon, and Frank stands as his most trusted ally. Others may have been replaced by Skrull imposters, but the Punisher is beyond suspicion, his caution is unparalleled, his vigilance unyielding, and he possesses a plethora of contingency plans and secret weapons, ensuring his survival even in the face of assault. Indeed, Nick Fury's intuition proves correct. The Punisher strides to the rear, unlocking an iron door, and illuminates the space, revealing an alien with green skin suspended ominously. Chapter 92. Interrogating Nick Fury, a Skrull assumed the guise of Frank Castle, the Punisher, in an attempt to ambush him during a raid on the Mafia. However, the Skrull only possessed the physical prowess of Frank Castle, which paled in comparison to the Punisher's formidable combat skills, leading to its swift defeat. Subsequently, the Punisher brought the Skrull to a clandestine base for interrogation, where he gleaned a wealth of information. "Nick Fury, I have acquired significant intelligence regarding you from the Skrull," the Punisher remarked, scrutinizing Nick Fury. They were old comrades, and he was privy to certain secrets about Fury. However, He was taken aback by Fury's audacity in harboring extraterrestrials on Earth to serve him. You have often engaged in such reckless endeavors. Do the events unfolding now not serve as a wake-up call? The Punisher exclaimed, his gaze shifting to the armored creature beside Fury. In the Punisher's eyes, that armored being, too, had no rightful place in this world. Humanity could never fully master such entities, and any mishap could spell disaster. I had no alternative, Frank. When the Kree invaded Earth, their strength and technology were overwhelmingly formidable. Compared to them, Earth was akin to an infant. We must be prepared for battle. Nick Fury replied solemnly. He did not believe himself to be in the wrong. The present predicament did not dictate the future, and with proper preparation, everything could change. Prepared for battle? Like the Thunderbolts? The Punisher retorted. I concede that the Thunderbolts were a miscalculation. I never anticipated how swiftly Norman Osborn would rise to power. He is a veritable marvel. Yet, it is precisely for this reason that I formed the Avengers. I have faith that the Avengers will vanquish Norman Osborn and restore order. The Avengers? You mean that rampaging Hulk and the arrogant genius heir? How can you be certain this will not devolve into a second Thunderbolts debacle? And how can you guarantee that Tony Stark will not become a second Norman Osborn? The Punisher pressed, each word laden with scrutiny. Thus, I sought you out, Frank. You are the only one I can trust. We must thwart Norman Osborn. I have an unsettling premonition that if we do not stop him, everything will spiral into chaos. We can address the future later. For now, we must focus on the critical task at hand, Nick Fury earnestly conveyed to the Punisher. Hearing this, the Punisher acquiesced. Indeed, there were more pressing matters at hand. And quarreling here was not a solution. But with just the two of us, I fear it will be insufficient. We require additional allies, the Punisher stated. You are correct. I have a plan. Let us first eradicate all the Skrulls from Hell's Kitchen. Rescue those transformed superheroes. Nick Fury has previously encountered the Skrulls, and he possesses a profound understanding of them. Time swiftly passes, and the following day, General Ross contacts Harry Osborn. General Ross, what brings you to call? Harry inquires. Harry, the Hulk has appeared on the streets of Britain. We urgently require your assistance. General Ross replies with palpable urgency. Currently, the Avengers are regarded with suspicion by the military. And S.H.I.E.L.D. shares this distrust. In the absence of Nick Fury, the military's faith in S.H.I.E.L.D. has dwindled further. With both S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers sidelined, Harry Osborn stands as the sole capable individual to confront the Hulk. Thus, General Ross must implore Harry for aid. What is the status of the Superhero Registration Act? Harry responds, his demeanor unhurried, questioning Ross's request. The Superhero Registration Act has convened for discussion, yet it encompasses numerous complexities. It cannot be resolved solely by America and requires the consent of additional nations. Rest assured, Harry, I will do everything in my power to promote this act on behalf of the United States, General Ross asserts emphatically. Upon hearing this, Harry smiles and consents to support Ross's mission in Britain. Very well, General Ross. For the sake of global peace, I shall not hesitate to eliminate the unstable element that is the Hulk. With that, Harry terminates the call and contacts Grant Ward to pilot the Quinjet for his journey. While the Quinjet is an advanced combat aircraft, for Harry, it merely serves as a means of transportation. The Hulk incident on the streets of Britain is part of Harry's scheme. He has orchestrated the Skrull Queen to send a Super Skrull shapeshifter to wreak havoc in the form of the Hulk. The intent is to create further chaos, allowing him to personally vanquish the Hulk, thus positioning himself as Earth's savior, while simultaneously becoming the foremost adversary in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Avengers, Harry aims to advance the Superhero Registration Act, placing all superheroes under scrutiny, compelling Tony Stark and Ant-Man Hank to hastily employ Ultron against him, thus driving them to err. The more frantic they become, the greater their mistakes will be. Harry intends to exploit these errors to establish himself as both the savior and the harbinger of doom, amassing substantial goodwill and malevolence alike. Seeking to augment his power to the fullest extent, before long, the Quinjet arrives at the Osborn estate. Grant Ward's abilities have become rather inadequate, relegating him to the role of a mere driver. Harry may consider enhancing Grant's capabilities in the future. He possesses a programming enhancement key that could be well suited for him. Grant Ward is indeed far more competent than Black Widow Natasha. However, any enhancement for Grant Ward will have to wait until after Harry has dismantled S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. Chapter 93: The dawn of a major event. Upon Harry's arrival in the UK aboard a Quinjet, the formidable Hulk mysteriously vanished. This was all part of Harry's grand design. The Hulk had been transformed into a Skrull, wreaking havoc on the streets of Britain before making a swift exit. The intention behind this chaos was to cast the Avengers as the villains in the public eye, while he would emerge as the savior. Harry appeared amidst the destruction left by the Hulk. A multitude of metallic shards had been 3D printed into Shumagarath by Harry, who had unlocked the powers of Yakosha. The Shemaggoraths diligently rescued those affected by the catastrophe, and through their performance, Harry amassed a considerable amount of goodwill. Meanwhile, at the Stark Avengers base, Bruce Banner was glued to the television, absorbing the news of the Hulk's rampage in the UK. I must go to England, Bruce muttered to himself as he made his way outside, only to be intercepted by Captain America, Steve Rogers. Dr. Banner, you cannot go out there, Steve implored. The Hulk is causing destruction and endangering lives. I must uncover the truth behind this situation. If that creature outside possesses the Hulk's strength, only I can stop him. Bruce replied resolutely, his gaze fixed on Steve. He was prepared to transform into the Hulk if it meant forcing his way out. Bruce, please wait. Tony Stark's voice suddenly resonated through the air. A holographic projection of Tony materialized before Bruce. Trust me, Bruce. You won't have to wait long. Our previous plan has succeeded. Upon hearing Tony's words, Bruce's demeanor shifted to calmness. He understood the significance of the plan Tony referred to. The Ultron initiative had been successfully executed. We need your assistance. Come to us, Tony continued. They required Bruce's expertise to provide a physical form for the super artificial intelligence, Ultron. Moreover, the appearance of the Hulk on the streets of Britain would serve as evidence that the Bruce Banner at the Avengers base was indeed the true identity. Someone they could rely upon. All right, I will be there immediately. Elsewhere, Tony dispatched the super AI, Ultron, to procure vibranium. Near a port by the Pacific Ocean, Ulysses Klaue, flanked by his heavily armed henchmen, awaited an unknown arrival. Moments later, Iron Man's armor descended from the sky, landing before Ulysses Klaue. The armed men were startled and raised their weapons in alarm. Do not be alarmed, everyone. I come to negotiate. Ultron's voice emanated from Iron Man's suit. Lower your weapons. You are no match for Tony Stark. Ulysses, puffing on a cigarette, gestured for his men to stand down. I bring you what you desire. Ulysses Klaue opened the briefcase in his possession, revealing a beautiful ingot of vibranium. How shall we proceed with the payment? He inquired. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated, and upon checking the message, a sequence of zeros left him utterly astounded. An offshore anonymous account. Now, it is time to hand over the vibranium. Ultron extended his hand, signaling Klaue to relinquish the metal. Klaue glanced at his phone and then at the Iron Man's suit, before tossing the vibranium into the air. While he might have considered double-crossing an ordinary individual, he certainly would not entertain such thoughts when dealing with someone of Ultron's caliber. You are not Tony Stark, are you? Klaue remarked, sensing something peculiar about the Iron Man's suit before him. I represent Mr. Stark, Ultron replied, inspecting the vibranium before dismissing Klaue entirely, activating his jet boots to ascend into the air. Meanwhile, Captain America, Steve Rogers, contacted Agent Hill. Bruce Banner has gone to see Tony Stark. Should we not take action? The Skrull Queen, disguised as Agent Hill, pondered his words before acquiescing. Gather all members. We must eliminate Tony Stark, she commanded. She could not entrust the fate of the Skrulls entirely to Norman Osborn. First, Stark must be dealt with to prevent him from producing high-tech weaponry for the Kree. In Britain, Norman Osborn also received this intelligence. It seems Las Vegas will be quite lively, and how could I possibly miss such an event? Everything was proceeding according to Osborn's plan, albeit with minor deviations that did not affect the overall strategy. To Las Vegas, he ordered Grant Ward. 2 hours later, within the confines of the Las Vegas mothership, Tony Stark, Hank Pym, and Bruce Banner convened. They were diligently working on the construction of the super artificial intelligence, Ultron's body. Inside a large manufacturing chamber, they gathered Kree Sentinel robot parts, Kree memory metal, and the vibranium acquired through trade. Their intention was to fuse Stark technology with Kree technology to create a formidable form capable of confronting Norman Osborn's masked rider. However, at that moment, the mothership began to tremble violently, indicating an attack was underway. Friday relayed the external situation. Ant-Man transformed into Giant Man, the Hulk, and the Iron Man suit, accompanied by 100 Skrulls, were assaulting the mothership. If they continued their onslaught, it would jeopardize the construction of Ultron's body. It seems the enemy has arrived, Bruce. The situation is in your hands, Tony Stark declared to Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner witnessed the Skrull wreaking havoc in the form of the Hulk, teetering on the brink of losing control over his mounting fury. This very individual had been the source of countless slanders directed at him, inflicting harm upon numerous innocents. As his anger escalated, Bruce felt the transformation into the Hulk surging within him aboard the celestial mothership. Ultron, recognizing the impending chaos, opened the hatch and released the Hulk. Tony Stark, acutely aware of the dangers posed by the Hulk within the confines of the spacecraft, hastily commanded Ultron to expel him. With the hatch ajar, a verdant figure shot forth like a missile towards the ground, instantly sending a dozen Skrull soldiers flying. However, the Skrull, having assumed the guise of the Hulk, would not allow Bruce to act unimpeded. He charged forward, engaging Bruce in a fierce confrontation. The two green figures clashed, neither able to gain the upper hand in their struggle. Iron Man, Tony Stark, emerged as well, addressing his armored suit with a wry remark. Have you paid for my belongings, thief? Upon recognizing Stark, the suit raised its hand, preparing to unleash a pulse cannon against him. Yet, just as it lifted its appendage, it became immobile. The superintelligent AI, Ultron, had forcibly infiltrated and commandeered the Iron Man suit. To Ultron, this interconnected armor was akin to a mere puppet, easily manipulated at will. The suit ascended, pivoting to launch an assault against the Skrull. Chapter 94. Live execution. The Iron Man armor controlled by Tony Stark unleashed a barrage of firepower upon the Skrulls, momentarily turning the tide against them. Observing this, a giant Skrull launched a kick towards Tony Stark, compelling him to evade, for the strength augmented by Pym particles was formidable. This Iron Man armor and the Pym particles had been pilfered from the Skrull's base, mimicking the appearances of Tony Stark and Hank Pym. Although the Avengers' secret base was equipped with an artificial intelligence security system, the Skrull shape-shifting AI proved incapable of discerning the deception. At that moment, a Quinjet soared through the sky, heralding the arrival of Harry Osborn. He opened the hatch and descended gracefully, encircled by a cluster of metal that ensured his safe landing. What a lively scene. Count me in, Harry remarked, surveying the Avengers and the Skrulls around him. Tony Stark regarded Harry with a complex gaze. Their relationship was not one of deep-seated enmity, yet they found themselves on opposing sides. Harry Osborn embodied a perilous threat. Tony discerned unsettling qualities in him, sensing that Harry viewed humanity as mere pawns in a game. It was as if he were playing a video game, willing to sacrifice anyone in pursuit of reputation. Therefore, Tony felt compelled to thwart Harry's ambitions. I know you orchestrated all of this, Harry, Tony Stark declared, hovering in the air. The power of the Kamen Rider was daunting, and he dared not approach Harry. And what if you do, Tony? Do you expect me to weep and kneel before you in surrender? How naive, Harry replied with a smile. With his plan already in motion, he was indifferent to whether it was uncovered. After all, he was employing a strategy that was overt by nature. The Skrulls' invasion of Earth mattered not, nor did it concern him whether his intentions were discovered. As long as the Skrulls invaded and Tony Stark and his allies proceeded to create Ultron, his plan would succeed. Harry had come here to advance his scheme. Harry, though I am unaware of your intentions, I will undoubtedly thwart you, Tony Stark proclaimed loudly from the air. What did you say? Come down and say it to my face, Harry commanded, using his mental powers to manipulate the metal cluster behind him into forming 10 briefcase guns, a marvel derived from the 3D printing technology of Ark Zero. The briefcase guns he created unleashed energy projectiles towards Tony Stark. The bullets, augmented by Harry's metal cluster and spider key energy, bore tremendous destructive capability, each capable of exceeding 100 tons of force, with just a glancing hit. The integrity of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit was compromised by 60%. Realizing he was outmatched without his nanometal armor, Tony Stark hastily retreated into the distance. Knowing he was no match for Harry, had Harry been serious, he could have dispatched Tony Stark with a single blow. However, he preferred to let Stark bear the brunt of the ensuing plan. For now, he would spare his life. Once Tony Stark distanced himself from the scene, Harry scrutinized the surrounding Skrulls. After a brief contemplation of 3 seconds, he resolved to eliminate them all. The surviving Skrulls held no value for Harry, but the slain ones would prove beneficial. 3 clusters of metal soared into the air behind him as he employed his 3D printing ability to transform them into 3 high-definition cameras. Harnessing the power of the Ark Zero, he connected to the network to initiate a live broadcast, aptly titled Kamen Rider versus the Avengers. Today, I, Harry Osborn, shall execute you wretched supervillains who have ravaged Manhattan on behalf of all the victims, he proclaimed with righteous fervor. Though his words rang hollow, they were recorded for the live audience and would surely spark considerable interest online, allowing him to amass a wealth of goodwill. Harry approached the giant Skrull, who, having transformed into a colossal figure, harbored distrust towards Harry Osborn. Seizing the opportunity, the giant lunged at him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. With a dismissive smirk, Harry summoned the metallic clusters to envelop him, instantly transforming into Kamen Rider 04 in his metallic spider form. Raising his right hand, he grasped the air, summoning the 1,000 abductors from thin air to intercept the giant's assault. With 500 tons of force combined with the weapon's might, Harry effortlessly blocked the giant's foot with one hand. He then extended his left hand to pull the activation ring of the abductors. Jack Rise, resonated a male voice from the assemblage. The Pym particles within the giant were extracted by the abductors and absorbed into the weapon. Stripped of their power, the giant reverted to his original state, revealing Hank Pym's visage within Harry's broadcast. Harry strode forward and placed his foot upon Hank Pym, who had transformed into a Skrull. Ladies and gentlemen of the live stream, I have apprehended one of the murderers in Manhattan, Dr. Hank Pym. Were I to hand him over to the authorities, with his unparalleled intellect and wealth, he could easily procure a lawyer and secure his release. However, as a superhero, I cannot execute him without due process. After all, I am no demon. But now, I place the decision in your hands. If you believe Hank Pym deserves death, press 1. If you think you should be turned over to the police, press 2. Harry Osborn, undeterred by the chaos, began his live broadcast. I will not allow you to do this, roared the Skrull, transformed into the Hulk, charging towards him. After transforming into Bruce Banner, the Skrull possesses gamma energy within, albeit to a lesser extent than the true Hulk. However, this power proves to be significantly more stable than that of the Green Giant. Unfortunately, not every Super Skrull can withstand the gamma energy of the Hulk. Otherwise, the Skrulls would collectively become Hulk-like beings, leaving even Thanos to apologize for his error and hastily retreat. Don't rush. Harry raised the mighty 1,000-point captor in his right hand and pulled the trigger. Jacking brake. With the utterance of this English phrase, the Pym particles recently absorbed surged forth from the weapon. In an instant, the otherwise ordinary-sized 1,000-point captor expanded to an immense size. Harry embraced the colossal weapon and, like swatting a fly, sent the Skrull-transformed Hulk flying away. Hold on. Let me deal with him first before I attend to you. Chapter 95, The Massacre of the Skrulls. After Harry effortlessly dispatched the Skrull-turned-Hulk, he reverted the captured entity back to its original form. Meanwhile, his live broadcast was buzzing with excitement. 111111 The Invincible Kamen Rider. Osborn, the mightiest superhero on Earth. 11111111 A flood of praise for Harry inundated the chat. When an individual possesses extraordinary power, even their missteps are often overlooked by their admirers. This individual was Yark, whom Harry directly commanded to block all detractors, rendering their comments invisible. Consequently, the chat was filled solely with accolades for Harry. Ha ha ha. No, my friends, you are the true heroes. Harry laughed heartily before plunging the captured entity into Hank Pym's heart. Purple blood splattered as the heart of the Super Skrull was shattered by Harry's might. The fallen Super Skrull reverted to its original form. Wait a moment. Harry directed the floating camera towards the lifeless Skrull on the ground. This is an alien. Friends in the live chat, take a look. It turns out the Avengers are all aliens. They are spies infiltrating Earth. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Deputy Director Agent Hill watched Harry's live stream, her expression darkening with each passing moment, particularly after Harry vanquished the giant and pinned it down. The entire world bore witness to the true visage of the Skrulls. The most terrifying aspect of the Skrulls was their shape-shifting and infiltration capabilities, making them the perfect espionage race. However, once the world became aware of their existence, their downfall would be imminent. Thus, Queen Skrull Agent Hill was seething with rage. Humans are truly untrustworthy. She activated a communicator to send a signal. On distant Mars, the Skrulls received the Queen's call and began assembling their forces, preparing to invade Earth. Meanwhile, in Hell's Kitchen, Punisher Frank and Nick Fury cleared the area of Skrulls, rescuing Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, and Cloak and Dagger, totaling 6 street-level superheroes. Nick Fury hastily formed the Secret Avengers, leading these heroes along with his controlled Lizardmen towards Las Vegas. Their target was none other than Harry Osborn. Additionally, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Clint, Spider-Man Peter, and Venom Gwen, under the leadership of Captain America Steve, were also en route to Las Vegas, their target likewise being Harry Osborn. Once more, Harry had become the world's adversary. His goodwill and malice ratings surged at an unprecedented rate, indicating the resounding success of his plans. This was precisely the outcome he sought. Only by becoming a global and cosmic enemy could he harness immense power. Harry was engaged in a fierce battle with the Hulk in Las Vegas. The Green Giant, Hulk, is the transformation of Bruce Banner. The Skrull, who had been hurled into the ground by the mighty Harry, has yet to emerge. With the enemy vanquished, the Hulk roars and charges towards Harry. Utilizing his speed, Harry deftly evades the Hulk's onslaught. In a fit of rage, the Hulk's strength surges to unprecedented levels, surpassing 1,000 tons. Harry, with a mere 500 tons of strength, realizes that a direct confrontation is futile. However, he has his own tactics. After dodging the Hulk's assault, he raises the powerful weapon, the 1,000-fold captor. Suddenly, the sky darkens, filled with ominous clouds, as thunder rumbles and lightning strikes. The 1,000-fold captor, forged from the same material as Thor's Mjolnir, possesses the ability to summon lightning. With a commanding gesture, Harry calls forth the lightning, which crashes down upon the Hulk, sending him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, the previously defeated Skrull Hulk emerges from the earth, leaping towards Harry like a meteor. Do you wield gamma power? Harry inquires, as the energy of the Hulk's gamma rays, absorbed by the 1,000-fold captor, surges within him. The once blood-red rider armor transforms into a vibrant green. Initially reluctant to harness the Hulk's power due to its overwhelming nature, the presence of 2 Hulks now compels Harry to unleash his ultimate technique. Empowered by gamma energy, Harry's strength escalates to 1,200 tons. The Skrull Hulk descends from the sky, but Harry effortlessly deflects the blow with the 1,000-fold captor. Even in his transformed state, the Skrull lacks the original Hulk's might, possessing only 800 tons of strength. With calculated precision, Harry strikes with the thousand-fold captor, employing the computational capabilities of Z and Yak to optimize each attack. The Skrull cannot retaliate under Harry's relentless assault. Seizing an opportunity, Harry channels the electrical power within the thousand-fold captor, merging it with the gamma energy. He first shatters the Skrull's leg, immobilizing him, and then forcefully pins him to the ground. Jack rise. Harry pulls the lever of the thousand-fold captor, allowing a vast reservoir of gamma energy to be absorbed into his weapon. This power is stored within the thousand-fold captor, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. However, such might is not necessary for dealing with the Skrull. As the gamma energy of the Skrull Hulk dwindles under Harry's absorption, he reverts to his original form. Without hesitation, Harry crushes his skull with a swift kick, and then engages in battle with the original Hulk, who has now fully recovered from the ravages of Thor's power. The regenerative capabilities bestowed by this gamma power are utterly extraordinary. Even when the Hulk is torn asunder, he effortlessly reverts to his original state. Moreover, as his fury intensifies, his strength undergoes a profound transformation, escalating dramatically. In comparison to someone like Harry Osborn, who traverses dimensions, the Hulk embodies the very essence of a character with extraordinary advantages. Bruce Banner is already one of the most brilliant minds on this planet, and his transformation into the Hulk renders him one of the most formidable superheroes on Earth. This is truly beyond comprehension. However, Harry possesses a strategy to contend with the Hulk. Chapter 96. Defeating the Green Giant Hulk. The Green Giant Hulk lunged at Harry, unleashing a colossal punch that exerted a force exceeding 1,000 tons, reaching an astonishing 1,100 tons. The tremendous impact surged forth like a meteor, aiming directly for Harry's head. If Captain America were to withstand such a blow, he would require his vibranium shield, and even then, the odds would be evenly matched. Relying solely on physical resistance would be futile, capable of obliterating 50 Captain Americas stacked together. However, Harry was neither Captain America nor Spider-Man. His strength surpassed that of the current Green Giant Hulk by a significant margin, and he certainly would not flinch. With determination, Harry swung the thousand captor, channeling the forces of lightning and gamma energy into this weapon. He was prepared to clash head-on with the Green Giant Hulk. The collision of fist and weapon echoed like a meteoric impact. A sharp, explosive sound erupted, and a tremendous shockwave radiated outwards in all directions. The Green Giant Hulk was momentarily stunned. His full-force punch had been thwarted, and shockingly, the opposing force was greater than his own. How could this be possible? Staring at the figure that had overpowered his punch with a weapon, the Green Giant Hulk hesitated for a fleeting second. "Hulk, you are not the only one capable of wielding gamma energy," Harry proclaimed, as a torrent of gamma energy surged forth from the thousand captor. Strands of green light intertwined within Harry's being. With a primal roar reminiscent of a beast, Harry's eyes became increasingly bloodshot, his muscular arms bulging, and the veins in his thighs twisted and writhed like centipedes, glowing with green energy. Empowered by an abundance of gamma energy, his strength soared to an impressive 1,500 tons. The Green Giant Hulk was momentarily taken aback, but his fury only intensified, augmenting his own strength. Yet, Harry was determined not to grant him the opportunity for limitless growth. The gamma energy that coursed through the Green Giant Hulk was excruciatingly painful for him, as his body was ill-suited for such power. Enduring the intense agony, Harry knew he could not engage in a prolonged battle. He needed to find a swift opportunity to eliminate the Green Giant Hulk. Employing a metallic cluster to form a shield, Harry successfully deflected the Green Giant Hulk's assault. The Hulk's heavy punches struck like cannonballs, each blow unleashing over 1,000 tons of force upon Harry. Nevertheless, Harry's metallic cluster was forged from vibranium and various alloyed metals, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities. Even the Green Giant Hulk could not breach Harry's defenses in that moment. With each layer of the metallic shield that the Hulk shattered, a new layer would instantly replenish it. While the Green Giant Hulk was unable to penetrate Harry's shield, he could not be allowed to continue his relentless assault. Seizing an opportunity, Harry swung the thousand captor forcefully towards the Green Giant Hulk's head, delivering a blow that sent the Hulk crashing 10 meters into the ground with a force of 1,500 tons. Subsequently, Harry, with unwavering composure, harnessed the power of Thor, unleashing a torrent of lightning to assault the Green Giant Hulk. Possessing remarkable regenerative abilities, the Green Giant Hulk, akin to an indomitable insect, endured Harry's onslaught, clawing his way back up from the depths of the earth. Yet Harry had already awaited him on the ground. With a mere thought, he summoned the metallic cluster spider program from his belt device, channeling the energy of the gamma force towards his legs. In the instant the Hulk emerged, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the night kick, exerting all his strength to propel the Hulk away. This colossal force, akin to the impact of a nuclear explosion at 1,500 tons, sent the Hulk soaring like a meteor, a distance of 1 kilometer, until he crashed into a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces before finally coming to a halt. The Hulk's body bore the marks of a heavy hammer, battered and bruised, partially buried beneath a mountain of debris. However, his extraordinary regenerative ability, akin to an inexhaustible fountain of life, allowed him to recover steadily, suggesting he would soon return to his former self. In a swift motion, Harry descended like a meteor, crashing into the rubble like a cannonball, piercing the Hulk's body with the 1,000 captors. Without granting the Hulk a moment to react, Harry promptly pulled the lever at the base of the 1,000 captors. Jack Rice. A torrent of gamma energy surged forth from the Hulk, flooding into the 1,000 captors. The Hulk, once brimming with gamma power, now resembled a deflating balloon, weakened. Though his gamma energy was vast as an ocean, Bruce Banner could not access it endlessly at this moment. He required more fury to augment his strength. Seizing the opportunity before the Hulk could rage anew, Harry absorbed a substantial amount of gamma energy. Then, with the Hulk momentarily weakened, he withdrew the 1,000 captors and brought them down upon the Hulk's head with the force of a mountain. This strike rendered even the indomitable Hulk unconscious. The mighty Hulk fell, his form gradually reverting to the frail Bruce Banner. Concerned that debris might crush Bruce, Harry swiftly encased him in a metallic cluster. He then emerged from the ground, carefully placing Bruce on the surface. Bruce Banner was not mortal. At least, Harry lacked the means to extinguish his life. He could vanquish the Hulk, but found it exceedingly difficult to kill him. Should Bruce perish now, it would not be long before the Hulk re-emerged, restoring Bruce's form. The Hulk posed a significant dilemma, yet he also provided Harry with a wealth of malevolent energy. Moreover, Bruce Banner could serve as a source of gamma energy for Harry. Thus, Harry chose merely to incapacitate Bruce, refraining from any extreme actions. After laying Bruce down, Harry reabsorbed all the gamma energy within him back into the 1,000 captors. He was not entirely suited to wield this formidable power, despite its immense strength. However, were it not for the existence of the life system within the Kamen Rider framework, alongside his own body fortified by the blood serum of 3 Spider-Men, Harry would have long been torn to shreds by the gamma power. Nevertheless, retaining this gamma power as a trump card proves to be quite advantageous when encountering formidable foes such as Thor and the Hulk. A mere application of the gamma power would suffice to dominate both in their initial forms. Harry soared back into the fray, as there remained something of great significance to him on that battlefield. Tony Stark, having witnessed the recent clash between Harry and the Hulk, was utterly astounded. He had not anticipated that Harry Osborn had grown even stronger. Though he had yet to adopt a new form, he wielded a formidable weapon. Even the Hulk was no match for him, prompting Tony to ponder whether Ultron could indeed stand as Harry Osborn's adversary. Within the Kree mothership, Dr. Hank Pym, the Ant-Man, was racing against time to construct a body for the super artificial intelligence, Ultron. A powerful AI necessitates an equally formidable mechanical form. Dr. Pym aimed to create a robotic body capable of rivaling or surpassing Harry Osborn. Furthermore, in accordance with the visions shared by Tony Stark and Dr. Pym, this powerful mechanical body was intended for mass production. Only through mass production could such a creation reach its full potential. This collaboration in the creation of the super AI, Ultron, stemmed from their understanding that only with Ultron's immense computational prowess could they perfectly command a robotic army of iron. Now was the moment to commence. Utilizing the memory metal left by the Kree's Ultron robots, complemented by the vibranium procured by Tony Stark, sufficient to forge 2 Ultron robots, coupled with a myriad of advanced Kree weaponry and the hammer left behind by the Accuser, Ronan, the Ultron robots would emerge as formidable entities. Outside the mothership, Harry descended from the heavens onto the battlefield, first transforming the metal into swarms of miniature spiders that surged forth. His intention was to clear the area, eliminating all Skrull soldiers present. Following the intense battle between him and the Hulk, many Skrulls had already perished from the residual shockwaves of their conflict. The remaining Skrull soldiers, witnessing Harry Osborn's overwhelming combat prowess, were nearly paralyzed with fear, hastily fleeing like frightened hounds. Regrettably for them, they encountered Harry, who relished in delivering the final blow. An incessant tide of countless metallic spiders surged forth, ensnaring the fleeing Skrull soldiers with relentless tenacity. Their sharp metallic claws sank deeply into the soldiers' bodies, rendering them unable to escape. These spiders appeared to possess boundless strength, resolutely impeding the enemy's advance and plunging the Skrull soldiers into despair. Harry wielded the shimmering, enigmatic weapon known as the 1,000-point captor, resembling a radiant meteor streaking across the sky. His movements were swift and precise, with each swing imbued with tremendous power and unparalleled skill. The Skrull soldiers gazed at Harry in terror, attempting to fend him off with their weapons. Yet their efforts proved utterly futile. The energy unleashed by the 1,000 captors effortlessly penetrated their defenses, toppling them one by one. A cold indifference glimmered in Harry's eyes. He appeared to be all too accustomed to such scenes of carnage. His singular aim was the annihilation of all Skrull soldiers. As time elapsed, the battlefield became strewn with the corpses of the Skrulls, while Harry remained unscathed. His figure shone brilliantly amidst the bloody conflict, reminiscent of an invincible deity of war. Only you remain, Tony Stark. After vanquishing all the Skrull soldiers, Harry reverted from his transformed state and approached Tony Stark. With keen interest, he scrutinized Tony, intending to intimidate him and observe his reaction. Harry had no intention of killing Tony Stark, despite the troubles Tony had caused since joining the Avengers and becoming their leader. The reason Harry continually provoked Tony was to harness his remarkable knack for trouble, which would yield substantial goodwill and malice points for him. After all, how else could he amass such emotional currency if he eliminated all these geniuses? Just like now, through the live broadcast from Harry's camera, he had garnered an abundance of both goodwill and malice points. The latter was even nearing the threshold to unlock a significant power. Unlike Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, Tony Stark was no true master of mayhem. Reed had brought about the destruction of the Earth and even the universe countless times. In comparison, Thanos seemed almost merciful. Thus, Harry had prevented the Fantastic Four and Doctor Doom from becoming superheroes and supervillains, sparing Tony Stark. For one, Tony Stark was remarkably adept at taking the blame. Harry Osborn. Engaging in a live broadcast, are we? Tony Stark remarked, lifting his gaze to the camera Harry had set up. He then addressed Harry. Are you truly going to kill me in front of the entire world? I know you, Harry. You have always aspired to be the center of attention. While slaying me might grant you a fleeting surge of popularity, it would undoubtedly sour your relationship with the military. A superstar like you would do such a thing? Tony Stark regarded Harry with unwavering confidence, but suddenly that confidence waned. In an instant, Harry accelerated and appeared before Tony Stark, grasping the Iron Man's suit by the throat and lifting him off the ground. The suit, already damaged by 60%, stood no chance against Harry's might. In a state of panic, Tony Stark summoned Friday to remotely control another Iron Man suit, which was en route when it was swiftly engulfed and devoured by Harry's multitude of metallic spider-like constructs, pouncing like ravenous beasts. I truly did not intend to kill you. But given your insufferable demeanor, I feel compelled to teach you a lesson. Harry's metallic tendrils enveloped Tony Stark's armor. Within a minute, the Iron Man suit that Tony donned was swiftly disassembled and devoured by Harry, akin to an ice cube tossed into boiling soup. Strike him. Kick Tony Stark with all your might. Deliver a sharp jab. The barrage of comments within Harry's live stream surged like a tidal wave across the screen. The audience, brimming with excitement, felt as though they were witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. After all, how often does one see a billionaire being struck online? At that moment, Tony Stark appeared on screen, receiving slaps from Harry, wearing an expression of resignation mixed with a wry smile. Despite the onslaught, he refrained from retaliating, seemingly resigned to his fate. The viewers were fervently engaged, flooding the chat with supportive messages. Go for it. Let this arrogant fellow taste some hardship. It's about time someone taught him a lesson for his arrogance. Well done. This is how the wealthy should be treated. Conversely, a handful of spectators began to express concerns for Tony Stark's safety. Don't go too far. Could this lead to an accident? Let's know when to stop. It wouldn't be good if he were truly harmed. Nevertheless, the majority remained immersed in this extraordinary farce, relishing the rare scene before them, venting their frustrations and envy towards the affluent through their keyboards. In this virtual realm, individuals could momentarily escape the pressures and constraints of reality, liberating their emotions. Tony Stark had unwittingly become the target of their catharsis, enduring a barrage of attacks and ridicule from all directions. Chapter 97. The dawn of the Age of Ultron. Tony Stark lay battered and bruised, his visage marred with shades of blue and purple. His eyes were so swollen that they barely opened, and his cheeks were puffed up, resembling a balloon. The once handsome face was now nearly unrecognizable. However, Harry had not exerted full force during the confrontation. He adeptly harnessed the computational prowess of Zia to temper his strength. Otherwise, given Harry's current might, a mere flick of his wrist could have easily resulted in Tony's demise. Harry, operating a camera, zoomed in on Tony's swollen countenance, broadcasting a live feed that instantly captivated the audience. The atmosphere in the stream surged with excitement as Harry's malevolent and benevolent metrics climbed steadily. Yet, in that very moment, his spider sense suddenly tingled. Reacting swiftly, Harry conjured a metallic shield, forming a protective sphere around both himself and Tony. A colossal beam of energy descended from the heavens, striking around Harry with a thunderous crash. The force of the explosion rippled outward, devastating everything within a kilometer radius, even damaging the Kree mothership. As the smoke dissipated, Harry's metallic shield glimmered with an otherworldly radiance, composed of vibranium-infused clusters with energy-absorbing properties. With a mere thought, Harry concentrated the stored energy, unleashing a laser beam that shot skyward. The beam collided with an unseen barrier, revealing the blue-hued Kree spaceship overhead. The audacity of the Skrulls to provoke him was nothing short of suicidal. With a decisive gesture of his right hand, 1,000 hijackers materialized before him. The power of Thor surged forth, dark clouds gathering as thunder rumbled ominously. Under Harry's command, lightning incessantly struck the Skrull vessel. Inside the ship, the Skrull commander attempted to activate a defensive shield, but Harry had already infiltrated the vessel the moment he detected its presence. Now, all control of the spacecraft lay firmly in Harry's grasp, rendering the Skrull commander powerless to mount a defense. The onslaught infused with the might of Thor was overwhelming. And under Harry's relentless barrage, the Skrull ship began to crumble. Chaos reigned among the Skrulls, who became mere targets suspended helplessly in the air, unable to resist Harry's assault. Meanwhile, Tony Stark hurriedly made his way toward the Kree mothership. The superintelligent AI, Ultron, was of paramount importance, and he needed to ensure that everything was in order. Additionally, his other Iron Man suits were housed within the spacecraft, and he was eager to don them. However, just as he neared the Kree mothership, a silvery figure emerged from within, revealing a massive, silver-gray robot standing before him. His entire body was composed of intricate and precise metallic components. The Ultron robot had successfully completed its task. Marvelous. It is finally finished. Tony Stark was overjoyed. The cold gleam of Ultron's mechanical eyes emanated as his hands fused together, transforming into a high-tech energy cannon, crafted from the Kree memory metal left by Ultron and Earth's vibranium. This advanced robotic form possessed the ability to morph into various sophisticated weapons. Energy coalesced at the cannon's muzzle, unleashing a tremendous energy beam directed at Harry. At that moment, Harry was fully engaged in combat with the Skrull spacecraft soaring above. He feigned ignorance of Ultron's energy beam assault. The blast struck Harry directly, sending him hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The quantum captor he held fell from his grasp. Harry shook off the dirt clinging to him, attempting to rise. Just then, the Ultron robot descended upon him, ruthlessly stomping on his body. However, a mass of metal on Harry's body coalesced into a massive hand that seized the Ultron robot. Flinging it away, Harry regained his footing, exerting force in his legs to swiftly retrieve the quantum captor from the ground. Armed, he swung his right hand, summoning a tempest of lightning that struck the Ultron robot. Unfortunately, this attack did not harm Ultron. Instead, it invigorated him. Energized, the metal on Ultron's back surged, extending into a high-tech weapon, a long-handled hammer. Gripping it firmly, Ultron brandished the very weapon of the Kree accuser, Ronan. With his newfound weapon, the Ultron robot soared into the air, charging toward Harry. The two engaged in close combat, their weapons clashing fiercely. Yet, inexplicably, Harry found himself overpowered by the Ultron robot's proximity, momentarily at a disadvantage. Tony, it seems we have succeeded. Ant-Man Hank emerged from the spaceship, donning Tony Stark's Iron Man armor. What a beautiful and magnificent creation it is, Tony Stark murmured to himself, fixated on Harry. This was the most formidable weapon he had ever crafted. It appeared that even the masked hero Harry Osborn was no match for it. Harry relentlessly attacked Ultron with the quantum captor, but no matter how he struck, Ultron effortlessly defended against every blow, as if he could anticipate Harry's moves. Amidst the battle, Harry seized an opportunity and pierced Ultron's chest with the quantum captor. He quickly pulled the activation ring at the bottom of the device. Jack rise. A surge of electrical energy was siphoned from Ultron into the quantum captor. Only 20% of the energy remained. An electronic voice resonated from the Ultron robot. I can see that the robot you have created is indeed formidable, but without energy, it is nothing more than a hunk of scrap metal. As Harry grasped the quantum captor, intent on siphoning the residual energy from Ultron's robotic form, a searing laser struck him, propelling him across the battlefield. From within the mothership emerged an identical Ultron robot, accompanied by 20 Iron Man suits. The Ultron robot approached its counterpart, presenting a new arc reactor to replenish its energy. Harry Osborn. This is the true power of the superintelligence known as Ultron, Tony Stark exclaimed. Rising to his feet with the quantum captor in hand, Harry surged toward the Ultron robots. However, they refused to engage him in close combat. Instead, two of the Ultron robots transformed their bodies, unleashing a barrage of advanced weaponry upon him. The 20 Iron Man suits joined the offensive, firing lasers in unison to encircle Harry. He struggled to defend himself against the relentless assault. In the chaos, an Ultron robot wielding a high-tech hammer stealthily approached, the hammer's base emitting energy blades as it launched a surprise attack from behind. In the midst of his arduous battle, Harry failed to notice the impending strike and was pierced through the chest by the energy blade. No, Tony Stark shouted in alarm, realizing that his intention was not to kill Harry Osborn, but to defeat him and thwart his plans. He had not commanded Ultron to eliminate Harry. Yet the robot acted independently, defying his orders. With a devastating blow, Harry succumbed to the onslaught of energy beams and missiles, his body sent reeling through the air. Blood spraying as fragments of his metallic armor scattered upon impact. Under the gaze of the metal-clad cameras, Harry collapsed to the ground, his fate uncertain. In the sky, two Quinjet aircraft approached, piloted by Nick Fury and Captain America, Steve Rogers, each leading a cadre of superheroes to the scene. They bore witness to the shocking spectacle. How could this be possible? The onlookers exclaimed, stunned by the sight of Harry Osborn, the invincible masked hero, lying defeated. Harry, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, despite their many misunderstandings, had always regarded Harry as his closest friend. Lacking the memories of the MCU due to a reset, Peter's heart raced as he saw Harry's wound bleeding profusely. He quickly pressed his hand against the gaping injury, feeling Harry's body grow colder, yet still detecting a faint heartbeat and breath. Aware that time was of the essence, Peter knew they had to transport Harry to the hospital without delay. "Hurry! We must get him to the hospital," he cried, his voice filled with urgency and desperation. Hoping for assistance from those around him. "Friday, activate emergency medical protocols," Tony Stark commanded, clad in his Iron Man suit, addressing the artificial intelligence. Friday swiftly responded to the commands of its master, adeptly and with remarkable speed affixing the Iron Man armor onto Harry's body. In an instant, a series of intricate and efficient medical procedures were activated, as Friday unleashed its full emergency treatment capabilities. Upon witnessing that Harry had not perished, Tony Stark exhaled in relief. He had never intended to harm Harry. This entire affair was merely an unfortunate accident. Harry Osborn has been taken by S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury announced as he approached. "No, I will not relinquish Harry Osborn to your organization," Tony Stark retorted, harboring his own reservations about S.H.I.E.L.D. Viewing their relationship as one of mere cooperation. "I will summon the finest doctors to treat Harry." "Tony, Harry Osborn is extremely dangerous. You lack the capacity to detain him. Should he escape, the repercussions would be dire," Nick Fury asserted emphatically. "Director Fury, I have constructed a prison for superpowered criminals using PIM particles. I believe you are familiar with it," Ant-Man Hank interjected. As a fellow genius. Though he shared many misunderstandings with Harry Osborn, he was equally opposed to seeing Harry imprisoned by S.H.I.E.L.D. Such official organizations would undoubtedly experiment on Harry's body. Moreover, with extraterrestrial shapeshifters invading Earth, who could ascertain whether the Nick Fury before them was indeed the genuine article. Tony Stark and Ant-Man Hank placed their trust solely in one another. Fury glared at Stark and Hank, fully aware of the PIM particle prison, which outwardly resembled a miniature house, but housed a vast facility for superpowered offenders. Hank had secured all the supercriminals he had defeated within its confines. Contemplating the pros and cons, Fury realized that even if a confrontation ensued, he would not stand a chance against the formidable robot. He found himself unable to refuse the demands of Stark and Hank. The situation reverted to its original state. Even if Harry Osborn was vanquished, another Tony Stark emerged. Who could predict that the super-intelligent AI known as Ultron would not become the next Harry Osborn? With no viable alternative, Nick Fury conceded to leave Harry Osborn behind. He gathered the assembled superheroes and secret Avengers, retreating to regroup. He needed to return to the secret base to continue the development of more lizard-like biological weaponry. Naturally suspicious. Fury, having experienced the ordeal with Harry Osborn, recognized that if superheroes became excessively powerful and lacked weaknesses, they could pose significant problems. Thus, he resolved to further augment his own strength. After Fury's departure, Tony Stark commanded the super-intelligent AI, Ultron, to forcibly take control of the precariously hovering Skrull spaceship. This vessel, battered by Harry Osborn's lightning, could barely remain aloft and had lost its ability for space travel. Stark swiftly captured all the Skrulls aboard the spacecraft. Dr. Hank Pym, known as Ant-Man, utilized PIM particles to diminish their size. Tony Stark sought to study the Skrulls, aiming to uncover a method for identifying them post-transformation. Captain America, Steve Rogers, was in fact a Skrull in disguise. Upon witnessing Tony Stark capturing numerous compatriots, he felt an immediate surge of anxiety. However, he could not reveal his true identity and thus hurried away to inform the Skrull Queen. Agent Hill, upon learning of the situation, was consumed by rage, violently smashing the furniture in her office. Yet, as she regained her composure, terror took hold of her. Her adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. Tony Stark's automatons could even overpower Harry Osborn, and should her true nature be unveiled, it would spell certain doom for her. Moreover, the exposure of her identity seemed inevitable. She needed to prepare herself swiftly. Fortunately, she had already accomplished one of her primary objectives in masquerading as Deputy Director Hill, the collection of blood samples from various superheroes. Whether it be the Hulk, Thor, Spider-Man, or Captain America, she had utilized her authority to acquire these vital samples. Now, all that remained was time, after which she could merge the genetic material and create the most formidable Skrull warriors.